Hello, everyone, and welcome to a slightly delayed opening day here, too, at day 3, is it? It's all a blur. Montenegro, Maestral Resort and Casino, Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. Fresh off of, I will say, a heavy lunch. Rast, I was with Randy. You arrived a little bit late. We finished. Randy said, I'm going to the dessert table. Then he came back with an entire plate of fruit. I thought that was a little bit awkward considering I was holding several calories worth of chocolate and
Listen, man, don't hate on fruit as a dessert.
No,
it's
you know, I know it's got a little bit of
nutritious.
sugar in there. Also delicious, by the way, of course, was yesterday's FT of the GG Millions Live 25K. That was our very first event, second day of action in that one. It really played out incredibly. You were here for the whole run.
I
caught the torch, a couple of bust outs in. More on that a little bit later, considering just how interestingly it shook up. But for those who might have missed it, let us reflect upon the very first title that was issued thus far here in Montenegro. Ike Haxton, a member of this FT, hunting his first ever title. So many cashes under his belt, involved in a multi-way altercation that involved Ding Biao's pocket jacks, and you can see the manner in which Ike's 9s, which jammed, were turned over. He was thinking, when? When is my time going to come? Certainly not on that flop or that turn, as this 5 million chip pot would end up going the way of Ding Biao, and Ike Haxton would be eliminated in 9th place. $91,000 for his efforts, and then 8 remained. Brian Kim, who was a hot knife through butter for the bulk of this FT, and ace-7 suited, would ask for Morton Klein's queen-jack to come forward. That it did, failing to improve on the king-high flop. Did find an open-ender on the turn, in need of the 9 or the ace. And instead, a board-pairing deuce on the river, leaving Morton Klein out in 8th, $110,000 richer. Pocket 9s would pop up once more, this time for Chris Moneymaker, and Lewis Spencer decided to target the active stack with a jam. Unfortunately, ran into the one hand composition he didn't want to see, a larger pair. Jack 10-5, no help to Spencer. Turn also failed to render assistance, and the crab pot came up empty as the king rolled off on the river. And the Brit collected $153,000, leaving behind 6 to do battle after that 7th place bust out. Once again, jacks popping up. Once again, 3s popping up. Both in the same pot. Mateos in wonderful shape as these two big stacks collided. The ace-9-5 board was trouble and worry-free. 15.9 was creeping its way oh so close to El Conquistador's stack, and then Rast, a 3 on the river. The dirtiest way to go for the Spaniard. Out in 6th, 209,000 going his way, and a monster stack belonging to Brian Kim. Then would target jacks itself with ace-queen. Danilo Vlasovic nodding his head, thinking all is well. 10-9-4, and then suddenly dirt on the turn. A slightly sarcastic nod of the head, and a lack of a hook on the river would leave him wrapping the felt, eliminated in 5th. $272,000 pickup for him. 4 remained. Brian Kim, white hot, ace-king, caught Ding Biao with an ace-10 suited. Biao would jam. 5.1 million. Kim ready to go. Jack 8-5 board, tidy. 11.2, inching its way closer, and then all of a sudden an open-ender for Ding Biao on the turn. Added threats, not lost on Brian Kim, but the pot not lost either, courtesy of a deuce on the end that left Ding Biao out in 4th. $341,000 pickup. Chris Moneymaker, ace-8, would catch Yaroshevsky unable to exercise any further patience off of an incredibly lean stack of just 2.5 big blinds. He decided to dig in with queen 3, flopped himself a pair against a larger pair, and failed to find the 3 or the queen on the end. But Yaroshevsky performed quite well at that FT. Multiple pay ladders secured. And he left behind 3 players. Moneymaker, surging. This time, a dominant ace-10 suited. He would raise. Brian would jam it in. Heads up. Only lasted a couple of hands as Kim
not a good flop.
failed to find assistance on a 10-9-3 board.
Right here.
On the
It's
turn,
happened before.
he could have drawn dead.
It has.
Did find some hope in the form of the 8,
Right.
but a second snowman was unavailable, and Kim's hopes of a first ever Triton title would melt as Chris Moneymaker, a man who we've seen atop the mountain before, World Series of Poker main event winner back in 2003, really a seminal moment in terms of the entire poker world, making his mark here on the Triton Tour. Rast, consider the fact that this is a man who had 75K in front of him at one point, and it was a 60K big blind. So we talk a lot about this chip in a chair. Maybe you think it's just urban legend, a little bit of, mythological parable type of stuff. No, we saw it happen. 75 dimes, a spin up, and of all the people to do it, Chris Moneymaker, who has that aura of kind of the underdog, the David Goliath vibe, taking on poker's elite and emerging victorious here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a thing in tournaments. I've had times where I'm down to a big blind, and I remember in the Dealer's Choice 10K, it was down to like a big blind, spun it up, ended up having the chip lead with 5 left, and I didn't close. I came in third, but it's just, as long as you're in there, the blinds are big and they keep getting bigger, and you just have to start winning some pots. If luck changes, you can really go from 0 to hero.
Yeah, and by the way, we went from 0 to winner rather quickly from the time I stepped into the booth. You and Randy, 9th and 8th, that was kind of a grindy portion, and from what you were speculating, it took longer to find those first 2 busts than it did to find a winner from 7 down to 1.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I was in the booth longer with Randy at the final table, just busting 9th and 8th, than after you subbed in, going from 7 down to winner. I actually think that first part of the final table took longer. I mean, there was a lot of kind of back and forth, and I think if you remember, when you came in, all of a sudden, many stacks didn't have very many blinds.
No.
What happens is, based on the GG structure, it's just the number of hands, and then the blinds move up. Number of hands, blind moves up. So quite a few hands happened at the beginning of the final table, and all of a sudden there were 7 people with a very modest average stack, to say the least.
Want to stick with that Moneymaker theme, by the way, because Chris here at his second Triton stop, he cashed for $2 million in London, which was the last time that he joined us. That was in the 250K Invitational. And the fact that he was all in with 1 to come, a 3-outer, ace-jack with that 75K, binked it and then spun it up, still, to this day, I think, moving forward, rather, is going to just stick with me as one of the most impressive feats that we've seen in terms of the road to a victory for someone at a Triton. Let's move on, though, to Brian Kim, because this is a guy who has had tremendous results. We're talking about...
By the way, he had another 3. If you remember, he jammed with King 9 off over Queens, and I think the King came on the river. You were in the booth for that. I think it was a bust.
Yes, you're right. He was all in for his
no, he
life
didn't
on
bust
another
somebody,
occasion.
but yeah, he was all in. He had rejammed with King 9. So there were a couple times.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
He ran super well, but so
Anyway.
did Brian Kim,
Yes.
who's the guy I want to focus on now because he has an incredible 3 runner-ups, 8 top 4 finishes in just his second year on Triton, already $4.8 million. Nothing really for Brian to be dejected about. The deck did shine on him on multiple different occasions, although we know him to be a phenomenal player. In fact, over lunch we discussed this, and he was sitting not far away, unaware that we were kind of contemplating. But really, I mean, this is a guy who is on form and who's, certainly going to win one of these things, as many of these deep runs as he's made.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Brian Kim maybe wasn't on my radar so much before I started coming to these Tritons and watching him, but being in the booth, watching him play, he's a very aggressive player. He definitely takes some pre-flop spots. He gets after it. Also post-flop, like willing to barrel, yet at the same time, careful, switches gears, seems very even-keeled. Does not seem like a guy that tilts. Haven't noticed that at all yet in his play. So just all in all, it seems like he's playing superb and a lot of great finishes. I'm sure he's up money, it sounds like, with all these top 4 finishes. Just hasn't closed one out yet.
One would assume, but if we're going to talk about the closeouts and not winning titles, we can't do so without touching upon the fact that, yet again, Ike makes it to an FT, and he never really gets any traction. He never gets himself into that position, it feels like, to take down the title. And he, again, is one of those names that we constantly, each and every one of these festivals, are talking about and questioning, when will it happen? Because I think you and your peers oftentimes do talk about Ike being the best. There are arguments for, you know, him being the GOAT, but yet here at Triton hasn't hoisted hardware.
Yeah, a few things I would parse down with that. First, I would say that I definitely think in overall poker aptitude, Ike is up there for the question of the GOAT. In strictly no limit hold'em tournament play, he's great. I don't know that I would say he's necessarily the GOAT, but the other part of it is, I think if you went back like 3 or 4 years from now, you would say Ike is one of these guys who maybe hasn't performed, especially in terms of winning as much money and as many like first places as you would have thought based on how good he is. Now, that hasn't changed at Triton, but it has changed in the last few years. Ike has gone on a very nice run outside, like won the Super High Roller Bowl, won bracelets, won, you know, a bunch of other big tournaments, just not here at Triton, even though he's cashed for a lot of money here. So I do want to say that with Ike, it isn't necessarily the case that in the past few years he hasn't been performing very well. I mean, it was the year of Ike for a couple of years
and
where
also,
he was crushing.
The fact that you mentioned a Super High Roller Bowl was one of the titles that he did take down. It's not as though anybody should think to themselves, oh, well, I can't get it done when he's at a Triton against the elite, because Super High Roller Bowls, we've got the same sorts of fields in terms of talent level that we do assemble over here. So do want to touch on the fact that Igor Yarashevsky, we didn't really think he was going to be able to sit back and spectate and ladder as much as he did. Wonderful performance out of the Ukrainian. He had a Queen 10 versus King King pot. If you didn't watch this FT, go back and watch it. We showed you the highlights, but we didn't get to every single hand. Set of kings for Moneymaker, clean board, and then it goes running ace jack, I believe, for the Broadway gutter, and then bink. So, you know, there was some run good that was going down out there. Adrian Mateos, not one to be overlooked. Unlucky, let's say, with the Jack-Jack against the 3-3. If, you know, El Conquistador had picked up that pot, this thing could have looked very different.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Igor hand was pretty interesting because it had been raised 3-bet, and he was had put half his chips in the pot in the big blind and decided to go for it in a spot where the original raiser had almost the same amount. So he was getting more than triple up his money. Crazy run out, obviously, which you enumerated.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I mean, listen, Adrian Mateos, great player, another guy who's known aggressive, making moves. You know, he just played solid poker and kind of had the best hand at this final table for kind of the few hands that he did play, and even got it all in pair over pair. Right. Just, you know, I mean, what are you going to do? If that hand flips, then Brian Kim would have been super short, probably doesn't come in second. Maybe that's Adrian Mateos at the end with Moneymaker, and maybe, you know, different result, but that's a different universe.
Well, why don't we flip our attention to what's on tap for today, and that, of course, is day 2, already in the money in the 25K 8 max. This is event number 2, 135 entries across 90 uniques, $785,000 up top. 18th, which is where we're at right now, 18 remaining, guaranteed $42,500. 30-minute levels, so it's going to be speedy. And Andy Nee, who really reverberated through the room after pulling off a double check raise with deuce 3 dust. You know, everybody was like, who's this guy? He's the man that's at the top of the leaderboard. Taking a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app, 3.4 million plus. In front of him, Vyacheslav Buldigan, just shy of 3 million, 2.5 million in front of Alex Kulev. They round out the top 3. Nacho in there, Henrik in there as well as you get that peek. And there is our feature table. Why stare at it in graphical representation when we can send it down into the arena and take a look at the players in the flesh? When we'll maybe unpack some of these themes momentarily. By the way, do want to touch on the Player of the Year implications, because Nacho Barbero, Danny Tang, Brewer, all top 10 Player of the Year coming in to this final stop here in Montenegro, still in it. Danny looking for a chance to really create some distance, because as Jason Kuhn taught us, it ain't over till it's over last season. More on that as the day rolls on. And And we roll in to the aforementioned arena. Nicky P getting himself comfy. 8 big blinds. Gonna make it difficult.
Nicky P's one of those guys who everybody respects him as a truly great No Limit Hold'em tournament player. Hasn't really gone on a sun run, but in my opinion, he's one of those guys who, if he gets a good run of cards, could definitely go on one of those epic sun runs and all of a sudden be in the top 5.
Well, we don't throw around the word
time.
respect and overlook the likes of Ben Tollerine, who we just got a look at there. Tollerine running 12th right now. Nicky P 15th. Chris Brewer in the mix as well, 6th overall in chips.
Yeah, Ben's an all-time great poker player. I think he's kind of like a part-timer nowadays. Doesn't play a full schedule, not grinding all the time, but
well, grinding is what Shaman O'Dwyer is going to be doing with just 5 big blinds in front of him. He is the shortest stack in the field, although Paulius and Xiao Huitan both have 6 big blinds apiece. Nicky P 8 bigs, as we saw. Buldigan, very different experience. 50 bigs, 2nd overall.
pretty good seat for him right there. For Vyacheslav. Has a short stack right to his left. Very short stack.
We saw Tang with the 21 bigs. Patrick present at the feature. There's a look at all 3 of the 6-handed tables that remain across 18 hopefuls. Brought to you by betacr.eu.
Pretty good mix of chip stacks. It's like 1, 2, and 3, all at different tables. You know, some shorties at every table. This isn't one of those distributions where it's like one table has all the chips and other tables super short.
Right. Kulev will kick things off at the feature here. Part of a robust Bulgarian delegation that has made its mark on the Triton Super High Roller Series.
We are in the money, folks, and 23 cashed, it's 18, and in my humble opinion, this is a part of the tournament where ICM is relatively low. Reason being is that you cashed for 39.2 at 23rd, you cash right now for 42.5 at 18, and you go all the way up, and 12th is 57.5, 10th is 65.8 with hundreds of thousands, you know, nearly a million up at the top. So
the rungs are tightly clustered
right
for now. Yeah.
So it's like, not just for now. For now, the next 8 people to go out, which is a lot, you know, 8 out of 18. So, you know, not that you want to go out, you want to survive, but this is a time where it's also, you know, pays to get chips to really make a run at the top couple spots in the tournament where you really get the big payouts.
And of course, the setup in terms of chip accumulation is so much more ripe for the big stacks, none of whom are having to compete with one another, as you pointed out, Ras, during the chip counts. Separated. That's very ideal. Sometimes the 2 biggest stacks in the room by a mile are both at the same table, and that's the worst case scenario for the number 2 guy.
Well, actually, I would push back slightly on what you just said and say that this isn't actually the part of the tournament where it's really ripe for accumulation for the big stack. Obviously, they'll lean a little bit, but see, one of the nice things about a short stack is you can just ship it. And if the big stack doesn't have a very good hand, they probably fold. And, you know, unlike later in the tournament, we're risking that. Wow, you really don't want to go out. Like I just said, going out here is not the end of the world. I mean, it sucks, but it just, if you're short, you go out here, you go out 14th, you go out 13th. It doesn't really matter. It's not that much more money. So you're trying to take good plus EV risks to accumulate.
So ripe, a bit of an overreach perhaps, as the more fruitful and fertile grounds would be the stone money bubble, and when the distance between those pay ladders and the rung, you know, gets much larger.
Yes.
That's the real
yes.
ripe
And I
portion
think
of
the
program.
reason why, because pregnant in what I said, but I didn't say explicitly is that it actually turns out that in these type of situations, if you're not counting any ICM, short stacks actually have a slight advantage at a table that has like a 50 big blind stack, a 40, a 30, a 20, a 10, because the short stacks just kind of, you know, there's an ante. If it's just playing purely for chips, it's not bad being short. And in fact, you'll see in a cash game, sometimes if like a bunch of people have 100 big blind stacks, nobody wants that little 15 big blind stack in there, like messing it up for everybody.
Got it.
For the exact same reason that they can just raise call, you just move all in, and all of a sudden the people without very good hands, it's like, oh, we can't gamble, we can't play our hands.
Right.
Yes, it's because of that kind of short stack chip EV advantage that exists. But you know, that gets more than mitigated in ICM situations where they then need to be careful to preserve their tournament life. But yeah, one of the things I'm saying is that right now the ICM is just not that strong, so it's not that bad to be short right now. I mean, you'd obviously rather have a lot more chips. I'm just relatively speaking.
But you know, they're able to somewhat dictate what's taking place on a level that in other parts of the program they might not as much.
Yes.
Kulev's ace queen, raised it up, took it down. Fold it around to Patrick. Ace deuce offsuit. Likes to dump it. Deuces for Nacho.
Nacho with a tricky seat here. He does have a lot of chips, but he's directly out of position to the table chip leader and one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Also, aggressive, tricky player Alex Kulev. So, yeah, when you're deep like this, it's kind of annoying sometimes. The guy in the big blind is the only guy on the table that covers you.
So a limp from Nacho. Kulev says, that'll do, and out flops the deuces. Top pair on the king 10-9 board.
I think Nacho c-bets this a lot because his two outs are super clean and make a really strong hand, and you get rid of a lot of overcards. But Nacho comes with check. I think somewhat unstandard play for deuces here.
Kulev checks back and hits two pair on the turn. Nacho does pick up the diamond draw.
Yeah, I think he's going for check call here, depending on size. I would guess, but because he has the diamond.
240.
Oh wow, 240. That's probably too much for Nacho's hand. But we did see Nacho get real sticky yesterday. Do you remember that Jack 10 Ace 5 panned? But yeah.
Oh yeah, that was against Kulev.
Yeah.
This very table. So Alex dialing up the overbet.
Very proud of myself. Every day I wake up, I'm very proud of myself.
Good way to be.
Are you proud of yourself? No?
Only 5.5 big blind left.
What are big lines?
5. The first hand, S2 city.
Good fault. I had better ace.
Really?
I hit the 2 pair.
Wow.
You have a lot of good hands. Always.
All in.
Xiaohui Tan, not proud of her 5.5 big blinds, she says, but proud enough of Queen Jack to stick them all in there.
How much?
This is
33.
Tan's first ever Triton Festival, first ever event. Barbero on the button with ace-7. Showing a little curiosity, and he is going to flat this 330 Rast.
Yeah, I think this has to be one of the worst hands he's doing it here versus under the gun 6. With 2 people left to act behind him once he puts it in.
Flip. Good luck.
I suspect that Tan would have been much happier to just pick up the blinds and antes than spin this roulette wheel. Reason's clear, and she's a 12% dog in an 810K pot that she needs to win, and 5-3 deuce is making that a difficult proposition. Diamond coverage for Barbero. 6-outer does not come in on the turn, although the 4-liner on board means a 4 would chop this one up.
No. 7.
GG.
Oh, the 7, forgive me. I'm overlooking it. It's early. And it's over if you're Xiao Huitan. She busts out in 18th, but does cash in her first ever Triton event. $42,500 pickup for her.
20 seconds.
Suspect she didn't make the trip all the way to Montenegro to be one and done. Looking forward to seeing more of her.
It's only
in
10
the
if
field?
it's like on you, unopened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought when someone makes an action, it's 30
Always
seconds, not 20.
Nice to see women in the high stakes
First time
community.
here, huh? No
I
experience.
learn every day.
No experience, huh? This guy makes more final tables than Patrick Antonius right now. Imagine being Patrick right now.
You flop straights and you get paid. Good business.
Good business, yeah. He wants to say something, but he's processing. He's a bit slow in the morning. He's there, he's like, he's gonna come with a reply to me, like from here between the next 2 minutes. Look.
I have muted.
Oh, he came.
I muted you a long time ago. I see your mouth is moving, but you don't mute.
He came. I told you. He was a laggy response.
Pocket queens for
It was a
Heckland.
laggy but he was coming.
Makes it 120 to go. Folded around to Patrick's big blind. Doyle suited.
Patrick doesn't like folding the big blind, but this might be a little.
So it's the old school,
This
right?
is a lot to ask.
Patrick Antonius, Chris
A little too
Moneymaker.
ambitious.
I think so.
We're winning
He agrees.
tournaments. What is going on? What happened?
You
to
could see the
other
reluctance,
say,
too. He
Elias,
likes to
I didn't
fight.
see you. I
Yeah,
didn't see you
he
winning,
likes
number
to
one. What's
defend his
going
big
on with
blind.
you?
He's gonna
What's going on with those solvers? Redraw.
Do I still count as young?
Take it back.
What?
Do I still count as young?
Well, we got some outer table stuff brewing over here with 17 left. Ben Tollerine looks to be involved in one against Aram Sargsyan. This is
It's
an unfamiliar name. I'm just going to bring us
Not
up
a
to speed.
surprise. Ben is one of those guys when you play at the table with him, you're like, okay, he takes a while to make his decisions, but he ends up just putting a lot of chips in the pot.
Well, it was Aram who put the initial chips in the pot. Min raising to 120,000. A defense from Tollerine. The 6-6-8 board went check, check. 7 on the turn. Ben came out swinging for 165K, which got called. And then the second 7 on the river.
because he has to be rich.
And we just
otherwise he has
saw
to
that
work.
$500,000 chip bet.
And
Otherwise
then
it
we're
doesn't
gone.
work.
A very interesting pot.
He really played like he was a billionaire.
You might be able to find out. If,
I
listen,
mean,
if you
can
have
we-
the app,
Let's get back over there, guys.
The king
5-3
was
offsuit in the bin.
What you feel
Okay.
inside?
this is why you need the app, ladies and gentlemen.
You are what you feel inside.
I'm looking at the app right now. 6-6-8-7. Ooh, Ben was bluffing with Jack 9 and got called by Ace High. Sargsyan had Ace 10. Looked
this
him
is
up.
running good. You see?
Oh, now
This,
Redraw?
this table of super pros, redraw.
Well, that's a wow. That really crippled Ben Tollerine. He's down to 3 big blinds.
Okay. So we didn't catch the call by Aram, but indeed it was one that he made, and he had ace 10, ace high. So it is time for a redraw. With 16 left, we'll go to 2 tables. Rast and I are going to step aside. More from this 25K in just a few moments.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
And so we are officially down to 2 tables in this 25K 8 Max event number 2 from Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Ali Nishad, Brian Rast back with you. First early little break as the redraw did take place, perhaps a little bit quicker than we might have anticipated, although with as many short stacks as we've had in the room, maybe it doesn't come as a surprise. And the 17th place finisher was Shaman Steve O'Dwyer. Looking at the hand, it looks as though it was an open from Danny Ting, raised to 125,000. You can see there in the Triton Poker Plus app. He had ace-5 and jammed over the top for a modest 65,000 more, and as you can see, the flop was clean, but the turn was dirty, and failing to find the ace on the river was Shaman, so he is busto in 17th. He's going to take home 47,300. That does put us on an immediate pay ladder, 47.3 for 16th, and then you can see the jump there, just about 5K if you can get up to 15th, but as you touched on already during the first desk that we had, Ras, this shouldn't really weigh in too much to the decision-making that we're going to be watching.
Yeah, just in general, again, the jumps, it's not even there's a jump every time. They're very modest. Yeah. 5,000 in the scheme of the hundreds of thousands left to play for. It's kind of time to, play poker and get some chips and try to make a big run. I'm not saying be crazy, but yeah.
Well, only 2 tables left in the room. Here's a nice glimpse at this 8-pack that we're going to have at the feature. Andy Nee presiding over the non-feature, while Vyacheslav Buldigin and company have stepped onto the main stage. Note that Kulev is right on Vyacheslav's heels. 1 big blind separating them. Barbero in the 40-plus club. Sargsyan, 39 bigs.
Or even on like flops.
So
yeah,
fairly deep stacked collection.
Cool video,
6
bro.
suited
That was sick.
for Buldigin.
Yeah, no, I'm a fucking natural. You can tell.
Min raise.
You see the shapes?
What a legend. 7-8 offsuit for Barbero. Small blind. Lays it down.
Pinky hearts. Was that what it was? Pinky hearts? Pinky hearts? That's what it was, right? You remember? Of course. Forget. We played all day, every day for 3 months. It's like his full toe name. Yeah.
My daughter level is lovely stick.
His secret GG name.
No takers for Buldigin. He may have bitten off more than he can chew, literally, in whatever that last dose of sustenance was he took on.
So I think the conversation is was
No, I'm good.
Buldigin, was he excuse me, was he Binky Hearts? Is that what they were saying? His secret
Pinky
GG
or Binky? Not
Hearts.
sure. Yeah.
But they were talking about him, right? As his
Yeah,
secret GG name?
Well, not so secret anymore.
No, not anymore. Nicky P outed him. Hey man, we played for 3 months straight. Or whatever.
You know, I often
Lost some weight, right?
operate under the presumption that
I'm always up and down, depending on what I've been up to. You still going strong, right?
Are you casually losing weight when you lose weight?
all of the context in terms of storylines between players that might be factoring into any given spot is associated with just what we've seen on the Triton Tour, for example. But as Nicky P alluded to, a lot of online stuff goes on out there.
Oh, look, Ben just doubled, it looks like. So no longer 3 big blinds. That might be more like 7.
Tollerine had Jack 3 against Joe Chuen's Jack 8. Late word coming down. It was just a limp. Joe Chuen raised from the big. Tollerine
Joe, I was still not lifting at all.
Just
got it in.
Oh, Ben, no, he only
You're
has
gonna
2 big
go to
blinds
Vegas?
right now.
Yeah.
And keep it up.
They ended up
That's why I'm
chopping
going
it on
pretty
the
much, yeah.
King, King,
Only
Queen, 5,
purpose of me
10
going out there is
run
to
out.
escalate myself from my Asian friends. Really?
All the bad influences? Aren't they
I don't want to
going,
say
though?
they're bad. No,
Like
only
Kia,
some of them.
they're not
yeah,
going?
but they're not really bad influences.
I thought
can't
Kia's
drink.
always eating fast food and
Yeah,
drinking
but
Coke.
it's the drinking.
Oh, drinking alcohol.
Yeah, drinking alcohol and then I can't not drink and then I end up eating a lot of shit as well once I'm drunk. Otherwise,
So you're going to Vegas alone then?
no, I'm going with them. But then, no, I'm going. Kia doesn't drink with me.
Okay.
Nacho, Queen 9 suited.
He runs.
Seeks involvement.
So Kia's your good influence friend.
He's not a good influence. He's a bad diet friend, but he's a good stay-at-home, play game friend.
Okay, nice. You guys got the house yet? You renting a house?
Yeah, we actually see. I think we're near.
Suited king and a suited queen.
I mean, we're all
Kulev flops the diamond draw on the 887 after defending his big. Needless to say, Barbero will look to tread rather lightly against the likes of Kulev and Buldigin, the 2 larger stacks in the field. Are you actively thinking about that with a hand that maybe you would otherwise be opening in a spot such as this, or a phase such as this of the tournament? The fact that a larger stack, one of only a couple at the table, lurks in the big, so maybe we don't target.
You know, it's definitely a consideration. Sure. Who's in the big blind? How many chips they have? 100%.
Kulev facing 150K c-bet into 340.
Like me and Jason and some of the other guys live up at the, all the way up to the mountain top, and then you're just a little
Does he
bit more
perceive
down towards the middle.
Barbaro to maybe be a little bit more receptive toward aggression,
You're never more than
given stack dynamics, with 2 tables left in this one?
20 minutes driving.
This is a tricky spot. I mean, with King High could be the best hand, so he might end up.
You hang out.
Like, if you have the best hand here, you know, you can probably take some heat on the turn. I mean, that's one of his considerations, is all the things he's thinking about. If I just call, you know, will I just call bricks on the turn? If so, then keeping in hands that have little equity and are worse than King High isn't that bad. So yeah, so that's the determination he came to. I think because of that, he's preferring call. Like, Nacho didn't fold ace high last time to a check raise on a board like this, so
That's actually a really good point, as we touched on context. Board double pairs now. Little does Kulev know it, but King High is good, so a lot of the stuff that he's thinking, okay, I can peel against and perform well, involves some ace-x, but then double-paired boards in particular, those ace-x's can be very sticky.
So this is a card that he's going to lead some. He should have both more 8s and 7s than Nacho, and he just check-called, so that got rid of his air. That said, his particular hand is one of the hands in his range that probably likes leading the least. Just because ace high is never folding here, so you have to like double barrel king high just to get ace high to fold. It's kind of asking a lot, but I think Kulev just feels he has such a range advantage he's going to lead anyway. Expect he probably checks river.
Well, first, Nacho has to call, or
which
we have to get to a river. And I'm not sure Queen 9 of spades is looking to do that.
Yeah.
Indeed, into the bin it goes. So a nice stop and go of sorts for Kulev post-flop. Check, call, lead. Getting the job done, despite not finding the diamond he sought.
They used to own the Palms Place ones. You know, you ever stay there? No. But I don't think Vidar. I think Vidar. I've never seen them. Like
specifically, that line is tough with his Kulev specific hand, because let's say he gets called there, he's generally going to be beat, but if he isn't beat, because let's say Nacho has like the 10-9 and calls, Nacho's like always bluffing that on the river.
They have nice big like,
or like the 9-6 of diamonds or something like that that floats.
Palms Place.
So
yeah,
it's,
I mean that was probably
after
outdated by the time you went. But like
small leading turn there, he almost never gets to showdown
like
king high unless he calls a river bet
or whatever, that was
and have it be good.
This is gonna come here.
The rooms were still okay, but the management was very bad.
The rooms must have been still like, I don't think they were already kind of outdated, like some kind of crazy like Miami like modern decor or whatever. Yeah. But whatever.
I mean, if you don't care about that, it's like across the street from the Rio and you have a kitchen and balcony. It's like,
Conversation centering around Palms Place. It was a bit of a favorite alternative to staying at the Rio when the World Series of Poker was being held there.
Yeah.
It's a little dusty these days, but it was the spot for a minute. Little jacuzzi on the balcony units.
Yeah.
Pocket deuces for Buldigan. Turns the temperature up in the hot tub. Nobody wants to join him. Durr had one of those units for a little while, I remember, back in the day.
60?
Yeah, Palms Place was super close to the Rio.
Right across the street. Proper condo. these days it's not great. Local tip.
This is better, right?
You're not looking to stay at the Palms Place in 2024.
Yeah, really, it's just
Yeah.
gotten old, I guess.
Yeah, it's showing its age. As Kulev pointed out, bit of mismanagement. Today's coverage not brought to you by Palms Place.
120.
In spite of the repeated mentions. $120 to go, says the King 5 from the button. First opportunity to see Danny Tang maybe getting involved.
Got
There
a
it
little
is.
suited jack action.
Danny 5-time Triton title winner, 15.4 million plus in career Triton
1.4
earnings.
behind now.
30 cashes. He's really been surging of late. Got himself a 6 on an ace-high board. Bottom pair, more than we can say for Kulev, who's got it checked over to him.
Makes it way more annoying to do stuff.
Kulev with a dusty hand and not much showdown. All things considered. And a range advantage. Just going to go ahead and bet. This size is not going to get Danny out. Bottom pair, a clean kicker for 2 pair, and backdoor clubs.
Over there. So that's actually pretty close to it. That's where I go a lot. Like the other ones.
Might even raise.
Redraw is fine 'cause you just drive out the back.
Pretty sure that's what his decision here is.
Actually, same with Caesars. Like parking the back one and then go straight up along. The back one that's next to the shops. Yeah. Yeah, that's like park there and then just go out through. The main
Does go check call of 65K. Third spade on the turn. Neither player with the flush draw.
We just found that this year, starting to park at when we were Christmas shopping. Like when we met you guys, parking out back. I never knew about it before. Yeah, I'll just park there and like walk.
Problem for Kulev is if he checks back and king high happens to be good, because let's say Danny has 8-7 or 10-8. I mean, those hands are bluffing river, so he doesn't really get to check back and win. That said, he can definitely find better hands to double barrel with, because offsuit combos of hands like this that have a spade, because they have some equity, but he's just going to go ahead and keep betting, and this is a pretty tough spot for Danny here.
Amazon room? How can you beat the Amazon room?
145 is just
the old
too
chips,
much.
Orange 5Ks.
I bet that's targeting a hand like a 6, really.
Sure.
There was nothing
Effectively, as we saw.
Yeah, you can't eat.
You can't eat. And then they took out the All-American Dave. There was like literally
Did they just put this down?
Yeah.
Oh, no, All-American Dave was
While
still
you're-
there, right? When they moved to the Valley.
He was gone after COVID, I think, right?
Oh, he was gone after COVID.
Yeah.
That's your buddy, All-American Dave, isn't it, Rast?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I don't know. It's just how at least you have a lot of options.
The food is actually great in Paris. Like they have actual good restaurants. I still miss the Rio though. There's not a more disgusting set of poker chips than those yellow 1Ks at the WSOP from the Rio.
No, the black ones, the hundreds, because they are hundreds as well. You know, it's even worse.
But they weren't. At least they're not as dirty. The yellows are
No,
so
I think the whole
dirty.
set's pretty dirty.
By the way, Nikki P wasn't talking about Paris, France. He's talking about the Paris Casino in Las Vegas, connected to Bally's, home to the World Series of Poker, where many of these guys will be.
Remember the
not long after this Montenegro stop.
They had
the summer gets underway.
Rod Stewart on them. You know, oh yeah, I remember. That's what I'm saying.
Arm Sarkeesian. Parrot flop here. I'm so sorry, Nikki P.
I remember grinding.
Talking about the Rod Stewart commemorative chips. Those things are so old. Oh. I'm sorry. I'll rein it in. Barbero. Mulling things over here.
140.
140 he comes with. Sarkeesian, by the way, this is just his second ever Triton event. So doubtful that Nacho really has many data points, if any, against this opposition. Sometimes that can make it a little bit difficult with regards to navigation and trying to assess how to best approach matters.
Ben's all in again.
Sargisian did make the call, by the way, on the turn. Tollerine here with a couple of 9s. He's up against an ace-queen for Patrick, who jammed over the top of the Tollerine commitment. Queen 7-6 board, putting Antonius in front. 10 on the turn. Did give Tollerine the gut shot draw, but on the river, the deuce. Ending things for Tollerine. So the mighty Ben Tollerine does fall. That finish.
So the turn here went check after 4's called in position on the flop. And it looks like 4's backdoor to flush. So
yeah, there's the
Aram has the best hand now.
Recap there. It was an open to 125. Aram flatted. Then called the 140K C-bet, the 10 on the turn. It did go check, and now Barbero left to decide whether or not to turn these 7s into a bluff.
It's a newer feature, that recap. I don't remember that from previous stop. Not even the last stop in Jeju.
Sometimes we got it.
Just
Nacho does shut down. And for Aram, careful trying to get value out of those hearts. Every now and again, the check raise does come in. Hence the check back, and he is able to show the winner. Barbero's not going to love seeing 4s take this pot from his 7s. Pardon me.
just waiting for Nacho to say something.
Yeah.
Is it
See,
coming?
the thing is he doesn't know Aram.
Yeah.
There's a head shake. Little swig of the cola or the coffee, rather.
26-4? 26-5.
26-5.
So I'm still losing. 53, right? 2 bullets.
If he knew the opponent, he'd be a little bit more apt to give him a nacho.
Yeah.
Sort of post-mortem, but.
Just a stare and some nodding. A lot of nodding.
What did she say? Is it behind or something? Nacho taking too long with 7.
Nachito, where's the river bluff, my friend?
The thing is, Nacho is one of those, he'll dish it out, right? So he's got to be able to take it. And I think a lot of guys appreciate the opportunity to kind of maybe give him some needles.
Yeah.
I saw he had exactly 4-4 or 5-5. The question was if he had heart or not. 4-4, 5-5, 6-6.
Raise and take it for Danny. We touched briefly upon those Player of the Year implications. This is the final stop of Season 2 for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year Award. Danny resting atop those rankings. Sorry, Season 3. I apologize. And behind him is Dan DeVoris. Jason Kuhn running in 3rd. Ivy, and then Nacho in 5th. The gap between Danny and Nacho about 500 points, as they're both down to the final 2 tables here.
Danny's in 1st.
Yes, looking to ward off.
Yeah, I've been in Europe for a while.
Do you know about it? If someone won this tournament, like how many points would that be?
I didn't even know who he was until somebody said. I had no idea.
Producer James is on the case. It is a rather complex bit of math. He's speculating about 350 points.
Okay, so it's a sizable difference.
Premier League moments.
Got to do better than winning 25K.
Yeah, I heard the story. I mean, I haven't watched much soccer anyway. But yeah, I had no idea who he was.
What sports do you follow?
Hockey and golf. Big part of the year for hockey now. It's playoffs.
I wouldn't know how to relate. Like, I wouldn't know how to say Sergio Aguero is in a football world in terms of your world. What other sports are you more like basketball? Are you familiar?
No, I don't know anything about any sports.
I wouldn't.
Hockey. I get it though.
He's like you in poker.
Sounds like he's losing a lot of money.
What football player are they talking about? You know?
Sergio Aguero, who actually
Okay.
played in the World Series of Poker Paradise in the Bahamas.
Is he like top 5 most famous of all time?
No, not even close. Not even close.
But
Plays
he
for
dominated
Argentina.
The Premier League for in his position. He was a striker for 5 to 7 years. He was.
So he's like
He's one of the
top-
GOAT of his position.
Yeah.
One of the best. Top
30 or something.
in ever close.
Ever, yeah, close.
Close.
Maybe top 50, but yeah.
Yeah, top 50 for sure.
And how long has he been playing poker for? I know. Is that the first time he ever?
No.
He plays online a lot. Like
Yeah?
He grinds GG and
Oh, really?
He loves it.
he's a bit like Neymar in terms of playing.
Does he play like the bigger stuff on GG too? or-
Not really. He just loves it. He plays everything. I personally don't think he's particularly bad. I think he plays okay, as in what you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you say is bigger, him or Neymar? Like in terms of football?
Well, Neymar.
Neymar.
Why?
Without question.
Well, you said bigger in terms of
Bro, it's
popularity.
not even
No,
close.
like
What are you
who's
talking about?
who was?
Oh, the better footballer?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say Sergio.
Yeah.
Sergio better than Neymar?
I think.
I love Sergio, he's my friend, but bro, Neymar is race.
That was
Look
hilarious.
at the seamless way in which Nacho stays engaged in the conversation with these two kings and then casually puts the raise in
Neymar,
mid-sentence.
his prime was better than Aguero.
As a footballer.
Footballer, but Aguero way better, like.
Yeah. Mental.
Alex is coming at Neymar's mental game.
You're gonna have to play poker with both of these guys again.
He's not wrong.
Next time we're playing with Neymar, I'm gonna pull this stream up. Just be like, this guy.
Round 2 between Barbero
Oh,
and Sargisian, who has flop top pair on this 10-high 2-club board. Barbero poised to claw back some of the tokens lost in the prior exchange.
I mean, this is a pretty good little spot for kings. Oh, and we're leaving an interesting hand to go to an all-in.
Yeah, looks like Nicholas Schweedy all in 550K from the big blind. A call of Joe Chuen's jam. Chuen with ace-9, Schweedy with king-7. Flop the king, rivered one for dessert, so he will take a bite out of Joe Chuen.
Joe Schwen is fun. He's not on the feature table right now, but we can get him later. He plays some interesting
He's frisky.
pots.
He's
Yeah,
not afraid
frisky. I like
to
that.
roll his sleeves up.
Nope. Get his hands dirty. Go to
Yeah.
work. All right, back to the, let's see this kings versus 10-9 hand here.
Looks like we've gotten ourselves to a turn.
A bet
After
and call
Barbero
on the
followed
flop.
through for 225,000. Sargisian.
Queen is a pretty clean card. It doesn't really interact with any of the draws on the board. So Nacho should feel pretty comfy betting his hand again, both for value, equity denial, or charging for draws, all that.
550?
Davis.
Yeah.
Gervonta Davis.
And
But he won recently, right?
He won
Ryan Cassidy, yeah.
now is a tricky spot for Aram.
You
I
only
mean,
as good
like,
as your last fight.
he flop top
Hold on.
pair. This
I
would
didn't-
be
I
a
don't even
pretty
remember
big
last fight. I
fold.
just remember he won recently.
There's a lot of hands that you're beating right now. Only one card left, but Nacho's asking for a lot of chips. And what about the river? There's a nice.
The arm is aware that on a texture that maybe sevens could have been firing at on the turn, they checked in their prior exchange. Here he is putting in the second barrel. Just something to be mindful of.
A flush came. Also, Arm has objectively a stronger hand here than fours on the last board. as well as Nacho, kings objectively stronger here than sevens on, what was it, like 8-8 deuce,
Sure.
like 10 with 3 hearts on the turn. But wow, okay, he gets away from it.
Yeah.
And, it's not an easy fold by any means.
He folds.
No, actually, somewhat impressive in consideration of the fact that he might even think that Barbero
Fold is
is
something good, right?
feeling a bit vengeful.
Not that good, come on.
Aram basically guessed his hand, and Nacho trying to deploy some deception there. Not that good.
No, I
with
think
kings.
Barbero asked him, you folded something good, and he said 2 aces sarcastically, so giving him a bit of the goo.
Oh, he wasn't guessing Nacho's hand.
No, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Blinds up to 40 and 80, by the way.
Very smart. They have a lot of money. They
American from our country, Armenia.
You know him?
Yeah, he have many businesses in Armenia.
Oh, really? He has all the money.
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest.
Yeah, I know.
Most money in the country.
Well, president of Argentina, he's employer. Before he is a financist of Ernesto Group. Now president, yeah.
We love him. Really? Wow. He was working for him. I have many. One of my best friends, they're Armenian.
Folded around to the small blind of Aram.
Ben Heath, by the way, kind of snug fold with the 10-8 of hearts and the hijack. One of those spots you would ask this question earlier. That's why I'm bringing it up. 15 blinds. Nacho with 30 blinds on the button, 26 blinds in the small blind, and the big blind with 39 blinds. That definitely played into his decision, I think, to fold. Oh,
And
wow.
that fold would have left him with backdoor hearts, 2 overs and a gutty. Instead, it is better straight draws for both Sargisian and Vyacheslav Boldigan in this limp blind versus blind collision.
Oh, had he raised and Vyacheslav called, he would have been 10-8 of hearts is just crushing 8-5 there here. I mean, 8-5 almost can't win the pot. Needs specifically a 5.
It's like if your government allows,
and the 5 can get resucked on a ton.
then it's fine.
Or a
So it
4.
depends on like what your specific government rules are for that.
Well, absent Ben Heath, Boldigan happy to barrel 100 dimes. In position, equally happy as Sargisian to come along.
Just like if your country allows
Hunting
it,
a 5 or a 10. Club rolls off, neither player with the flush draw.
And now this is a spot where Vyacheslav benefits a lot from taking the betting lead in this pot. Doesn't take advantage of it, so whoever bluffs river probably just going to take this down, assuming nobody improves.
Well, hang on. It's queens versus sixes over at the outer table where Paulius Vaitiekunas made it 160 to go. Hecklin jam from the big blind with these sixes, which fail to improve by the river. Hecklin the covering stack, so an 810K chomp down on the Dane.
And I guess that's Paulie V on his bicycle.
Well, I mean, he's doubling. I thought on
Oh,
your
he
bike
doubled up.
was-
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
the other way. Okay. I misunderstood that.
No bicycles involved in that exchange.
Australia's about to
I win.
now.
Yeah.
Wow, they checked the
New
river
Zealand
with
style.
9 and 8 high. Okay.
Shut down on turn and river.
That's
9
an
high,
interesting
able to
pot.
show down a winner.
Why don't you say something about the river club?
To the chip leader as well.
Everybody at the table is needling him now.
To me, you say it in front of everybody. Sure.
Because you always make fun of all my bluffs.
Bro, but you bluff way too much.
Then the G2 solver, way too much.
If they don't deal you the value hands, you just end up bluffing too much, you know?
I know, but I love
hard.
some of the ones. I love your heart. The other one, that one was sick the other day. That one was really sick.
I love it when Nick goes, yep, I have nothing again.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Against whom he was?
What was it? Which one? You saying the other day? I don't remember.
Yeah, the other day, then like I mean,
You gotta stare down.
ace 10 10 to spades or something. Big raise flop.
Where's John and Jeju? You're saying the other day in Jeju, or you mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. That one worked.
That won't work. I love that one.
Barbero, apparently
Jeffy.
a paying member of the Nikki P fan club. Boldigan limps the suited combo.
Maybe try.
Don't be happy now.
I got called by a hand. I could never get called by.
King 5 checking
in
back.
this one? Yeah.
Not improving. Can't say the same for Vyacheslav though. Diamond draw. Speaks first.
What's the French guy? Not Thomas, the other one.
Charlotte.
Charlotte. I mean, it's hard to call. He can.
It's not a great situation, but if Kuliv decides that Vyacheslav doesn't bluff enough and he gets to show down after calling here, it does make it more tempting to call, but still not, maybe not enough.
We're running out of budget.
No space. I don't think they could have 3 studios in here.
I know, I'm fucking around.
But they had 3 at the last 2 stops, right?
Yeah.
Jeju was 2. Monaco was 3.
Vyacheslav picking it up.
Maybe just expecting smaller fields as well. But,
They were right. They're smaller. Still better than playing scoop.
Mm-hmm.
Against the nerds. Against the Kulev and company. No, actually, Kulev really impressed me so much.
Does ACR have anything big running right now to like
OSS series, big ones. So there's series in actually on the 3 biggest sites at the same time.
160.
Very expensive.
You know, they actually called me. ACR. But I'm like,
Aram?
bro, I'm from Asia. How am I gonna
raise.
like help you?
What?
Right? Yeah, they called me.
For what?
I don't know for what.
for your position.
Oh yeah. I'm getting overtaken by all the by everybody. They call you to be a part of ACR?
We were speaking.
No takers.
Like some sort, but then it's just not really. I'm just being very honest. I don't know how I'm gonna help you. I'm not saying I have a big following, but my following is gonna be based from Asia, right?
Yeah, maybe we need to make the team more like to expand the markets over there. Why not? You will be very welcome, Danny. We'd love to have you.
Can you imagine?
I put a word for you.
Me, you, Don, and then Moneymaker.
Yeah. Now I got third on the rankings. Now on the Tom Duan #1, Chris Moneymaker #2, and I got third.
Who else is? Anna is there as well, right?
What?
Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boldigan, ace king, as Nacho doing his best to recruit Danny over to the ACR team.
It's crazy. Like, I don't know how you guys do it without sunglasses.
Tang, a little patched up already, Nachito.
160?
Open poaching on stream. Danny will take a peek at a flop here. Against that big stack cutoff open, which doesn't have to contain ace king. Ace queen 5. Cozy is Vyacheslav with a check to him and 440 in the middle.
Thank you.
Well, how many? That was yours, right? Yeah.
C-bet and take it, which gives us an opportunity to acknowledge and thank all of you worldwide who are joining us live for this coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Final stop of Season 3. Jacks versus Aces put a pin in the gratitude as Hecklin does not appreciate being in this spot. Schweedy open to 160,000. Hecklin jammed. He is the covering stack, but again, he's going to get a big bite taken out of him on a board that stays 9 high. Hecklin did pick up a gutter on the turn. And it's coming undone in a hurry for him here early on day 2. That exchange is going to leave Hecklin down around 300,000 by my count.
That's really slowed up here. Not many busts. We still have 15 people left.
What are you, bloodthirsty, Rast?
Yeah. You got it.
On the day, we lost Xiaohui Tan, Shaman Steve O'Dwyer, and Ben Tollerine so far.
That's
current shortest
given
stack
how
in
long
the
we've
room.
been playing, that's definitely underperforming.
All in.
These guys need to pick up the pace.
Current short stack in the room is Hecklin, confirmed with those 4 bigs, as we see Danny jamming a 6 over the top of Tobias's button open successfully. Sub 10 big blind stacks elsewhere for Zhou Chuan and Nikki P, who you wouldn't know it just based on how affable and social he's been so far. 6 bigs, work to do. There's Ben Heath, who looks like he was just put on timeout by Mom. But really, that's just typical Heath at the table.
Come on, Nicky. What are you doing, bro? Get a double.
You've been working.
You're gonna blind
Working on it.
blinding out, bro.
I know, it's not good.
Bro.
240 back.
You wanna take my course? I know you give
No,
courses.
sir.
You wanna take my course? I see you for course.
265. Watch my cards. I don't make any tight folds.
Okay. Okay, I believe you, bro.
How much is it?
Kulev. King 9 attacking.
Oh, uh-oh. Is Nikki P gonna get away from this one?
Jack 9 offsuit, a couple of those 6 bigs already invested.
No, it's not good.
He will defend, and he's got himself issues sharing the 9.
The conversation on this table might get way less interesting after Nikki P goes away. We only have Nacho then.
Let's not be presumptuous. This Ace-King-7 board, couple of clubs, not one that Petrangelo's going to be interested in.
No, I think he can get away here.
I missed. I fucking missed, bro.
You really missed. Oh my god.
I hit.
Fucking missed.
Now you have the whole round.
Yeah, I can chill for a while.
Gallows humor.
Yeah, I'm good. I've been golfing with Sean Winter in the off season when we've had a break, getting lessons.
Oh really?
Poker lessons.
Thank you.
On the golf course.
The short stack ninja.
You just ask him what he would do if he had 1 or 2.
Oh no, we just missed out on the
Well, we got to
Sean
pay some
Winter
bills,
story.
Rasty. Our friends over at GG Poker want to remind you to try Rush and Cash, where you can win C-Bucks in today's free roll. All part of GG Poker's award-winning software. Sign up using the promo code Triton_2024. Hit them with a minimum deposit of $20 and get yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket. And of course, GG, the only place to satellite your way into a Triton Super High Roller Series. Perhaps we'll see you at our next
What, did
festival.
you have just ace queen off, or
No, I had like 9-3 off.
he folded?
He showed me ace king. I folded.
King 10 offsuit. Broadway combo for Bouldigan.
I made it.
He compiles an open.
I put the 25K.
So So you fold it.
minimum in nature.
Yeah, or like 15 big blind more. Yeah, 250 or something. How much?
Suited connector for Barbero.
The good old raised 10 blinds fold for like 12 more.
You made his day.
He made his day, yeah. He final tabled it too. He was on the 30K.
Nacho. Fans on the ace-3 deuce board. King of diamonds working modestly, but range advantage here for Buldigan. Action checked over.
$200.
A little shy of half. The follow through. Snap fold from Barbero. Do want to pick up on a thought I embarked upon prior to that Hecklin Schweedy development at the outer table, and that was just the acknowledgement of all of you who are streaming us live from around the world, whether it's on the Triton Poker Plus app, on Twitch, or on YouTube. Thank you for being a part of what we work to bring you roughly 4 times a year at the Triton Super High Roller Series. If you like what you see, if you like what you hear, or hell, even if you don't, help us keep delivering it to you free of charge. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the follow button on Twitch. Otherwise,
we're back and forth.
We do have geolocating software
like,
that would allow us to pay you a personal visit.
Yeah,
take some
I was
issue
talking
with
about
it.
gambling. Like, yeah, like I beat him.
We don't have that, actually.
Yeah.
Just download the app.
Yeah. I'm like,
Even if we did have that, just sheer manpower required to rough up anybody that didn't hit like or subscribe would be ambitious.
Yeah, probably not a good.
I'm not the
use of
man for that
funds.
job.
Yeah, that's not our decision.
I think it's my
Ace
time.
Queen suited. Danny Tang looking to rough someone up. Petrangelo, ace-7 on the button, buck
Yo,
30
buddy,
left.
You gonna hit that like?
I don't know you're gonna make it to the G-Patient.
Gonna pound that like button?
I'd hate to have
Now
to
I'm gonna
mash
pound
you.
your face.
Yeah, exactly. Nicky P might be in for a pounding here.
Nicky P only gets dominated hands. Jack 9, King 9, Ace 7, Ace Queen.
Sargesian
Sean's
does
good
call
at
from the
gambling,
big,
though.
so we're not on our backs.
He shows up in the matches and he wins. He comes out of nowhere sometimes with some crazy shot. He's
no way.
He's
Modest
fucking,
side pot.
He'll get you.
Active.
He's like completely gone.
Tang
Other side,
smashes
like,
this board.
Just trees.
He can make a shot.
And then all of a sudden, just ball just appears out of the trees and he's just rolling towards the hole somehow. Yeah, no, he's magical. Like it's like kind of like his poker.
No way.
Yeah. It's like the same thing. Him coming back from 3 VVs and winning. He does it in golf all the time.
No way.
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna make that analogy as he was telling the golf story to his poker game.
You think that
Talking about Sean Winter, of
Yeah.
course.
like he's just going, and then suddenly he just does something crazy. 12 to usually about 12 last time, maybe 10. And then
Well, Joe Chuen on his feet, it would appear. Rasty. Queen Jack offsuit was taken into battle as a jam against Nicholas Schweedy on the button, who came over the top with ace-9. Neither player would pair, and ace-high ends up a winner, so that will leave Joe Schwen to collect 15th place and $52,300. Pay ladder on tap between 14th and 13th.
not good.
Roughly 5K. Yes, the not good.
Good luck, boys.
Announced by Nicky P, who draws dead on the turn, and unfortunately, we have lost his conversationalism. Right on the heels of Joe Chuen, he too will collect 57,000 or 52,300,
right?
and leave everyone else to collect 57.5.
Somebody busted there?
You're just staring me down before opening the nuts.
Yeah, like I mean, you look at your card and you do this,
I do that every hand.
and I'm like, fuck, I have 8 queens. What am I gonna do?
You didn't see any
I
of
thought no.
I guess when you don't have a good hand, you don't care. Like when you're folding, you don't care, so you don't look at me. You don't notice.
No, but I look at my hand when it's on me.
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah, but I look at my hand
hey,
before.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a shot because Henrik has 2 big blinds.
24 bigs in front of Danny.
The call.
160.
Kulev, ace-6 suited open, baby suited ace for Danny as well in the hijack.
Feel like if he plays this, he probably 3-bets it. Yeah, I think he was going 3-bet or fold.
Okay.
Outer table action once more.
Ace
Looks
4s.
like the last of Henrik Heklin's chips involved with that ace-4 up against ace-king, and boy, did it unravel in a hurry for Hecklin.
Double H had a lot of chips, but they
Had some outs too, by the way. He had the
come, they
wheel
go.
gutter on the flop and then Chopportunity on the turn. None of it coming in, and the Lithuanian has enjoyed a very different day thus far. Paulius moving himself up the leaderboard. Ninth as it stands.
Paulie V rocking that Triton hoodie.
You have one hand or the other hand? Okay.
Hecklin rocking 57,500 for 13th. So now 12 remain. Shortest remaining stack in the room.
160.
Oh. Pocket kings for Nachito. Feel like what we're talking, the opener has probably like 14 bigs. Nacho probably comes with a 3-bet here. Small 3-bet in position.
So up to 420 we go. Second tour of duty for Barbero with kings, and Tobias opens and folds from under the gun with that ace-10.
We have 7.
Second time he's popped his head up out of the sand and gotten his wrist smacked.
Good luck, Tobias.
Phobia?
Tobias. In Spanish, it's Tobias.
In German as well.
Yeah?
One.
Fuck, I wish I would have called that.
So Schweck leaves behind some tokens and goes to fill a void at the outer table, following Sonny over.
That's down to 12.
6 and 6.
They refreshed it already. Yep.
Starting to get closer and closer, inching towards that final table. And we're just starting to hit the part of the tournament where even the payouts start ratcheting up.
I don't have red.
Another 12th is a repeat 57.5, but then we go to 65.8 for 11th and 10th, and then it starts the pay jump every ladder. 9th, 78.5, 8th, 98.5, and so on. Only 6-figure scores after that.
Got a peek over the shoulder at that outer table of Andy Nee, grinding the Triton Poker Plus app there, keeping tabs on what's happening here at this feature, which at present involves a Ben Heath open with the suited one gapper. Hasn't been heard from much on the afternoon. Barbero with a couple of 8s has been quite active.
Yeah, Ben's been very quiet so far, raising this up off of what looks to be 13 bigs. Very tough spot for Nacho with 8s in the hijack. Let's see how he navigates it. It might fold this. If he doesn't fold, is he calling or is he 3-betting? he's going to fold.
400.
Nope. Came with 3-bet.
400.
And the thought behind laying down, Rast?
Ben's very tight. He's opening under the gun 6. You know, kind of all the other options aren't great. Calling
with a lot of players left to act.
Multi-way, a lot of players left behind. 3-bet, we're pretty much committed to get it in with Ben when he does, and we won't like it. That said, you know, the nice part about 3-bet is when this works, you do pick up the 360 that's in the middle.
You do send the king-queen of Kulev packing also.
And the ace-jack suited behind. Well, both those hands folded. Ace-jack suited and king-queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So upshots to Barbero's choice to 3-bet, immediately evident.
Yeah, had he flatted, I'm sure ace-jack suited behind wasn't going away. Oh.
With me making notes.
Here we are. We're all in. Someone has ace-10, someone has 3s. Ace-10 is winning. Oh, not anymore. Oh, it looks like Patrick had ace-10 because he's getting up.
Antonius
Mike bet the way it was.
on his feet, showered there by a savage 3 on the river, reminiscent of what we saw at the final table yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Brian Kim dispatched
Brian Kim.
Adrian Mateos.
3 on the river.
Patrick 10-8-4. It all looks so good. Clean deuce on the turn, and then all of a sudden, the gut punch to the fin.
I hope you do.
Schweedy has been
for the crowd.
running hot.
I'm not very funny outside the poker table. I fake it. People that knows me, they know it's true.
Ooh, 10-9 suited in the muck.
Danny, play your hand and then talk to me. Should you raise the routine pro?
Oh,
Kulev.
Ben's certainly going to defend this.
Queen 5 suited open. A suited king. Hand composition that has value against a late position big stack open. That'll have some wide range. Sure enough, Ben invests the extra 80. $10-9-7 board, not what he had in mind. Not exactly a delight for Kulev either.
Seems like a spot maybe he goes like basically you half pot twice geometric all in, and his hand can actually half pot and fold. So I think he probably goes like 200. Oh, he's going even smaller. $145 is enough to get the job done against a future free King 3.
Давно играть в Тритоне, да?
Седьмой?
Шестой, да?
Да. Относительно так. Ребята тут
Kulev has had a really tidy day.
Вы на первом.
47 bigs, chip leader ahead of Buldigan.
Вы там не играете, да?
Очень редко. Вообще редко выезжаю.
3.8 million roughly.
Уже старенький. Ну, не старенький, но старенький. В общем, не так активно занимаюсь. Вот. Раньше активно играл, сейчас уже постольку-поскольку. $1-6.
Okay, okay. 1-6.
$10-7 suited for Barbero. Defends against the min-raise open here. Ace, Queen 5, top pair for Buldigan. Nothing cooking for Nacho, who checks it over.
1-2.
$120K C-bet from the Russian. Barbaro. Easy fold. Uneventful exchange. Seems like the outer table is where the bulk of the violence has been taking place thus far on the day. I mean, every time we go over there, there's bloodshed.
Yeah, they're doing all the dirty work here. Got to keep eliminating people to get this tournament going, and feature tables mostly just chilling. They even eliminated so many that they took one of our feature table players in order to fill one of those seats so they could keep savagely eliminating people. And it looks like Schweck's all in right now. Oh, but he just shoved the small blind. He hasn't been called.
400.
Following this on the Triton Poker app, ladies and gentlemen, you might want to check it out. Makes following the action an absolute delight.
And on the topic of action, Kulev hasn't seen a whole lot of 3-bets after opening pots. On this occasion, though, Danny asking a question with ace-9 from the cutoff, and Kulev caught with his hand in the cookie jar a bit there.
Second time, Danny. Didn't he 3-bet jam ace-6 off from the small blind earlier, too?
That was against the button open of Schweck.
Yeah. And now against
if I'm not
another
mistaken,
button
wasn't
open.
it? When he was still here, Tobias?
Yeah, Danny getting after it, picking up some chips.
Blinds up to 50 and 100,000, further diluting those short stacks. Ben Heath now will be sitting on just 6 bigs. Obviously looking for an opportunity to spin. Hasn't been presented one just yet.
Wow, Danny laying down the king 5 suited off a pretty decent chip stack. Lot of chips on the button in the big blind, though. Probably factored into his decision.
Is
just
that
to
at all
reinforce your previous question.
Is that at all associated to with Heath having 6 bigs direct left and maybe not wanting to play for 6 bigs?
No, I think you're not like that upset. Like, I mean, it's not like you want Heath to jam and then call, but
you can live with it.
But yeah, because think about it this way. Let's say you raise, Heath jams, you call, you're doing 6 each and then free rolling the 2.5. You're getting the 2.5 overlay there.
Right.
Which isn't bad. So, you know, that's not really, I don't think that's persuading you to not open king 5 suited there. But Nacho having a lot on the button and the big blind having a lot are a little bit worse, I would say. I also just think it was, without making any judgment, not a decision that everybody else would do. I think some people would open it with his chip stack there in the hijack. So, I mean, you know, the 5 is starting to get low, but, you know, not too many people to go through. Suited kings, you know, king blocker.
But not the kind of spot that we're necessarily looking at and going, this is something that needs to be addressed. It's kind of
it's a fringe.
discretionary.
Yeah, which kind of makes it interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I like king 8 suited, I think, is getting obligatory at that point. So.
Well, ace-2 suited on the button. Pardon the interruption for Sargisian. He senses some obligation. Raising into the 2 big stacks, and it's always a relief when they both let go.
This was the next big one.
We prefer to pick on the littler people, so to speak, on the playground. Not so much the bullies, since those are the stacks that can end you.
So you like picking on midgets, that's what you're trying to say.
Really, I'm glad that you unpacked that for everyone, because it really, that was a salvo at all vertically challenged people by yours truly. Actually, not at all where I was going with it, but I appreciate a little levity.
The Dwarves Guild is up in arms.
Pocket tens. As up in range goes Sargisian. Cut off this time.
And that was a bit slower, I felt like, than the previous Open. A little bit of delay acting. Like
Time tells?
Yeah, maybe trying to give off a reverse one, like he had something more to think about with his Open.
Red?
Nothing to think about there. Oh, yeah, he even used one of the time chips for it.
Я не знаю.
А всегда у них вот такие маленькие блайнды были 30 минут? Нет, ну, в смысле время.
Again, no takers.
Нет, таймбанк недавно ввели, года 3, да? На ИП тоже так же таймбанк ввели.
Нет, там уже третий день начинается таймбанк. Первые два нету вообще.
Oh, wow. He's got a third Open in a row.
And at what point is it going to look a little speedy to the field?
My guess is he doesn't want to keep using time chips.
200.
Yeah, this one coming in with a bit of pace.
On Ben getting dangerously short here. Only 395K behind after posting 200,000.
8 high, though, so dusty. Does defend it.
Just going to try to flop a pair. And did flop a pair, so my guess is he's not going anywhere here.
3 big blinds back.
Yeah.
295.
Verification by Sargisian, who has backdoor hearts and a Broadway gutty.
Yeah, I think just bets the flop and Ben just side call. Let's go. Oh, doesn't bet.
Check back. And now a heart draw along with a two-way straight draw. The development for Aram. Let's see what Heath makes of it.
I'd imagine Ben probably just checks it down with the idea that he's not folding, at least here on the turn. Not much protection value in betting here.
Well, I mean, there is some texture, but Heath just treating this 295 with the sort of care and preservationism warranted. Sargisian, with all this equity, decides to ask for it all.
Kind of tough spot. If you're behind, you don't have a lot of ways to make the best hand. But we're going to see all in.
Outer table action. This is Tobias Schweck with ace-4, having called it off against an Andy knee open. And Andy's nines turning into a straight. As Schweck never really had any sweat beyond an ace.
We're getting up there, right?
So he will fall. Outer table. Yet again, where the bloodshed is taking place on this occasion. And it is Schwecht. By the way, that's the man that we sent from the feature over there, and he gets showered. So
That's
chewing him up and spitting him out 65,800 will go home with Tobias. 10 left. And that'll put us on the final table bubble here.
And I think back here, I think Ben ended up folding the turn.
$200.
Look at the VPIP levels on Aram. He has suddenly come alive. As we can see, it's with good reason.
Yeah, all good hands. I mean, not one questionable open involved in that orbit, but I think he opened like 4 pots in a row.
В мейнах чаще всего всегда долгие будут уровни, когда мейн остановится быстро.
Sargesian now getting his number called, by the way. Careful swimming out into that surf. There's a bit of an undertow. And by the way, that is 32 big blinds that are heading that way.
I think go to the final table at 9, right? So
yeah, we're on the FT bubble.
And I mean, Heath only has like 2 blinds, so
may not be long.
It might not be long. Huge gap after that, though, so if Heath spins it up, it could take a little bit longer, because 9th is Pauly V with 16 blinds.
Neck and neck are Buldigan and Kulev. They've rested atop the leaderboard at the feature since the onset of play, separated by just a blind. Barbero, middle stack. Danny, 19 blinds. He'll know what to do with those. And Ben Heath down to just 2 bigs.
Like Piper, you know? Enchant. Piper, yeah? You get?
Wonder if Aram's VPIP is going to remain the same over at that outer table. And careful, by the way, if you do want to go swimming in this ocean. The water's been very chummy. Nicholas Schweedy, by the way, you just saw him racking up second in chips, 3.5 million. Andy Nee first in chips, both of them at that outer. Buldigan running third overall. So I guess we're going to play hand for hand on this final table bubble.
Is that what they're doing?
I mean, it would seem with the pause in the action, perhaps. Maybe it's soft hand for hand.
Or no, maybe they might have just been waiting to start both together for the transfer from the table. Yeah.
Producer James mentioning
Sorry,
it is indeed hard hand for hand.
Oh, hard hand for hand.
Now he's doubting himself.
Yeah, I feel like it's not standard to go to hard hand for hand here, but
now he's saying it might be soft. He's going for a double check.
Good news for you.
Yeah. Nacho. passes the 9-5 suited in the small blind and dodges bullets, baby. It is hard hand for hand, so I wonder if this is because there's been one table's going much slower than another one, and so they're just getting strict. Because I don't feel like this is standard practice. But it shouldn't matter because most likely it won't be very long. The most likely outcome here is that Ben busts relatively soon and does not make the final table.
Well, he is obviously rooting against that being his fate.
Well, he's going to be all in, whether he likes it or not, in the next 3 hands, including this, because the big blind is coming up. He's in the cutoff right now. He's 2 away from the big blind. So he has this hand and 1 more free hand till he's all in.
Very sad day. I'm hoping I don't have to be the big one.
By the way, that Heath stack is something that's obviously
Maybe.
on the minds of the other 9 players in the field, who no doubt are keeping an eye on what's afoot at the other table. Big stack square off here. Blind versus blind. Advantage Buldigan on an ace-jack-5 board. He's got second pair. Checking it over to Kulev. See what Alex has on his mind.
Be surprised if Kulev bets here. It's a slight range disadvantage, and his hand in particular doesn't really want to bet. Queen high, no draw, having a modicum of showdown value.
Check back. Turn. No help.
It might just be time to value bet your hand, Vyacheslav. A jack is certainly good at this point, almost certainly good.
Sounding 50.
So after checkbacks on flop and turn, Buldigan decides 150K half pot bet for value with second pair is prudent. Kulev mulls briefly. Finds the bin though.
No, but I was trying to say it in Italian. That's But I get.
Not this
Final table bubble here in the 25K 8 max, event number 2. Ben Heath trying to avoid being on the outside.
Queen high. King high, probably you get value. I had a bet. I had a bet kicker. Bad kicker.
Nine-5 suited, hijack. Ben knows there's no fold equity off of this stack depth.
No, but the issue for him is in the next hand, 100,000 of it will be dead and he can't win it. And he'll be forced to be all in with whatever he has in the next hand, so.
So it's either now or next hand?
Yeah. So under the gun with 9 high, but at least it's suited. And you can win your full 245. Or next hand, you post the 100 ante that is dead. You don't get to win that, and you can only win 145K, and you have to call because you only have 45K extra. No matter what you have, you're calling it next hand. So yeah, I think I like this decision.
Thanks.
It seems reasonable to me.
Boldigan will play his 9/8 suited
wow.
as a flat. That's awful news for Heath, and then it gets worse for both parties as Danny looks down at a couple of 10s in the big blind. Optionality at all, Rast, or we just want to play this as a flat and then see what develops on the side?
No, I think Danny's just all in, I think, here. You'd like, I mean, there's 740K out there. He only has 17 blinds. I think you just take your chances against Vyacheslav, in my opinion. And that he, you know, he could be strong, but you don't really want him in the pot. He could have hands like Queen Jack, you know, like Ace Jack that are folding. Yeah, this is, I like
Rip
this
City.
all in.
Ace King. I feel like Ace King would have been faster, but
No. Pair.
pair?
Mid pair. Yeah, good mid pair.
Is the 9 good?
No.
Like, can I win with a 9?
No.
That's not a mid pair then.
Oh, big pair. 10, 10. Are we showing hand?
10, mid-pair.
He expects
It's embarrassing.
He expects 6s through 8s.
Bro, mid pairs are from
Tens.
5
That's
to 8.
premium, my
There's
friend.
jacks, queens, kings, aces.
No, I see tens. That's premium. Yeah. It's not a mid pair. I think nines is the elite of the mid pair.
I feel massively scammed right now.
What do you
Oh, not at all reveling in this miserable situation for Ben Heath, but
It's doable.
I think he did get a little bit
is doable.
scammed
It
with the
is doable.
mid-pair declaration, if I'm honest. 885 in the middle, hang
This is
tight.
the nuts for you.
Not massively scammed with that flop, though.
They're just trolling me with this.
I was
mid-pair
not
thing.
trolling
There, it
you.
was dirty. Yeah.
Oh, the flush comes in. Tens drawing dead.
Kind of stuff's just not tolerated.
Very, very inappropriate.
An admonishing
I
double.
I shoved like 13 bigs hijack at the other table, and Sean Winter looks at his first card and he's like, oh, I might call. And then he looks at his second card and he's like, call. And then he like goes to recheck and he's like, wait, can I take it back? I'm not sure I saw the card right.
He's also a legend.
And then
I'm not sure.
they're like, we need to call the floor maybe. And then he like rechecks his cards. He's like, oh, I'll check first. And then he rechecks and just has queens. I'm like, obviously lost as well. Like,
Yeah, that's not nice.
any of these tricks that don't work, you know.
That's very not nice what Sean Winter did.
Mid pairs, 6s to 9s.
Yeah.
Deuces through 5s, small pairs. 10s through aces, big pairs.
Thus concludes our pair designation lesson for
Ben
the
Heath
day.
is dying on that hill.
He's not very happy.
How much do you have now?
Danny's not very happy about losing 10s to 9s.
Given that he
Like
doubled,
680 behind or something.
I'm actually happy that
Yeah.
things shook out the way that they did prior to that point, because it actually allowed us to get a glimpse into
35
Ben
behind.
Heath's personality to a degree that isn't typically on display here
I
at these
will
features.
point this out. I'm not staking a claim anywhere. I'm just playing devil's advocate for the sake of argumentation, because you know I love a good argument, Ali.
Yeah.
Listen, there's 13 cards in the deck, so it's 4, 4, 4 plus 1. So deuces through 5s is 4. 6s and 9s is 4. 10s through aces is 5. So you could argue the 10s as the top of the mid pairs if you wanted.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I don't think you can argue that Danny Tang's 3-bet against the Kulev Queen Deuce Open is
Although I
up for discussion. as he does
spiritually, I
take it.
actually agree with Ben. on that
I'm
one.
with you. I
Yeah.
feel like 10s plus we call big pairs.
Yeah,
especially
in
when I have
that
9
spot.
high.
Especially in the spot where the guy's all in for like 3 blinds. Like, tens is a big pair in that spot. You know, guy's all in for 2.5 blinds. Tens is a monster.
I think I sent it.
What?
I sent you what?
Basically slow roll. Well, not slow roll him, but
Not sorry. I know it was. I know it was unintentional.
I mean, we all know you did it on purpose. That's why you lost.
He's coming up to you because you're gonna take his ACR game.
Yeah, bro, you're gonna be fourth on the.
no, he's only still back.
Outer table action now. Arm Sarkeesian pre-flop raiser to 200,000. Chris Brewer defended his big blind. Board is 3-3-4.
Deuce on the turn, it looks like.
Is that where we're at? Can't quite see the board.
It's on the. I have it up on the app. I'm just telling you guys. The app, it's gold.
300.
So this would mean that Sarkeesian, who took a big stack over here, I believe, has had it checked to him.
No, I think Brewer bet 300K.
Oh, he did. Okay.
But I don't know what street it's
so
on.
Flop went
the app
check,
isn't
check.
showing any of that stuff.
The 4-3-3 flop went check, check.
Oh,
now,
no, the 300's on the river. The app is now caught up with that. It's 3-3-4 deuce. Deuce turn, 7 river, no flush. And 300K got bet on by Brewer. And Brewer won with something, it looks like. He got called.
Ace-4, I'm being told. So 4s and 3s on the flop. Did have the wheel draw on the turn. And then found value on the river. Maybe targeting a bigger ace there. And Sarkeesian, no sooner does he get to that outer table than wounds are inflicted.
Yeah, the way that hand played, ace-4 is a pretty big hand. It looks like it probably got mostly checked to the river. Maybe there was a small bet prior to the river.
Heath, fresh off the double. Small blind, 8-6.
He's going to live to fight another day there.
Yeah.
Oof. It was a good one.
Jack 9?
Jack 9. Decent. In South America, it's very good. But we have different rankings. Jack 9, it's not like your ranking. It's like 10, it's more, mid-pair. Jack 9, it's a monster in South America. Because we don't play with the same cards.
I play short deck, man. 10s is like vulnerable as fuck.
I know.
That's fair.
And Jack 9 is pretty good in short deck.
10s is garbage in short deck.
And Jack 9 is way better than 10s.
Yeah, I would not want to be up against Jack 9 if I have 10. But I have a set and I'm drawing dead, you know.
All right, Ben. Here we go. Queen 8 suited on the button. Just over 6 blinds. This feels like enough. Love to get this through. I mean, you pick up 250K.
630.
Ooh, 10-3 off in the muck. Just one more hand to get through. Oh,
oopsie. Ace Jack. Buldigan wakes up, asks for the last 5 dimes. Heath will have 2 live cards. That's the good news.
Mid-pair?
No.
He's in better shape than the all-in he just won with 9-5 of diamonds.
No. Small pair?
Really?
No.
Queen, yes.
No.
King Jack?
No.
King 10?
King
No.
Queen?
No.
Queen Jack?
You're happy to see that.
Is Vyacheslav going to make them guess the
Queen Jack.
entire range of combos before he rolls it up?
There it is. No, I'm not showing my hand till you guess it.
I don't feel good for you.
It's diamonds. It's diamonds. Sick.
You don't?
I don't.
How did you feel about the 9-5?
Oh, it was.
Before the flop
I was
game?
betting on you. I was calling my bookie. We were doing business.
I would have took it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, next time I tell you.
Yeah.
Kulev wants action, but this time he didn't believe in
Any
Queen
change
8.
in feelings, or you think I'm just
9 of hearts.
I'm
Yes,
getting
yes,
forward still?
backdoor. Yeah, I mean,
How's 9 of hearts?
I'm sorry, but I'll be saying GG in a bit.
I mean,
I don't know.
Looking pretty good for
how
Heath.
are they going to do it, Alex? Which one do you think?
The Jack of Diamonds.
Nope.
That's why I have stopped betting. Nice hand, Ben.
Heath finds another double and keeps his final table bubble
Become a
intact.
hero in front of the people. I mean, you have some competition behind you. Tom Duan, Moneymaker.
And so much for Heath is probably going to be out. He faded that. Just won as a underdog twice in a row, and
Yeah.
now he's
12 bigs, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood.
still last in chips, but a lot more healthy. Can play a little bit of poker now.
That's all any of these guys want when it gets down to spots like this, because it's just so unfulfilling, so unsatisfying to have kind of all of the post-flop, you know, aptitude that these guys have, and to not really be able to deploy it and simply be relegated to a one decision pre-flop.
Yeah,
It's
just all in or not.
Yeah, just not satisfying.
Not even any pre-flop decision like, can I 3-bet? Can, you know,
right?
Limp. I mean,
Yeah.
just
Oversimplification.
Yeah. He's got 14 blinds now. He can limp pre-flop. You know. Could maybe 3-bet to like 4.5 blinds versus a min raise and fold. It would be ambitious, but not. I've seen it before.
Boo. I wanted some action.
Raise and take for Barbero on the button, who claims to have wanted some action.
Yeah, some action, like call. You know, not a lot of action, like 3-bet.
Believe Buldigan already mucked here, so we are on Kulev. There it is, ace-jack, small blind. How does he want to attack Danny's big? With a jam. And you can squeeze as hard as you like there, Danny, unless we're playing blackjack. This one's of no interest.
My son, Mr. Kulev.
Only nuts. Only nuts.
Wow. That's a big fucking hand. Well, not for everybody at the table.
I'll tell you what. He may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I, for one, love adding a little bit of nacho to any given feature table, Brian, because you see the way in which it catalyzes a lot of discourse, some needly stuff, some great personality, dry humor, even from the likes of Heath. Kulev has come alive. Danny loves it.
Me?
Yeah.
And I presume everybody out there watching, much like Brian and I here in the booth, love it as well.
1-2-2 behind.
Yeah, he does bring a little bit of out of other people as well. And all of a sudden, the table's chatting just a little bit more than if Nacho was absent. It's a great point. Ooh.
More ace-jack for Kulev. This time, though, Barbero has brought the same ammo. Alex playing it as a flat on the button.
Yeah. It's one of those spots where if you 3-bet, you end up having to fold, and you would rather polarize your 3-bet range there, have it be stronger stuff for value and weaker stuff as your bluffs. So, which gets only exacerbated here as ICM is starting to kick up. We're at 10 now. So that part when we had 18 where I was like, oh, ICM's not that important now, guys playing to win pots, kind of shifted back out of that phase back into ICM's not the strongest it's going to be in the tournament, but it matters right now.
Heath, an under pair to the board, which actually is performing well against these two ace-jacks, which block one another in terms of pairs, both of whom, however, have flopped the Broadway gutty. Ben checking over to Nacho. What kind of appetite does he have for a c-bet, given he's been called in not one but two spots?
What about Kulev? This flop isn't bad for his flatting range.
He knows it.
He's going to take a gander. And this bet is small enough that I think Nacho is going to stick around. And these two, not strangers to playing pots with each other. There was a fascinating hand yesterday where we had Jack 10, check raising, Nacho floating with ace high.
Oh, yeah. There is a little bit of history between these two guys. No question about it. They go hard in the paint. Heath out of the way on the flop. Board pairing 10 on the turn. A second check from Barbero. What kind of appetite is Kulev going to show us?
Nacho can lead this card sometimes, but maybe doesn't really want to do it with his particular holding right now.
350.
And Kulev just going to keep betting. Now it's getting dicey for Nacho now. I think most of the time most people are folding here, but Nacho has had pretty good intuition against Kulev so far. I mean, that ace high call yesterday was pretty tough that he made on the turn. So will he suss out Kulev getting frisky again or not?
You have eights?
Bluff
you. Ace 10.
Bluff you. I folded a boat.
Second barrel of 350 earns Kulev the pot against the same hand.
Bluffed you.
I mean,
yeah, it's good.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah,
I bet you it's not right now.
He has
I give you one.
He has
to
like
one.
queen nine of diamonds or some shit.
He doesn't have that.
How would that bet get settled, by the way, if they have the same hand? Did he actually bluff you?
I don't know.
You didn't have the better hand.
If they're the terminology this uses, if his hand was good.
If he bluffs me, it's fine. It's part
Right.
of the game. Good player. He's
If you were an arbiter in that spot.
Sometimes he tries to bluff me and he gets caught.
Good for what? Good for half or good for all?
The game.
I had a very nice hand pre-flop. I'll put it like that. 200.
We talking about last hand or this one, Kulev?
Better than
Pocket
ace-high
nines? Certainly good. Takes us up to 200.
Yeah, I don't really know how I would roll.
I think you'd be a solid arbitrator. Always thoughtful, always taking everything into account.
I have arbitrated a number of different bets over the years, but
any divorces?
No.
Those are a little bit tougher.
No.
1,500,
definitely not doing
25,000.
that. Do me a favor, arbitrate or divorce. No. No favors for that.
He's back down to sub 10 big blinds, courtesy of this pop up to 125K.
I'm not saying that some people shouldn't get divorced, but at the very least, it's something sad, and very often it's something messy. So, not something you want to dip in and out for funsies.
Well, Barbero, not a divorce, not a marriage either, just a date with Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind. Takes us to 325,000. The diaper for Buldigan. He wants to take a peek at a flop, deep stacked enough to speculate.
Well, 325, definitely, I mean, 2.5x. Oh, yeah, but it's coming from the small blind, that's why. Ooh.
King 7-4, why the ooh?
A lot of nothing for everyone. But yes, not really ooh worthy, I would say. But sometimes I just like these no one has anything pots. They're very interesting.
250.
Right. But then after evaluating this,
A good flop,
it
Vlad.
became pretty clear that Vyacheslav is just probably going to...
Vamos, papá.
I mean, he has literally nothing. 2 undercards, no, the only non-backdoor flush suit is just, he's done.
I mean, he didn't have a whole lot before the flop came out, if we're being honest, so I don't think it was some sort of deflating development. Overall chip leader now is Chris Brewer at the outer table. 4.3 million in front of him, having dethroned Andy Nee, who runs in second. Schwede in third, Kulev in fourth. Ben Heath, still the shorty in the room.
Not that beautiful. Less beautiful.
More beautiful.
More? Ace queen suited? Oh my god, that's a crazy.
Ace 7 suited for Nacho.
250.
250 declared.
Oh, it's Jack 9. This is a big hand in South America, last I heard.
From Nacho?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go with everything you hear on that front.
He just said it like 20 minutes ago. You
I
don't
know,
think he was
but
telling the truth?
No. I tend to skew toward Nacho. Is
Ooh.
not telling the truth, but the flop's telling him nut flush draw.
Kind of interesting in that it's a flop that's actually pretty good for the big blind's range. And Kulev has a club, so and Nacho actually flops something pretty good. So, I mean, Kulev's, I don't know, probably not going to.
165?
Yep, he is doing something. Like I said, this one was maybe going to be interesting.
I'll tell you what, you just add these two guys to a pot, and interesting things, if history is any indication, seem like they'll be ensuing.
Nacho just has a lot of hand here. You know, do we call? Do we raise? It's a real decision. 2 overs, nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw. He just decides just to call. Let's keep in the air balls, such as the one Kulev has. Oh,
bingo!
And that was an amazing card for Nacho. Not only does he have the nuts, and in this particular spot can't lose the pot. As these hands measure up, this is a card Kulev might keep blasting at. He does have the 9 of clubs.
630.
Yep. And this is like music to Nacho's ears right now. He's loving it. I think if you're Nacho here, we just call here. The reason being, if it's flush over flush, we're just going to win it all on the river. I mean, maybe a club comes, maybe we still win it all. And if our opponent is just blasting away with a hand with 1 club in it, let's keep him in there.
630K lead from Kulev. We've seen this before where he played a flop as a check call. A little bit different, obviously, is this one, forgive me, was lead call. And again, of course, lead call. And now Kulev makes the flush, Rast. Is this the kind of card that's going to leave him more sheepish on the river, despite improving, than had he been adrift with the jack high?
He's checking this for sure. I mean, not only does he only have a 9-high flush, the board paired as well. I think he's going to be just very happy to show this down. And the best way to get there is by checking. If he bets, it'll be like really small, but I don't know if he's going to do that with Nacho. My guess is check. Second guess is like 250K. But yeah, that's not going to fly because Nacho's going to value bet the nut flush even with the board pairing.
$275.
275K. This is a faint whisper.
Yeah. So that was my option B. And then I think if you're Nacho here, you just... I mean, ICM be damned. We got to get value here with the nut flush. I don't think our opponent has a boat too often or not often enough for us to...
Walk me through what calls, though, right? Because we've got the ace of clubs. The pair on board is a bit of a threat. And when we raise here...
I mean, a worse flush.
But we got to pick a size that will retain that stuff.
I mean, listen, after calling 300K, he only has 1.3 behind. So imagine he moves in for 1.6. It'll be 4.1 in the middle. And so our opponent's still getting 3 to 1.
So queen of clubs, king of clubs might get interested?
I
Bluff
mean,
catch?
9 of clubs is still a bluff catcher.
There's the jam, by the way.
Yeah. It's scary, but it's like you're completely wussing out in a way that you don't deserve to play the game.
If you don't go for the raise.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Afraid of monsters under the bed,
Yes,
so to speak.
I also think the way this played, Alex can have boats, but I don't think he has that many out of, I think his hands that make boats here play a bunch of other ways.
I don't really
Kulev
keep bluffing.
finally made a believer.
I'm not on the term.
They've been pretty honest in their
Keep
debriefs.
firing me. I was like, oh, this is getting good. I say, please no club in my head. Please no club.
I want to run like you, Nacho.
What a scam.
I want to run like you.
I want to run like you.
These guys can't help but continue to level each other.
Good try, though. A lot of heart. A lot of heart. I like your heart.
Oh, the goo. Nacho, one of the best at it. That's for sure. There he is. Almost 4.2 million in front of him. Those chip counts brought to you by Poker State. Kulev running in second in the gap. The most sizable we've seen in some time. Between number 1 and number 2, as Buldigan slips to third.
99.9%.
Right, to have 70 blinds against 10. Heads up. Yes, that's a lot. And I'm the one that runs good against you. Okay, buddy, okay. Sure. We have a very big definition of running good.
675.
675. Yeah. Raise to 675,000.
Heath, pocket 4s. This is a committing opening sizing. Barbero's not even done hauling in the last pot. Asks for a count and a cutoff with ace-9 suited, Rast. Might a little wheel spin be in our future?
Yeah, I think if he plays, he calls, preserve his ability to fold versus the stacks behind him. but he might not play this one. It's pretty close, but Nacho has shown a predilection to take risks in these spots already. Ooh.
Ace, ace for Danny. Barbaro
75, right?
playing his ace-9 as a flat. Now, a lot of times this might be a bit red flaggy, but Danny with aces, he's not worried about anything at all.
No, what a spot for Danny.
But if he flats, it
no,
looks
he's going all in.
Really strong. So there's
Danny's
no sense
never
in being
flatting
cute.
here. Yeah, I think there's like no hands that he's flatting.
1.4 back. It's just never that.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
All in.
Yeah, there's the jam.
How much is it?
How much?
It's like almost all your range that's good enough to play wants to go all in. If you're Danny, you could maybe come up with a few hands, and aces is one of them, that wouldn't mind flatting. But the thing is, he does have fold equity, weirdly enough, versus Nacho. So even some of his weaker but still strong hands, because Heath is calling, like those hands are might want to jam here anyway. So then aces does too. So I just think he's never calling. Could be wrong about that, but
1 million, 5.
Heath does decide, in spite of the flat and then the jam from Danny, which does look pretty strong,
ooh,
that he needs to make the call.
Clubs
And
are hot. I hope you have
Barbaro
You have aces?
also made the call there. Ras, surprised by what we're seeing?
I am surprised that he made the call so quickly.
Well, hang on, because we've got stuff cooking over at one of our outer tables as well. Paulius Vaitiekunas has got himself involved with King 10 against Andy Nee's King Queen. This one went small blind jam, big blind call, ace 3-3. Chops are available. Take them all off the board as a quick turn, and river quickly showers the Lithuanian. Paulie V, who had a bit of a run, and then all of a sudden, his 12 bigs vanquished by Andy Nee, who so improbably brings us to the final table, courtesy of an elimination that did not involve Ben Heath, at one point down to just 2 big blinds. Still,
I only call 'cause
we
the
do
clubs
have
are- the clubs are
Heath's
coming.
fate
He still might not make the final table.
hanging in the balance. That's actually a great point. Didn't even think about that.
I give you like 20% here. I'll give you 20% more. Let's see if
Call
we
it
hit the low board. We need the low board.
19% officially for Heath.
Because I have some
785.
10%
Let's
for
start with
Barbaro.
that. 785. No, 785 is bad.
Side pot of 950,000 between Tang and Barbaro. A board of 10, 10, 7.
You're in there, Nacho.
Heath
You're in there.
We're in there.
has spades
The 8 of
covered.
clubs, one.
Red 4s needed.
Nope. I'm not in there.
King on the turn. Nacho drawing dead now. Side pot will belong to
Oh
Danny,
my
and
God, now the
so
6 of
will
clubs.
the
What
main.
What a scam, GG.
So 2 eliminations in the same hand as we go from 10 players to 8 all at once. Barbaro will be a part of this final table, but with less chips than he would have had he not run into the aces of Danny Tang. What a big pickup this is for Danny.
I'm telling
We
you.
don't want that to happen.
I'm telling you right now, so you know me exactly how I play. I would never play again.
Given the fact that Paulie V had more chips than Ben when that pot got underway in hard hand for hand, I presume it will be the 9th place payout of 78,500 that will go to Paulie V, 10th place payout of 65.8 to Ben Heath, as the remaining field has $98,500 locked up. There is a peek at the remaining stacks at the feature. Absent Ben Heath. Tang, chip leading, 4.3 million. That's going to be good for third place overall as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Rast with you. And boy, a lot of the bloodshed, a lot of the violence, as we alluded to, was taking place over at the outer table. Ben Heath, resilience on display, ultimately forced to concede. But in terms of unpacking that last hand, Barbero unnecessarily involved, both in terms of the flat pre-flop and maybe the call of the Danny Tang. Jam, or you're okay with everything?
I mean, they're both really close spots. It's hard to say. You could definitely argue for folds on either one, and you know, I wouldn't hate it. So I don't really want to stake a claim on that hill, so to speak.
No problem.
Yeah, I think it's debatable.
Okay, what's not debatable is that we've got just 8 players left and 785,000 the payout up top. We'll get to all of that after a short break to get things assembled. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of event number 2 from here at the Maestral Casino in Montenegro will come your way in just a few moments.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
All in.
Xiaohui Tan, not proud of her 5.5 big blinds, she says, but proud enough of Queen Jack to stick them all in.
How much?
This is Tan's first ever Triton Festival, first ever event. Barbero on the button with ace-7. Showing a little curiosity, and he is going to flat this 330 Rast.
Yeah, I think this has to be one of the worst hands he's doing it here versus under the gun 6 with 2 people left to act behind him once he puts it in.
Good luck.
I suspect that Tan would have been much happier to just pick up the blinds and antes than spin this roulette wheel. Reason's clear, and she's a 12% dog in an 810K pot that she needs to win, and 5-3 deuce is making that a difficult proposition. Diamond coverage for Barbero. 6-outer does not come in on the turn, although the 4-liner on board means a 4 would chop this one up.
No, 7.
Oh, the 7, forgive me. I'm overlooking it. It's early. And it's over if you're Xiaohui Tan. She busts out in 18th, but does cash in her first ever Triton event. $42,500 pickup for her.
20 seconds.
Suspect she didn't make the trip all the way to Montenegro to be one and done. Looking forward to seeing more of her.
It's only
in
10
the
if
field.
it's like on you, unopened.
Yeah. I just thought when someone makes an action, it's 30
Always
seconds, not 20.
nice to see women in the high stakes.
Ben's all in again.
Sargisian did make the call, by the way, on the turn. Tollerine here with a couple of 9s. He's up against an ace-queen for Patrick, who jammed over the top of the Tollerine commitment. Queen 7-6 board, putting Antonius in front. 10 on the turn. Did give Tollerine the gut shot draw, but on the river, the deuce. Ending things for Tollerine. So the mighty Ben Tollerine. Otherwise,
we're back and forth.
we do have
What do you mean in
geolocating
terms of,
software
like,
that would
what
allow
is
us
he
to
saying?
pay you a personal visit
Yeah,
and take some
I was
issue
talking
with
about
it.
gambling. Like, yeah, like I beat him.
We don't have that, actually.
Yeah.
Just download the app.
Yeah, I'm like,
Even if we did have that, just sheer manpower required to rough up anybody that didn't hit like or subscribe would be ambitious.
Yeah, probably not a good.
I'm not the
use of
man for that
funds.
job.
Yeah,
Just
that's
for
not
the-
our decision.
I think it's my
Ace
time.
Queen suited. Danny Tang looking to rough someone up. Petrangelo Ace-7 on the button. Buck
Yo,
30
buddy,
left.
You gonna hit that like?
I don't know you're gonna make it to Egyptian.
Gonna pound that like button?
I'd hate to have
Now
to
I'm gonna
mash
pound
you.
your face.
Yeah, exactly. Nikki P might be in for a pounding here.
Nikki P only gets dominated hands. Jack 9, King 9, Ace 7, Ace Queen.
Sargisian
Sean's
does
good
call
at
from the
gambling,
big,
though.
so we're not on our backs.
He shows up in the matches and he wins. He comes out of nowhere sometimes with some crazy shot. He's
no way.
He's
Modest
fucking,
side pot.
He'll get you.
Active.
He's like completely gone.
Tang
Other side,
smashes
like,
this board.
Just
Like, he
trees.
can make a shot.
And then all of a sudden, just ball just appears out of the trees and it's just rolling towards the hole somehow. Yeah, no, he's magical. Like it's like kind of like his poker.
No way.
Yeah. It's like the same thing. Him coming back from 3 VVs and winning. He does it in golf all the time.
No way.
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna make that analogy as he was telling the golf story to his poker game.
You think that hole
Talking
is
about
over.
Sean Winter, of
Yeah.
course.
Like he's just going, and then suddenly he just does something crazy. 12 to usually about 12 last time. Maybe 10. And then
Well, Joe Chuen on his feet, it would appear. Rasty. Queen Jack offsuit was taken into battle as a jam against Nicholas Schweedy on the button, who came over the top with ace 9. Neither player would pair, and ace high ends up a winner, so that will leave Joe Chuen to collect 15th place and $52,300. Pay ladder on tap between 14th and 13th.
not good.
Roughly 5K. Yes, the not good.
Good luck, boys.
Announced by Nikki P, who draws dead on the turn, and unfortunately, we have lost his conversationalism. Right on the heels of Joe Chuen, he too will collect 57,000 or 52,300, and leave everyone else to collect 57.5.
You just stare at me down before opening the nuts.
Yeah, like, I mean, you look at your card and you do this.
I do that every hand.
And I'm like, fuck, I have ace queen. What am I going to do?
I think he was going 3-better fold.
Outer table action once more.
Ace
Looks
4s.
like the last of Henrik Heklin's chips involved with that ace 4 up against ace king, and boy, did it unravel in a hurry for Hecklin.
Double H had a lot of chips, but they
Had some outs too, by the way. He had the
come, they
wheel
go.
gutter on the flop and then Chopportunity on the turn. None of it coming in, and the Lithuanian has enjoyed a very different day thus far. Paulius moving himself up the leaderboard. Ninth as it stands.
Paulie V rocking that Triton hoodie. Yeah, had he flatted, I'm sure ace jack suited behind wasn't going away.
With me making notes.
Here we are. We're all in. Someone has ace 10. Someone has 3s. Ace 10 is winning. Oh, not anymore. Oh, it looks like Patrick had ace 10 because he's getting up.
Antonius
Mike bet the river.
on his feet, showered there by a savage 3 on the river, reminiscent of what we saw at the final table yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Brian Kim dispatched
Brian Kim.
Adrian Mateos.
3 on the river.
Patrick 10-8-4. It all looked so good. Clean deuce on the turn, and then all of a sudden, the gut punch to the fin. And welcome back to Montenegro for the final table of Event 2, a 25K here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rask. Glad to have you with us. And of course, it's time to creep our way toward the every time someone busts pay jump portion of the program. As you alluded to at the top of the show, Rasty, maybe not so much ICM pressure at stake earlier, but now certainly something to be considered and respected as we take a peek at what we've got in store. Aram Sargisian, 12 big blinds, $1.5 million in front of him here at his first ever Triton Festival. Always a delight to make yourself an FT and then maybe paddle downstream through the rest of it. I, for one, don't know about you, am very excited to bear witness to Andy Nee, a guy whose procedures and navigation's a bit of a mystery to me, but these are the characters that can really stir pots.
Oh, yeah, we're here now at the final table. So, you know, 6-figure scores from 7th all the way on up, and quite the cast of characters. A lot of Triton regulars, a lot of guys, some guys who play interesting pots, some guys we're not as familiar with. So I'm excited to see what happens here as this final table develops.
Yeah, the Kulev and Barbero thing has definitely been a theme of sorts. Alex
Certainly.
is going to bring 19 bigs to this FT. Barbero, 21 bigs. Right now, $98,500 is what is guaranteed, so just about a 6-figure score. And then up top, as I mentioned, $785,000. The pay jump is 45,000, let's call it 35 between 8th and 7th. Not at all negligible when you consider the fact that this is a 25K, so more than a buy-in, as the meaty part of that $3.4 million first place prize, or rather prize pool, is going to be distributed. You got to pick somebody to keep an eye on?
Yeah, I think if I'm looking down the list, I want to keep an eye on Alex Kulev there. He's below average stack, but feels like he's been making some good decisions all in all. And I think if, you know, some of the cards can fall his way, catches a little bit of luck, I think he's a guy to keep your eyes on.
Not to be slept on, of course, that second place stack of Chris Brewer, a name that we didn't mention, and not because we don't expect him to perform, but he and the rest of the guys are just moments away from being introduced to this final table as we send it down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, for the proceedings.
Event number 2, the 25K 8-handed event here in Triton, Montenegro, has seen 135 entries. We lost 2 players in the last stand on the final table bubble, so we're down to a final table of 8. Please allow me to introduce you to them. You see number 1, from Bulgaria with 2.4 million. Please welcome Alex Kulev.
The man that Rast had his eye on made himself 2 final tables in Jeju out of 4 cashes, 2.5 million
from Lebanon
in
with
earnings.
3.9 million. Please put your hand together for Nick Schwiti.
Schwiti played the 25K GG millions, did not cash. Last we saw him was
number
in
3
Cyprus.
from the US with 4.6 million. Please
Triton
welcome
earnings.
Chris Brewer.
Brewer, over 7.1 in career Triton earnings, 2 titles.
EC number 5 from Armenia
cashes.
with 1.5 million. Please put your hand together for Aram Sargisyan.
Bit of a mystery man under that Armenian banner is Sargisyan. Didn't cash in the millions.
EC number 6 from Russia with 2.2 million. Please welcome Vyacheslav Buldigin.
One-time title winner, searching for his second. This is 11th Triton cash.
Number 7 from China with our chip leader with 5.5 million. Please put your hand together for Andy Ni.
Ni held the chip lead for the bulk of the run to this final table. Just 85K in Triton
with
earnings.
2.6 million. Please put your hand together for Nacho Barbero.
Nacho
Last but not
always
least,
keeps
from
things
Hong Kong
exciting.
With 4.3 million, our current POY leader. Please welcome Danny Tang.
Tang,
The button has
player
been
of the
drawn
year
on
leader.
Andy, we still have 20 minutes remaining of 75,000. Pardon me, of 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. Best of luck. Shuffle up in deal, please.
$5.5 million chips in front of the chip leader, Andy Ni, 44 big blinds. Sargisyan, the shorty. Brewer, just 7 big blinds separating the 2 of them. Tang running in 3rd. Schwiti in 4th.
Wow, is this the
Barbero,
classic
Kulev.
50,000, 125,000 level?
That's not so much of a classic level, is
Little
it?
violence.
No, it's not.
Little
Yeah,
sarcasm on display there from Rasty.
Picked it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
I mean, we're used to both the small and the big ascending at the same time, but there are a few levels that get sprinkled in there.
Well, yeah, because they color off. They color off the chips, so they can't really do it. Probably the smallest chip in play is the 25K, those white chips.
I think you got one. I think you grabbed it when you sat down and didn't realize.
Black chips are 100Ks, so.
What is count? What is count? You don't let me steal in peace, bro.
Schwede.
I gotta keep
this
an eye on
FT
you,
off.
man.
There's always somebody like
Pocket sevens, a raise to 250,000, something worthy of interest. In Aram's lap, he had a nice fold on the turn against a second barrel by Barbero. He had flopped top pair, one
Yeah.
overcard rolled off on the turn. He was up against king, so a little bit of discipline once again being shown.
Yeah, I think ace-10 off there is pretty standard, but certainly his fold of 10-9 offsuit on that 10-7-5 queen turn board was by no means standard. And, you know, whether or not the computer would do it, he definitely made the right play. Nacho had kings, as you
Yeah.
said.
So Tang wants to defend. Queen 4 suited. Middle set on this 8-7-6 board, backdoor clubs, and the dummy end of a gutter for Tang. But might this be one of those boards where he feels like he can get to repping?
Yeah, I think he's thinking there it's not an auto check. I think he does get some leads, maybe. But, yeah, the door card was the 7 of clubs here, right? So could have been an even more action flop than it ended up. Flush draws. But
Well, away from the hypotheticals into the realm of reality, we find Schwede.
I don't think reality's going to be very interesting. That's why I went hypothetical. This is
Yeah.
going to be a check fold. I think.
225.
I mean, he hasn't folded yet, so I mean, I don't know if you can call. Is he gonna check raise? That would be a little out there. Oh, he is going with check call. That's an ambitious check call.
450 in there, and how about this? The club draw acquired, but it pairs the board. So while Tang found equity, which he pursued, he now draws dead.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's going to come lead here. He definitely has way more 6x than under the gun +1. His hand doesn't mind leading. You'd certainly like to get ace and king high to fold. And your opponent leading is just like music to Nicholas Schute's ears. 7's full here.
Well, Danny feels like he did have a bit of a plan in the event that something like this were to develop. As we mentioned, big blind defending range. Supposed to be interacting with this flop in a more healthy manner than the open up front from Schwede. Little does Danny know it, but a hopeless 375 has been torched. Schwede, of course, content to flat, and for Danny's sake,
no club.
No club, no 5 is what we're rooting for. Deuce on the end. But oddly enough,
And now Danny has to decide if he wants to bluff.
right. Is there an affordable price? Or will he surrender? He's got to be asking himself, what is it that raised pre that then called the turn bet after Danny check called flop C bet?
Yeah, I mean, definitely hands like ace-8 suited, ace-7 suited,
950.
any pair 9s or bigger, pocket 5s. Maybe some hands, you know, any hand with clubs. Now he is blocking some of those, having the queen and 4. Maybe a hand like jack 9 suited, jack 10 suited, potentially. You know, ace 9 suited.
$900. and 50,000 hopeless soldiers.
I think this bet is designed to try to get kind of really anything. An 8 is kind of the cutoff where it's probably not fold. Like ace 8 isn't going to fold anything better than that. But definitely like a 7, pocket 5s, ace high, etc.
Snap fold from Danny after the jam from Schweedy.
Nice full house.
Nice one.
Nice one. 8.
That was a reenactment of the shores of Normandy. These guys didn't stand a chance after the turn.
Like literally nothing.
I know.
He had like 9 high.
Thank you.
They good on 9-4 suited.
He was dead. They still return.
Nacho just broke that hand down for us. We should get him in the booth.
Well, I'm going to break down what you should be doing, and that's heading over to betacr.eu. It is your exclusive hub to get in on your favorite players' action and Triton event outcomes. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join today and elevate your sports engagement experience.
And after winning a nice pot on the last hand, Shooty's going to raise it on up again with a premium holding here under the gun.
$250. If you want to get in trouble, Mr. Kulev. Dominated queen. Alex calls. Fans on the ace-10-4 board. Can't say the same for Schweedy. You thought that the last one was going to be uneventful, and all of a sudden Danny Tang gave us fireworks. Schweedy didn't mind it whatsoever. Kulev, another one of these characters that could suddenly rise up out of nowhere. This certainly is a far less likely scenario in which to expect something like that, but I, for one, love it. You know, it's not as though I'm rooting for any of the sort of predictive analysis that you offer us to be incorrect, but I think it's curveballs that make for interesting baseball.
Yes, certainly.
I want to see the one.
125, sorry.
So Schweedy has very much made his mark early here at this FT. Deuces for bold again, I believe, in the bin.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second shortest stack, and I believe he was in the low jack, so actually just a standard fold.
Schweedy getting a walk. So again, things are very much going his way.
He blocks exactly the hand he wants you to fold.
Like I mentioned during the intros, Schweedy's only ever paid us a visit when we've visited Northern Cyprus. And he does play a lot of the events there at the Merit Poker Complex. Done some comms for those events and got familiarized with them. Very much a fixture at the final table of those events. Deep runs aplenty. Producer James in tow for that. And now starting
This is too
to
much
impress
hand.
upon the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Even with ICM pressure here and under the gun 7, I think this is too much hand. Oh. Nachito. Ace Queen offsuit here. Bit of an interesting spot. Vyacheslav has a tighter than normal range here, and he already opened from EP. So flat, 3-bet, jam.
700.
All options apparently available. Barbero goes with the aggressive one as he makes it 700,000 total over the top of the suited connector open from the Russian. Not quite 3x and not quite as good as Ace King.
So this is one of the benefits to just 3-betting here is you do get to fold versus a 4-bet, which is not representing a range that's good for you, even with a hand as good as Ace Queen.
There's the jam from Schweedy, deflating obviously
Bad
for
timing.
Barbero. He's been watching Nicholas involved in pots aplenty in the early going. Sometimes one wonders whether or not this isn't a game plan on display, a gear change of sorts.
I mean, I don't think he's seen anything yet that would necessarily imply that Schweedy's speeding. Yeah. I mean, he did correctly basically guess that Schweedy had a boat when he jammed the river. I mean, I think if you're Nacho, you got to let this go. I mean, this is very strong action. Early position open, he 3-bets. Cold 4 from the small blind. I mean, Ace Queen off just is enough hand.
For you. Ace King? Ace Queen. Nice one. I almost just ripped. Good, I didn't.
Maybe. You might hit a queen.
Yeah.
I gave it to you.
I'll take the pot right there. No?
Barbero does find the
You're right
fold.
about that, buddy. You're right
Nicholas
about that.
finds some more runway between himself and second as the newly minted chip leader. Didn't take long, did it? For him to vault both Chris Brewer and Andy Nee, neither of whom we've had the opportunity to observe involved.
Lose 50K extra.
Yeah, Schweedy's on a rocket ship right now, straight up.
Tilt.
All right, now we get to observe Andy play the pocket rockets.
Yeah. Looking for some space exploration of his own. All done spectating for obvious reasons.
Oh.
Barbero might find things costly yet again.
This is a dicey spot. This is very similar to the last time, but the positions are even earlier because this is an 8-handed table now, and there's more ICM pressure. He definitely might fold this. I think fold is pretty reasonable. He also might stick in 1.9 million and find out some bad news.
Well, remember, with the ace-queen, he chose to make it 700, allowing himself to get away from the 4-bet. But you wonder whether or not that would have maybe influenced this decision.
I like this fold.
I feel like I'm
The
in favor of it
positions are
as
too
well.
early.
Kulev's got himself some trouble, though, in the cutoff ace-queen suited.
One of the kind of big takeaways I feel like is modern poker here at Triton, watching the top players that I've personally taken away, that I think like 5-10 years ago was quite different, is kind of the value of it. these high ICM situations, 20 big blinds, some of these mid pairs where you used to just see people always pile them in.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to see a lot of these top players really play them very carefully in a lot of these spots.
Well, can't blame
So
Kulev for
tight
not,
ranges, ICM pressure.
for not exercising similar caution with this kit as a very committing 1.15 has been deployed. Andy jams over the top. Kulev always knew what would be required in the event that this took place, and suddenly 4.2 million works its way into the middle, and Kulev has got real issues.
By the way, I feel it. I had a really good feeling.
Nacho the humble.
I know it's a fault, bro. But, I mean, he's so... It's a standard fault, actually. I'm not a genius.
So see, they're saying, Nacho's saying it.
He's saying
they're
I'm a
actually all
genius.
joking that it's a standard fold. But
10-6-5. Kulev's problems are evident.
I knew it was coming. I fucking
And now
knew it
it's
was coming.
official.
I knew it was fucking coming.
Alex.
Oh my god, why I don't trust my fucking feelings?
Showered.
You have to try to play good. Just play your fucking game.
Bad? This is the fun game?
Nacho, of course, would have turned the set.
I'm
Now
happy
he's
with
breathless as he somehow makes this moment more about him than about the Bulgarian, Kulev, who I thought played really well en route to this final table. Sad to see him go. That's a lot of talent exiting the building, but conversely, everybody who remains in the field is going to be quite thrilled with the departure of formidable opposition such as that. $98,500 for Kulev. That's what he will be tacking on to his career Triton earnings of $2.5 million plus coming into this one. 11th cash, but still no first title for him.
I was trying to find a
That pot does put Andy Nee back on top.
I couldn't find it though. I tried, bro. I tried. But I really felt it was coming. The eights are hot. You know, some numbers are hot. It's hot. What an idiot. I'm so guilty now.
$250K. Andy activating again.
Yeah, Jack 9. No, stop watching. I want to see this one.
No takers. I might have to go buy that hoodie. I don't have that one yet. That one's
the
actually
blue one.
fire.
I like that one, yeah.
Part of the new drop.
Right
we
after
had
you
last
said it, I
season.
instantly saw what you were talking about. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I like it. The blue and gold.
It's got that little sleeve kind of, yeah. It's the gold zipper. You know,
Yeah.
you're rocking the quarter zip here today. By the way, all of this merch that you see, so many of the players.
I am going to buy
always
that
head over.
blue
Yeah.
hoodie.
Yeah.
It's happening.
It's all available.
Blue's a nice color, too.
Online.
Blue with the gold. You know,
Our
bringing
hoodies are
this-
too affordable for Nacho, by the way. He'd prefer to make sure he's spending at least a dime on any hoodie he's rocking.
Bringing this back to the poker, the chip stacks have kind of evolved into a shape. The shape of the two leaders, the guy who's solidly in third, in between, and then the rest that are somewhat short, although of slightly different levels.
Sargisian is presently the shortest.
Yeah.
Sub 10 bigs, only man in that plight. Danny chewing on 10-8 offsuit here in early position for some reason. Eventually does give it up though.
Shooty. Pedal to the metal.
10-7 suited.
He's one of the two chip leaders. Keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, Nicholas, very much a bob and weave kind of character. Paying attention to the sort of table climate, ebbs and flows.
I lose the status. I go to an idiot. Poker is only results oriented. That you guys have to learn. It's not about making the good play, it's about winning the hand. For the people out there watching.
This is still playing with the high level, high rollers for sure. It's a game.
It's like the bell curve meme, right? Like the dumbest guy realizes it's about winning the hand, the middle guy thinks it's like about playing good, and then the smallest guy also realizes it's about only winning the hand.
It's about winning the hand.
You have to ask yourself, where's the money?
I don't care about making the right play, bro. I should make it about like winning the hand.
Where's the money?
The money is winning the hand.
The Tao of Nacho? Is that the Tao of Nacho? Is that what that is?
I like how Brewer brought in the
bell
now
curve.
super famous internet meme. You've obviously seen this. Yeah, it's all over the place, especially in crypto Twitter. They love that meme with the like brain dead dude with like the dented head in on the dumb side of the bell curve.
The ape, if you will.
No, not. It's
Not
like
even an ape?
It's not. I don't think it's a monkey reference. But he's just.
No, but
might
apes,
be
what they refer
mental-
to people who don't put a lot of effort or forethought into plowing into a position.
Yes.
So akin to that in the
But yeah,
crypto
they're
or
on
meme
the same
stock
side
streets.
as the genius luminaries,
Yeah.
and it's the mid curve people that overthink things.
Yeah. Handy knee. Max pressure on Barbero, King 4 suited. Got to respect the ICM. Not the toughest fold he'll make today.
Very qualified hand. Suited.
Suited?
Suited king, yeah. Can you believe it?
Fucking you.
Can you believe it?
What you talk?
Yeah, we are very
You're longing.
We talked about balls
bad kicker problems.
and balls.
No, balls very big Argentinian.
Hey, easy call.
Easy call, yeah. I know.
I wish I spoke Russian just so that I
Why
could
wasn't a 10, bro? I ran
get into
so
a
fast.
conversation with Boldigan because his sense of humor strikes me as being wonderful. Sometimes the English eludes him a little bit, but nevertheless, he's always out there firing barbs, getting into the mix. Just a delight is Vyacheslav.
Ooh, blinds have gone up as well.
Yeah,
that's delightful. We got to keep this moving.
I'm not sure the short stacks share your
that's a big
revelry.
pass right there. Sixes in the hijack
let us
there
fight.
with like 8 blinds.
Is that Sargisian once more?
Yeah, I would not have passed his hand. I mean, he is the shortest stack, and it's a lot of money to pick up by moving all in.
He is sitting 8 big blinds deep. He
And
does
if
need
we're
to pick a
using
spot.
Nacho's criteria, looking at these hands that have gone, it would have worked. And all that matters is winning the hand. So he clearly should have moved all in. Danny's staring him down, deciding whether or not to try to punish him with 7-3 off and make it like 400,000.
You waste the timer for that? Nice.
So like
Nice.
count in and
Nice.
not count your stack.
Well played. Well played, one timer.
Good limp. I like this. This is like a more intense Danny than usual. Coming out ready to fight.
3x pounce and take it from Danny.
Next time I'm gonna be dropping you with 450 fold.
What was the photo on the phone that you're holding up? Oh, me and Ivan. Oh, nice.
I don't remember us having plants. Rast, do you remember any plants? This is
No.
This is a new development, I think.
I like it though. I like plants.
I don't think they're real.
Yeah, that's no. Definitely takes away from the plants if they're not real.
Those are plants.
Yeah.
Fake plants. Ace Queen
No.
suited, nothing fake about it. Up front, 300,000 if you do, says Brewer. No takers. Around to Schweedy. Jack 4 into the bin. Chris, limited involvement thus far, but when his chips have gone forward, they've come back home. He sits third in chips here. Didn't cash in the 25K GG Millions live. Did make a couple of FTs.
Give him a new one. For sure.
In Jeju. 40K mystery bounty, 6th place finish.
Straight up into the hill.
8th in the 100K main. Hunting his 3rd career Triton title here today. Sargisian ace 10 suited. We've seen discipline of perhaps an exceedingly extreme nature on at least one occasion, but on this one he says all in. Big blind next hand, Andy Nee. Can afford to play sheriff here, king queen. Does duck out of the way though, respecting the upfront positioning. And I think maybe the perception that Sargisian is on the more snug side of the spectrum as well, Rast?
I mean, you just
Yeah,
have to get
I would think so at this point. He has not played very many hands for quite a while.
Even if you think no one saw it, it's better for you to just always get a new call.
Yeah, super good, yeah.
He told you he doesn't care. He cares about the result.
The guy is on the other side.
All right, I'll just make sure I can see your cards from now on, Nacho.
Yeah, bro. I can see your cards when you play.
Probably.
Suited and connected. He goes to work.
The fun part was the other one was I start spilling.
Yeah.
It was either an ace or a 4, and it was a 4.
Oh, okay.
I'll just snap passes the big blind with ace 8 off.
We're all right with it?
It's definitely super tight. I would have called there personally, I think, just looking at this chip situation. I mean, I think that if he is going to play this tight, opening his big blind becomes very attractive.
Well, Sargisian not in the big on this occasion, but rather the small. That has nothing to do with Andy Nee's choice, though. More so the 2 10s on his doorstep. Under the gun. Min raise open. Schweedy, another one of the big boss stacks in the room. King Jack offsuit. He's not looking to scrap.
He was thinking about it. I don't think he's flatting that hand. I think if he comes in, he's 3-betting, but decides just to let Andy
And I think you can get behind
Get
it,
after it.
Rast, when you just consider under the gun, knee deep. That was actually an accident, knee deep, but Andy knee deep
Yeah.
stacked.
I think that what I would say is I think that most people are folding there most of the time. But that sometimes you'll see some people 3-bet the king jack off there. And if you ever see somebody flat with those respective positions, then that's the guy who you want to write down and invite to your poker game.
Ace-8 here for Schweedy. Takes us up. 300,000 from the hijack. Earns the button. And perhaps the whole pot. Let's see how Andy feels about tussling with another deep stack. He stays away.
Almost.
Two sub 10 big blind stacks and one roughly 10 big blind stack. All out there right now. Barbero 1.4 million. Buldigan 1.3. Sargisian 1.2. And the jockeying effort is one that obviously could pay dividends when you consider 133K and change is on lockup. 180 roughly for sixth. 233K if you can slide into the top 5.
It feels like this table has settled into a bit of a rhythm now. Kind of a tight rhythm. A raise and take it rhythm.
What, bro? You're so aggressive. When did they teach you those stuff? Here. Oh. I thought we were friends.
Speak the same language.
We eat every day together, and then they just fucking shoves in my big blind every time. Okay,
Aces every time.
Why?
He's saying, I'll share lunch with you, but I'm not sharing blinds.
The audience has
Ship
enough
it.
of you talking. So
The
they turn
superstar has
off.
to be clear.
Andy Nee indeed does speak fluent Spanish. I have observed the two of them at lunch here at Maestral, conversing.
Oh, really? He speaks fluent Spanish?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I had to do a double check because I didn't anticipate it. $785,000 will go to the eventual winner of this one.
What are they doing?
Crucially, for Tang and Barbero,
Man,
Player of the
this
Year
Nick
points
made
as
a
well.
Perfect imitation. I miss him. Where are you, Nick? Come back, bro.
Schweedy,
That was so
pocket
good.
eights.
What?
Yeah, I was dying.
That was hilarious.
They're referring to Schulman's nacho imitation.
Yeah, if you might have missed it, while we were at the Jeju Festival at one point, we came back to a desk where Nick Schulman provided us with perhaps a better impression of Nacho Barbero than Nacho himself.
Yeah.
It was really legendary. I've got it up on my Twitter feed, I believe. It won't be too far buried down there, just given how infrequently I'm posting.
Oh, sorry.
Folds all the way around. Nacho not interested in the
I
button.
had a feeling that I was going to get a hand, but my feelings are wrong today.
Has a peek at the Y. 9-6 off. What's Danny working with? Drum roll.
Owen.
That was the moment you know that Nacho doesn't even pay attention to the nonsense that he says, because he just said, my feelings are wrong today. I specifically remember a hand like 45 minutes ago where he had a feeling and made it very well known that 8s was going to hit, and an 8 did come.
No,
So
he's
he
just
just
on
says stuff.
autopilot, man.
Yeah.
It's just noise. Like trying to adjudicate
Yeah.
or hold him to any measure of consistency or
Yeah.
logical thread is an exercise in futility, Rast.
Yeah,
You just
okay.
got to let Nacho.
Yeah.
A lot of cheese.
Like he's just saying stuff. It
Yeah,
just comes
yeah,
out.
exactly.
Whatever in the moment.
He's
There's no
Teddy
bearing.
Ruxpin, bro. You pull the ring, another Nachoism comes out. You know, you swap cassettes.
Yeah.
I played across from him, Cash Game Streets, for so long, so I've heard
Oh, you did?
all
Okay.
the Nacho goo.
What game did you play with him?
He was playing the 300, 600 mix. I'm over in the 80.
Yeah, okay.
And they, you know, we used to be in the same room, and so he was still grinding cash.
Oh, you mean the Resorts World game?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he plays in that game?
Before he became a superstar.
Oh, I never played with him there. I've played a few times in that game.
See, that was such a like poor shape.
Event one winner
you
Chris
just get,
Moneymaker
like,
just popped up to the stage.
0.5% of the luck. I rubbed the belly, I shook the hand properly. You know, I've got like 50%.
Fuck, I was showing that hand.
Ace 10. A raise and take for Andy.
You have to open every hand, huh?
Andy, by the way, first time he paid us a visit was in Madrid. His first ever Triton event, he finished 13th. That was a 20K Euro.
Just tell him don't open, and he will.
8 max.
He's your friend.
Yeah, no, yeah, clearly not. We
Played two
already
other
know.
events.
I already know who my friends are.
Did not cash.
Pro.
He finished 24th in event number 1 here in Montenegro. First time we've seen him since Madrid 2022, which I believe was your first Triton, Rast?
Yeah, the Madrid? No.
Yeah. No?
My first one was the first one that year. I think my first one was...
Did you come to Cyprus?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
$600?
Ace King suited for Boldigan. No surprises here as he announces 600,000. Just shy of half of his remaining chips. Committing sizing, barring explosions behind.
Yeah, 1.2. So 1,275. 1.3.
Brewer letting go of King Queen. And yet again, a flopless exchange. Courtesy of a raise and ticket. Bit of calm has descended onto this final table after some storminess. King 9 suited, piquing Danny's interest. Nobody else calling. Shout out to K Crusher, by the way, in the YouTube chat, who asks, Rast, who's breaking dishes? It does sound a bit like a Greek wedding in here at times.
Yeah.
We're just a stone's throw from the barista counter here at Maestral, which, by the way, shout out to this mochaccino that I've been downing. That's the only thing keeping me animated. But, you know, they're stacking plates, bowls, saucers. glasses. They're stacking chips too. I don't know if you saw the prices on the menu, but this is a profitable operation. I want in. Although we're getting all our drinks for free.
I think I want in on a mochaccino.
Okay, Rast, you want me to get in on? See if I can get her attention. Let's see whether or not these pocket threes will get Barbero's attention. The answer is yes. He says 625 from under the gun. Obviously sub 10 bigs. He understands the urgency before him. See how much respect he'll be getting. Ace 5 suited, Sweetie.
Going for it.
Let's go.
Vyacheslav. Trying to decide what to do with ace 10 off. I think normally here against under the gun with the ICM implications, given that you have to call, putting basically almost all your chips on the line feels close, but maybe a little light.
Struggle looks real here. Time banks have been slipped forward. He's looking over at Andy to his left. If I park your bones in that seat, Rast.
Wanna call?
All things created equal. How you feeling about ace 10?
I'm pitching it, I think. Ace 10 off? Yeah.
Presumably it is
Aram
close.
Aram has 800K. Yeah, I mean, it's probably kind of close.
Is it the ICM that just puts us over the hump here? You see
Yeah.
Boldigan also finding the bin eventually, but he does have two shorter stacks than his own in Nacho and Sargisian out there. He can obviously await some more focus in terms of their plight. Touched on already the ladders available. They're not insignificant. Now Andy, pocket fours. He's got Barbero destroyed.
Andy also has 9 million in chips. Nobody behind him. Yeah.
Is this
That's not
a call, he said?
He put, I think it's a raise. He put 1 million already.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, he said call after having already plopped in a covering amount, it looked like. Nacho actually was lobbying for the rest to be put in, and now lamenting perhaps that choice. Has he shown a hard 8?
No. Your aura is like so different, Nacho. I'm not trying to put you down, but...
Huh? Yeah. I don't know.
Threes have been a pretty lucky hand.
My goodness.
Three's coming.
No jack.
Andy Nee, not amused whatsoever by that.
Jack.
No jack.
Jack. Jack.
Yes. No jack.
Jack la flip.
No jack.
Jack.
Turn is
Put a
clean.
jack for
So
me.
improbable
I wanna see
is
pain.
that
I'll jack.
set up there for
Jack.
Four is the pain.
Jack. Nah, you
Nacho
deserve
Barbero.
to
Yeah.
Clean run out.
Why don't you put the jack there? I want to see him in pain.
Yeah. Почти победил. А?
Bro, you call with pocket and force when I go in under the gun. You're really crazy.
Сейчас бы шел уже на кушать.
Andy, you're really crazy.
Bueno, no.
Gracias, amigo.
Glad you called, yeah?
What?
Tell him, glad you called.
Crazy guy.
Where's the money?
Bro, why they make me sweat like this? The ace 10 falls and the pocket force call. How fucking bad I run. I can easily beat that one and the other one have to sweat.
Should have been three-way all in better.
Bye bye EV bye bye.
So how about that? Pay jump denied to the field, courtesy of a 3 on the flop.
Man. You can never catch a break.
I can never catch a break, bro. They had to make it difficult, you know. But I knew it was coming, though.
I got to tell you, when Barbero is running hot,
When
it
you
can
know
be
it's
a
coming, you have to
little
go
bit
limp.
unbearable.
They're in the cash streets with him because
Hey, you should have limped.
He's,
Get everyone else in.
not the best
You know
winner.
it's coming.
He likes.
Not a lot of post-pot silence is afforded you.
Yeah. He's,
Brian hit a 3 yesterday and got second. Might be lucky. Brian Kim, yeah, jacks against 3s. He hit the 3.
He came second.
He came second. He was out. 3s are hot on the final table. You guys
for
gotta-
Chris Brewer, 3s for Bold again.
You hit an 8, 3s, you hit a 3.
I'm hot, but look at me, bro.
Easy game.
Look at me. Come on. So easy. I make it look so easy. It's not that easy, actually, but I make it look really easy.
you're going to make this look hard.
Yeah, the 3s do find the bin, but the ace-king unlikely to do so, as Barbero thinking maybe the sun's shining down on him. But as we can see, this is an overcast sky.
Yeah, he's probably just going to pile.
Yep.
And
Chris snaps, and by the way, he's ready for the earful.
What a cooler. It's okay. I'm going to flop it straight. You didn't think about that one, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty easy decision.
Давай без троек, чтобы не обидно было. Plus 10, нормально.
4.7 million in the middle.
this is going to be a tough one for Nacho to do.
Oh, Jack, and yeah, you're right about that. Ace is full on the flop is the case. Ace finds the board, no Jack on the turn, means there will be no chop.
At least I go out with the side.
Would have taken perfect for Nacho to avoid anything other than a 7th place finish. Well, things are going to get a lot quieter here at this final table, is my guess. Absent the Argentinian Nacho Barbero. Left to collect $133,600 is Nacho. Always entertaining. He can turn on you. But obviously, it's going to be a non-issue moving forward as he closes in on $10 million in career Triton earnings. No third title will be his, but a 17th cash added to his resume. 180K plus on lockup now, over 50,000, the gap between 6th and 5th. Well, he was pretty chirpy after he banked that 3 against the 4s and then just immediately got hit with the mute button.
Yeah. I mean, like the very next hand, just stone cooler. But it is what it is.
Now, those of you that might be
get there that
sensing
time.
that perhaps energy levels have waned a touch over on Rast, I'm happy to report that we were able to flag down the barista desk and get my man a mochaccino replete with caffeine and sugar. Rast, initial reviews? It's more of a coffee with a F-ton of what seems like Nestle syrup.
Yeah, I mean, I would never normally drink something like this, but I did want to up the energy levels, so I just said, F it, I'll just have what all these having.
Now, if you have a choice between this and like a little Red Bull of some sort?
No, this.
Never doing
Yeah,
that, this?
never-
Okay,
never
how about,
Red
have
Bull.
we done the Celsius? Have you hit a Celsius
No,
yet?
I don't even know what that is.
I'd have to cover up the label before you'd be willing to drink it, but I got to tell you, I've leaned on a few Celsiuses in the booth, and they've done me right.
It sounds like something I wouldn't put in my body.
I mean, it's been a minute since I've had any sort of liver exam. I'm sure.
It's like Red Bull worse than Red Bull?
It's supposed to be better. You know, a little bit less chemically, for lack of a better word. I don't know, man. I don't, you know, it's strictly in the commentary streets that we're in need of such things. I'm not trying to put anyone to sleep out here. We're trying to keep the energy high as we march toward a winner.
Leroy.
Leroy Jenkins.
Griffin, by the way, at the desk the other day, Rasty. Not since I got privy to the fact that Santa's not real.
Oh,
ruined my day by telling me that that was staged.
What?
The Leroy Jenkins thing.
Oh, really?
How tilting do you think that was?
Oof.
Right? That's been sort of an altar that I've knelt before, and you know, a bit of a religious sort of beacon. A manufactured battle cry, it would seem. Andy Need, couple of ducks on the button. Makes it 300,000 to go. Danny chewing on it. Queen Jack offsuit in the small, 2.4 back.
Is he gonna shoot his shot? Nope.
Lays that one down. You could feel the reluctance, and perhaps well served to get out of the way. Not sure Schweedy was going to take the heat, but now sixes have these deuces in a bad way. This is the two biggest stacks at the table. Everybody loves to see them lock up. Paired flops do keep pocket pairs interested. By the way, that's not like an air raid siren in the background. Not sure it's coming through the microphone. That is what looks to be a fresh OJ machine over at the barista counter, which has really captivated me today. Meanwhile, back to the poker where Andy Nee is c-betting 3 1/4.
Yeah, that is quite the blaring. Okay, there, it stopped.
That's a lot of citrus that met its maker for one small glass. Oh, Schweedy calls and snap. Bink 6 is full. On the turn happens to be a spade as well. He's just hoping it's a flush across the way for Andy. It is a flush draw. Not sure how much pride Andy's going to be taking in these deuces, given the check call by Schweedy on the flop. King X, 7X, 2 spades, all certainly a part of the equation.
And Schweedy deciding whether or not he wants to lead here. He should have more flushes than Andy. Given that he defended the big blind.
Uh-oh.
We're back.
I think we might have a second order of OJ in progress here. As Schweedy orders Andy to plunk down 425,000, approaching this turn with a lead. After check calling the flop, we've seen this line on a few occasions, you and I, on the day, Rast.
Yeah, Andy, I mean, really doesn't have very much hand here. This would be quite the speculative call. Yeah, it seems like a prudent fold. Just what are you really looking for here other than a deuce?
Obviously would have preferred a call, but nevertheless, able to put a small gap between himself and Andy in the chip lead by about 6 bigs. Brewer lurking 43 bigs, and it's kind of a haves and have-nots setup here with 6 left between the aforementioned 3 stacks and then the shorties. Tang down to 12 bigs, but Bouldigan and Sargisian really lean at 6 and 4 respectively. Blinds up to 100, 200, and just what the doctor ordered for the Armenian. Pocket kings.
He's really been patient, and the poker guys have rewarded with him with a hand before he blinded out. And I'm not even really joking about that. The blinds would take 500 of his 800,000 chips the next time they hit him.
This is just a matter of time. No ifs, just when.
Definitely noticed he actually takes longer when he has a better hand. He did this earlier with 10s. I mean, it's not like a little bit, it's noticeable. With 10s before, he went into 2 of the red time banks before he raised them in a pretty obvious spot.
And one wonders how much credibility is going to be assigned to this kit. Tang, 2.4, Queen Jack suited, not enough.
Can we count this?
Schwede wants a count though.
$800.
Small blind ace-5 off. Big stack, is this a consideration? He thinks so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think normally, yes. Schwede has, I mean, sorry, Aram has played so tight, though, that, like, I mean, it's one of those spots where, I don't know. Like, I think Schwede's play is probably somewhat standard, given all the overlay you're getting from the big blind. But, I mean, against somebody playing as tight as Aram, maybe you could find a fold, actually. I mean, Aram has really played snug so far.
Well, snug or not, Schwede decides, let's tussle. Sargisian knows the threats to kings. They tend to be ace magnets. Not on this occasion, though. A queen high board is a clean one for the Cowboys. Turn is safe.
No, a few more outs.
Oh, that's right, the gutter. Oversight. Just a pair of 5s on the river. So Aram sits up in his chair and will haul in 2 million in chips, and that will leave Buldigan all alone at the bottom of the leaderboard.
No.
Now, Rast, I got an update on the energy drink discussion that we had briefly earlier, courtesy of one Jeff G in the YouTube chat, who writes in to advise that Red Bull has about 80 milligrams of caffeine. Monster and Rockstar have about 160 milligrams.
That's a lot.
And our friends over at Celsius have managed to pack 200 milligrams of caffeine into each can.
Wow.
Cheers.
I mean, the 200 milligrams is quite a lot.
Is that one of those ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for Celsius kind of situations, you know?
I mean,
do I need a script?
What else is in there?
For Celsius? Is there any fentanyl in there? What are we working with? Little ace-9 in there for Schwede. 400 milligrams.
An average 8-ounce cup of coffee contains around 80 to 100 milligrams of caffeine.
Child's play. Coffee is so mid. It's so Y2K. When we have things like Celsius available to us, Rast, why would we go to the Java? I don't know if it's ethically sourced. I don't know if I'm supporting narco-terrorism with each cup. Whereas when I enjoy a Celsius, I know
you're getting a great chemical cocktail.
I'm supporting some major multinational conglomerate.
That scientists carefully selected all of the ingredients, thinking of only my health and my best interests.
I'm sure a couple Bunsen burners, a few beakers, some testing. It's got to be safe.
It's really a longevity cocktail at the end of the day.
In terms of my ability to deliver a broadcast, you're damn right. In terms of life in general, perhaps not. King, queen suited for Schwede. Another 400 if you do. A 6 suited immediately behind on the button for Brewer.
Yeah, does Brewer want to get frisky? He says no. I'm just going to keep on folding here, and
That brings me to a thought, Rast. I think a lot of times there are those personalities that like to do it with flair, that like to do it with a little bit of panache. But there is no rule that says when we win a poker tournament that we've got to do it in sexy fashion.
No.
You can make it as boring. It reminds me of Floyd Mayweather a little bit because Shulman's a big boxing fan. We've talked about this.
yeah.
His fights can be pretty boring.
Yes.
He's not looking to get hit. He throws the shoulder up there, avoids punches, gets
Clinches-
himself to a
clinches a
decision.
lot.
You know, all of it.
Yeah.
Right? But it's effective.
Yeah.
Undefeated in the ring. And maybe we're observing a little bit of something out of that playbook from Brewer here, avoiding that spot. Meanwhile,
Yeah, no, not just Brewer. I think a lot of people at the table right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been a very
Fair.
non-confrontational
so.
table.
Sorry, maybe.
Nobody
Sorry.
has decided to 3-bet because they have an ace or whatever. So,
7.
7, yeah.
675.
yeah, no, nothing wrong with that.
defending with ace-3 is Buldigan. Note, by the way, Schwede declining to c-bet despite having all of this hand here.
Or at least from a strategic perspective.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. But just like when people watch fights, sometimes they like the guys who charge in there and do crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah, I like
You
the
know.
guy that doesn't tap out, and all of a sudden we see, you know, a femur snap. Like, I'm like, wow, what a beast. Hope that heals well.
He's still going.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at you, Gracie. Meanwhile.
I mean, the adrenaline, right?
He's probably 4 or 5 Celsius is in before the fight, if I'm being honest. Schwede,
Exactly.
a little tickle, 200 dimes here. Gut shot on the turn. Buldigan mulling.
Wow, this bet is really small. I guess, yeah, Vyacheslav has a really small amount of chips.
A nublet.
He's getting 6.5 to 1. I mean, that's almost direct odds here against even King Queen. So 4 to 1 is 80-20. So yeah, he is getting direct odds. The problem is that the chips in his stack are worth more than winning. That said, even if he folds here, he's going to be super short, so he's going to have to be all in soon anyway. I mean, he can't even afford to take the blinds. Calling doesn't change that very much. It's not that much of a difference between 475 and 675. You'd be all in. Next hand you play, and you're going to get called.
Looks so strong. You can believe.
Well, it's not as though this call is on the river for all of it. So once Vyacheslav says this looks so strong.
Not very, but strong.
It did, rather. Feel like he was done with it.
No. Yeah, it looks.
Looks like.
One king.
I believe it. I'm just saying it.
You scared me a lot with this one blade. Like that.
The check back one big blind is fucking terrifying.
Well, we are very proud to announce that we've gone mainstream. And by that, I mean OTT, Pluto TV, to be specific, where you can watch Triton Poker streams 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, year-round, on your Roku device, your smart TV, whatever tickles your fancy. Get caught up on everything in between festivals on the Triton Poker app on Pluto TV.
Is it a planet? Is it not a planet?
I thought it
Find
was restored.
all the answers that you want on Pluto TV, along with Triton Poker.
I remember it got
No, I think it's just not a planet.
That's a big fold, though.
I don't think it got recommissioned.
That's a very big fold.
If only there was.
I'm pretty sure.
If only there was a
I
way
would
to
bet
figure
you.
out.
I'd bet you I'd lay 4-1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not. You're looking on the phone now. No bet.
No. I mean, I like your side. Anytime you're willing to lay me 4-1, I mean,
I'll take 4-1.
I'm saying there's 1.1 in there. It's a big fold.
It's hard. I don't know. It's very scarce. I don't know.
I agree. It's scary. It's a big fold.
Everybody fold? Yeah.
All in. They get direct odds though. Not a limit holder player.
Oh, it
Yeah.
might be a dwarf planet now. I don't know if that counts as a planet.
Oh, are you suggesting that dwarves aren't planets?
Yes.
Rast?
Yes.
但是你不需要 A 方星
Bold again.
Says it's now classified as a dwarf planet
a
because
dwarfy
while it
stack.
is large enough to have become spherical, it is not big enough to exert its orbital dominance and clear the neighborhood surrounding its orbit.
I got your orbital dominance right here, says Andy Nee. Ace Queen against Queen 9. Then look at Boldigan hop right down into his seat as he hits the side card on the 9-3-3 board. Can he hold?
Ooh.
Things are looking good for him.
It's a great card. It takes away a third of his opponent's outs.
Red Ace is that which he needs to avoid and does so successfully. Spasiba.
I enjoy the incredible variety of ways you manage to say things as you navigate your way through the verbal streets.
I mean, think about this. I've been watching this silly little card game and being tasked with trying to describe very similar situations in novel manner. For how long?
I don't know, man. You tell me. It's been a while, though, I think.
Count the white hairs.
You and me both, brother.
I'm leaning in. Actually, I'm lying. I dyed it before I came. I always do. You know? Get a snip and a dye.
I keep them. I feel like it. I just don't care enough to do something like that. But I tell myself I look distinguished, yeah.
The problem is I'm dyeing the hair. Then all of a sudden the peppery beard starts to be very pronounced. Because you know, it's incongruent. All of a sudden it's like young scalp, old face. Like, what? Maybe I need that. Yeah, Daniel's got that. He gets the beard all nice and monotone. You know, maybe I got to go raid his medicine cabinet. Is that just for men? Something like that. What the hell am I talking about, by the way? Queen 9 offsuit, under the gun. Schweedy takes us up. Take it, sir. Been a lovely final table for him. He's part of the Pepper Bros. I see it. He's not going to need any hair dye anytime soon.
You know what I think, Ollie?
Talk to me.
When you start on these tangents, I feel like it's like I have that little like jingly thing on the fishing pole, and I'm playing with my cat. Just jingle it, and the cats are jumping on it. Oh, my dyeing
I'm
my
swatting
hair.
at it. And, yeah.
Wait,
Oh, yeah.
what am I doing? Why am I swatting this thing?
I'm like channeling Phil Locke.
My Human jingles this every day. Why am I swatting it? This doesn't.
You're human. There you go. Quick peek there at that Trident trophy. Awaiting our winner here today.
Virgin?
I heard he missed Nacho. It's just, you think you're not going to miss him, but then you do.
I miss his chips. That was some cash game goo there.
Yeah.
From Nacho Streets. King 3 off for Schweedy. Can well afford to defend. I don't know that Andy's stack is the one that he's wanting to dance with, but one upon which he can be placing a considerable amount of ICM pressure given the presence of 3, 10 or fewer big blind stacks that still remain out of our 6 players.
Shuidi's just going to defend his big blind a lot. That's what it boils down to. When you have the chip lead, you're going to defend your blind a lot. Because not only do you get to, you know, like realize your equity, play chip EV, you actually probably over-realize because other stacks, you know, feel the pressure, especially playing you can bust them anyways.
Open Ender just speaks right on up with a lead of 450,000. Note the double gutter for Andy, by the way, plus backdoor diamonds. This is getting a little interesting.
Yeah, definitely a board deuce 5-4 rainbow, which favors the big blind. He's gonna have 3-6. He's gonna have some 2 pairs that Andy won't. So finds a lead and
finds that card that isn't really the one he had in mind. I'm talking about Andy pairing the 6. Of course, Sweetie right away hitting the straight.
You know, Andy is not going to mind this card. Like, obviously, we can see it was a really bad card for him, but like he's now beating any of the flopped pairs. And so far, Sweetie has played his hand in a way in which his range should be rich of one pair of those flopped 1-pair hands. Doesn't mean Andy needs to bet here, but Andy's got to feel pretty good. I mean, Sweetie led flop and then checked turn, so he could easily have a 5-4 or deuce. So now let's see how Sweetie decides to play.
Yeah, given that the 4 does pair on this river after 2 checks on the turn, 2 million out there. How much value does Nicholas have on his mind?
I don't think he probably isn't going to check raise if he checks. Not unreasonable, but it is ambitious. So yeah, I like just betting. Kind of tough spot for Andy. I mean, he has a pretty good hand, but at this point you were pretty much just bluff catching. It's hard to think of a maybe Sweetie has a hand like ace-5, like 6-7. Possible you're beating a small amount of value. What are the bluffs he has, though? I mean, if you're trying to come out with bluffs, it'd be just 2 overcards. So, like, a hand like 9-10 of diamonds.
900,000, just shy of half pot. That's the demand. Presented to Andy. And he does make the call.
Yeah.
You know,
Very
you can
interesting
really
spot, actually.
But you can get behind it as played. You know, Sweetie is going to be incentivized to sort of attack us.
It's a weird spot where even though the 6 was good for our hand, it also fills in and makes a lot of hands that would otherwise be air, not air. You'd think a lot of Sweetie's kind of, I'm betting at this with nothing on the flop, will involve stuff like overcards that have a gutter, a lot of 6x in them. You know, maybe he'll have a few hands like 7x, 7-9, and those hands obviously we're still beating, but it's, I do think as played when you get to the river, and I'm not saying we can classify this for Sweetie, there will be a lot of people that won't have enough bluffs in that spot. That's my intuition on that spot. And by no means am I saying Sweetie should be in that grouping. But that's why I think this spot's quite interesting. Because even though when you have a 6 there, your hand is relatively strong, you're not beating a ton of value. And I think there's going to be a good segment of the population that just doesn't really have many to any bluffs as played.
Ace 6 suited passed up on by Sargisian. Ace 8 for Andy also. Dusty Queen on the button for Danny. Ivan Liao, Player of the Year, leader coming into this stop. Big implications for him in terms of Is somebody rinsing with Listerine? What is happening? Did you catch
The
that?
mic's, yeah, the mic's in some weird spot where it's catching stuff. It might not even be at the table. Who knows?
I don't think there's a wine tasting in progress. What was that? Sweetie, 7-8.
Yeah, someone in the chat is asking, like, why did he call? So like I said, like a hand such as 9-10 of diamonds, in other words, 2 overcards that didn't have a gutter, probably have a backdoor flush draw or something like that, that led flop, kind of just gave up turn because the 6 didn't help them and didn't give them a flush draw, and then just bluffed river because 10 high or jack high or whatever literally has 0 showdown and you got to find bluffs. Now, like I said, most people don't really play poker that way, but definitely some of these guys are, and the reason why is because deuce 5-4 rainbow is going to be a board where the big blind gets to lead at a decent frequency, and some of your leads are going to be just like stone air hands that are trying to get like 9 high, 10 high, jack high, that are trying to get like queen and king high specifically to fold. So that would be the answer to that question, and that's why Andy called, and that's why I don't think his call's unreasonable. I'm just saying a lot of stuff about that hand, and that, you know, even though maybe Andy's calling that, I think in like a normal poker game, or maybe you guys on stream are listening, you probably don't want to end up calling there against someone that's not really creative, because they're just not going to have any bluffs. But I think good players will, for all the reasons I just enumerated.
Yeah, and Sweetie also with the big stack factor, you know, he's been out there, he's been involved, V-pipping. Could think that he's got his dancing shoes on, touch more than the average opponent would in that situation. Meanwhile, we find Chris Brewer suited and connected, jamming into Sargisian, who has not released 7 of hearts and a mystery card. What might that other card be? We'll never know.
That's the spot if I'm Brewer. I'm just like closing my eyes and just like jamming any 2. I mean, Aram's been playing super snug. I think he's just going to overfold, and so like I'm trying to win that 500K in the middle.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
just the way it goes.
And you've got enough to not be like, you know, decimated if it goes wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I am going to look at my hand because there might be some hands that I limp, but I'm pretty much going all in with most everything. It's like maybe I limp aces. I'm not balanced. It's max exploit. Schwady shoots it on up.
Now we're starting to see him really kind of activate.
I can feel this mochaccino. It's already having an effect.
Well, welcome aboard.
Let's go.
Blinds did tick up, by the way, hence the 500K min raise open sizing now. Not at all insignificant, 125, 250, that which we play. 7 of hearts once again paying a visit to Sargisian, and once again, he's chewing with a king of hearts and toe. I still see cards in his hand, by the way. This hand has not been mucked.
They're predicting. Now the team in the back is on predictions. They're like, this guy's just knitting it up. There's no way he's playing King 7 suited right now. We'll just go ahead and save you all the trouble.
King Deuce suited from Boldigan.
5, yeah? Call.
Does make the call, and look at the significance
take back moves, isn't it?
of doing so in terms of how much of his remaining stack this represents.
Distribution. Oh yeah, I'll take one. It's 47.
Ace, Queen, 6. Schwede with second pair, backdoor diamonds. Air for Boldigan. Checks it over.
I just feel like checking this back is very sus.
Well, look at what it does to the board. A second diamond Nicholas picking up the flush draw. Buldigan, king high, Broadway gutty. But you're right, that check back does feel like, why wouldn't you c-bet here?
If you had just nothing.
It's just the full range feels like it should be sprinkling. And when it doesn't, we do wonder. Boldigan utilizing at least one time bank before deciding to check it over. Now Schwede says, let's go. All of it.
Looks like.
Yeah, Boldigan thinks it's sus too. But not in the same way you and I do.
No, he's folding.
Looks like flash draw.
I think he thinks it's sus in the exact same way we do too. But oh, now there's a straight draws and a double flush draw, and you're putting me all in, waiting with an ace, waiting with a queen.
Nicholas does say, I had you beat, trust me. Truth told, didn't take much against king high.
Sorry for tanking, but I'm not good in this spot.
Sounds like he doesn't like the 4 big blind spots. I can't really blame him. Sometimes think some of those spots are like the toughest spots.
Those weren't even spots not that long ago, Rast. Remember, it was just, what are we doing? In we go, hope for a double, but so much study and care has been given to even these specific sorts of scenarios.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the
you
quest
end up
for
really
perfect
running into
poker.
them only here at like final tables when they really matter, right? Because there aren't that many blinds in play. You're playing for real big money pay jumps. So that's also part of the reason why they're pretty important.
What's happening here?
I said 300. Yeah. I'm fine with allowing it to be a raise, but I think it is a call. Very clear intent to raise, too. Very clear he's trying to raise.
Let's see, Brewer's got like 2 kings.
Yeah,
over
right.
there. I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm. For those out there, I really don't think Brewer probably knows what he has right now, but
no, I agree.
It's a funny joke.
Brewer's not angling, but it would be so hilarious. He would feel horrendous, by the way, if he woke up here.
If he actually had kings.
So what happens now? It has to be a call. Okay.
Okay, so it looks like Sonny is advising Danny that given that he declared 300,
Also, it's going to be fine if we just let you raise.
when 500
Either one seemed fine.
is the min raise, it is closer to a call than a raise, doesn't represent a declaration of over half the required chips, and I'm guessing this is why he's being held to a limp. And these spots can make things a little weird at times, Rast, as we seek to navigate. Boldigan, A7 suited. I'm not sure how complicated matters are going to be for him. In the small, note Danny's got him pipped. Again, Vyacheslav going to his time banks.
I think you gotta just not fold this. It is interesting now, like, can you just call? But, like, you kind of don't really want the big blind in with some random hand here. And just getting the big blind out might be worth raising. It's a very interesting question. And again, these are these, like, 3 big blind spots that I don't really know the answer to. But like when you go all in there, it's not because you're excited about getting heads up with Danny, but it's worth a lot just getting the big blind to fold some like random garbage like this, like Jack 4, which look, it has 32% equity that you just kept it in by not raising as Vyacheslav, that hand folds. But it's not going to really matter here. It looks like they'll probably get it all in on the flop.
So Boldigan did limp the small. Both he and Danny have an ace on this ace-king-10 board. Andy, an involuntary participant with the Broadway Gutty. 2 checks in front of Danny, who everybody knows wanted to raise.
And Danny just has a clear bet here. He's up against the big blind check range and a small blind limp. And so a pair of aces is just pretty good.
$325,000.
This is also a very clear just, we're going with it for 550.
Well, we certainly didn't limp with the intention of releasing in a spot such as this.
Excuse me.
I thought that was someone at the table. Rasty, we have a call.
That was me. I know. I'm not sitting in a way to have hit it. Vyacheslav is, I think he's almost psyching himself out with the amount of like tanking he's started doing. Like just starting to, I feel like his like confidence is kind of gone. I mean, his chips have been going down, but now he's just agonizing over every decision. This is not a hard decision.
Well, this isn't posturing from Boldigan. There's plenty of authenticity behind this struggle that we're witnessing, Rast. And are you surprised by that?
No, like I said, I think it's a situation where he's just had a number of difficult decisions and things haven't been going his way and he's chipping down. And I think he's gotten to the point where he's kind of psyching himself out and he's not feeling very confident. But am I surprised about, in this particular spot, taken away from the context of what's happened so far at this final table? Yes, because I think this is very clear. You just don't fold.
But maybe this is part of the whole Danny wanted to raise before the flop, and this board texture is the type that he thinks has smashed Danny for
By the way,
hand
that's
going
sure,
to perform well.
Danny can have Queen 10 suited, 10 Jack suited, King Queen suited, King Jack suited that we're all beating, as well as
look at.
Yo, King Queen, yeah.
Tang is deeply befuddled by the muck.
You, ace. You, what? King Queen? Jack? I don't know. What do you have? It's okay.
Danny can have 9s or 8s, by the way.
I think so.
Well, technically, Danny was beating Boldigan, but there was
Yeah, they're
plenty of
probably
chops.
chopping.
That's sound, no.
You have ace 7.
You have, it could be ace, but I don't know. What do you have? I can't for you. What the cat, baby?
I beat you.
Yeah,
I beat you. I beat you.
No back down.
Vyacheslav can't take it, just begging Danny to let him off the hook, and technically, yes, Danny did beat him, though he hasn't said with what specific combo. Meanwhile, the ace-deuce offsuit, under the gun, opened by Schweedy. He has been far and away the highest VPIP here at this FT. It really has been the Nick show. Pocket tens for Sargisian.
Yeah, like just giving mental game analysis here. Like I'm shorting Vyacheslav right now because I feel like mentally he's just out of it. Just watching, having worked with Elliott Rowe and I'm up with that side of it, he's just agonizing over stuff. He's questioning himself. And
yeah,
I think that was a bad laydown for what it's worth. But, I mean, you can see the guys at the table are kind of shocked that he would fold an ace because you shouldn't. But
well, you can also see that perhaps that laydown is going to earn a ladder.
I mean, he's probably chopping that flop. He's a huge favorite to chop. Like, if you had them turn over the hands and you showed ace-8, he should put the money in because he's only losing the pot probably like 20% of the time,
There's a lot of sweaty
winning
balls,
like whatever. Anyway.
Well, hang on. Sarkeesian could be at risk of losing this one. An ace or a 4 is all it would take on the river, and instead it's an 8. So a double for Aram, and of course, that's not what Vyacheslav wanted to see. For that matter, anybody else at the table, Shweety included.
Aram has, it's been a very consistent line so far. He's played super tight and just waited, passing up every conceivable spot, and then found enough big hands in time to save him. The kings, now the 10s, and gotten a double.
He's looking for black and white, not
Yeah.
gray, it would seem to me.
And that's actually a great kind of guy to have in if you're the chip leader. This guy who's over folding and who other short stacks can't count on going out in the race to wait. So if you're the chip leader, having Aram at the table is pretty sweet. So Shweety should be happy.
Can I get a Caesar salad? Can I just get a Caesar salad? Yep. Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
Pocket 5s for Andy. Button open. Pocket queens for Danny.
Wow. I don't know if Andy can fold when it versus an all-in here. I mean, he's going to be 1.5 to when he's getting 2 to 1 on his money. Oh my goodness, well he can fold now.
Ace, king suited. Nicholas has got the ingredients for a classic race.
Yeah, wow, this is going to save Andy probably that 1.6, and now we're going to see a pretty big race here. Shweety's going to go with it.
He decides to jam as opposed to flatten, perhaps end up with a dry side situation, or maybe even an overly ambitious pair of 5s. Table for 2.
BVB with queen.
5 million in the middle.
Yeah, come on, ladies.
We know what Buldigan's rooting for. As Tang, obviously, not given a choice but to get involved for his tournament life here, in spite of the presence of a 2 big blind stack and a big pay ladder. 6, 5, 3. Clean for the queens.
Yeah, Danny is the only person at the table rooting for Danny.
You have 5s?
It's worth a decent amount of money to everybody else if for Danny to bust here.
Yeah, specifically 53,000 and change. Turn, safe. You see Danny, Ivan Leal, Player of the Year award leader, on the hunt for a 6th Triton title. Can he remain involved? No!
Wow. GG, boys.
And you see the grimace as the king vanquishes Danny Tang from this FT in savage fashion.
Yeah, good run by Danny. He bobbed, he weaved, he found some spots to be aggressive and try to win, but at the end of the day, just queens couldn't hold.
So Tang will collect $180,500 for this 6th place finish. Vital Player of the Year points, in addition to some steps closer towards 16 million in career Triton earnings. 31st career Triton cash as one of Hong Kong's finest. Falls and leaves 5 behind. Buldigan so improbably capturing a ladder. And we refer back to that fold. Obviously would have been quite likely to chop, so don't want to make too much of a meal of it, but it was this sort of development that I would imagine he had somewhat in mind when choosing to surprise many of us with the fold
525.
against Danny's ace-8.
525.
And now you see greasy wheels on King 8 offsuit. Buldigan rips Brewer and ace. Says, let's get that last quarter in there. And 2 live cards for Vyacheslav. 1.5 million chip pot. Tension and ice broken by that bust out moments ago of Danny Tang. Buldigan on his feet behind. 40% equity, a 3-2 dog, and he finds himself a king high flop. Keep the needles away from the board, and now keep the crabs away as well. That's the thought on Vyacheslav's mind. Oh! Once again, the river choosing violence here. And on this occasion, the beneficiary, Chris Brewer. And Buldigan could taste the double, and instead now tastes defeat. 5th place finish for the Russian. Definitely gave it everything he had into the tank on multiple occasions. Not going to win his 2nd title as he notches his 11th cash, bringing him ever so close to $4 million in career Triton earnings. And then there were 4. Well, beat the rest. Beat the best, rather, and crush the rest over at GTO Wizard. If you want to solve for some of those difficult spots, maybe take yourself out of the sort of blender that Vyacheslav found himself in. Optimal decisions can be clarified using the GTO Wizard solvers. You can study any situation using any bet size. It's the ultimate tool to prep yourself for moments such as these kinds of FTs. Check them out today at gtowizard.com. Andy Nee going to check out Ace Jack. $800 over 3x open sizing from the cutoff. Reason behind that upsize? I mean, it was Sargisian's big, I suppose.
Yeah, it's pretty curious. I guess he's, I don't know. He's doesn't want to get called, increase his chances of taking it down pre-flop, yet still way short of half his chips or one of those like larger towards all-in sizings. It does really preserve the ability to 3x and then fold. So maybe he could do it with some weaker hands as well. Hands way too weak that where you do the half or most of your chips all-in type sizing.
Queen 7 suited. Employed by our chip leader, and pocket 10s for Sargisian. He's done well with this kit on one occasion already.
That play's not really in my playbook, so I'd love to hear what Andy's thoughts are as to why he did it.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a chance to cross paths with the man.
Rolling.
Sargisian jams. King Jack suited. Finds a simple muck. Schweedy asking for a count.
So he needs to call 1.37 to win 2.8. It's actually right around break-even odds here.
Getting better than 2-1 slightly.
Yeah. But I think if you showed me this and said it's break-even odds, if I'm him as the chip leader, I still fold because, like, I want RM to stay in.
Yes, but you want him to stay in with that sub-10 big blind sort of stack. You don't want him to creep into that 16 big blinds sort of spot, because then the opportunity before you
to throw the shackles onto Brewer and knee, and attack with a measure of relentlessness becomes much more limited.
I mean, even if Aram doubles here, you're in a great spot, and it limits the others. But it's more just I don't want to bust him. He's just playing super tight and overfolding, and I'd rather take advantage of that than like gamble break even here. But
they have one over.
But gamble it is. Violence was chosen. And here we go to the flop. He needs a queen.
And he finds it, but note the presence of an 8 and a 9 as well, providing Sarkisian with a gutter.
Presence noted.
Board pairing 9 on the turn. It's going to take a 10 or a jack to keep the Armenian involved here. Not going to happen. And all of the resilience that Aram Sarkisian demonstrated to this point comes undone.
I know.
Queen 7 suited the culprit, and you can see a little bit of disgust on Aram's face there, but nothing to be ashamed of. A tremendous performance here at his first ever Triton Festival, Rast.
Yeah, good showing. I mean, he never had a lot of chips, so playing super snug and basically going from 8 at the final table all the way down to getting 4th. I mean, it's pretty good overall considering how he came in. Can't be disappointed with it, even though he might feel that way right now.
Yeah. So for Sarkisian, second ever event, and he finds his first cash. Batting 500 in this 25K, managing a $290,000 score, but not managing to hold against Nicholas Schwede, upon whom the sun continues to shine. Just check out this monster stack, 16.6 million plus in front of him. As we bring you back to the desk here from the Nicholas Schwede show, and really just maybe he's feeling himself a little bit. Like you said, you'd prefer maybe not to take your chances in letting Aram double up. He's been very snug. You assume Queen 7's not performing particularly well in that spot, but the math gets him there, and then the Queen high board takes him home.
Yeah, Lee. That was just my take on that particular pot and that particular spot, but it's been the Schwede show.
Yeah.
Schwede's on a heaty, and getting it done.
All right, so $354,000 is now locked up by the final 3, $531 if you can slide into heads-up action. You see the pay jump there. This is meaty, $177,000 separating third and second. So obviously there's going to be a lot of jockeying between the short-stacked Andy Nee. He inherits that with 15 big blinds. Chris Brewer, 26 bigs, and of course the overwhelming chip leader, Nicholas Schwede. We're going to step aside briefly, but don't go anywhere. When we return to the Maestral, we're going to take us home to a winner here in event number 2.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy, and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
All right, now we get to observe Andy play the Pocket Rockets.
Yeah. Looking for some space exploration of his own. All done spectating for obvious reasons.
Oh.
Barbaro might find things costly yet again.
This is a dicey spot. This is very similar to the last time, but the positions are even earlier because this is an 8-handed table now, and there's more ICM pressure. He definitely might fold this. I think fold is pretty reasonable. He also might stick in 1.9 million and find out some bad news.
Well, remember, with the ace-queen, he chose to make it 700, allowing himself to get away from the 4-bet. But you wonder whether or not that would have maybe influenced this decision.
I like this fold.
I feel like I'm
the
in favor of it
positions
as
are too
well.
early.
Kulev's got himself some trouble, though, in the cutoff ace-queen suited.
One of the kind of big takeaways I feel like is modern poker here at Triton, watching the top players that I've personally taken away, that I think like 5-10 years ago was quite different, is kind of the value of these high ICM situations, 20 big blinds, some of these mid pairs where you used to just see people always pile them in.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to see a lot of these top players really play them very carefully in a lot of these spots.
Well, can't blame
So
Kulev for
tight ranges, ICM pressure.
for not exercising similar caution with this kit as a very committing 1.15 has been deployed. Andy jams over the top. Kulev always knew what would be required in the event that this took place, and suddenly 4.2 million works its way into the middle, and Kulev has got real issues.
By the way, I feel it. I had a really good feeling.
Nacho the humble.
I know it's a fold, bro. But, I mean, he's so... It's a standard fold, actually. I'm not a genius.
So see, they're saying, Nacho's saying it.
He's saying
they're
I'm a
actually all
genius.
joking that it's a standard fold. But
10-6-5.
Kulev's problems are evident.
I knew it was coming. I fucking
And now
knew it
it's
was coming.
official.
I knew it was fucking coming.
Alex.
Oh my god, why I don't trust my fucking feelings?
Showered.
You have to try to play good. Just play your fucking game.
Bad? This is your fucking game?
Nacho, of course, would have turned the set.
I'm
Now
happy
he's
with
breathless. As he somehow makes this moment more about him than about the Bulgarian, Kulev, who I thought played really well en route to this final table. Sad to see him go. That's a lot of talent exiting the building, but conversely, everybody who remains in the field is going to be quite thrilled with the departure of formidable opposition such as that. $98,500 for Kulev. That's what he will be tacking on to his career Triton earnings of $2.5 million.
Brian hit a 3 yesterday and got second. Might be lucky. Brian Kim, he had jacks against threes. He hit the 3.
He came second.
He came second. He was out. Threes are hot on the final table. You guys
for
gotta-
Chris Brewer, threes for Boldigan.
You hit an 8, threes, you hit a 3.
I'm hot, but look at me, bro.
Easy game.
Look at me. Come on. So easy. I make it look so easy. It's not that easy, actually, but I make it look really easy.
You're going to make this look hard.
Yeah, the threes do find the bin, but the ace-king unlikely to do so, as Barbero thinking maybe the sun's shining down on him. But as we can see, this is an overcast sky.
Yeah, he's probably just going to pile.
Yep.
And
Chris snaps, and by the way, he's ready for the earful.
What a cooler. It's okay. I'm going to flop it straight. You didn't think about that one, right?
That was a pretty easy decision.
Давай без троек, чтобы не обидно было. Plus 10, нормально.
4.7 million in the middle.
this is going to be a tough one for Nacho to do.
Oh, Jack, and yeah, you're right about that. Ace is full on the flop is the case. Ace finds the board, no Jack on the turn, means there will be no chop.
At least I go over the side.
Would have taken perfect for Nacho to avoid anything other than a 7th place finish. Well, things are going to get a lot quieter here at this final table, is my guess. Absent the Argentinian Nacho Barbero. Left to collect $133,600 is Nacho. Always entertaining. He can turn on you, but obviously it's going to be a non-issue moving forward. Welcome back to continuing coverage of Event 2, the final table of this 25K from the Maestral Hotel Resort and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, where only 3 players remain. In the hunt for $785,000 and a title are Nicholas Schwede, Chris Brewer, and Andy Nee. And the story, of course, as we alluded to just before we went to the break, has been Schwede 13 big blinds in front of Andy Nee, Rast. And as you look at these 3 stacks, I assume the expectation is that Brewer is going to be the man who's going to be least inclined to play poker at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Brewer would like to lock up second. I mean, if you look at the pay jumps, you know, it's a pretty significant jump here. I mean, 354, 531, roughly 180K. You know, then it's about, what is that, 250. So 150, 250. I mean, 150 is a pretty large jump.
Oh, yeah.
Getting 531, you know, that's 2/3 of first place money, essentially. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of incentive for that to happen. But, you know, there's going to be hands. There's going to be poker. You know, Brewer also can win in the right spot. So it's like a delicate balance.
But the one thing
I would imagine we're going to expect is Nicholas Schwede continuing to do what he's been doing, and that is be aggressive and attack. We saw him take the spot with the Queen 7 suited, showering RM's pocket 10s to bring us to three-handed play. It feels like he is ready to maybe press a little bit harder than he might in other scenarios. Perhaps a bit of a tailwind.
Certainly. I mean, look at these chip stacks. He has 55 big blinds when the other two combined have 35 big blinds. So, you know, this is a spot where he's going to put the pressure on them and try to just accumulate chips easily with simple opens, maybe some 3-bets, some post-flop pressure applied here and there. And, you know, he's going to just try to keep that train going.
Yeah, obviously hastiness could prove costly for Schwede, but so far any of the decisions he's made that were maybe a little bit on the fringe have all paid off. So we send you back into the arena, where you see Brewer putting the finishing touches on a Caesar salad, I believe, is what he had ordered earlier. I think all of it is being housed currently in his right cheek. Meanwhile, Andy Nee, 3.8 million and change, 13 bigs, 9 bigs separating him and Brewer.
Yeah, so I think what we're saying is that Nicholas Schwede might be a little bit speedy.
It wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah.
A deuce gets a walk. Some of the privilege of being the boss stack on display. Andy, by the way, was the chip leader coming into this FT. Here it is, second ever. Triton Festival, first joined us in 2022 in Madrid, played 3 events, had 1 cash, and did finish 24th in the 25K GG Millions Live. Event 1 here in Montenegro. 85,000 in career Triton earnings. This is going to be his 3rd cash, TBD for how much, and Ace-5 suited may help the effort.
Yeah, jam makes sense. I would have probably done like 3 million, just in the weird instance where it goes all in, then you just fold, try to come in second. But
Schwede's asking for a count with Ace-5 offsuit here. 3.7 represents 13 plus big blinds. Is this not too much weight?
I don't think he's going to call. I'm not sure. You know, maybe he's posturing, maybe he's actually thinking about it, but no matter what, I expect it to go in the muck.
Dirty diaper for Brewer into the bin as well, so Andy will haul back the stack. And take it. Well, we've gone through Andy's bio. Let's talk about Chris Brewer for a minute. 7.1 million plus in career Triton earnings for him. 2-time title winner, 20 cashes. Did play the 25K GG Millions Live. Did not cash. Had 2 final tables in Jeju. Those were his only 2 cashes. And then you've got Schwede, whose Triton career consisted exclusively of events played during our visits to North Cyprus. Had a runner-up in the 25K GG Super Millions back in 2023 in Cyprus, and then final table the 25K PLO, so can play a little 4-card as well. Did not cash in event 1 here. Hunts Brewer with Ace-7 and Chris Ace-10.
This is a spot where Brewer has decent amount of ICM pressure. Curious to see what he comes with.
And you see Chris immediately asking Andy for a count.
Yeah.
3. Yeah, like 3 million. 3 medium. Yeah, 3-6. Yep.
Yeah, so Andy has 3.6 million. Ooh, and he decides to make the call. He's going to really like to see what he's up against.
Wow. I thought you were going tighter.
I think it's the worst hand I call. I wouldn't call worse.
You see Chris confess that that's going to be bottom of range that he calls with. Nicholas was a little bit surprised to see the ace-10 given the ICM implications, but all of a sudden Andy Nee gets to sweat one out where that big ladder that you talked about, Rast, of 180 dimes could be his to claim if Schwede gets lucky.
Ooh.
Not looking likely.
Pretty locked down flop right
for,
there.
Yeah, for Nicholas to be a winner on a queen-10 deuce board. And it's official. Schwede drawing dead, asks for the count, and this is absolutely not what Nicholas wanted to see. Let alone Andy Nee, for obvious reasons.
5.6.
And when the dust settles, I think we're going to have ourselves a new chip leader, Raz? By about 5 bigs?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
6 million.
going to be super close, but yeah, that sounds about right.
6 million.
Two big blinds, 12.5 roughly in front of him, and just what Brewer was hoping would transpire here at this FT, a changing of the guard, and that really is the first time something hasn't gone Nicholas's way in meaningful fashion. And I don't know about you, but I'm eager to see the way in which he reacts. Sometimes the sun run, goes awry, and then somebody's really just discombobulated and it all comes crashing down. Others, we recenter ourselves, we maintain perspective. No reason to be alarmed. Still plenty of chips to play with.
The show goes on.
But this time, it goes on with a co-star, as Brewer. Now the chip leader. Laying it down to Andy. Small blind, limp with 7-8. Baby suited one gapper for Nicholas.
Strikes me as a hand that's always getting checked here, at least theoretically.
Indeed, the check does come in. And the flop is 5, 6, 7. Top pair and an open ender against bottom pair on the bad end of a gut shot. No spade on board, 900 in the middle.
A little something for everyone, but a lot more something for Andy. He's going to be happy to bet for value. Put money in the pot. Top pair, the good side of the open ender.
450, the number.
I think here with bottom pair and a bad gutter, we probably have enough. Unfortunately, no backdoor flush draw. Probably enough to peel once. But it's already kind of not a great situation. But I think you're just folding too much if you don't defend this on the flop. And that's not a good card for Schwede.
Obvious reasons here. Somehow a 4 finds this board, giving Andy the 8 high straight and Schwede the 7 high. And look at Andy playing it as a check, Rast.
Yeah, they have like just under 2x pot, like probably something like 1.7 or whatever.
Check back, by the way, from Schwede. Backdoor diamonds arriving. Unclear whether or not that's of any concern to either party.
Most of the flushes that Schwede calls flop with and checks back on the turn have a pair, like a 5 or a 7. And Andy having the 7 of diamonds should make him feel a lot more comfy that Schwede doesn't have a flush. So I like making a healthy value bet here because, I mean, not only is our hand probably good because we have an 8 high straight, it's also just extra unlikely that our opponent has a flush. So good bet by Andy, and I like that he went bigger. And this is going to be a tough fold for Schweedy as played. Think he probably ends up calling. I mean, bet, check, bet in this spot. Definitely our opponent can have some bluffs. Doesn't mean you need to call. I mean, sometimes you just dig deep and find like the sick monster fold. But yeah, I don't blame him for calling. It seems very reasonable and somewhat standard, all things considered.
So things not going the way they did up until we got three-handed for Nicholas Schweedy, who has had teeth clamped down on him by both Chris Brewer and Andy Nee. And now Nicholas is just about 9 bigs ahead of Andy after that exchange. Well, today's event is brought to you in part by PokerStake, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series and the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players alike worldwide. No fees on any purchases whatsoever. No rake, no transaction fees, nothing. Why would you ever get down action anywhere else? Check them out today at pokerstake.com and stake your champion.
Yeah, terrible start here of the three-handed play for Schweedy. I mean, he's lost almost half his chips from where he started. He is 8.5. I think he started with like 16.5. So
yeah, a little bit of a nightmare, no doubt about it. Ace-king suited, though. Might this cauterize the wound?
$1 million.
Brewer's in attack mode. Unfortunately for him, Schweedy is laying the bear trap. Here comes the limp re-raise.
Yeah, bottom of range activation out of Chris as he took us to $1 million from 300. Mission accomplished for Nicholas.
All in.
There it is. Chris promptly releases. Well, Rast, when you look at these chip counts, might we be here a while?
I mean, it's definitely looking like it might take a little bit longer than it did when we started.
Okay, so on that note, perhaps I can interest you in another dose of mochaccino from our good people over behind the barista desk. This is what a growing boy needs, Rast.
Negative, Will Roger. I'm going to wait it out.
Are you crashing, by the way? You're not crashing.
No, bro, I'm good.
Because you know, I mean, just a couple
jelly.
swigs.
Just yeah,
I'm pushing product out here.
I know,
Rast,
man, I know. I mean, you
know what I
keep
mean?
it, brother. I'm good to go. I'm locked in, locked and loaded, ready.
Here's the problem. If I go with my second of these things, no matter how much energy you think you have,
yeah,
I'm going to be so flying high that you're going to seem dead asleep. So maybe I should lay off this thing.
Okay. So you got it basically from me without asking. I like that. That's thoughtful, but I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, but to be fair, I pretty much knew you weren't going to take it.
Yeah.
That would allow me to drink it.
Then go for it.
I'm gonna Leroy this thing, Rast.
Leroy Jenkins, take it down.
Your aircraft, buddy.
Schweedy here with little ace deuce off. It's a hand that probably goes for it. Yep.
Me stirring
it's
my
offsuit ace X hands with the Jimmy Jam for about 18 blinds. Very happy to just get the snap fold.
ASMR for the folks at
Is that-
home there.
Is that somebody on the final table drinking a? No, that's Ollie.
No, that's your co-commentator. Sprouting wings.
Oh, there's the flants.
It's like Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis. I don't know if you ever saw that on Funny or Die.
I have seen a couple clips.
So good. 210's also good for Schwede.
Just limping again. Will Brewer go for it again?
It's not that he has an affinity for 8-deuce. It's just that he's not really trying to play flops with him. But the suited combo does earn the check back. Schwede unable to trap once more. Doesn't look like any trouble on the horizon for Brewer. Some interactivity. Let's see how Schwede approaches with the overpair. A lead for 450.
Half pot. It's a kind of a big ask for 8-deuce here. We're not playing deuce to 7 triple draw, but Brewer floats it with not too much going on, but some backdoor possibilities.
7 pairs on the turn.
Now, if Schwede could see his hand, he would check and lay some rope, but can't fault him for just continuing to value bet if that's what he does. If you could see the 8-deuce here, you just check. And if it goes check, check, you just check again because there's no way Brewer's just checking that hand down twice.
750K second barrel, however, does shed Chris's dusty one.
And Schwede's back up. Basically tied for first right now, essentially. I'm seeing that him and Brewer both have 11. Nope. He actually is back in first. He has 12 million, sorry, and Brewer has 10.
So back on top of the mountain is Schwede, and Ace Jack will activate.
Oh, should see a collision here in a little weighted race.
Hard 14 for Andy. Don't ever bet that on a craps table, by the way. That's no matter what the odds they give you.
It's tough combo to roll on the dice. Andy's going to roll all in whenever he gets around to it, and Schwede's gonna call it. I'm not sure what Andy's doing because this seems like a very easy decision. There's not even, I mean, he has the shortest stack by a lot too.
I don't think he was really deliberating about what to do, rather just going through some motions here in the hopes that maybe something on the cusp would make a meal of that and get itself involved here. 2 overs against the pair as the gentlemen start their engines here in an 8-figure pot, which needs to go Andy's way if we're to avoid getting down to heads up.
What?
You have a jack?
No, I had king 2 suited.
Ace 10-9, a disastrous development.
8, I don't like an 8. No jack.
If you're Andy Nee.
It is bad.
Oh my goodness, finds the 2 outer on the turn. I don't even bother building drama in spots like this. Note, however, that Schwede still draws live to an 8 with the gut shot.
How much?
A little close for comfort. Board pair, 7's full. We'll take it down as Schwede asks for a count. And a rather manic depressive experience, 3-handed for his stack.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Stacks on a roller coaster.
4,700,000.
When your stack yo-yos in the way that Schwede's has, Rast, does it take a toll at all? You know, where you can't exhale, so to speak. You know, you think maybe you found your breakout, and then back on you comes a thumb, pressing down.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your state of mind.
Well, as you look upon that screen and you look at Nicholas, what sort of state of mind do you think he's in?
If you're weak, then yes, it does. But if you're strong, then you just carry on. Marching, completely indifferent to the drum of variance.
Well, it's funny that you say the word drum as we see the 8s for Brewer opening to 600,000. I was thinking of the movie Whiplash with J.K. Simmons and Miles Teller, a rather oppressive student-teacher relationship, but one that reminds me of sort of that grit that you need.
Wow, just laid down ace-9 off in the small blind. It's a big laydown in that spot.
King-10 suited.
Not going to get laid down.
Defense. 1.6 in the middle. 2 overs that fail to connect in the form of a pair, but do find themselves holding a Broadway gutter on an ace-high board. Checked over to Chris, a prompt 400 delivered. Doesn't love the texture, but does sense some range advantage, I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. Schwede has a little something here with the gutter to the queen. Enough to continue. Don't blame him for doing so. Ace-9 would have flopped aces up, but...
How about an ocho on the turn? If you do get called on this board, obviously you're not in love, but suddenly the 8 now makes things interesting. The straight draw goes 2 ways for Schwede.
Schwede contemplating a lead. Decides against it. And Brewer went from please fold to please call in just the turn of the card.
$1.5.
That's going to be a little too rich for Schwede, one would think.
$1.5 million being mulled. No longer. As these two continue to jockey for the chip lead. After that exchange, it revisits Brewer by about 5 bigs. I don't want to get presumptuous, Rast, nor do I want to suggest that this is somehow emblematic of some shortcoming for Schwede, but as I'm kind of looking at his energy now, in contrast to kind of the bit of a sun run that he enjoyed when it was the Schwede show, he feels a bit worn.
I agree. And even his energy before the sun run, I feel like what you said kind of in your question, you were getting at something that's real, although it seems like he's already starting to balance out a little bit more, even just in this hand, don't you think?
Well, rips it in with Queen Jack suited over the top of the 600K open from the deuces, Andy.
But I did feel that energy for, let's say, the last 10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Like he was kind of just annoyed, a little flustered. But
well, you know what it is?
Seems like his energy's he's already riding the ship.
It's one of those things where you're just like, okay, let's go, let's get it done. This is going to be hot knife through butter, easy street. And all of a sudden some things happen and you begin to realize this is going to get grindy potentially. I'm going to be in for a bit of a marathon and not a sprint.
Yes.
Ace-8.
Although all of those assumptions that you just made are part of a bad and inferior thought process, if I'm being honest. But they're real thoughts that human beings have. But a true poker terminator is not thinking about how this future action is going to go, because it could go in a bunch of different ways. You have no control. It's just whatever happens, happens, and you're just one hand at a time. But it's really easy to start projecting onto the future, but that is how suffering is caused.
Okay,
to
Siddhartha.
It's
drop it on us.
It just is.
Mindset coaching has become a very prevalent part of kind of rounding ourselves out as poker players. I mean, avoid that sort of stuff.
It's a mental competition, and you're kind of kidding yourself if you don't think that it's important the way that you steady the helm and manage all of your kind of inner thoughts and emotions, you know, as you sit at the table and compete for hours and hours. It has a big time effect on your performance and your output. So, you know, I'm not saying everybody needs to get those results in the same way, if you know what I mean. I mean, not everybody needs a mindset coach, for example, but the idea that everybody does need to figure out how to control their emotions, figure out a way to stay centered and present, kind of not get caught thinking about the past and the future. Like the hands that already happened, yes, if you're just thinking about them as in terms of how should I play now, that's great. But if you're thinking about them of, oh, fuck, why did I lose that hand? Or why did I have to get unlucky there? Or the future of, oh, this is the way it's going to go, or this is the way I want it to go. All that nonsense is just going to distract you from making the best play in the moment.
Well, 650K, the C-bet from the ace high.
So
by Schweedy. Earn that last pot.
All human beings are different, and you can get there via different paths, but that is the kind of zone that you want to find yourself in if you want optimal performance.
I have a confession, Rast.
Please tell. I am a priest.
If I got to go through all of that sort of discipline, restraint, and whatnot, I think I might not want optimal performance. I sort of enjoy being a psychopath out there at times. The lack of emotional regulation is kind of an enjoyable, if I'm being honest, in the aftermath it isn't. But anyway, not about me, but rather about these gentlemen here jockeying for this 785,000. Second pair for Andy, who was the pre-flop racer, took us to 900,000. His spades were smothered, but here he's happy to c-bet with second pair. Nicholas, just queen high, some backdoor spades, a little bit of Broadway ambitions.
No, and I actually think that your thoughts on it are quite common, and that's why most people aren't here at a Triton final table playing for $800,000.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And I think these guys that we're witnessing are the upper crust, the ones by and large who have said, I want it, and I'm willing to go through the struggle, I'm willing to suffer, I'm willing to put in the hard work that is necessary, and eventually, without any guarantees, by the way, because we've seen some absolutely brutal dry spells here at Triton from players that we know to be wonderful. Your time is expected to come, and the payoff and the reward reaping will pay you a visit. But it can be protracted, the process. There are no guarantees. We can question ourselves and get mired in self-doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically just saying kind of those mindset and presentness platitudes and ideas from personal experience of what I believe are positive ways in what it takes in order to compete on this stage at the highest level, because I've done it. And most people haven't. But that's what, you know, that actually was a pretty big part of my process when I played these tournaments like super regularly. And you know, the high stakes game as a full-time poker player, especially pre-solvers. I mean, I didn't actually really study much. Most of my preparation was making sure I was like ready to play and perform at an optimum level. It's like exercise, sleep, brain training exercises. Like I briefly had a mindset coach, and just really the biggest takeaway from that and thing I did most regularly is meditation. Not a lot, 10 minutes, 15 minutes a day, every other day, something like that. Just trying to keep yourself in the right state of mind to stay like steady and balanced and be in the right spot when you're competing at the poker table.
Well, the right spot in this altercation, which was limped pre, checked post, and then a 600K lead from Schweedy and a call from Chris Brewer, is holding the 4, which is turned into a 7-high straight. Brewer has paired, 4-liner on board. 2.4 million in the middle.
Yeah, what a card for Schweedy. Both of them 10 high and a gutter. And only one can get there.
1.1 and change. The river barrel.
It's
Some
not
half pot.
It's not really good for Brewer to have the 10 of spades. 10s are fine, but the 10 of spades specifically is bad because you're blocking some no pair spade hands that got to the river and are now bluffing. So if you're looking for blockers to decide what to do, if you're Chris Brewer, the 10 of spades is a negative card in terms of trying to pick off a bluff.
Brewer does properly release. We got the OJ juicer going again. You know what happens with stuff like that, Raz? One person orders it in the room. Nobody else realized you could get the fresh squeeze. And then they're like, oh, let me have one of those. And then it just, you know, it's kind of like the COVID of beverage orders. It's a bit of a pandemic at present. Eventually it will become endemic. Maybe they'll switch to a concentrate.
And they see, oh, there's a little bit of pulp there.
Look at that. There's 5 of them squeezed at the pass right now, awaiting delivery.
You sound like a man who wants some fresh squeezed juice.
Think I should run over there and grab one? Just on the sly?
No one will notice. Oh, Brewer here with the AQ.
Yeah. He's going to notice
800.
that this button and this hand
Guys,
are worthy of an open to 800.
I know what some of you are thinking at home. This is not a problem hand right now. This is a fist pump hand. Okay, they're playing 20 big blinds three-handed. If Schweedy goes all in here, and I'm not saying he will, but if he does, Brewer's going to fist pump call and be pretty happy about it. I mean, not aces happy, but like it's not a problem hand. You got to get that out of your mind. Everything is situation dependent. Stack size, blinds, number of players, positions, all etc.
2.2.
What Brewer is not doing is folding. He's either going to flat or he's going to just rip it.
Ill-fated ace-8 awaits a response.
I think he's more likely to rip AQ off than ace-queen suited here, but yeah.
Just check.
And Nicholas relinquishes. So Brewer now looks over at Andy Nee as the next nearest stack to his own. 5 blinds separating them. Schweedy on the short stack, 14 bigs.
Seems like a pretty easy jammeroo here for, what is that? That's like 14 blinds.
Sure enough. Suited wheel combo. There's the rip. Oh my goodness, Brewer practically beat him in. Ace 9 has him in an awful way.
Last time I had ace queen.
Ace 8. Take a chop.
Sweetie.
You can see a chop will be coming about 15% of the time. It's not that often.
Back up against the wall. 11.6 in the middle. Not in a great way whatsoever. 28% equity and 2 hearts on the flop. Add to that figure. Flush draw.
Not going to be too many chops anymore, though.
Okay, also. With the heart.
Oh.
Turn pairs the board.
So 10 jack.
So those chops, once again, in play.
This is a great up to the turn situation for Sweetie so far.
The river is a king.
Take it a little bit.
Relatively scary flop.
Huh?
Pretty scary flop.
I think on the turn, I'm favored to chop.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to win.
I'm favored to chop.
I have to hit a non-fault 9 or lower.
Yeah, 8, 6, 5, 4 deuce. None hearts you need. No, even 4 I win.
Yeah. I have to hit 9 or lower, non-board fail. Not easy. Chop is a fine result on the
After the flop, yeah.
So the double paired board. Offering Brewer a chop. Sweetie had higher aspirations post-flop, but we'll re-rack it.
Yeah, chop being a fine result is a clear example of anchor bias. If you're anchoring to the turn situation, chop is fine, but ace 9's not really that happy to chop on the pre-flop, which is when the money went in.
Not at all. Well, Rast, you know I'm always about the room.
About it.
Doing a little bit of investigative journalism. I do have a report on the massage situation here at the Maestral.
What is the situation?
Well, we've got an armada of therapists on standby.
Okay.
I've been advised
There's a
45
there's
euros
a
will get you
ruling,
30
no?
minutes. 90 will get you 60. However, unlike on most properties where one would expect a premium to be charged if you're
The
going to
back
receive
office
that
is,
rub down in the spa itself,
paying attention,
as opposed to in the chair, prices stay steady. So perhaps one would be further incentivized to book an appointment, find themselves a table in a little privacy. I hear
so
the
you can
Thai massage
book
is
an
excellent
appointment
here, by the way.
at the spa.
Get the same rate you would get here for a chair massage. Same
with the
therapist.
people in the spa or with the
Well, the same ladies that are here work in the spa, so.
Oh, okay.
They're pulling double duty.
Ah.
As Brewer pulls 800,000 off his stack, deploys it. Little suited connector behind the lenses goes Sweetie.
I thought there were a bunch of, or at least some that just fly in and do the chair massage.
It seems as though here we're working with local talent.
Okay. So there aren't the girls that fly in.
The roving crew I have not observed here. I don't know
Okay.
if it's a Montenegrin union issue. Anyway, I digress. Pair of fives. Sweetie out flopping the ace queen, knuckling over 2.2 in the middle. Not exactly a board texture that Brewer's going to have a taste for, but $500,000 to see what's what.
Just call. Feel like Sweetie's hand starts to get into potential raise territory there, but
Binky. Trip fives on the turn just in case there were any concerns about whether or not we were good.
Given
this
call,
now,
this was the
3.2.
#1 card.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
for sure.
Nicholas extending rope. Chris declining the offer with the check back. Drawing dead. Deuce on the end. Backdoor diamonds appear.
Yeah, pretty great spot to, I think, just value bet Ishweedy. Feels like our opponent, as played, is going to really be heavy towards like king and ace high type hands. Probably not too many flushes. I don't think we can expect a bet too often when checked. Maybe some random bluffs that you don't get when you bet here, but the ace and king high hands are beating bluffs, and even though the deuce fills in some draws, there's still quite a few of them. It's not a fun spot for Chris here with ace queen.
$1.2 million does get paid off by Chris's ace high there, and that curiosity proving a little bit expensive, rather, narrowing the gap between those two. But we're still the chip leader, but now Nicholas and Andy roughly level.
Thank you.
There you see it.
Wow, all three of them super close.
Yeah. The cluster's tight. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Like I said, this is shaping up to be a bit of a longer haul, or the kind of affair that's going to require a cooler of sorts in order to bring us to heads up.
Well, they've already been playing three-handed for a little bit now.
That they have.
Yeah, so it's already been a little bit longer, and the fact that they all have over 20 blinds and tightly packed just implies that it'll probably continue, but 1 out of 3 hands and it's quite good. All we really need is another good hand here, and
ace-jack suited is quite good. Andy knows it.
Wow, 3x. Andy's still going with that sizing.
1.2.
We saw him do this earlier, but this is quite a different tournament situation. He's still doing it.
Another ace-jack for Brewer. Offsuit variety in the big blind.
All in.
Jams. This is just too much hand, is it not?
Yeah, I don't think Andy can fold.
Yeah.
Is he going to wash this one down with a spot of tea before making his decision? Oftentimes in the chat, people do ask, what are they looking up at? It isn't divinity. It is rather the tournament clock that hangs above our feature table and provides a wealth of information that helps inform certain decisions.
I mean, again, with all three of them being close, it does suck to call here and just be at risk to go out in third as opposed to waiting. So that's definitely what he's thinking about. But ace-jack suited is a lot of hand here,
Yeah.
three-handed for 20 blinds.
Ultimately, he does make the anticipated call, and this rates to be a chop, although you do see 5% edge for Andy. That courtesy of the diamonds. Brewer with 2 clean suits. That was a couple of percent. See if we get any sweat on the flop. King 10 deuce, backdoor diamonds for Andy. The only potential problem. There is a diamond on the turn, and what a savage way this would be for Brewer to get a big bite taken out of his stack. Is another diamond in the deck?
Ooh, it was red.
That is scary.
Almost.
So let's carve it up.
Fairly decent amount of hands, 3-handed.
Yeah.
It's like playing online. Oh, sorry.
Ultimately uneventful exchange there between the boys. We do have other action taking place at present in the room. The 30K 8 max is underway. 82 remaining runners, and Daniel DeVoris is the boss stack in that one. Reg still open.
Actually have 8.
7-5 suited for Brewer.
All in.
Rip City. King 3 off for Andy. Mucks it.
Brewer with a small amount of separation now.
$11 million in front of Chris. 10.5, let's call it. Then that tightly wound second and third battle between Schweedy and Andy Nee.
So Andy Nee double check raise deuce 3. This is the guy.
Oh yeah.
Because so far he's played pretty just solid.
Well, maybe it was part of the marketing budget early on in the GG Millions and then lockdown. But you're right. I don't think if you would have told me that story, it's one that I would have thought checks out based on what we've observed of him on the day.
Yeah. But so he does have it in him.
Raise and take there. Nicholas deep in his thoughts. For what it's worth, Andy seems very much up to the task in terms of the long haul here. Again, I'm not trying to deduce too much.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
But I don't have concerns about that seed in terms of a protracted affair. K9 unit. Limps it. Jack 5 off. For Brewer. Did you just yawn, Rast? Out loud?
I did, yeah.
So we've gone from the cough to the unsuppressed yawn. Are we boring you? Are you not entertained, Rast?
This is not. I'll tell you what, this final table is not quite as exciting as yesterday's.
You shut your blasphemous mouth, Brian Rast. Trip kings. That ought to wake you up.
And so will this fold. That'll wake me up too.
Oh, half empty, huh? Is that how we're going to see things, Mr. Meditation? What happened to all that Zen-like
Well, I'm not really playing
optimism?
right now, am I? Oh, no, Brewer is getting jiggy with it.
Floating this 400K. King's full now for Nicholas, who's very much hoping a king lies across the way.
I mean, he's just got everything on lockdown. He's hit the 9 as well.
Just a 500K second barrel. And Brewer had designs on maybe laying claim in the face of a check on the turn, but second barrel does get through.
Not that getting through is really what you want when you have the nuts.
Of course
but
not.
yes.
250, 500, thinning things out, and just look at the stack distribution now. 19, 18, and 17 big blinds respectively for Brewer, Nee, and Schweedy in that order. This is a game of inches at present. Andy takes a walk in the big. Well, as long as we're going to have some windows with which to do so, maybe we turn to the chat and see whether or not anybody has any questions. For Brian Rast, 3-time 50K Poker Players Championship bracelet winner at the World Series of Poker. Obviously, one of the brightest minds in the game. Always a privilege to be alongside my friend and listen in. And ironically enough, I feel that it'll be okay for me to share this, Brian, but you and I have had discussions about why it is that the opportunity cost, let's call it, not to slight whatever, you know, the comp package is for you to come in and do color commentary. We know you play nosebleed cash games. You make this decision because you look upon the opportunity to observe the procedures of the greats here as a form of study.
Correct.
And many out there obviously equally can embrace that opportunity, as we see Brewer embrace the Jack-8 suited. See how Schweedy feels about 9-7 off. But just looking to make the point that you are always learning in spite of all that you know.
I mean, yeah, I think you always need to keep learning throughout your life, and I don't really study much on my own at all. So I like this opportunity to come in and learn here and be involved. A lot of good other synergistic things happening, and so yeah, I'm here. And you know what? As this person in chat says, I gleefully embrace being a nerd. If enjoying learning and other things make me qualified for that,
There is...
I agree, I'm a nerd.
Nerd is certainly not in the pejorative in today's day and age, like it was when it was conceived. Meanwhile, Schweedy flopped the gut shot. Check the flop. Brewer, despite having second pair, check back. Now an ace shows up and another knuckle from Nicholas.
$900.
Okay.
900K, and now Brewer gets it done. All right, I'm going to go with one
Here's-
that is kind of in the spirit. I know you'd love to pick your own question, Rast. I'm going to reach into the hat first.
Okay.
As the chat has given us a number of different options. Andre Tamas asks, which poker player would you choose for a 1-month road trip across Europe?
1-month road trip. I'm probably picking my good friend Phil Locke.
He'll keep it entertaining, won't he?
Yeah.
You're going to have to
entertaining.
drive the entire time, though, just so you know. I'm not.
So Phil's.
I'm never taking a nap. If it's just me and Phil in the car, if we're just traversing the continent, got to be awake for that. You know?
Your audience, this one's really low-hanging fruit. It's almost more informative. But yes, I am playing some events.
Well, what was the question?
Precisely 2.
Okay. Are you playing?
What events am I playing? And I played the first 25K. I busted late day 1 after max late regging. And then I'm going to play the last event, which is the 30K 1-day turbo. Basically, at this stop, the powers that be allowed me to play a couple events. They just can't be in the middle. So I couldn't like be doing commentary, then hop in the booth, then come back and do commentary. So like I couldn't play the main, for example. That's why it's the first and the last, to get a little touch of No Limit, a little flavor and taste of the PLO, and then I'm outie, back to the WSOP. And in between all that, I'm doing a commentary sandwich here with you.
Love it. Bookending this festival.
Oh, this is a pretty good question. Rast, do you have a specific routine prior to a big day 2 or day 3, specifically when your mind might not be as sharp, but you have to battle regardless?
Celsius.
Yeah. The
no Celsius?
I don't have a routine, but I do in those spots. Like for example, in the 50K PPC that I won last summer, grueling 5-day tournament. You just really need to prioritize trying to get as much sleep as you can in between the grueling days. If you can fit in some kind of physical activity, if you have any time in the morning before you go, that would be good too. But that's those really the 2 things.
Does
you try to get
walking
in.
to the buffet constitute physical activity?
Walking does, yeah.
Okay, there
walking.
we go.
To the buffet implies a really short distance, kind of, that maybe is not adequate, but yes, walking
and immediately
is fine.
offset, mind you, especially based on the really egregious number of chicken nuggets that Randy and I put away at today's lunch. Meanwhile, Queen 2 suited for Brewer. The hell am I talking about? 1 million to go. Schweedy defends 8-6 offsuit. 6 in the window and 2 8s behind it. Schweedy's already boated up against Brewer. Just
He
moments
likes making
ago.
the nut boat.
Right?
I mean, here he is again.
$700.
Look at this induction. Schweedy happy to check and face a C-bet. Paired flops do tend to lure them. Now Nicholas, a little acting. Drops in the call. Not what Chris wanted to see.
No, definitely not.
Turn is texturized.
It's going to be hard for Brewer to find any equity reasons to bluff at this. He's got no kind of straight draws, but he also has a hand that's never winning at showdown.
Check back somewhat predictable by Chris, although he does go hard sometimes. You'll see that second barrel come from him. He's not too shy, but here's sensing the exercise could be futile. He does knuckle back.
500K river barrel.
No way I can make money off you.
Yeah. Does not get paid. Well, if you're the kind of sports bettor that likes to play special teams, sportsbet.io is the perfect platform for every punter. The complete and one-stop shop for every type of sport and event, ease of deposits, a wide range of digital currency support, smooth crypto betting at all times. It happens at sportsbet.io without lag on a user-friendly site that welcomes even the beginners. Place wagers on the go with the mobile app. Why do it anywhere else but sportsbet.io? I'm reminded of stumbling upon you, Shulman, and Will Jaffe in the lobby of our hotel in Jeju at the last festival, all keenly transfixed on your laptop, soaking up a UFC fight where a lot of bankroll was at stake.
Yeah, it was a good card. I had bets on quite a few fights.
And everybody was on the same side, right? There was no weirdness.
I think Jaffe had no bets and Shulman had a couple. So mostly I was just had action and everybody was enjoying the fights. But Shulman did have a few bets.
Everybody was a winner at the casino that night, though. King, King, 3, 2 diamonds.
I think both Shulman and I won overall. Nice.
Was that a feeble Borat-esque nice that you delivered there? It almost felt that way.
Yeah.
You mean
I wasn't
nice.
even thinking what. Nice.
500K here. Brewer floating and on the turn. He picks up a diamond draw, which is no good, and a gut shot. He's been doing a bit of this against Nicholas, and I think he anticipates eventually the guy's got to miss a board, and he's not going to be able to barrel twice at me, which would allow me to pick one of these pots up, just on average. But let us see. Sweetie, look at him reaching. Barrel number 2 comes out with 10 high, and that 7 of diamonds working more effectively than he realizes. Oddly enough, 10 high is the best hand.
Brewer floated the flop with very little and now picked up actual something in terms of a gutter and a diamond, which is no good. So he's going to keep on keeping on, try to figure out a way to win this pot, which he might do if Sweetie gives up on the river. So here we are. I would just bet a lot of money that if Sweetie checks, Brewer is going to bluff. So the question is, will Sweetie bluff himself? Because if he gives up, he's not winning this pot.
Well, both players very much in a situation where, given the opportunity, betting is the preferred course of action because they've got no showdown value.
2.4.
And look at this third barrel for 2.4. And Brewer thinking, what do I got to do against this guy? Coming up on the wrong end of altercations on multiple occasions against Sweetie here of late. Nicholas is nice, Rast.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've had a chance to watch this man operate over in the Merit Poker Streets during their events, and truth be told, this is not, world beater opposition that he's going up against, but he's navigated quite well, and I think there's something to be said for it. Being able to play both crushers and deeply amateur opposition to great effect shows kind of range of knowledge and aptitude. A man who's capable of making adjustments as needed. Ace-10 here. Not going to be any adjustments. It's going to be another raise.
All in?
All of it, he says.
Yeah, he's now leveraging the fact that there's quite a big difference between Brewer and Andy's stacks. So he's happy to get all in versus Brewer, who has 10 blinds, and going to keep the pressure on Andy in the big blind, who is going to call extra tight, given that he might be able to wait out Brewer.
I'll tell you what, he seems reinvigorated, Rast, after reclaiming this chip lead.
Yeah, he's almost back up to that 16 he had at the beginning of three-handed play. Not quite. Although if I remember at the beginning of three-handed play, it was Chris who was in second and Andy was in third, and that has flipped.
Jack 8 suited, passed up on by Brewer.
I think this is a spot here as Andy where you just rip, because what happens if you like call or raise is the other person just gets to punish you mercilessly by putting you all in, and you have to kind of call tight. So it's much better just to beat them to the punch. If they have a big hand and call you, it just sucks, but you know, we have a suited ace here. Andy disagrees with my poker coach.
1.75. Now, this is 3x plus.
But Schweedy has like a real hand here.
Jack 9 suited?
Yeah. It just in terms of like playability and situation, blind versus blind. So I'm kind of curious to see how he proceeds. It's a really bizarre spot because, yeah, I think call is pretty reasonable actually. A pretty bizarre spot because like, I don't know if Andy's really theoretically supposed to do that. I mean, I could be wrong, but I do think he's supposed to not do a lot of 3x in this particular spot, being second in chips.
And note that that sizing does allow Schweedy to make the call, and now Andy is left to navigate post-flop on a 10-5-4 board where he's got bottom pair and the better hand.
Wow. Check is beautiful if you're Schweedy here. You got wrapped around that 10, backdoor clubs.
Is this errant by the pre-flop raiser?
It's a tough spot as Andy. I wouldn't say he's necessarily wrong. Schweedy is going to go ahead and bet. What he doesn't want to do is bet here and have Andy just ship it. Because now he's actually losing quite a bit of equity. Yeah, I like this play as Andy. And this is one of the reasons why Schweedy's hand was almost too good to bet in that spot. As weird as that sounds, I think he wants to pick other hands that have a lot less backdoor potential to just like bet fold flop with.
Well, credit to Andy, who always had a plan there. He did check, but it wasn't with the intention of allowing himself to get bullied off the pot, but rather earn an extra 1.4 courtesy of the check jam. So it looks like he was prepared to play for it all with that particular holding. He just deployed it in a perhaps less expected manner. As we get a look at...
No, I think the pre-flop, I mean, the play on the flop is certainly fine. Yeah. I'm just curious about the pre-flop decision.
Right. Well, whatever it is, it's landed Andy Nee in the chip lead by a couple of big blinds in front of Nicholas Schweedy. Chris Brewer brings up the rear, just 10 big blinds deep. And those blinds are staggeringly large, 250, 500,000. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker.
Oli.
Got another jam with ace-high diamonds. Well, last time not a jam, but another involvement from Andy. This one less eventful. Round and around we go here in this 25K 8 Max from the Maestral Hotel Resort and Casino, where three-handed action has gone on for quite some time. And who knows how much will be left in the tank once 2 of these 3 square off heads up for the 785K and eventual title. Brewer's bid to get us there. Pocket 5s. From the small, Andy, 6 deuce, dust. I feel like Rast's emotional state right now is similar to anybody who streamed The Irishman on Netflix and realized this thing is 3.5 hours long but didn't realize it when they hit play. And you're like, I love me some Scorsese, but damn.
Whoa.
That was one where like an hour could have hit the cutting room floor and I would have felt the same about it.
It was one of those ones I like put it on my list on Netflix and I just never got around to
got
watching
buried.
it. Yeah. So I haven't seen it.
I still haven't seen Baby Reindeer. Heard about this one?
No. That one.
Female stalker?
No.
I feel like I would navigate that well. Maybe a little bit of trolling. Maybe a little bit of indulgence. Stalk me. See what happens. Ladies.
Ollie's throwing that out there.
I got to be careful, man.
Completely unafraid. You know, there are people listening to this.
Yeah, but not stalkers. I hope. I think. I mean, you never know. Maybe future stalkers. Maybe I've just activated someone who didn't realize what their calling was. King deuce suited. Jam and take it, Nicholas.
The blinds are about to go up again. Pretty soon. Can't wait. 300, 600.
23 is my lucky number.
Oh, ace 5 off. Tricky, because Andy's in the big blind.
1 million.
Sorry?
1 million.
Place 1 million.
Ooh, 10-9 suited. Just lets it go.
Yeah.
Windows.
What? Yeah.
Dead bottom of range there for Andy. So Nicholas. Able to accumulate. Back to back. That Triton trophy might be getting a little impatient as it seeks a home. Who will be its owner? Suited queen, small blind. As Brewer passed up the button, Andy plays it as a limp.
King 3 off. It's a hand that could get into trouble, but doesn't.
So we play for 1.5. Ooh. To a king 9-5 board. Top pair for Nicholas. Spade-free texture, really not anything that would warrant excitement for Andy, and yet he reaches for chips. Questions asked. 600K, the decibel level.
Answers will be given.
But will the response be an aggressive one?
No, probably just call.
Schweedy agrees. Very dry turn, and Andy is very much without a paddle.
Yeah, I think Andy's not going to multi-street this, but I don't want to say for certain.
1,500,000.
Okay, he is. All right.
Well, this was unanticipated posturing from Andy Nee. 1.8 million, second barrel with Stone Air.
Yeah, and zero equity. And Schweedy, all things considered, has a really big hand. I mean, top pair is pretty huge here. Certainly not going to fold at this juncture. And probably not going to fold the river, but it's possible. Andy's not going to be happy to see a call here. I think he's probably narrowing Schweedy's range down to a king, a 9, or like a 9 or better, and then maybe some kind of like diamond draws.
Mind you, the diamond is here.
Yeah.
Andy does have a skosh of showdown value, although as played, it doesn't feel like 4s should ever be good, bar maybe some of that 10-jack, queen, 10 that would get sticky.
But those
full
hands,
shutdown on the
those
end.
hands are bluffing.
Yeah,
so
good
he's not
point.
just going to show down a 4 and win.
Yeah.
So he's just giving up on the river. I don't think he can really ever win that pot.
Yeah.
Check, check.
Every one of these three has enjoyed a chip lead at some point. Every one of them have been the short stack.
3-6.
I mean, you could like, maybe if I was trying to come up with a hand he's beating, if Schweedy has like literally ace deuce with the ace of diamonds and then called flop because the ace high ace of diamonds hits the deuce on the turn, calls a big bet, already a bit speculative there, would probably check that back on the river. There's one hand, and he might not even call turn with it. So there you go.
Yeah. Don't really arrive against that kit too often, as we saw Andy jam and take here from the button.
Oh, here's another 4-3 of diamonds. Has open ender 4 high flush on the turn and also hits the 4 on the river, but the kicker's no good.
How about roughly 4 bigs for Brewer?
All in.
Okay. Grip it and rip it. And this, I think, is the last hand at the 500K level.
That's
and
bad news for Chris.
Schweedy is back to I think a little bit more than what he started in the heads up to begin with, 17 mil.
How the heck did I miss Brewer just bleeding down to 2 million?
Blinds are pretty big.
Savage. I mean, $1.25 million. Every 3 hands. It'll go quick.
Yeah, now it's 1.5. I mean, Brewer has like 1 orbit here. Oh, kings. Hello.
2 million.
Will seek a double. Leaves 400 back. Andy out of the way.
Oh.
Ace queen. Schweedy. So let's just get the rest in there. And
I saw the ace, but lovely.
ace queen. Mild threat to the kings in a 5.5 million chip pot. Might we see this gridlocked 3-handed battle finally give way to heads-up play? Doesn't feel that way on an 8-high board, does it?
No, this is pretty nice for kings.
And on the turn, hang tight. Got to fade an ace and a 5 now if you're Brewer. He almost looks a little pessimistic about it, Schweedy. Keeping an eye on the opposition, but the jack on the end does secure the double.
for Chris. Deeply needed.
Wow, this is really an epic three-handed battle of just raw endurance. Just who's going to outlast? Get
You're
that
in that
150K
conversation.
pay jump.
Rast, I'm a little worried about you, buddy. Well, just a little shot, a little sip. A little sip of the mochaccino. You're in? You're in. A little something. You don't have to share straws. Just go on the glass. Rast, it feels so good once it hits your lips. Oh, he's reaching, guys. And he's got a hand on the glass. I'm going to pull this stuff out. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
We did it.
I don't know how far that little half-ounce taste.
You know what I
is
feel
gonna-
like now? It's like you, after Popeye eats the spinach and the...
Dun, 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 dun. Jack 10. Rast really did pop out of his seat, by the way. He's not exaggerating. And it looks like Brewer's popping out as well here. What's he got? Yeah, Nicholas set all in. This is a call. Brewer, ace-jack suited, dominating. Is he going to take another double? This would be a 10 million chip pot.
I think he goes into the chip lead if he wins this.
Remarkably enough, considering that he had dust moments ago.
Oh, that's somewhat definitive.
Flop.
How much? Just run it.
Oh, prepaid juju there from Schweedy, who hits a 10 on the turn.
For the sweat.
Hang on. Could it be running 10s? That'll get us to heads up. Be so dirty. Not there.
2, 3, 4. I can count one for you. I can count for you. There you go. 2, 3, 4. That's 5 million. Yep.
And we're back to a three-way race.
Two roughly 16 big blind stacks between Brewer and Schweedy.
Just when you thought you were going to get some clarity.
A big wag of the finger in the face of that notion. Andy, 13 bigs. And this has become a strange war of attrition. Look at Nicholas. This has become poker's version of a headache.
This is he's got his 5 minutes of tilt on the way. This is your chance to get him right now while he's annoyed. Once he goes back to game face.
All in, says 4-5 suited. Fresh off the double-double. Now he seeks cheese. Andy. Not going to give him action. When's the last time you had a double-double, Rast?
I think these blind, it's been a minute. I think the blinds are wrong, by the way. I think it's run 300, 600, 600.
So you're saying you don't do in and out, Rast?
No, I do in and out. I just haven't eaten one in I don't know, it's been 2 months maybe or something, month and a half.
2 months? What? That's nothing.
Well, I do live in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of outposts. Sure.
But yeah.
But I mean, I'm proud of you, by the way. Keep those double-doubles close by.
Yeah,
you know.
Double-double.
It's the key to happiness. And, you know, arterial obstruction, but whatever.
I mean, yeah, burgers aren't great, but they're not like the worst thing in the world.
I'll tell you what.
It's when you add like the French fries and the soda and whatever. But if you went and just got a burger, 700 calories, decent protein content. We got a few veggies on there as well. Yeah, it's not great, but it's not bad.
Also not great. Holding King 10 against King Jack on this Ace 7-4 board. Now Andy does connect with the 10, but note, Brewer has picked up the spade draw and the gutter. Jack for a winner as well. Instead, it's an 8, and Andy will double through Chris as this three-handed affair refuses to end. Massive eye roll from Chris.
The low stack always wins.
Look at Nicholas under his breath. He's like, why don't you just die? Nothing personal.
Yeah.
But just this is a measure of resilience that's been exhibited by the short stack. Somewhat unprecedented in nature. I'm reminded of, what was it? Gold member early scene? You know, the guys that, hello, is anyone there? I'm very badly burned, but I'm still alive. I think it was Will Ferrell's character.
Yeah.
Someone in a dungeon, like massive spray of bullets. Just, how are you still alive?
Goldfinger. Andy now. I think it's the first
He's
time.
the chip leader.
I think it's the first time he's moved into a commanding chip lead. Shooty's been there a couple times. Brewer's been there, but now Andy. He has been the chip leader, but not commanding. Not like more than the other players combined. Like now. He spent a lot of time just in third and second, just kind of biding his time. Just a little finger making plans upon plans in the dark.
I was contemplating.
Well, we take a moment to remind you that the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series is Jacob & Co. Genève, responsible for the incredible timepieces that you see on your screen. Not simply about the bling, but craftsmanship as well. Their artisans put together truly stunning works of art. The perfect watch brand to check out if you're looking for a little bit of playful spirit, or the gambler's spirit for that matter. Astronomia Casino with that functioning roulette wheel inside of it. Of course, the Epic X collab with the Triton Super High Roller Series will go to the main event winners in both No Limit and PLO here in Montenegro. Coveted by our regs, who wear them with pride.
More, I think.
Over under 6.5 hours before we find a winner.
Well,
it's a liberal book.
That's a gambling, man. I think I have a side on that one.
You're with the over as well?
Willing to bet. We just need to submit it secretly, along with the amount we're willing to bet.
Well, Brewer's got some issues on his hands here. He's made it $5 million to go. Andy Nee is going to ask for the extra 500 that he had back. And look at this, a third ace for Schweedy, shriveling, of course, in the face of effective jam and rejam.
I don't know, though. I mean, like, don't you just want to fold here and let Brewer...
How much you have?
Maybe bust to Andy?
Okay. 14 million.
I mean, it could be very profitable to simply spectate. Haven't touched on it in some time, but we're talking about 180K ladder between third and second.
Question is, if Andy wins the pot, do they chop third and second because they both went out, or do you get second because you had more chips?
The latter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that changes things a bit. Yeah, if he basically, so if he calls here, if Andy wins, he still comes in second. If Brewer wins,
Oh my gosh, he's going to make the call. Rast.
Kind of makes sense with that rule, though.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
Okay, now look at this.
Oh, shit.
Brewer has asked for everybody to relax.
Oh, wow. 6 spot for me now. Thank you so much.
He is going to fold.
Maybe I have the best hand, it's fine.
Hey.
If you fold, then the winner will win the tournament. If he wins, for sure.
I'm not sure Schwede's supposed to be getting in Chris's ear like this.
I don't think he's supposed to give Chris advice. It's probably not unbiased.
I mean, walk me through this.
You know what I think happened is I
What's
don't
the
think
argument?
Schwede realized that Brewer could still fold.
Okay, but
really.
what's the argument real quick? Brewer does end up, well, hang on, no, this is
it's
time
a
bank
time
usage. What is the argument in favor of Chris Brewer finding a fold right now?
If Andy,
I don't mind you folding.
his hand is not good, call over call, he probably has very little equity, and he can lock up a pay jump by folding here if Andy wins. Of course, if Schwede wins, then he's always in third. So, but
So basically,
yeah.
I haven't beat.
he would have been rooting had he folded for the covering stack of
Andy
Andy
to win.
to shower Schwede so he gets the 180K pay ladder and obviously a very uphill climb in terms of trying to get first. But instead he calls. And this is basically
I'm happy second after what happened. Maybe a 10 and I win it all.
for the tournament in some ways here, considering that Andy has over 50% of the equity and a dominant ace against both of his opponents.
all of us.
Queen 7. Imagine if the 7 rolls off. What a relief that would be to
And then,
Schwede and Brewer, both of whom are covered here.
Okay, king. King is better. No. What I'm saying. 7.
8 seems great.
Why not a 10?
Oh, look at this card.
6.
Well, now the ace and jack
6-7.
play unless the board
7, 10.
pairs.
Clean winners are 10s and 8s for Schwede and Brewer respectively. 6s and 7s for a chop. Andy in the lead, 71% equity. Can he end it here? Yes!
That's
a
it.
double knockout as three-handed suddenly gives abrupt way to a victor. Unprecedented, Rast.
Yeah, this is a bizarre way to end the tournament here. No heads-up play.
So Andy Nee picks up the title and the $785,000 as Schwede will be left to collect second place as the covering stack ahead of Brewer. Brewer will collect third, 354 for that third place effort, 531 for second. But that is the man of the moment. $785,000 richer. His first ever title here at his second ever festival. The man who was talked about after showing up on a feature table, double check raising deuce 3, bringing it home as you get one final look at the way this FT shook out. Brought to you by Poker Steak, and we bring you back to the desk here at the Maestral Hotel Resort and Casino. Ali and Rasty with you in what seemed like a three-handed battle that was never going to end, and all of a sudden it threw in the towel and said, Andy Nee, you're our champ.
I mean, what a fitting way for it to finally end. They battled three-handed forever and ever. Just one person take the chick lead, then another, back and forth, back and forth. It's just fitting that it all ended on one hand, ended three-handed, no heads up. That's pretty cool.
Just quickly to unpack that situation, because it was one of those rare occasions on which a lot of times I know those of you at home roll your eyes a bit. You think, why is he leaving that little bit back? It never seems to matter. It actually came into play in a quite meaningful way, potentially, for Brewer, who hunted that 180K ladder. He knew that ace-8 wasn't performing that well. Do you think, in retrospect, he's going to be thinking, should have found the fold button?
I mean, the problem with him folding there is it's only really good in the specific situation where Schwede's overcall is with a worse hand than Andy's initial call. And normally...
Well, initial shove over the top of Brewer.
Yes. Yes, shove, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
But the point is, I think that... sorry, you threw me off with that one.
Well, just what, do you think that he's going to be regretting the fact that he actually flicked in that 500,000 as opposed to didn't, where Ace Jack would have held against Ace 10?
From a results-oriented standpoint, sure. But I think if he's going to analyze it from what's the best poker play, I think he probably walked away from that final table feeling unsure. And I bet you he's going to put a little thought into that, maybe try to study it and figure it out. I mean, one of the interesting things about that is that if they go out, they don't split second and third, right?
Yeah, whoever had more chips to start the hand.
So that adds a big wrinkle into that situation. It also is one of those things where another takeaway from that is how much should I leave back when I go all in? He left 500K. Maybe after doing some math and thinking about it, he thinks, well, I should have put it in. But what if he made it, instead of 5 million leaving 500K, what if he made it 4 million and leaves 1.5? Now maybe he should fold. So now it's one of those things where it's like figuring out how much you should leave back when you do that might matter for this type of situation. So, or 4.5, or you up to whatever amount where you can still kind of fold, because maybe 500 isn't enough, but if you leave $1 million back, 1.5 it is. Well, so I don't know. There's a lot of little wrinkles that Chris and anyone watching this might go away saying, oh, what should I really do in that spot? Because it is kind of a weird spot for sure.
Yeah, a rare opportunity to kind of unpack what is tweezer-like precision with which many of these high-stakes regulars operate here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. So let us walk you through what's on tap. We're going to send it down to the arena. Our very own Marianela Pereira is standing by with the champion, Andy Nee. Then we'll take you to a commercial. It'll be about 10 minutes long, but we're going to come back. Rast and I will give way to Randy Liu and Griffin Benger, who are going to pick up coverage of the 30K 8 Max, our third event of 14 from here in Montenegro. So let's send it back down into the arena with your champ as Rast and I say goodnight, but stay close as more coverage from the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro comes your way after this interview and the break.
What an incredible way to end this roller coaster final table. Standing here with your champion, Andy. Now, he is origin Chinese, but doesn't really speak English. So actually, vamos a hacerlo en español. Lo siento, I'm sorry. Since 8 years old, you've been living in España, in Spain. So we're going to do this in Spanish, and I'll do my best to translate, but what an incredible final table. La experiencia de eso, una vez que ya estaban con 3 ahí, la verdad que era una cosa que primero estaba todo como bastante bien y después...
Sí, de verdad que estaba jugando tranquilo, estaba jugando muy centrado y me sentía muy a gusto encima de la mesa. Y bueno, realmente también la suerte acompañó, ¿no? Como es el juego de póker. Y bueno.
Vamos a hablar de la suerte eso. So he was saying he felt very like everything was calm, collected, even keeled at the beginning. And then you had that hand against Nicholas where you were holding the 7s. He had ace jack. The board was not your friend with the ace high. But you were telling me that you were calling the turn. Internally, you were calling the 7.
Sí, bueno, la mano contra Nicolás, justito esa mano, la de AJ contra 7 que meto all-in. Cuando tiró el flop, bueno, se quedó un poco parado, pero yo en mi corazón y mi cabeza estaba pidiendo el 7. Y justo pues me tiró 7 Daniela y yo sabía, yo digo, estoy seguro que me va a tirar. Y justito cuando va a tirar el turn y apareció el 7, yo digo, mira, qué maravilla.
¿Y ahí en ese momento ya te sentías que ibas a ganar el torneo?
De verdad que tenía sensación, tenía muy buenas sensaciones. O sea, todo estos 2 días lo que hacía me salía, los faroles me salía, cuando pedía las cartas dentro de mí me salía. O sea, tenía muy buenas sensaciones. Ya sabes que en póker a veces la confianza es primordial, ¿no?
Claro.
Sí, sí.
He felt very confident. He was calling the 7. He said he felt very good that 7 was coming. And when the 7 came, he kind of knew the tide is turning and he's going to take this down. Now, I want to mention to those watching that this is your second ever Triton event. You're already hoisting your first title. And there was a bit of a hiatus because you joined us fittingly in Madrid, since estás viviendo en España, in 2022. And then there was this 2-year hiatus. And you were telling me because you don't even really play poker. It's just a hobby, you know?
Sí, bueno, realmente no llevo mucho tiempo jugando a póker. El evento de las Triton que se organizó en Madrid, bueno, siempre tenemos un grupo bastante bueno ahí en Madrid y bueno, hay que nombrar a mi amigo Yeray, Yaman, y tenemos de verdad que le agradezco muchísimo a ellos también. Y bueno, participé en ese evento y bueno, uno de ellos creo que entré en premios y los demás nada, no salió. Y este evento pues ha sido de como de cuando vamos los amigos cuando vamos a un sitio dicen, oye, ¿por qué no vamos a...? Claro, claro. Entonces yo digo, venga, vale. Y mi amigo Yaman todavía no ha llegado y llega mañana y dice, oye, Andy, venga. Yo digo, nos animamos los dos y los tres y vamos juntos. Y ha sido así. Yo digo, pues ha salido bien. Y también quiero dedicar... a mi mujer también, darme la oportunidad de poder viajar también, porque ella no es muy partícipe de póker, pero le agradezco muchísimo a mi mujer, la quiero mogollón.
Okay. All right. There have been a lot of big ups here. Yeah. Obviously, he wants to honor his friends. He's here because of his friends. They were just like, hey, why don't we go play this Triton Montenegro? Turned out okay, sir. And also wanted to give a lot of love to his woman, which is lovely. And without further ado, I think it's time to now hand you this amazing title that is so well deserved. Tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Ladies and gentlemen, your 25K champion, Andy Neve. Felicitaciones, señor. Felicitaciones. Arriba, vamos para arriba.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Can't count on going out in the race to wait. So if you're the chip leader, having Arm at the table is pretty sweet. So Schweedy should be happy.
Can I get a Caesar salad? Can I just get a Caesar salad? Yep. Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
Pocket fives for Andy. Button open. Pocket queens for Danny.
Wow. I don't know if Andy can fold when it versus an all-in here. I mean, he's going to be 1.5 to when he's getting 2-1 on his money. Oh my goodness, well he can fold now.
Ace, king suited. Nicholas has got the ingredients for a classic race.
Yeah, wow, this is going to save Andy probably that 1.6, and now we're going to see a pretty big race here. I don't. Schweedy's going to go with it.
He decides to jam as opposed to flat and perhaps end up with a dry side situation or maybe even an overly ambitious pair of fives. Table for two.
BVB with queens.
5 million in the middle.
Yeah, come on, ladies.
We know what Buldigan's rooting for. As Tang, obviously, not given a choice, but to get involved for his tournament life here, in spite of the presence of a 2 big blind stack and a big pay ladder. 6-5-3. Clean for the queens.
Yeah, Danny is the only person at the table rooting for Danny.
You have fives?
It's worth a decent amount of money to everybody else if for Danny to bust here.
Yeah, specifically 53,000 and change. Turn, safe. You see Danny, Ivan Leal, Player of the Year award leader. On the hunt for a 6th Triton title. Can he remain involved? No!
Wow. GG, boys.
And you see the grimace as the king vanquishes Danny Tang from this FT in savage fashion.
Yeah, good run by Danny. He bobbed, he weaved, he found some spots to be aggressive and try to win, but at the end of the day, just queens couldn't hold.
So Tang will collect $180,500 for this 6th place finish. Vital Player of the Year points. In addition to some steps closer towards 6th.
His chips or one of those like larger towards all-in sizings, it does really preserve the ability to 3x and then fold. So maybe he could do it with some weaker hands as well. Hands way too weak that where you do the half or most of your chips all-in type sizing.
Queen 7 suited. Employed by our chip leader, and pocket 10s for Sargisian. He's done well with this kit on one occasion already.
That play's not really in my playbook, so I'd love to hear what Andy's thoughts are as to why he did it.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a chance to cross paths with the man. Sargisian jams. King Jack suited. Finds a simple muck. Schweedy asking for a count.
So he needs to call 1.37 to win 2.8. It's actually right around break-even odds here.
Getting better than 2-1 slightly.
Yeah. But I think if you showed me this and said it's break-even odds, if I'm him as the chip leader, I still fold because, like, I want RM to stay in.
Yes, but you want him to stay in with that sub-10 big blind sort of stack. You don't want him to creep into that 16 big blinds sort of spot because then the opportunity before you to throw the shackles onto Brewer and knee and attack with a measure of relentlessness becomes much more limited.
I mean, even if RM doubles here, you're in a great spot, and it limits the others. But it's more just I don't want to bust him. He's just playing super tight and over-folding, and I'd rather take advantage of that than like gamble break even here. But
they have 1 over.
But gamble it is. Violence was chosen. And here we go to the flop. He needs a queen.
And he finds it, but note the presence of an 8 and a 9 as well, providing Sargisian with a gutter.
Presence noted.
Board pairing 9 on the turn. It's going to take a 10 or a jack to keep the Armenian involved here. Not going to happen. And all of the resilience that RM Sargisian demonstrated to this point comes undone.
I know.
Queen 7 suited the culprit. And you can see a little bit of disgust on RM's face there, but nothing to be ashamed of. A tremendous performance here at his first ever Triton Festival, Rast.
Yeah, good showing. I mean, he never had a lot of chips, so playing super snug and basically going from 8 at the final table all the way down to getting 4th. I mean, it's pretty good overall considering how he came in. Can't be disappointed with it, even though he might feel that way right now.
Yeah. So for Sargisian, second ever.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from that epic final table of the event number 2, 25K. Yep. There was supposed to be a heads-up match, but there was a 3-way all-in where Chris Brewer did happen to finish in 3rd, and Andy Need did happen to win that tournament for event number 2. And it's amazing because first achievement for him was doing the double check raise with 3 deuce. second achievement, winning his first Triton title at his second stop at our series. So yeah, I don't know if you got to witness that hand, but it was pretty epic.
Yeah, I did, and obviously a great start to the series. Can't get much better than that. You get the Instagram ready highlight bluff, and then to go on and win event number 2. Just an incredible start for him, and an early favorite of mine. It's my first time here, and just to see someone I wasn't familiar with crushing the way that he is, it's really great to watch.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that because the heads-up match did not exist, we get more action of this event number 3, a 30K no limit, where Chris Moneymaker, who shipped event number 1 for 900K, is our table chip leader at this featured table.
Yeah, and as you can see, some real heavy hitters alongside the hot Chris Moneymaker, Stephen Chidwick, Sam Grafton, of course.
The one that jumps
What
up
would the
to me
Chidwick effect be?
is that guy, Grafton, talking. Because he's a good buddy of yours, right?
Yeah, and he's going to do a lot of the work for us. A commentator in his own right. Always loves to chat at the table. Just a great crack.
Here comes money.
Just want to say I tuned in quite a bit over the course of that event number 2, and 6+ hours there for our co-host there.
Yeah, so we'll be taking this one home.
Yeah. They saved the big buy-in for us,
We did. Increased from 25 to 30K.
Yeah.
Look at Squiddy, Sam Grafton. 1 title.
58.
In the
Big
Coin
one.
Rivet Invitational.
Yeah, pretty big one.
Yeah,
Pretty big one.
5.5 million. I
One of
assume
the
that's his biggest score.
Yes. Assume away.
Sure.
Yeah,
Squeezy.
I've been privy to the rise of Sam Grafton. We were once equals.
You were once equals, yeah.
Grinding together in the online
One's in the booth,
streets.
one's at the tables.
Yeah. But he, he's put an incredible amount of work into his game and really risen the ranks. Well-earned successes and reputation. Here he is finding a nice little squeeze spot.
Oh my God, Chris Moneymaker is just on
feeling it.
fire.
There he is. That's the Moneymaker effect, isn't it? That's the Moneymaker effect. Oh, well, I was just trying to get a read, bro. That looked. Oh, that's weak. That's weakness now. Go on then.
Officially folded.
Why do I even try? Why do I even come after him? It's just a huge mistake.
You got a good story to tell now.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I'm going to say he's going to ask me what I have, and I was going to be sorry, Chris. I don't remember, but instead he just went all in.
Oh, next time.
Yeah.
Next time.
Nice little Rounders reference. Kick things off.
I mean,
If we were
he's
playing limit
just
hold'em, I would have.
playing amazing. Obviously, that win in event number 1. Confidence, of course, after that, and now making that quite a bold move, King Queen, but he was right.
Quite a braggadocious tweet that was setting Twitter afire as well, just reveling in his success. It's so fun to watch someone like that has really earned such a place in poker to have success over 20 years later. On this stage, it's almost unheard of.
Well, someone who's fun to watch for us is Chidwick. Not fun for the table, as he's got 19 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles under his belt. Going to work with the pocket 5s. Free chips.
Yeah, he will
I was
take
listening
that.
to a podcast, but seeing as they're bad headphones, I'm just going to have it on speaker. Is that okay? Like if anyone object.
Fine, Manny.
It's obnoxious. Might get done for copyright, I guess. I'll fix everything.
Yeah, the Triton Poker YouTube channel gets taken down by Andrew Huberman.
This is what you need to do. If you're going to do something spurious, you don't want it to be made for posterity. You just start playing like, Prince or whatever. Put on a Madonna tune and they'll knock it out for copyright.
So Grafton wants to play a podcast on speaker. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he's joking that because he's not allowed to have headphones on the feature table, that if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to put it on speaker.
I know. I mean, I wake up with kings and he just wants to attack me. It's just not nice.
Wow, and a little tending to have different hands too. It's great from Chris.
You're right. This is how you should play. Just
Of course, if you saw you had king queen.
If I got a good hand,
very nice 4-bet shove.
first
I
look
basically
at
told the final table yesterday I'm
Duktan
going to win this tournament. It doesn't matter
from
if I get
Vietnam.
on in, it doesn't matter what I have. I'm going
First
to win.
Triton
If you win
stop
2 in a
for
row,
him.
what are we going to do? I might retire. I'm going home. I'll take the room.
Well, once I hit that one, then I spin it around and hit like a 6, is an 8-outer.
Jack
like
5
the
deuce
next
2
orbit.
diamonds.
And,
Duktan still
yeah,
is
then
the
I,
best.
Yeah, it was.
Managed to lose the only all-in where I ladder.
Yeah, I think you're going to feel
What's that
like
now?
you're good
Did he
enough
manage
of the
to lose
time
the
here
only
with
one I
ace
wanted
high,
you
but
to
it's
win?
just a very difficult
This is the one with
continue
kings against queen 10
2
off.
diamonds out
Oh,
there.
yeah, so you can ladder
Even
up.
if you do call and you're ahead on this flop, it's just going to
Wow,
become
you
very
lost
difficult to play.
kings to
So
queen
this
10
is
off.
one of
Right
those
about
spots.
When will it
Could
end?
be
On a
Wow.
king
Those
time
spots
flop,
where
king 3, 5
even if you're
flop.
just getting bluffed by king 10, you got to let him have it.
That's the max punishment for you.
Yeah, it hurt him a lot more, that's for sure. I wasn't happy with the time, but
What I like about the moneymaker effect is like, imagine all those people that Chris would have done their accounts. Can you imagine how bad your business would be going? Like, if you were an actual accountant, like all those poor companies in Memphis that would be like, you imagine that you're like ringing him like, bro, like there's 5 days to go to the.
Oh God.
Like,
this was a mistake putting this on the feature table.
it's just like, what? I had my headphones in, but now I might have to berate you for the next 3 hours.
Dude, I had a good hand. I'm able to have it.
Sam still not buying it, and of course, did technically have the best hand with the
Everybody's
ace
gonna
10.
shove on him.
I mean, they both were messing around a bit.
And
Jack.
sort of lost in the shuffle of all these big names and big voices on the table was Lewis Spencer, who's having a great little series so far.
Did final table.
Yeah.
That event that Moneymaker did win. Spencer cashed in 7th place. Now 3-betting ace 5 offsuit, trying to pick on
40?
Duktan. Moneymaker's got 7s. Is he thinking about
well, I think
jamming
Moneymaker,
again?
you know, he is feeling a bit bulletproof. And I think that any time that something's close between putting chips in and not, I feel like he's going to lean, let's go for it. The way that things worked out on that feature table, the way that even he would admit he kind of threw ICM to the wind when you think about the king-queen call or the king-9 all-in that worked out. So I think it's going to make him quite dangerous on this table.
All in from Duktan, taking away from the ace 5.
I was more afraid of him than you. I had a pocket pair. I was like, oh. He looked scary.
Chris had shoved, I might have just left.
What's that?
Go and sit in my room.
If I
The
shove you
remainder of the
snap,
feature.
We're just going to enjoy the feature table because we know we're just going to be giving you our chips. Like in the end, it'll be like a shootout. It'll just be him, like a big pile of chips.
I like where your head's at.
Stevie
I
have
really
like
do.
3 big blinds. and then-
Stevie's over here like, what are you talking about? I'm not going to give him anything. I'm going to just punish you. He's over here curling his mustache.
Really
Love
is a
that
great look.
stash.
It is quite a mustache.
Oh, it's an awesome look. I wish I could have that look.
It's absolutely fantastic. You with the mustache and then having the octopi patch on your forehead had me rolling. Like I was dying. Like I turned on the stream to watch you and Chewy, and I just was laughing for a good 5 minutes.
Definitely left some money on the table with that one.
I mean, you won the tournament.
I did.
Min raised by
But I could
Grafton.
have got carried to pay me.
Duktan seems a bit
'Cause
interested.
He asked me how much to do it.
Queen 7
Oh,
suited.
you
in the
did.
first place. and
Oh,
I
wow.
just did it.
You did leave money on the table. That's
Certainly
fair money spent
unconventional.
too, you know, it really does. Is that a raise and a?
Yeah, it's a raise and a call. It's 12. What? It's 12. Why does he have 20 up there?
Yeah. Isn't that a re-raise?
Ooh, things might get a
It's
little
fine, he knows what-
complicated here.
No. You wanted to call, right?
Eu call, no?
Yeah, let him call. It's my fault for putting this out. I didn't.
Ah.
It's a call.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's completely fine.
So it is 12.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at my cards. I was just trying to.
I looked at my cards.
It's
Okay.
It's a lot of us have only just started playing poker. So
Intentions were to call. There it
I'm
is.
talking about Chris here.
So obviously something like Queen
I'm
7
calling
of
for that one
Diamonds does
comment.
have some
Not a Memphis home
playability,
game, you know, like Chris.
but
What's that now?
in these
It's
early
not a Memphis
positions,
home game. It's not stud.
This
You're not going to
this
get.
is actually a
Not
lot
going to get
easier.
a queen face up in a minute. You know.
this is exactly the kind of problem why you don't want to do it, because you know a worse queen is never going to
I
be
don't care who
raising
wins the Senate as long as
before
it's
you,
not
right?
Chris.
So this is a
I'll
good
right.
example
see the
with
pot
Sam
then,
having the
I
Queen
wanna-
10 suited.
I'll take it. That sounds
But
great
of
to
course,
This is me.
Duke isn't
I just wanna
exactly
call Sim
looking
Max saying about
for
winning.
a queen necessarily, but the playability of those
he
diamonds. Look
insulted
at all
my
those other
clothing
diamonds,
yesterday,
though.
so-
I would love to see a 2-3 diamond flop. That would be really, really interesting.
No diamonds
But,
on the flop.
Yeah, not many left.
I'm looking around who's got the best hand, and it's Moneymaker with the pair of threes, four ways. The hands involved here almost looks like a home game, especially with the talking going on. Checks around, 3 on the turn, Moneymaker. He's running hot. I mean, he had the best hand on the flop, but even better now.
Yeah, but a brutal card, I think, for Sam Grafton. I think we see that had he maybe found a bet on this flop, which maybe he does at some frequency, this probably would have gotten through. Now he's picked up that additional equity. He sees the weakness around the table, not expecting
doesn't
people
bet.
to, yeah.
Oh, the spades. Moneymaker, I said he was running hot. Now, that's cold.
And you can see how nice this process really is from Sam Grafton. This turn card does allow, people that do have threes, like might have in the blinds, to check raise, which would have put him in a really brutal spot. Now he's backdoored into this flush. Hasn't shown any interest in the hand, so it's gonna look a little off the wall.
155.
155 is the raise. Now what does Moneymaker do?
Really?
Bro, I told you, I'm not going to let you win the hand. Well, like, what do you want?
Comment does feel a bit strong to me, but it's also, we see,
you.
what the cards are, so.
Moneymaker didn't expect the raise. As played.
I'll put my wallet in there. The pot as well.
That wallet is fat.
Cool, and you got about an A6 is good. You get that. You get the wallet.
Thick wallet.
Yeah.
Thinly veiled flat.
No, I got my.
Something Nacho would do.
I've got my.
Library cards in that wallet.
Exactly. I've got my. Look at this. I've got my Upper Street Bookstore loyalty card. To get the lot.
He is a showman.
He took back the wallet though.
You have pocket
nines?
Is that the best hands?
That is the best hand.
Or is it a stellar slow roll with quad threes?
I wish I had quad threes. That would make my decision easier. You show me if I fold?
It's on TV, you're going to see it.
I want to see it now, though.
Sam Grafton like a serpent, his tongue in and out.
All right, I fold.
Tempting Moneymaker, but he's in the zone. He shows the 3, and yeah, that even Sam's a little speechless.
What is that, the Queen of Spades?
Gonna be happy to see the Queen of Spades, actually.
Yeah.
Nice fold, Moneymaker.
3-7 of diamonds. You're calling here pre-flop.
When you're playing, yeah.
Wow, it is a.
So
you thought he played stud high low. What did he have, like 4-7-3 of diamonds before?
I didn't like the spade, but
It is a good point. The thing that Sam is realizing, it's like, wait a minute. You can't have a 3 from the small blind there. It went raise, call, and then you overcall. You can't have ace-3. That would have been a boat.
Exactly.
So you have what? 3-7 suited. Of course, we know it's 3-5 suited. It's a very loose call from the small, but it does go to goes to show how confident and how much Moneymaker wants to play.
I do have a question though.
Oh, I know. Trust me. If I folded
How much money was in that wallet?
A bluff in your face, like you know you're good.
Trust me. I knew when I showed the 3, if I didn't get shown like 5 high or some random 5, like that, I made a good fold.
Yeah, you're doing good.
It's a status thing, Randy. You know, if you have a big fat wallet, everyone knows.
Is it just like paper inside? 100 on the outside and inside?
I was pretty confident you didn't have a good hand pre-flop.
Dylan Weissman shoving here.
Shoving massively, isn't it?
This is
6K is the big blind.
Yeah, this is very irregular here.
I mean, Grafton would be in there with like 15, 20 blinds,
I
right?
would even suggest, I can't obviously speak for Dylan Weissman, but it almost feels like maybe he miscalculated the blinds. I mean, this is a 35 big blind shove with 9-8 of spades.
It's a good time for me to make 2 pair.
As I understand it, wildly incorrect. And I mean, listen, what they're doing. Maybe this is a spot that he's worked on or something, but this can't be. I think maybe he thought he had 15 big blinds. Like big blind was 12K. I don't know. It feels like
Oh man,
got a chance.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
No, God.
Chris gave me the
Look
gift.
out.
Paid
I
out
can't
twice.
take it. Don't let Chris. Do not say a word.
Oh my!
So impressive.
Straighted.
Holy shit.
Oh, too bad.
Wow.
That was so impressive.
I told him I was going to touch him.
Yeah. I told him I was going to touch him. I told him I'm going to.
I will give you a warning.
What is this?
If me and you get all in, you're
I know very well. I've been watching the GG.
So
event number 1.
Yeah, very big pot.
Can we get a bread? We got some fish and some loaves of bread over here, please.
You got Delta's chips. You
have
and he touched it.
No, I needed that.
I know you did.
That was so helpful.
You said you were been running bad on those flips. I thought I would. Give
That
you
was
a
helpful.
little,
Yeah,
a little help.
when I get called by King High for 20.
You should be charging for that.
What dimension?
Next time I should.
I'm going to
Some action.
stall, so I don't have to.
He was complaining earlier. Just he wasn't doing really good on
we have
all-in situation.
No, that was super helpful. I needed it.
Sam
You can't
Grafton
use that
left
against those deadly
on
darts against
fumes,
me.
just 71,000 at 3K, 6K.
What again, Chris? He doesn't even go for it. He knows.
What's this?
No, you.
But still with a big smile on his face.
I'm so shocked that many chips went in. We skipped the 3 and 4 bets.
Oh wow, that's ambassadorial, bro. Someone should sponsor you.
Taking a quick look at the leaderboard outside of the rest of the tournament. Adrian Mateo, second in chips. I know it's early, but what a mainstay he is.
Everybody in his defense, he did have the patch on. I saw it earlier. It fell off.
And Sam Grafton now in the small blind, just going to be limping with the 8-4 suited.
No, I saw it earlier. I know it was there.
Oh my god, I miscounted my stack. How many blinds I had?
Okay, so he did miscount his stack.
No, I thought I had 22 big.
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah,
Yes.
like
Yeah,
30-something bigs. I was like, wow, that's a big shit.
No, I fucked up.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of figured you did, but I was like, okay.
Wow. I literally just miscounted my stack.
Does that make you feel
Hey, the good thing is you didn't fuck up near as bad as Sam did.
Yeah, no, I just made a mistake. Well, nice to run good.
Yeah, and
I just gotta play worse than run.
Some
Dylan
mistakes are
Weissman.
rewarded.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
when-
he's
this
wearing
is
it
a
here.
really good lesson.
Doesn't matter what the
You
stakes
just
are.
got clocked into the moneymaker.
This is great. Yeah, this is going really well.
Everyone does make mistakes.
I do need to start charging my class rate for how to get it in bad and get there.
No, that was really helpful. I literally just miscounted my stack and got there.
The sad thing is, I told him before the flop came out.
I'm sorry, Sam. I'm not trying to rub it in your face.
I am.
I'm not. I apologize if it feels that way.
It's 2023, and we need a touch on the shoulder from Chris. This is what it's come down. This is what it's come down to.
This is
begging Chris Manning to touch
That's me.
us in
No.
order-
I
in
didn't
order
beg,
to win
thank
our
you.
all-in.
He offered.
First of all, it's not even 2023.
He offered.
Yeah, it's actually.
He didn't even know the year he's in.
It's not even 2024.
You don't even know the
Chris
year you're in.
Moneymaker with the Jack 9 suited.
Time for the high stakes poker.
13K.
High Jack, yeah.
I don't even know what's happening.
Something to show on this guy. Anything 5.
Oh, have a go.
There you
Sammy.
go.
Boom, all in.
Triton's got pocket 5s, but a raise and a rejam in front of him. Not interested.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be too much for Sam Grafton, but I feel like Chris would also just happily run it if it was
Well, if it's 9-8 of spades, you got to
anything under 75. I really do.
It's better than 9-8 of spades, brother. How much? 80?
Playing 7-3 of diamonds here versus.
You might be on roll to.
Do you agree with that, Randy?
Yeah.
Because of their dynamic and like the
Polarized
fun
aces
aspect,
or
nature of
7-4
things.
diamonds.
You know, maybe he would call 12 big
It's
blinds,
actually
but once you get
nowhere
to
close to either one of
15,
those.
He kind of wants to gamble with him.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
I'm just going to win, so.
I shouldn't want that.
We're
go.
gambling.
there you go. Yeah.
Gamble it up.
What do you have, kings?
2 kings, yes, bro. Well, I mean, I went all in. What did you expect me to have?
I'm sorry.
Better than 8.
Jack 9 he has.
I'm sorry.
It's been a pleasure. I'm going to leave now, or shall we watch the run out? Okay.
Oh no, he touched him.
Oh, I didn't touch him. No, take it back. Take it back. Give me it back.
Dear God.
What's going on?
It could be retirement. But
A
message me.
reference,
Stay in
a little
touch with
callback
me,
to
even though I
the-
won't be on the scene.
Uh-oh.
The good luck touch from Moneymaker that he gave Weissman in his hand.
I beg you. I'm begging you.
Top set
What?
versus the flush draw.
How about a 10?
Just a flush
I
draw
don't feel
now.
like I'm winning this one for some reason. I just feels like people might start questioning things if I win this one.
I'm questioning my life choices right now for sure.
You should.
Flush gets their
That's
butt.
not fair.
Wow.
That's
Full house
not fair.
for
I saw a
Grafton.
diamond. I
Or
didn't
a
see a
three-sided
pair.
diamond that just shoots you.
That's not fair.
And
Did Moneymaker celebrate too?
no, he was just upset that it paired the board. I think the diamond.
I'm too old. You're the best, Sam.
That's him.
I owed you that from folding to 3, I guess.
And I think there's a lot to be said about the affable nature of Sam Grafton falling. It was a pretty brutal, like when you lose a misclick all in when you make a great call like that for a 70 big blind pot. That might rub a couple players the wrong way. But Sam, ever the professional, ever the showman, just having a good time
this
with
is how
it.
hard it is to beat you. I need top boat here to hold. I need a top boat.
Oh, that's my favorite.
That's not fair.
I mean, I would have been sad to leave this table, though. I would have been sad to leave this table.
All right, Weissman, pocket tens. Nose is stacked now. Standard raise. Well, it's quiet down all of a sudden. We may speak.
As I understand it, Weissman is, more specifically, I guess a PLO crusher from what I've heard, and sort of mixing it in now with the Hold'em tournaments as well.
I recall him coming out to the previous Triton stop for PLO. He was like, I'm coming out for PLO.
Yeah, for Monte Carlo, and did cash in 2 of 4 events for a little over 160,000.
Of course, has the ability to play no limit as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, the temptation's got to be here, even if, your first intention coming into Monte Carlo was just to play the PLOs. You see how juicy these Hold'em events can get. You know you're capable.
The good news about Montenegro is that we've also increased the number of PLO events as well as the buy-ins.
I didn't look and then give a speech. Honestly, I was like, yeah.
That will come at the end of our schedule.
Sure, I would have been happy with 6s though.
I know you. The shipping range was maybe not as wide as I think, but I think it was wide. I just obviously caught the tippy top.
Yeah, the very tippy top.
Do have a raise and a call. 4-3 offsuit versus Queen 10.
Thanks, Chris.
Top pair.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did.
100%. You wanted it on the spike.
I mean, I figure I'm getting the chips back anyways.
It's good.
But it's like those animals where you don't slaughter them at the beginning, you feed them.
You wound them.
No.
You feed them to get them fat. So yeah.
Quite a metaphor for
Yeah, I do enjoy
Moneymaker
having
gifting
the
that
weaker
double up
opponents over here to my
to
left.
Sam Grafton.
Good read.
Well, I was more talking that end of the table, but
Sam's playing better than me right now.
well, yeah, you did go to the Moneymaker School of Poker, so can't count your chips. Just get there.
I just messed up. Yeah, no, it's good. It woke me up though. It's like it's always the best to make a mistake and not get punished. Now I'm awake.
Sounds about right.
What did you think you were doing?
He miscounted his chips when he had the
How many did you
8-9.
think you have?
20 something big blinds. Not 30, whatever.
You guys both miscounted. Did we get a double check that was the actual amount of chips?
I think they might have put like ketamine in the buffet.
You might need
I
to
was
check
like,
the cameras.
oh, and I was like,
Chidwick with the joke, saying maybe both of you miscounted during that king-queen off call.
Put like psilocybin mushrooms in the fucking chicken.
That would make sense.
Limping into the Moneymaker big blind, which has king deuce suited. Option checked. Wow. Nice flop for Moneymaker. Flush draw and bottom pair. Chidwick taking his time.
Yeah, you might want to start this with a lead just because there's a lot of great turn cards for your hand to keep continuing to attack those 2, 3, even those 5Xs.
Is it also the logic that Moneymaker raises some aces from the big, therefore he's got less continues?
Yep, certainly. But just as much, you know, those extreme low cards going to also hit that check back range.
Moneymaker wants to play for more, 30,000, and should be over. There it is.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Early days here in event number 3, $30,000 buy-in. Got a field of 130 players so far.
Well, guys, the best way to kind of get that poker itch scratched is to check out GG Poker. Russian cash. You know, play a lot of hands rather quickly. You can win some C dollars also in today's free roll and get the opportunity to play. We've got welcome bonuses, $50 Global Millions ticket as well. Minimum deposit is $20, but all you gotta do is use that sign-up code Triton_2024. Back to the action, and Grafton's open Queen 10 of clubs. Triton has got Ace Queen. Matches that bet. Krasimir Naichev's got Ace 10 off. Is this a spot where maybe you get involved?
I mean, it seems kind of like a decent squeeze bluff spot. You have to imagine that Sam Grafton is going to have a lot of hands like this sometimes, not just weighted to pure value. And as we've seen from 10 Go, like, I mean, he flatted the Queen 7 suited in this exact same position, so the fact that he actually has really probably the top of his flat range is a bit of a spot of bad luck, I think, for Krasimir.
Yeah, Krasimir also perceives this flat to be weaker. We see it's not. So it does make sense why he is squeezing.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by a bit of bad luck, because he could just as easily have had the Queen 7 of diamonds this time and the Ace Queen of diamonds the time before. You can see how quickly it gets Sam Grafton out.
See that Triton is thinking about all options.
Doesn't look that enthused right now.
It doesn't seem like the back raise is on his mind. Or is it? Never mind.
Nice job. Nice work.
There we go. I'll try to pick on my flat.
I'm a bit frustrated if is an HF. Maybe not really.
Oh, let's clip the shades on.
maybe not expecting this. Maybe this didn't feel like a trap, and then it just felt like, oh, now he's shoving. Maybe this is something like 2 7s or 8s, pocket 9s, something I'm flipping against. I already have 45,000 out there. Maybe I want to get a little ambitious and consider a call.
If he doesn't think that Triton is slow playing hands, I can definitely see merit to try to pick off those pocket pairs. But
it's just tough. It's like you're really
Ace 10 off
flying
then,
a little.
right?
You're flying a little blind there. I think that, you know, our comments are reflective of that consideration because it didn't feel very trappy and it felt kind of off base there.
Sometimes you just got to get like new data points to realize if you should be continuing in that spot for Ace 10 or not, and going to be happy.
Can't believe I touched your
when he finds
shoulder.
out.
Big mistake.
That was a big mistake.
How long does it last? I'm not going to wash this jumper. It's going to be stinky. I'll be wearing it 3 years from now.
Lucky for me, it's only a one-hand thing. You have to buy the course to get it to last longer.
Have to what?
Buy the course.
Okay.
You a superstitious poker player, Griffin, at all? You believe in this shoulder touching stuff?
Oh no, I think it's a spot of fun. You know, it is.
It's a real thing. Shoulder touching in Chinese culture is really
yeah?
bad luck.
Okay, interesting.
You touch them at the back route tables and you get punched in the face immediately.
No way! Wow,
You
that is
probably
so
won't get punched,
interesting.
but it's really
Yeah.
bad. You get the look.
Yeah.
Spencer. He
I
did
mean,
3-bet earlier, right?
So yeah, I'm not so superstitious, but I am. There are habits that I tend to have that would reflect some superstition. You know, like when I get a table jar or something, I'll always take the card that's on the far left and stuff like that. But
I mean,
I don't know if it makes a difference.
I'm actually a pretty superstitious poker player myself. I'll get back to that in 1 second.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how this develops between Lewis Spencer.
It looks like he is going to show him an ace, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Respect. Did have just ace-7 offsuit, but was playing.
Tell the fans about your.
Was playing the World Series of Poker main event, the 10K. You know that man Johnny Chan?
Yeah.
He came to my table. Things weren't going so well for him. Then he asked for a scramble. You know what a scramble is? When the dealer shuffles.
Yes,
the dealers aren't really supposed to do that, right?
No, they're not.
He asked for a scramble. Request granted. Next hand, I get kings, and I squeeze. Johnny Chan's got aces, and I'm out.
No way.
Seriously, literally the next hand. Oh my gosh. I believe in superstitions now.
Oh wow, that is affecting for
I was
sure.
so tilted.
Oh my God, the magic of Johnny Chan. Here's a magician right here, Stephen Chidwick, getting dealt the very strong pocket nines. Chris Moneymaker going to be a little bit interested, I would imagine, in the form of a 3-bet bluff more than a call, as he does get some raising chips.
Moneymaker is so active. Ace Queen for Grafton.
And by the way, this is a really fortuitous scenario for Sam Grafton, because this would probably ordinarily have just gone as a big race between Chidwick and Sam Grafton. Now, though, I think Chidwick's going to have a very difficult time putting in these 20, his 30 big blinds effective with nines, because not only do you have to worry about the 3-betting range of Chris Moneymaker, but also Sam's range is going to be slightly ahead of these nines. It's going to be all the better pairs, never the worse, and then all the combinations of ace-king, ace-queen, maybe some ace-jack suiteds, maybe the occasional ace-jack off if he thinks that, Chris is just mucking about. So this is perfect. Instead of finding yourself in a big flip.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Stevie folded the best hand as well.
He knows. He knows Stevie folded nines or something of that nature.
Keep it coming, Chris. Chris, keep it coming.
I will.
I thought you were going to get spited.
He's learned his lesson. He had a worse hand than Jack 9 of diamonds. We know that. No spite action. It was that bad. I thought he can't be that dumb. Going after the best in the world, going after Stevie Chidwick. Talk about winner's tilt. You're going after the best in the world.
Winner's tilt.
I thought he's got to have it, and then I just remembered. No, it's Chris. You can't hold anything to this man. I mean, bro, do you know who this is? I know you've been out of the game, bro. I know you've been out of the game. He's even good at studs. So, Jesus, you see this? Wow.
If you're wondering if it ever stops with Sam Grafton, it doesn't. And I've known him for many years, and I've never grown tired of it.
Only stops when the chips run out.
yeah, exactly. If he gets eliminated from the tournament, which, he was a one diamond away from.
Taking a little far.
Yeah,
So Chidwick gonna open up ace queen.
Wakes up with ace king and gets it in and just
A7 seems to speak to Triton, who is going to
Thankfully, there's 40,000
call in the small blind.
But luckily, you put 45,000 dead money in the
That I did. It was dead money.
Yeah. Saved me flipping against.
Another
nines or
example,
whatever.
perhaps, of how things can be made difficult playing marginal hands against specifically Stephen Chidwick. And this board is going to be
like 3-8-9
one that is going to be tough for Duke 10 to maneuver.
Yeah, this is the trouble you speak of, is you get dominated.
Maybe that was what the Jack 9
You lose chips in these spots where it's supposed to be a good flop for you.
The Jack 9 was the only mistake. Attacking Dr.
Yeah, I
Evil
think
over
all,
here was
you know,
okay.
players end up, you have different habits, right? Maybe this is something that Duke 10 feels comfortable doing against the normal opponents he plays against. The problem really inherently is that you're up against quite possibly the greatest tournament player
good poker
in the
and they're
world,
like,
out of
what the
position
hell are we watching?
against quite a strong range under the gun 1 here. So Chidwick going pretty big on the flop, wanting that max value from the perceived range from the small blind, which is going to be all over this board. It's one of those things, you know, if your opponent has a pocket pair like 7s or 8s, he's going to fold anyway. So let's bet big and get value from the worst aces, the club combos, the Jack X's, and he's doing it to perfection so far. Somehow this pot already bloated to over 15 big blinds. Chidwick with an SPR of less than 1.5 to 1.
I'm battling
Chidwick
back to starting stack. I'm a happy man.
trying to figure out a sizing to get all the chips in by the river.
Well, I gave you a gift to get to there.
As you said, likely expects Duke Ton to have a
You had to find the
weaker
one
top
hand that
pair,
Yeah.
a jack occasionally.
Just a little spot of math and some timing balancing here from the great Stevie. What I want to bet to set up that river shove.
Puts in 65K. Roughly half the pot. Be a tough laydown for Duke Ton. Unable to lay down, making the call, bringing the pot to just north of $250,000. King on the river brings in the front door flush. Might that slow things down?
Yeah, we saw a bit of a tight check back, I think it was yesterday, from Stephen Chidwick in a scenario that kind of reminds me of this. You know, do I really think that my opponent is going to call the rest of the chips with something like, oh, but you know what?
Wait, what's going on? Duke Ton is now taking the lead and jamming into Chidwick. This puts Chidwick in an awful spot because if you think about bluffs that are natural, they are very hard to find.
Very difficult to find. And look how big the pot was before all of Duke 10's chips went in. You know, only 109 to call, 240-ish in there, 250.
He's putting Chidwick into the blender.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the kind of club combos that Duke can have, you know.
Plenty, right?
Yeah,
Jack
plenty.
10 of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs.
Queen Jack of clubs, Queen 10 of clubs. There's also, you know, Queen 10 of spades arrives here on the river as well. So that's another combo of the straight.
True.
You know, 9-10 of clubs. You know, Queen 9 of clubs, does that call twice? Maybe someone like Duke 10 does call that twice. Where are the bluffs? And that was what you proposed, which is the real question. Not a lot of natural bluffs. Does he ever have Jack X of something that would call and then bluff this river? It doesn't feel very, very natural at all, right?
No.
Jack 10 of diamonds, we're finding folds on the turn here.
I agree.
So it just feels like, frankly, it just feels like a flush.
But it's not.
You unblock. You don't have any blocker to any of the clubs. I have a feeling that Stephen Chidwick is going to fold here, and even though he will happen to be wrong, if he does, I don't.
You don't hate it.
I don't blame him whatsoever. It's just so I'm trying to like decode it, right? It's like, how do we get to a bluff from Duke 10? It doesn't make any sense. That's what makes this A7 play so sick, because as much as we've been watching this hand being like, oh, I don't know about this call pre-flop. Oh, this is getting real dicey on the flop. Oh, no, the river.
Wow, he makes the call.
Unbelievable.
A7, no good. As Chidwick is surprised that he did see they were black colored, but the ace queen is good, and the man who many consider the best no-limit tournament player of all time makes the call.
That's why it was like, and I was already forgiving him. I was saying, because it's like, you know, when you watch one of your heroes and you know that they're going to probably fall this time. He'll get back up another time, but this time we're going to let him. But he found the answer.
Man.
And that's what the best do.
Felt like he should have got away with that bluff, Ducton that is, and Chidwick just one-upped him.
But also goes to show how important, I mean, odds are. It wasn't that much to call with the amount that was out there. You know, only 109 to call. Just a half-pot bet. Not even a half-pot bet, Randy, right? So, you know, when you run the numbers there, you tell yourself, well, I only need to be right X amount of times. That seems okay. Let's see it.
Yeah, but kudos to Ducton trying that bluff. I mean, we've had a lot of people who came to our try and stop, like Chuck Chu, Dao Min Fu, who've had success in just being very aggressive. Not this time, though. Baby suited ace for Dylan Weissman. Chat seems to be loving that Chidwick call.
Yeah, and tip of the cap for that bluff. You know, I really thought that was going to work. Just almost finding a sort of a backdoor out of that hand.
Feels
Pretty
like if he had a
impressive work
little
from the
bit
go,
more,
yeah.
would have worked.
Yeah.
Regardless, both players whiffing on the Queen Jack 5 two-diamond board. Perhaps a tough one to see bet. No spade on board. But he is going to fire out 12K.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just a nice way to work your process here. Just, you know, you fold out all those hands that have equity. You know, he happens to also have ace deuce, which is great because that's going to get a fold. But, you know, the times he has 7-8 or king 6 suited, just clear it out of there.
Didn't have to bet too much. Don't show weakness, because if you do, you can't win.
Yeah, these players will pounce.
When do you leave?
Friday.
Spencer,
So you get to play
suited
tomorrow.
king, running into Krasimir's
I'm gonna
pocket
play just
queens
the,
in the small blind.
I've noticed something in
I
these,
can't play the 50 because
you know, high roller events lately, Randy, and tell me if you have as well. I feel like the button limp has fallen out of style.
if it's a one day.
Remember when that was sort of a thing that started happening sort of at the, you know, 20, 30 big blind level, like sort of stack size.
I've
You know,
definitely
your queen
seen-
jack offs, your jack 10s, maybe your queen 10 suited, instead of raising them and facing resistance in the form of all-ins or what have you.
We have 8 dogs. So.
Definitely still in existence. It just
unless it's her mother
makes it
or
tricky
father,
because you need to split your ranges properly for balance purposes.
Yeah.
But no, there are definitely some players
Honestly, the kids
that
have so
do
much
do
going
that,
on,
but I
too.
do feel like it comes into
Although
play a
the
little
two
more
can drive
closer
now, so
towards
that
the
is
20
better.
big blind stack size.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Rather than 25 or
She
so.
used to travel a long time ago with me.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, not to suggest that. I guess I appreciate why you would think that with this particular hand, King 3 suited. It's just something even on the final tables I was seeing. You know, as Spencer.
Interesting.
Wow. So getting quite a nice price. You know, barely a 3x, and he's in position. Finding that maybe the suited king is good enough to continue.
I wonder if there's floats in his mind on this board texture.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good theory.
No floating opportunity as Kresimir does check to Spencer.
And this is the thing: if you are going to make these, loose peels pre-flop, you're gonna have to have some moves post-flop. And Lewis Spencer is definitely someone that has shown quite a good reading ability post-flop. And that's going to be sort of, I think, the death of his hand, because he might check back an ace on the button here, but once the second one comes, it's going to be near impossible to represent. Yes.
And the queens are going to feel rather comfy with the flop check through, board pairing turn. $35K. This is Kresimir's first Triton series. Does have one cash under his belt in event number 2. 40K, representing the Bulgarian flag.
Some great sleeve tattoos there. Looking sharp.
Got any tattoos yourself?
I don't. When I was younger, I had an idea.
I was going to say, when you're younger, you had them, but you don't have them anymore.
No. When I was younger, when I was probably late teens, I had an idea for a tattoo. And then my girlfriend got it herself as a surprise. I've always resented her for it.
What is the tattoo?
No. It was of a griffin.
Oh,
yeah.
Of a griffin.
Yeah. I was gonna get it on my shoulder or something. And she ended up getting it as I think we'd gotten into a fight, and she got it to and then showed me, and then we must have been broken up 2-3 months later, and ever since I've just don't want to get one. she broke my tattoo heart.
Yeah.
I also this is my theory on tattoos, right? I feel like when I was a teenager, if I would have gotten a tattoo, it probably would have been like something like Stewie Griffin. And would I have really wanted
You're
that?
talking about the guy from the little kid
the
from
little
Family
kid,
Guy.
yeah, just like my favorite cartoon,
Football Head.
Yeah, Football Head. Like it was like he was the funniest character that I thought of when I was 17, And like when now that I'm near 40, would I be happy with my Stewie tattoo?
Where did you get in the Moneymaker Invitational?
I feel like you would be the only person that has a Stewie Griffin
No
tattoo.
way. There's a contingency. Come on, there must be some people with a Stewie Griffin tattoo.
Well, if
It
there's
was the biggest show on TV for a while there.
If there's someone in chat with a Stewie Griffin tattoo, please raise your hand so Griffin Bender does not feel alone.
Wants his one moment in the sun.
Trying to get him to
Why can't the attention be on him?
I think tattoos are awesome. I
trying to
just
play a
don't
little
know if they're
poker,
for
do you
me.
mind? I mean,
That
this is
would be my
serious.
final thing on it.
What
What about you?
The animal.
No.
What's that now?
That's all I got for you. One word. No.
I did have king queen. Still, not many, but most of them.
The implication.
Speaking
volumes.
What did you have? Since I don't have anybody watching for me.
You get one of the kids to watch.
I have no friends.
Ace 10, man. You bluffed me.
I love it.
You bluffed me.
Talking about
Nice. We get an action player at last. We need to loosen
the Ace
things
10
up.
King Queen.
Blind versus blind, inside straight draw for Weissman.
You took melatonin and you're going to come. We just
really quiet here.
You just
to put over his head.
Wake me on the button. Yeah.
So you can scream into it.
Mate, if I get yeah, exactly. You can put it over my mouth if I get eliminated by Moneymaker. Type of the screen. Bro, put on the stars hoodie.
Hold the best hand too.
Come on, bro.
You did pull the
Put on
best hand.
Stars hoodie.
I just don't want to have to call any more.
Lucas
You would have had to.
got him out of the building.
My hand was going to keep that in.
My king high was going to have a hard time continuing to call.
It was not.
What?
Sorry, guys.
Oh my God, rigged.
It's
rigged.
I need to escape you guys.
Good luck, Sam.
What did you have when I had the 3? It was a king, queen of spades?
Queen 10 of spades, yeah.
Queen 10 of spades.
Yeah, nice fold, Chris. Nice fold. All right.
Table.
See you guys.
Chris
Have
being
fun.
reminded
I got to
how
get friends, damn it.
in the zone he is.
Tell me what's going on.
I have to pay people.
But
He's my friend, Just got to pay people.
It's called a fraternity.
Okay, thank you.
Grafton moving out Out to the outer table where I see Fedor Holtz, Isaac
the
Haxton,
actual worst guy in a frat.
looks like Seth
I can't
Davies
drink,
as
so
well.
I'm just like drawing dead immediately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't drink
How many?
anymore, so.
We got Ponikovs.
Second? Just a second.
That is interesting, actually. You would have to imagine that players at this
Not
level that
playing
play
so
these
well.
big
Table's got a
Triton
lot
events,
tougher.
you might have to hire some assistants to watch the stream, right? It's not always going to have buddies to.
So Weissman pays someone to
Yeah.
feed hands to him. What do you have to? If you're on a stream, do you pay your girlfriend to feed you hands?
Yeah, but I just mean the the.
Fair
some of
enough.
the events I'm playing,
You can-
maybe a main event or like some. It's just not as I'm not always going to be on the feature table.
Yeah, I guess you
But
can
the
find a
nature
guy
of
on
these-
Fiverr to pay him $5 or whatever it costs to record hands for you.
Or maybe a buddy who's out of work or something and.
Okay,
Give him-
that probably makes more sense. Someone
Yeah.
that understands how to read hand histories.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Jacks for Chidwick to overpair. Let's see how he sizes. Remember last time he had the top pair against Duktan. He sized up. Here, a little bit smaller.
Yeah, maybe thinking his hand was too strong. You do unblock all those pairs that are potentially on the board, but because Duke was pretty short as well, trying to give him a reason to stick around, but not the Queen 4 spades.
Did y'all see that card?
I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see nothing.
No.
Okay. I trust these people.
7 of diamonds.
If it's good, I saw it.
I think I saw aces.
I hope so. I hope you're right.
16.
Ponikov's coming in with a fresh stack of 200K. Registration does close after this level. So first hand
42.
off this new rebuy for Ponikov's raising, and he runs into ace king of Weissman. Ponikov's is one of those players that isn't shy of giving action.
Can't tell you.
Yeah, the sizing's, not excessive here. It's just about a 2.5, 2.6x. But we are at 8K big blind. Ponikov's probably, and you know what? Does find the call with that enticing sizing. Ace-10 off, I think, would have gone into the muck for Ponikov's, but some playability with the suits.
No connection on the 6-4-3-2 spade board. Is it customary to fire a C-bet on this flop of ace king?
I think it is. You don't want to run the risk of turning your hand face up against a guy that's going to be able to maybe change tactic on another low medium card, start representing some sort of exposure to it. But yeah, it sucks if your opponent check raises or something like that, but he doesn't really have a lot of room to do so. He can't really get too frisky. If he check shoves or something, he probably just has flush draw.
Very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just call with ace king high.
Kind of true, though.
Yeah, it is a bit. It can be. It can be.
Decent equity, of course, if you're up against a pair anyways. But you're right. He did follow through with a C-bet. Took it down.
There's an interview they did of Ike a couple weeks ago where they were asking him what he's doing in the tank for so long. He says, honestly, I'm just awful at counting the pot. So he's just sitting there tanking, counting the pot the whole time. Funny.
It's not unreasonable.
I'm actually
Some days
the
I'm really
exact
bad at
same
it.
way.
Like my brain just can't. Some days I get it instantly. Some days
I
my
spend
brain
a
can't
lot of the
even
time
process
counting
it.
the exact pot size. And that ends up balancing my timing quite nicely.
Weissman says that sometimes he has those moments too, but I find that surprising given he's a PLO player.
Or big blinds?
I mean, he literally miscounted his stack. Like,
More fun
went all in for 35 big
that is
ones,
true.
9-8 suited.
I stand corrected.
So he should definitely take
if you do it in
his
big ones, you
time.
have to do 2
Problem
cards,
for
big
Ducton, who's got
problem.
king,
And then you do the
queen
percent
against his
half
nemesis.
Yeah.
And if he pushed this, I wouldn't fault him.
Oh, no.
Makes the move. He's in big, big trouble against these rockets.
Bad timing.
Yeah, simply bad timing. King, queen, pretty strong hand, even against the under the gun range of Stephen Chidwick.
Don't see him before the board.
Can have jacks, ace jack, tens.
Happy I didn't 3-bet.
Tons of hands you have some good equity against.
Still a chance with 5 cards to go. Will be tough on this 10-7-4 rainbow unless he picks up a straight draw or a pair on the turn.
Yeah, jack for fun. No fun.
No fun. Drawing dead. GG to Ducton No of Vietnam.
This is again getting PTSD from earlier.
And nice for Chidwick. Continuing to build that stack.
Happened twice now. At least. At least. Yeah, that's true. That I know. Yeah, that I know of. That's true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
See you in 5 minutes.
Have 4 more minutes to go.
Yeah, nice smile as he leaves the room.
And what they're referring to in 4 or 5 minutes is that registration is going to close soon. So if Ducton wants to get back in it, he needs to rebuy really quickly.
Now or never.
That was very unlucky, no.
Queen Jack offsuit for Ponikovs. Min raising. Spencer with ace-9. Thinking about something on the button against the Undergun Open. Crossed his mind. Accidentally flashed 1 card. Not sure which.
9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
Sorry.
Do things change when registration closes? Like, do people just play the same, or do they perhaps think, well, if I bust this bullet, I can't get back in, so maybe I adjust accordingly?
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be less gambling going on. People might be more inclined to, you know, not flip as much. Certain situations, not go for it as much. You know, you have to wonder.
18.
Were registration closed, would Stephen Chidwick had called that all in on the river with the ace-queen?
That's a good point. Hard to say.
Hard to say. You know, again, we've talked about how big the pot was, and
No, I just said flash.
but if he had no way of re-entering this event, may have changed the outcome. Big slick for Big Chris. Call.
Queen 3 offsuit. Defending the big blind against an Undergun Open of Moneymaker. Does outflop with that pair of 3s.
Check.
Casual check. Moneymaker coming in with 20K. Gotta feel pretty good about the pair of 3s.
Yeah, if you're going to defend with a hand like Queen 3, which, you know, probably one of the worst hands you do call, if you even call with it, but Ponikoff has decided to, you're going to have to feel good about 9-3 deuce.
Is going to check call. Pairs the 9.
And I
Sometimes
wonder-
we see people lead this card, right?
Yeah. The sort of board pairing card that favors the range of the player in the big blind.
Moneymaker is supposed to have perceived less 9s from under the
Yeah,
gun.
yeah, and also just you can end up actually getting value with a hand like Queen 3 because a hand like Ace King feels like they need to
17?
protect against these leads by calling when those leads can contain something like a 4-5, 6-4, you know, maybe some floats.
And even more reason to call against a very small 17K bet.
Yeah. And it also price sets, you know, the times that you are against a better hand. You know, sevens,
must have
for
counted
instance,
my
might
chips
bet
there.
again here on the turn for value. If you're Chris Moneymaker, but by betting 17K, you say this is the amount I'm going to lose here because you can't really raise this bet. Now, if we're speaking to what happens maybe sometimes against sort of reg on reg stuff, like really, you know, the big dogs against each other, sometimes those leads are getting raised. Even if that 9 is technically favoring you, someone with an overpair or even an ace king will be like, okay, I know this is so often, I mean, there's 2 9s already out there. A lot of the times it is going to be those draws or a 3 or a deuce, and I'm going to go for the value here with my kings.
Makes sense. Meta always changes.
Yeah.
Backdoor hearts do come in. Now Ponikoff's wondering if he can seek value from ace high once more.
It's very, very thin, but the draws still have technically missed, except the backdoor hearts. But the straight draws that comprise some of his bluff leading range on the turn. And he checks like he's given up, and that is by design so that he can get that quick check back of ace king, like he's just given up so that ace king, whatever that, yeah, so a little subtlety. I think a little fake,
Reverse.
yeah, it's just an interesting little thing to note.
Yeah, interesting. Good eye. So we're going to give Ponikoff's 237K.
Thanks, buddy.
That pot. And there's a little bit of a pause right now. As 86 remain of 153 because registration is closed. So players, if they're in line buying in, you know, we're going to give them a chance to jump in real quick, but not for too long. In the meantime, we can look at the outer tables as well. For a second, I did see Dan Smith and Hecklin. Blinds continue. 5K, 10K.
Because I want 80.
Okay, I would take over.
It's a good read.
I think it's going to be something.
He take counter.
You think it's 90? Like 98 or whatever?
He knows him well.
I don't know.
It's new level.
Started guessing how many people would register at the last second.
Maybe he's feeling sweet today.
Oh, Ivy's one of them.
I was thinking 72. But I don't know him well.
Under all
Winter.
I want.
Also another late
I
registration.
think the actual line is above the one I said. I just wanted 80.
Both players with fresh 200K. Kresimir, ace jack. Bumps it up. Going 2.5x.
Can I have a square of chocolate?
Wait, we offering chocolate now?
No, we're asking for
What's the-
chocolate.
what's
Can
the
I have a square of
count
chocolate?
percentage on it?
Are you serious? Yeah. Unless you're rationing it and it's like
What's
a
the what?
specific
What do you have, about 400?
What's the cacao percentage?
Yeah, no, 4.
Cacao?
Cacao.
Cacao?
70. I thought it was 85.
Oh,
Do you still
It
want
was
it?
really close.
Holy crap.
But randomly,
Yeah,
he thought it's
said I have
85.
He was so sure. I thought it would be over.
said
that.
I thought it was going to be 85.
I usually have 85. Sorry, do you still want it?
Yeah.
It's 70% cacao.
I was very lucky to be close.
Good read. Yeah,
I mean,
About
he's
70%
pretty lucky.
That's a good fucking
for
read.
Moneymaker. With this pair of fives.
No, I'm good.
I want some
I'm fine, thank
chocolate
you.
too now.
too much.
Can you get that for
Yeah.
me, Griffin?
Can you hold the fort?
two blocks. 15K C bet.
It's weird. I have like 8 of them. Thought they were all 85s.
Moneymaker with bottom pair.
45.
Check raising. Wow. Did not expect that, Griffin.
Not at all. And I did have a thought after that hand between
I
Ponikovs
don't
and
buy
Moneymaker,
chocolate that much.
where we
Start
saw
with like 350.
I would
that
say
very
usually
loose call
would
with the
go for like
queen
75 or 80 probably.
You know, these players, these regulars that are
Jason gave
playing
me
these super
at
high
least
rollers,
90 one time. Maybe it was 95.
they're going to probably
but it was
deviate a little bit, play a little bit looser in spots, see boards, see more boards with weaker hands against players specifically like Chris, right? They're going to come after him a bit. Someone who's maybe not that familiar playing these types of stakes, and that's tough for Chris. They're going after him, but so the fact that he won event 1 and he is, you know, battling back at these players, 4-bet shoving with the king queen against Sam Grafton, you know, check raising this board at the queen 10-5. He's showing that he's very prepared to like just clash swords, right? He's not gonna be an easy out, and I think that's a really exciting thing to watch.
Yeah, I agree with that. And play back at him, and he
Look,
just
yeah,
wins
just
more
boom.
chips
Yeah.
as he bet 65K to take it on the turn.
Like that's a gear that I
Like,
mean,
I'm very sensitive to caffeine.
a lot of these players aren't going to
It'll
have
get
and
me a little
know
high.
how to deal with it. I'm not checking check raising the jack 5 there and finding another bet. Like, it's impressive. He's just he's in flow.
You can give me other drugs that I'll have fun on all day, but alcohol and caffeine, please don't. Like the 2 drugs that America's most addicted to.
Ma'am?
Martini espresso.
Hello?
Fuck me up.
Can I get a Coke Zero? No.
Oh, that was another thing, Stevie. I stopped drinking caffeine and that dropped my migraines by like 80%.
You said caffeine.
Oh, really? I didn't know that I actually that was causing the majority of my migraines.
That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah. For a lot of people it helps and for some people it hurts.
If I don't drink caffeine, I get migraines.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think if Maureen didn't drink, she would get migraines from the withdrawal, but
Yeah.
I don't know if
That's a little bit different.
Sorry.
230.
Thank you.
Kind of want a cappuccino now.
520.
Speaking of caffeine,
Didn't even ask about mine.
we're going
Don't
into the
care.
wee hours of the night.
Don't even care.
22K for Chidwick.
I'll punish you later for it.
Very healthy stack of 62 big blinds.
Looks right through me.
Stevie's easy to punish.
Yeah, he seems to be. I tried to do it once last tournament we played together. It did not work out well for me.
Didn't you win last year?
The last tournament before this one.
Oh, you were able to.
He's not counting the one he won. That's
You probably.
No one punished me last tournament.
You couldn't have played last. You won the
Chidwick
turn.
taking the lead with bottom pair.
No, I didn't play the last one. I meant the last one. We played in London. I tried to do something stupid and it didn't work. Never done that before.
Going to check it back. 10 now. Giving a double gutter to Weissman, but not a clean one.
No, not a scenario you would really find yourself betting with ace-8 in particular. It is nice you're double gutted, but you're unblocking any of the pairs and stuff that your opponent could have. Probably not often enough are you getting a fold from Stephen Chidwick when you bet here.
He is going to take a shot at it for 16K. It's a small bet, perhaps designed to fire another unimproved.
Yeah, and setting, you know, we've seen a lot of these sort of price-setting bets as well. You know, it's tough to have a real defense with ace-8 if you face a big bet on this turn, but by betting you don't allow your opponents the time that Stevie does have something. I mean, you can still fold out a few better hands, pocket 5s, 4s. Question is, does it fold out 6-5?
Wow, doesn't. Nice. Calling with 4th pair.
Yeah, just a great price to try to improve. And in case Dylan is just messing around a little and doesn't have a river bet.
Yeah, now we'll get to see.
Just a
Did Weissman have intention to bet small on a turn to follow through with one more to attack these weak one pair hands?
Yeah, we saw some small sizing river betting against Michael Adamo 2 events ago that did not go his way. Adamo actually called with king high on the river. So I'm hoping to see a different gear here from Dylan Weissman, because you are up against, you know, one of the other. I mean, they've both got to be in the sort of top 5, top 10 in the world, which we're used to seeing at least one of these guys on one of these feature tables.
82,000.
Finds the bigger bet.
So he went 16K on the turn.
Very nice, very nice.
Now near pot 82 on the river. Does the story make sense to Chidwick?
So there are plenty of bluffs, in fairness. You know, spades have bricked. An ace 8, an 8x hand like an ace 8, ace 7.
But would a draw like that go so small on the turn?
And maybe,
would they
and
maybe
that's why
size up?
maybe that's why it's so you know, deceptive. But yes, Dylan Weissman can have king 5 of spades here, you know.
Chidwick solved the puzzle against Duktan. Can he solve one more? This would be an incredible call down. Wow, Chidwick.
Come on, man.
You are boss.
Oh, man. And just the can barely blurt it
You
out.
can barely say nice hand.
Just as it swallows deeply.
Wow. Nice hand.
The voice cracking. Listen, all the respect, Weissman. That was a good bluff.
Even better call.
But you are in the octagon with one of the
That's
best.
crazy. You almost snaffled.
He did, right?
Yeah.
I saw that. Maybe he got a read on me.
And then he almost shoved.
Burying the lead here, Phil Ivey and Sean Winter joined the table.
Definitely gave him something.
Even only at 70. I can only imagine at 85.
Eights for Winter.
And that is the tricky thing, though, about the big sizing, right? How polarizing it becomes.
I
You
felt
feel
like
you
the
can take
story didn't make as much sense when he went small and big all of a sudden, because now, you're right, it does polarize his range to more Queen X plus.
Yes.
Whereas if maybe he went half, maybe he can sell the story he was going thin for like mid
With a 10, yeah, exactly.
Well, we do have a partnership with Pluto TV, because now you can watch Triton Poker 24/7, subscription free. And check it out on all the different various streaming apps, Roku's, I don't know, other types of streaming services out there. But it's great because we got over 400 hours of live high stakes action every year. More to be added, of course. Check out Pluto.tv.
Stevie also sizing up with the big ace, 2.5x. Something I've been noticing being popularized here.
2.5x into the shorter stack seems to be the theme.
I could call, but I'm not gonna.
I've only seen Chidwick's stack go upwards. And it wasn't like him just coolering people. No, it's been 2 heroic calls.
And that has propelled him to 7th on the leaderboard of the remaining 84 players. We ended up, after registration closed, with 154 entrants, up from yesterday's 25K.
And just look at this graph. Open up the Triton Poker Plus app, click Steven Chidwick, and you just see his progress in this tournament is just up, straight, up, straight, up. It doesn't go down.
Yeah, remarkable poker player.
And we say remarkable, but he's demonstrating how good he is in this short frame so far.
20.
Ace King for Alexei Ponikovs.
I actually lied. I would have had ace jack both times.
Spencer sitting on 12 big blinds, jack 8 offsuit. See if he defends.
What you got
Yeah,
there,
Spencer running out of chips here. Just 11 big blinds behind. Gonna have to flop some equity.
Is that enough equity? Because he's got top pair.
That is more than enough. That's what you are dreaming of. And if we see a bet here from Ponikovs, might even see a little check Rizzy.
It's a min bet.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis Spencer doesn't want this. It's almost like a near effect. Like it's almost like effectively a check, right, with 10K. So maybe wants to take the lead away. Do something pretty
Denying
balanced.
equity is nice just because I guess your opponent checks back a lot of turn to get a free river.
Nice. Yeah, I just think that you're going to get worse hands to call, which is the thing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ace King's not going anywhere.
Sizing is super good. Just 15K more. Makes the call. Just over 100K in the middle.
And 86K back.
Great turn card for Spencer.
Yeah, but quite a difficult card to represent any like semi-bluff turned equity kind of situation. You know, if it was another diamond, spade, or club, you know, maybe you could get some light calls of an all-in on the turn. You know, something like 6-7 of spades turning more equity. And maybe you can make a brave call with something like an ace-king. So in a lot of ways, he's just almost too nutted here. So I would expect maybe a smaller bet. I know he doesn't have a lot of room here. It's just 86K, 105 in there. He very well might just shove. But his hand must feel like the absolute nuts now.
Does come in with small as you expected. Ponikovs now has to try to find those bluffs, which you say is hard to find. Does call once more. Keeping Spencer honest for now. A 4. Can't be the greatest card for Ponikovs, right? Because if he was up against a semi-bluff, they've got a piece now, or maybe got there with 6-7.
I think the glass half full mentality for this river is like, okay, now I can just fold, right? I don't think that my opponent just has, you know, 9-8 of diamonds here and was deciding to check raise here, then bet this small amount on the turn, and then shove 56K into 165. This 4 allows me to finally give up my ace-king.
And that's why he quickly folds.
Mm-hmm.
Spot on.
So yeah, he knows he's going to lose the pot. That sucks, but it's also not a 10 on the river where he's like, ugh, like I'm getting this crazy price now. Like, you know, the draws missed.
Basically, I suppose he either had the jack or he got some piece now.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
can't beat anything.
Okay, you have to give me the white check.
Worth a shot.
Chidwick, Jack 10 off, under the gun.
All right, that's good to know.
Full 8 hands. I think this is going to play as a fold for him.
Well, I hope I
That
touched
he
it before
does.
you hit the ball.
Solver bait, making it 25K. Ivy's got ducks straight in the muck. Spencer ace-5 offsuit in the small blind. He attacked earlier with ace-5 against Ducton.
Yep.
Not exactly the same scenario.
70.
Yeah, these situations are always just this game of chicken, right?
Oh, bad timing.
Yeah.
Kresimir wakes up with ace-king suited. Would have loved to see how Dylan Weissman was going to respond to this 3-bet. Deflating. To see the jam when you made your move.
So only one card was good, the one I touched. The other one wasn't.
I would have gone all in actually. Not in that spot.
Yeah, Dylan Wiseman did have that
Yeah,
very attractive ace-5 suited, the kind of hand that players love to 4-bet shove with.
If he didn't go all in, I
And in
would've
that
gone all in.
scenario would have worked had Krasimir not woken up with the
No,
ace-king and the
good hand,
big.
Yeah, good hand. Not those, yeah.
Damn, you almost had a heater.
Yeah, I give action some.
Spencer ace-5 suited in his hands now. Offsuit variety last time.
Yeah, I think this is going to be everything on 15 bigs, but we'll see what Lewis decides. He's surprised me in the past. Only been a couple days here, but
all in.
Yeah, there's the all in.
He is going to make the jam as you predicted. Cool. And ace queen for Chidwick is going to make the predictable call. Spencer at risk. Needs to find some diamonds or a 5. One diamond, but a queen followed in the back. And he needs back door to stay alive, and that's officially it for Lewis Spencer. Won't be cashing this one. And the rich get richer.
Yeah, Chidwick looking to get to that 20 million in Triton earnings. So close, just a few $100,000 away.
With that pot, Chidwick does move into second in chips overall of the tournament with 932K. Spencer, though, gonna have to call it a night.
There's always tomorrow here at Triton.
There's always a tournament every day.
There's always a tournament. You know, sometimes you bust a little earlier than you would have liked. That gives you, you know, Rest of the night off. Rest up for tomorrow.
The tournament that he'll get an opportunity to register in will be, let me see, 40K Mystery Bounty. That's a fun one. One of our favorite tournaments to watch. I mean, Chidwick is just involved in every single hand. Now limping the small.
Ponikov's playing 14 big blinds. And might have just looked down at one of the hands that he could win this with pre-flop. As we've discussed ad nauseum, you know, the bottom portion of the big blind range in these spots, especially unsuited, like to come in with raises just to take it down pre-flop. You know, Steven's hand might be slightly too good for him. You know, I think that some players might elect to limp fold.
Just barely connected?
Yeah, it's just connected enough, and he has so many chips, and he, you know, I think he's going to continue. It does.
You're right about that. Ponikov's now playing a bloated pot with 7 deuce.
Yeah. It's just like, wait a minute, you were supposed to fold, dude.
But that is not a bad flop. Ponikov does have an open-ended 7 of spades, shallow stack. Chidwick does have top pair on this monotone board.
Yeah, I'm very curious how both of these elite players play this unique situation. You don't see a lot of 7 deuce versus 9-5 raise pot situations, and they both get quite a significant piece. You know, obviously it's a dangerous top pair to have for Steven Chidwick, but you know, Ponikov's only has 117,000 left. There's 70,000 out there, and yeah, Ponikov's checks doesn't want to be faced by a check shove, which I think could have certainly come from Stevie. And now Stevie's got to think, well, this 5 is probably good.
Right. If your opponent had an overpair, they certainly would be betting this flop. Just because of so many bad turn cards that could have dropped.
Yeah, maybe some aces or kings with a spade. Maybe we'd see a check back. It's a very thin range,
Fair.
right?
Yep. Usually those overpairs that do check back would have a spade in hand. Chidwick not going to give a free one. 2 Ponikovs. It is a small bet of 21K. Getting a good price in position.
Oh yeah, he's going to continue here, but it's just what's going to happen on the river. So interesting.
Oh. Ponikov's making the call. Doesn't get there on the river. The king, though, not the card that Chidwick was looking for.
One of the things that I wonder is going through Steven Chidwick's brain too is the way that 3-4-5 interacts with Ponikov's preflop bluff range, right? All these raggy hands that, let's just say if he decided to raise the 9 deuce with the 9 of spades, how would he play this hand? Similar to the way he's playing it with 7 deuce, you know? So I think that's a consideration. It's not just about the fact that, okay, now there's these 2 overcards to the 5. Could he have hit them? Should I check? It's about how do I, you know, make this easy for me on the river, and maybe I'll just call an all-in if he shoves, you know?
So he does bet 10% pot, roughly. Trying to get some crying calls out of those bluff hands like 9-4,
Well, that's
9-3.
the other, yeah, exactly. Very good point, is that the other ones that are those mid pairs on the flops will probably call this 10%, and then you've really got max value. So can Ponikovs even pull the trigger here? Is he going to just represent a flush? I guess a king would value shove as well, right?
True.
Does a 10 value shove? It's pretty thin.
It depends on the kicker, of course. I think it's possible. Thing is, some king of spades actually bets the flop. So you got to discount the king a little bit.
Very good point. I think, yeah. Oh, wow. This has been the most interesting pot, I think, for me. The ace, queen, ace, 7 actually against Duke was pretty amazing. But this is the real, this is like the, you know, in the streets with the best kind of stuff, you know? This hand's like, this hand's a knife fight. This is crazy. This is,
There we
and
go.
it's coming, yeah.
Jam all but one chip. Ponokovs with 7 deuce offsuit. Stone cold bluff. Can Chidwick find another hero call?
You can see him surveying his opponent, maybe trying to look for some physical tells. So many weapons in Chidwick's arsenal in spots like this. We've seen him perfect on the river so far today to build this incredible stack.
Oh my God. Chidwick makes an incredible call. Again, 3 times in a row. You cannot stop this man.
It's just not fair. He's so dialed in.
One chip and a lot of time banks remaining for Ponokovs.
How you get third pair every pot you play? So lucky.
And Ponokovs, the little smirk on his face, also one of the top players here.
Managed to get it all in.
Just knows that he
literally every time.
Yeah.
Stone max.
sometimes
no,
you're
he
going to run into the
top pair one time.
buzzsaw of Stephen Chidwick.
Ace queen.
I just love how he.
Those are 3 outrageously hard calls to make. He calls Duke Tan with ace queen when the flush got there, beats ace 7. He calls Dylan Weissman with 6-5 with what, 4th pair, so many overs correctly against a pot size bet, and now he calls a bluff shove with 9-5 on 5-4-3 10 king against Ponokovs, and it's correct.
Yeah, and you know, I see a couple of questions, you know, in the on YouTube and such. Is it pure sticky or goat? And I think you're going to have to lean more towards goat until he's wrong, right? That's the thing. It's just, it feels like he is so in the zone and just able to break it apart, put it back together.
Chalk me up for the goat side.
Yeah.
Good. Maybe it'll keep getting bigger.
Source of your power, like Samsung.
Maybe.
Ponokovs forced all in the small blind, 1K chip. Chidwick.
Call.
Now the chip leader.
Good play.
With 1.1 million.
And I think there might be, you know, a lesson baked into these hands with Stephen Chidwick, though, which is that, you know, when you find yourself with these marginal holdings pre-flop against a player like that, you're going to have to be very careful. The ace 7, somehow Duke found an amazing river bluff, still didn't work. And even though within Ponokov's process of how he deals with his ranges blind on blind when he's faced with a limp, 7 deuce is going to be a raise for him most of the time. But maybe we just need to, like, not come after Stevie, you know,
I mean,
especially
Stevie,
when he's on a roll and he has a lot of chips.
It's safe to say he is an incredible hand reader.
Yeah.
Wow, still can't get over that. But regardless, we do have a hand going on. Ace Queen versus Queen Jack on his King 10-5 rainbow board. Ponokovs does have the best hand right now. Moneymaker is open-ended. There is a side pot worth playing for. Check calls. Pairing to 5.
Yeah, Ponokovs with a nice chance here to get back to
15x.
Little over a big blind. He's got to like that
somewhere.
turn card.
Weissman raised from under gun. Range is very King X heavy if he wants to rep it. Not going to. Breaks out with a 4. Now there is 76K on the side, so Moneymaker needs to worry. Think about if he can try and win that side pot, right?
Yeah, it's significant. It's much more than the main, and I feel like it's one of those things that Chris would like to do, almost as like a kind of like a table meme of just like, oh look, I saved you. But of course, we can see that Ponikovs does actually have the king, and we'll be fine either way.
Yeah, Ponikovs might be thinking he's dead right now when Moneymaker fires full pot.
Yeah, and ace-queen's not the best hand to have here. You know, with that queen interacting with the king-10, blocking the missed straight draws, your queen-jacks and queen-9s.
Wow.
Does find it anyway.
Dylan. Everyone is just hero calling everyone here.
That's enough. That's enough.
4 wins.
He just shows the 4. That's enough. Yeah, and repping a bit too thin with that huge bet, pot-sized bet from Chris
By the way,
Moneymaker.
thanks for helping.
Wiseman.
I did my best.
Yeah, he thanks him anyways for trying to help him.
Gave Ponikovs a little of a heart attack. I mean, when you see a full pot size bet and a call, you can't be thinking the king 4 is good anymore.
Exactly what it was.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yeah. It's
Looked like what it was.
Well, he's
with
going
the check
from-
check on the turn, it just shouldn't. Yeah. I know what you mean. It should be maybe king jack or something, which plays.
Ponikovs goes from 0 big blinds to 1.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
I've just been watching Stevie, getting inspiration.
But he always has third pair. You didn't have a pair.
There's a pair on the board.
It's a good point. He did have third pair.
Yeah, Weissman just had ace high. What are you doing?
You didn't even know pair was on the board.
I knew the board was paired, okay? And then he had a pair of 4s. My brain got confused. I'm not.
Yeah, why couldn't I have a pair of 4s?
The trolls.
That would have been more fun.
Not for me.
24.
Winter. Gonna open up Jack 9 of hearts.
Oh yes, the enigmatic Sean Winter.
Fold.
Over here, heard some table chatter earlier, talking about Sean's golf game, how it's similar to his poker one. Just got that amazing ability to just do incredible things at any given moment.
You mean the incredible ability to just see the future and where his shots are going to land?
Yeah.
I lose another pot. I get to be in spin territory.
I can help you if you want.
You helped enough. I'm good.
I did, actually.
Well, he does flop best
I honestly
against
thought
the
that's
ace
what you had. I
jack.
didn't think you would ever call.
Yeah.
I had too much of it. I could have a 5. I could have the 10. I could have the 8.
We've seen players check a lot out of position as the pre-flop raiser on these textures. Reasoning to that?
Well, the reality is Sean Winter's only starting this hand with about 16 bigs. Maybe slightly concerned with the under the gun, the hijack flat, like that it could sometimes maybe contain some traps. And also the majority of his range, of Krasimir's range, shouldn't be on board here. So you're going to bet sometimes and get a float. Sometimes you're just going to bet and get a fold. But if you check,
Maybe you can induce this.
Yeah, exactly. Make it look like you have what Krasimir has, and that your life will be made difficult on, say, a 10. You know, were Krasimir to have a king jack, might be motivated to keep betting here, keep telling this story, put a lot of pressure on a hand like ace queen. Instead, Sean Winter is really disguised with this 9, and Nechev now, you know, might feel this obligation to tell a story.
Well, it does check through on the turn. Winter with trip 9s. Disguised hand, as you mentioned. And he's getting tricky, checking again.
Just difficult to really put Nechev on a value range here, hoping that he will bluff.
So Winter moves up to 270K. Looks like we are going to get a new player joining this featured table. Who is this player who's coming?
Should be arriving any minute.
That was my 70 to 75 was my number.
And there he is.
And that is Stoyan Mandangiev. This is his second Triton Festival. No caches so far in this one, but it is only event number 3, representing the Bulgarian flag.
Yeah, and I believe was the unfortunate victim of the nut low hand against Andy Nee.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
He had the ace deuce against the Andy Nee achievement of double check raise 3 deuce on ace queen 8 queen.
Yeah, if you're listening to this right now and haven't seen that hand, probably my favorite hand so far of the series, and you can find them on all the socials where you find Triton Poker. I've seen it clipped on both Twitter and Instagram.
And you might as well like the YouTube channel and Twitch as well. 3-bet jam from Ivy, pocket 8, snapped called by Chidwick. We've got a coin flip.
Yeah, one of the most classic. Chidwick with clubs unblocked by Phil Ivy's non-club 8s. This is a near pure flip.
King 6 deuce, 2 diamonds. Ivy still in front. Gonna get sweaty.
Phil Ivy with his bankroll on the table. It means so much.
Jack now live with the board pairing 10. Going to give Ivy the full double up to 344K.
Just doing backflips in there.
I don't think he's doing backflips, my man. I'm sorry, I just don't.
This was his last bullet.
This is
in the whole series.
This is not
and he
Ivy's
survived.
case money. I mean, come on, Griffin.
What, 30 to 1?
No. Before that hand, there was a last longer.
Nice double up for. We talked, having a little goat chat. That's someone who has been considered the GOAT in many circles for many years.
Maybe not for him. Then never mind.
That's the thing. When you ask players,
like
just
5-1.
fans in general, who their favorite player is,
Oh, Sean, yeah,
I feel
no.
like Ivy's like
he'll
number
be the-
1, right?
he'll be the number 1 fave
with
for
me
sure.
being having the big stack.
Yeah. Kind of surreal if you think about it that
Sean's
him
a
and
great
Moneymaker are here on this table 21 years after.
I feel
Do you know what I mean?
a moneymaker suck out coming then.
Of course, the famous
I believe that.
suck out with the ace on the river.
I want
for
Moneymaker to
Chris
say,
Moneymaker.
do you remember that?
Yeah. Or just say something like, hey, what's your name?
Yeah, give him something.
Yeah.
When Ivy engages these days.
One time.
Yeah, it was great to see him open up yesterday. A little table chat with Nikki P.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, talking about his affinity for rice. Now he needs to stay away from it because he loves it too much.
We talking about like white rice?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I like white rice too.
That was cool. They're talking about golf, food, fitness. It's nice. It's one of the treats about this. Obviously, these guys feel very comfortable around each other. It's a fraternity here. They're friends, as well as colleagues and also enemies. It's a very interesting dynamic. But they spend a lot of time together, and they sometimes they get comfortable and start talking about just their lives.
Yeah, and speaking of fitness, like I was eating with Ali Najad and Seth Davies came around and Daniel DeVores, and they're playing like tennis on the clay court. Apparently,
Yep.
that's really close by.
Yeah. It's important. It's a part of their.
Keeps it fun too, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, These high buy-ins can be stressful. In tip-top shape. This pot has checked down so far. Winter is going to just give this 7 high up.
He knows that I'm betting, and he's folding.
Got nothing.
That's right. Nothing.
You played it perfectly.
I think I did.
I was folding at any point.
Yeah, I did my best.
I probably made a mistake there. You might have triple time banked bet.
Nah,
It
that
cost
one-
me later on.
That was gonna be a quick one. Sometimes
Chip
though,
gonna
maybe
fold?
you get one-time bank.
$15K.
Yeah,
Did have 1K
why
at
not?
one point. Looking to roll the dice with the random big blind hand. As long as the button or small blind doesn't wake up with a holding that can continue. Ivy. No, he's going to give it a whirl. And he's going to raise it up to isolate, trying to kick out the big blind.
It's going to work on Sean Winter in the small, and should work on Stoyan as well. So
I like this because he also has
better.
created an overlay from the big blind ante,
Yeah.
creating the price in his favor. So it is Jack 8 versus King 10 upon the cops.
And we have seen crazier if he can pull this hand off for the 5 big blinds out there. Chris Moneymaker, actually a great example, just 2 days ago, had 1 big blind left. Came out to win the tournament for over 900K.
Well, he could spin this up to 60K from 1 if he can just dodge the Jack or 8, which he does. Ponokov's up to 5 big blinds. There we go. You said Moneymaker had 1 big blind and shipped it. How about a guy who has 1/12 of a big blind? Can he spin it up?
And yeah, moments like this, Randy, are great examples of why these players do that leave one chip thing. It's valuable. I mean, he's just won, what, 2 all-ins, and now suddenly he's up to 5 bigs. He wins another. He has 10. You know,
That's a really good point.
Back in my day, I was just going all in as bluffs and the whole lot, and then if I got caught, I go home. Instead, has a real shot. He's at the cutoff. You know?
That's a great example because if he had just gone all in with a 7-deuce bluff, he wouldn't have a chance. Now he's creating an opportunity where he has 5 big blinds, and we know 5 big blinds can turn into 10, into 20, which
Yeah.
obviously is very playable. So the elite has created this new strategy of leaving just a little bit behind in case they can spin it up.
Yeah, I remember when the first time I ever saw it, it was Sam Greenwood did it, and it was it was before it was really popularized, and he did it, had 1 blind left, and he went on to win the tournament. I was just like, oh, this is going to become a thing. This is definitely going
Right
to become
there.
a thing, and
You
now
knew.
it is. Yeah, and now it is just it's commonplace. You're I'm not as enthusiastic about the sort of put in 70% of your stack in case 3 people go in, because it so rarely happens, like on a final table.
This is
Well, that's funny that you say that
Do I have you covered?
because Brewer had that exact scenario happen, but he called
Yes,
it off.
3-handed, and then he still called it off, and it would have actually gotten him the pay jump. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Not much for Kresimir. Nachev. Aces with the ace of diamonds.
14. And giving Krasimir a lot of room to get tricky. Maybe start check raising this board. Going to be nicer to do with hands like an 8-9, maybe a 7-8, some diamonds. But you know what? It still
let's go.
Brings him into the pot.
Bad timing.
Yeah, and that's the design of these small bets in this spot. Just make it look like you're just trying to take it down. And Krasimir's, if he's raising Jack-7 of hearts, it's raising a lot of hands. So
yep.
it's really nice for you here to get aces at the hijack and then induce this.
Plan is a slow play.
Bit of a smirk there from Krasimir. This is part of why he chooses this hand, though, is because he can turn some equity.
That he does with the 3 of clubs. Gut shot now. The story he was telling on the flop was a 5. Does he want to follow through?
Yeah, I feel like a trend that I have noticed, too, is in spots like this, that players, when they go on the bigger size, on the bluff, check, raise, and flop, it's because they are one and done, and they really want to really define the range of their opponent there and be like, come on, it's 65,000, it's a 4x, you can just fold.
I think he was done, like you said, until he turned that equity.
Yeah,
and he's like,
perfect.
Light bulb moment, maybe I can win if I'm getting floated by, say, an ace
this is
high.
the script. His part of the script is, I'm going to check raise here, and I'm going to give up on a brick. But if I turn more equity, I'm going to keep betting. You know, maybe my opponent can still have an ace high and fold here or fold by the river. Very well put.
Do now in position. 2 flush draws. Call once more.
Just call. You can see how much this pot has ballooned.
Krasimir does not hit the straight. Is he going to bet once more and just rep the 5?
So the other consideration in this hand at this stage now is the bricked diamonds, right? So if you're Krasimir and you're thinking, okay, well, what do I think my opponent has? I think he can have some overpairs. Those are probably not calling if I make not folding if I make a big shove. But the diamonds have bricked. You know, if my opponent has king, queen of diamonds, I would hate to lose at showdown here. Maybe I should bet something, but instead he waves the white flag and,
right.
And can sense that this is just not going his way.
Yeah, and I guess if you were going to follow through on the river, it's okay to do it with a non-diamond in your hand, just so that's more likely those hands fold. Regardless, Weissman is going to value shove when he gets checked to him. He would always expect the 5 to continue firing, so maybe his opponent checked raise 10x of diamonds and got there and can hero call off.
Very good point. Very good point.
So Weissman on the climb, made that hero call against Moneymaker, now winning that pot. And this is going to be our next featured table. Fedor Holtz, Sam Grafton, who was at the featured table, moved over here. He's coming back.
Nice.
Seth Davies, Stanley Choi, he's a legend. Alex Kulev, Maher Noira. This is going to be action. And they're playing a pot. So back over here.
Okay.
I mean, if you thought he got a little quieter since Grafton left, I mean, he's coming back. I guess
Don't
you're
worry,
happy
guys.
about that, Griffin?
Yeah. I love listening to Sam. Gives us a little break, you know?
do you think Ponikoff's like this? 5 blinds, ace king now?
Telling you.
I mean, he had 1K, so he's 60x's stack so far. He could go over 100. He can get called
All in.
and hold.
60.
It's just so great because
Oh,
you're just
winter.
getting called by so many worse aces when you're this short, you know?
This
like
has got to feel cold, right?
Huh?
This has
is
got to
cold
feel
deck.
cold
Yeah,
for
yeah,
winter.
Yeah. But that's Sean Winter. He's always cold.
It's a bit of a storm over him
It's
right
always
now.
winter in Winterland.
Look, sometimes he just gets these vibes that
No,
he's going to lose the hand. And he gets
no.
I'm telling you, sometimes he says these things and he does follow through. I don't think he will do it here.
No.
Makes the call. You never know.
I know what you're saying. I appreciate what
It's
you're
the
saying.
winter.
But yeah, you can't discount.
Queen eight of clubs is all I can beat.
Queen eight of clubs is all I can read. He's right.
True. Losing ace king.
That was a good toss.
60?
It's a prepay.
Is that what you got?
Thanks.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
We still got 5 cards.
60 was all you had? Nice hand.
Okay, he was right.
4.
4 is fair.
6 of clubs.
Officially doubling up for Ponokovs, who goes from 1K to 150.
Yeah.
He's got a stack now.
150.
Worth playing.
150 times more than before.
Yeah, no.
1,000 to 150.
150x. That's a green candle.
You're playing great.
Thanks.
Like the way that you've been getting it all in.
Well, you've seen some heroic calls at this featured table, and the best way to check if they were correct calls is checking out GTO Wizard. They've got all the different simulations, quizzes, and lessons. Input the hands, spits out a solution for you. You can see if they are good. Plenty of quizzes. Only need 5 minutes a day to transform your game, so check it out. GTO Wizard.
Game recognizes game. He tried to value bet 7 high. You had a great.
I thought I had a straight flush.
You had a great bluffing. It's like the best one. Literally, it's like the best one.
I like mine one.
I think it's good. It's hard when Stevie's like when his mustache is picking up on signals. It's kind of hard to beat, but like.
Call with 6-5 might be a signal.
That was disgusting.
That's a great joke, suggesting that his mustache is like an antenna, a BS antenna.
King Jack blind versus blind for Chidwick. Looking at the short stack. Ponokovs, who's got 150k, does jam into him. King 10 offsuit.
Bad
Uh-oh.
news. Yeah, Ponokovs knows it. He's like, oh, I just was getting comfortable here. Oh, you have the old King Jack, do you?
Tough one.
Thought he had the best hand, made the call.
Hearts.
2 hearts.
Asking ye shall receive.
Backdoor possibilities. Ideally looking for the 10. Uh-oh. 7 of hearts.
What a card.
It's becoming real.
3 chop outs too.
150.
Should be 138.
Non-heart 5.
Where's your ante?
Chop this up.
There.
Good game.
Oh,
For the 150.
does not get there.
Yeah, it's good playing with you.
And that reminds me of GameStop.
I was saying there's like that.
Up
gig that you've done, like you let-
and then down
Fatten them up.
That's
to
exactly
nothing.
what Stevie- Nothing with 1,000.
Fatten them up and then
Fatten
take
them
it.
up and then took one. That's next level, actually. I was memeing, but Stevie's like
So
actually.
Chidwick,
I meant to
nice
with
chip
Sam.
lead
Then they took
with
them away.
1.1 million.
There was a little more space at the table.
I don't want
It's the
your
one guy you
chips.
just can't beat.
Do you want to take him back?
I mean, I want them the right way, not this way.
Yeah, that's fair. That's what I get for being helpful.
That's what.
That's what I get for being helpful. Good. Reprimanded immediately.
Chidwick, ace-5 suited. Just everything going his way. Does have dead small blind. Looking at moneymaker stack. Decides to limp.
50.
Moneymaker making it 50K. Trying to beat Chidwick.
Why do they bother? They just can't help themselves.
What's the game plan for ace-5 suited? Is it limp call? Is it limp jam?
It's either. I think that Steven is going to feel like most of his edge is going to be coming post-flop as we get the gut shot and the flush draw. Doesn't need to. I mean, look, if he thinks he's up against an opponent that's going to be ISOing too much, he is going to limp shove 23 effective with ace-5 suited, you know? But in the case of Moneymaker, probably feels like he's so polarized, doesn't want to risk 260,000. Actually, more like 300,000.
Well, Moneymaker isn't going to see a bet. Chidwick will bet. 28K. Chidwick did limp the button and called the raise.
Oh, wow, you know what? I apologize. I
Wait,
assumed.
hold on. Moneymaker ISO'd out the big blind. Thought he was going to give up and check called.
So I actually assumed this was blind on blind. I didn't realize that it was a button limp, and then it's very...
Changes things.
Yeah, it does change. I definitely like the call more from Chidwick because this should be way stronger. He's out of position with the Queen-9 here, so he should have pretty strong hands. Chris is playing this.
It's wild.
Yeah. This is
I'm going to take it from Chidwick.
Yeah.
Someone's got to beat him.
Yeah, this is him coloring a little too far outside of the lines, I think. I think he's a bit out of line here. And you know, Chris is someone that I think has a tendency when he goes on these rushes to push it until it's clear he's gone too far. And this is, I think, an example of that. You know, in fairness, was getting an excellent price on the flop, 28,000. There was over 100 in there, but nah, he's gone now.
Now he's out.
Mike, you won by mistake.
By mistake?
Yeah. Get it.
Thank you.
And there's some humility there from Chris Moneymaker, actually owning that he might have made a mistake trying to come after Steven Chidwick. As we take a look at the chip counts towards the end of this level here.
Yeah. Chidwick up top, 1.15 million. Winter nestling that short stack. It does seem that players are taking a scheduled break, but I would say it's a Steven Chidwick show.
Yeah, completely. Just really amazing work from one of the best players in the world, someone we've come to expect. I mean, almost $20 million in Triton earnings, and we just got the whole gauntlet there. You know, everything you could hope to see from Steven Chidwick, the incredible calls, just the reads he was making on all these, you know, exceptionally talented players. What a treat.
Yeah, there's just so many hero calls, but players do have to go on a break, and so will we. So we'll see you guys soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on. Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
This is what it's come down. This is what it's come down to.
This is
begging Chris Manning to
touch me.
No,
I
in
didn't
order
beg,
to win
thank
our
you.
all-in.
He offered.
First of all, it's not even 2023.
He offered.
Yeah, it's actually.
He can't even. He doesn't even know the year he's in.
It's not even 2024.
You don't even know the
Chris
year you're in.
Moneymaker
bud.
with the Jack 9 suited.
Time for the high stakes poker.
13K.
High Jack, yeah.
I don't even know what's happening.
There's something to shove on this guy. Anything five.
Oh, have a go.
There you
Sammy.
go.
Boom, all in.
Triton's got pocket fives, but a raise and a rejam in front of him. Not interested.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be too much for Sam Grafton, but I feel like Chris would also just happily run it if it was
Well, if it's 9-8 of spades, you got
anything under 75. I really do.
It's better than 9-8 of spades, brother. How much? 80?
Playing 7-3 of diamonds here versus.
You might be on
right.
Do you agree with that, Randy?
Yeah.
Because of their dynamic and like the
Polarized
fun
aces
aspect,
or
nature of
7-4
things.
of diamonds.
You know, maybe he would call 12 big
It's
blinds,
actually
but once you get
nowhere
to
close to either one of
15,
those.
He kind of wants to gamble with him.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
I'm just gonna win, so.
I should want that.
We're gambling.
there you go, yeah.
Gamble it up.
What do you have, kings?
2 kings, yes, bro. Well, I mean, I went all in. What did you expect me to have?
I'm sorry.
Jack 9 he has.
I'm sorry.
Right. It's been a pleasure. I'm leaving now, or shall we watch the run out? Okay.
Oh, no, he touched him.
Oh, I didn't touch him. No, take it back. Take it back. Give me a bet.
Dear God.
What's going on?
It could be retirement. But
A
message me.
reference,
Stay in
a little
touch with me.
callback to
Even I
the-
won't be on the scene.
Uh-oh.
The good luck touch from Moneymaker that he gave Weissman in his hand.
I beg you. I'm begging you.
Top set
What?
versus the flush draw.
How about a 10?
Just a flush draw
I don't
now.
feel like I'm winning this one for some reason. I just feels like people might start questioning things if I win this one.
I'm questioning my life choices right now for sure.
You should.
Flush gets their
That's
butt.
not fair.
Wow.
Full house
That's not fair.
for
I saw a
Grafton.
diamond. I didn't
Or a
see the
three-sided
pair.
diamond that just shoots you.
That's not fair.
And
Did Moneymaker celebrate too?
no, he was just upset that it paired the board. I think the diamond.
I'm too old.
Damn, you almost had a heater.
Yeah, I give action some.
Spencer ace-5 suited in his hands now. Offsuit variety last time.
Yeah, I think this is going to be everything on 15 bigs, but we'll see what Lewis decides. He's surprised me in the past. Only been a couple days here, but
All in?
yeah, there's the all-in.
He is going to make the jam as you predicted. And ace queen for Chidwick is going to make the predictable call. Spencer at risk. Needs to find some diamonds or a 5. One diamond, but a queen followed in the back. And he needs back door. Stay alive, and that's officially it for Lewis Spencer. Won't be cashing this one. And the rich get richer.
Yeah, Chidwick looking to get to that 20 million in Triton earnings. So close, just a few $100,000 away.
With that pot, Chidwick does move into second in chips overall of the tournament with 932K. Spencer, though. Hello and welcome back to continuing coverage of this event number 3, 30K. Randy Liu alongside Griffin Benger. The first thing I do want to point out to you, Griffin, is that we do have payouts. We can draw attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. It is a million.
Here we go.
23 for first. That is
First
bigger
seven-figure
than
score.
event number 1.
Yep.
That's right. First 7-figure score. And we will see that we are paying the top 27 for 46,200. And there is currently 61 of 154 entries remaining. So, of course, most players are eyeballing that top prize.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting, eyeballing that min cash too. There is 61 left. That's quite significant to get down to 27, but you're a lot closer now than you were a few levels ago. So we're going to start, getting into some bubble play, maybe more in the sort of early mid 30s, but the story of that last level, we can't, you can't bury the lead here, especially anyone just joining in. Steven Chidwick was just absolutely phenomenal, putting on an absolute clinic against his opponents. We are, of course, going to be moving to a different feature table now, but a lot of really exciting players that we're used to seeing on this new one as well.
And, speaking of that feature table, why don't we go ahead and take a look at what's to come. We do have Grafton, who is joining once again at the feature. He will be joined by some big crushers. Fedor Holtz, as you can see to his right, alongside Leon Sturm and Badzikowski. And what stands out to you at this table?
Well, that Sam Grafton might not be too long for this table. Just about 100,000, so 7 big blinds, as well as Kulev just on 90K, 6 bigs. So both of these players incredibly capable of building it up off this. You know, stranger things have happened. We've talked about what Moneymaker was able to do in Event 1, coming back from 1 big blind to win. But we see some big stacks on the table as well. We see Seth Davies with 1.2 million. That's very, very significant. So I'm going to be curious to see how he's going to be able to utilize that big stack, but you know, a lot of incredible talent on the table. You look at Mads Badziakovsky as well, so going to be hard either way for whoever's playing.
Yeah, it's an incredibly tough table, and as you mentioned, Seth Davies, our tournament chip leader, will be at this feature, so we do get to see how Chidwick worked his stack on the other feature, and now here, Davies willing to just pounce on these guys. But like you said, we're not quite in the money zone, right? So players probably expected to play more chip EV until we get closer to 30, 40 players remaining.
Yeah, and we're going to have to mention also Fedor Holtz. I mean, you know, one of the greatest players of the last 5-10 years and always an incredible threat. So very exciting feature table here.
The guy that never retires, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like
the
we
king
will
of soft retiring.
Yeah, headed back to the tables. Outer table, as you can catch a glimpse. I see Dylan Lind, Orpin. But this is the feature. Chip leader Davies, 1.2 million. Almost double the stack of Fedor Holtz. Dangerous player. Followed by Badziakowski, beyond 650K. Stanley Choi is a legend who do come out to our Triton stop, so good to see him here with that 405K stack. And speaking of Stanley Choi, King Queen suited, making the race.
But Leon Sturm, looking stern, loving this ace king on the sub 20 big blinds.
Thank you. And can I get a minty as well?
No other play but jam.
I'll fold.
Decision now on Choi. Request an account.
Yeah, not an automatic fold here. You know, we're in later position. I think you would just quite quickly call this, recognizing you're going to be flipping with such a huge portion of Leon Sturm's range. In this case, when you're raising under the gun, we're dealing with a bit tighter ranges, but you hate folding out this kind of equity when you could be up against 10s, ace-jack, hands of that nature. Suited just really makes you want to put those chips in, but it is going to represent about half of Stanley's remaining chips.
The reshove is for 15 big blinds.
You know, the inherent problem with this spot as well is you don't really expect your opponent to ever be dominated by you with the king-queen. You're not going to see a lot of queen-jack, king-jack type shoves in this scenario. Even suited, I think they would probably maybe sometimes call, often just fold.
And
So
that's
it could
tethered
fold.
to the fact that is under the gun open,
Yeah.
so hence why he did make the correct fold.
Sam Grafton a little quieter.
What's that other
The
card?
Wounded Brit.
For Kula. What's your read?
Yeah, going to be any ace off 6 bigs. Obviously the 7. I think the king of diamonds would be the other card. Maybe the 8 or 9 of diamonds. And that's probably it. So not a lot of hands when you have a 7 there. Would you be shoving? I don't think.
Guess we'll never know.
Maybe queen 7 suited.
Queen 7 suited,
I
maybe.
wonder.
We never know. Let's give him queen 7 suited next time. We'll find out.
Yeah, Sam, not his usual jovial self. Had a bit of a tough go of it today. That absolutely absurd hand against Dylan Weissman 2 levels ago on the feature table, where he called a 35 big blind shove from the small blind with just the king-queen, maybe more like 32 bigs.
Also not the most talkative table. This is just pure business.
Yeah, a lot of businessmen at this table.
When we're talking businessmen, we mean players.
Yeah, players who are just like they're
stone cold killers.
This is their business. You're in the boardroom right now, right? The likes of Seth Davies, Fedor Holtz, Alex Kulev.
Ja, das ist ein Working-Titel. Die haben intern.
Kulev. Jamming against the limp.
Yeah, nice to get that extra. 7,500.
Equating to one small blind.
I guess it would be 10,000 as a small. So focused on whatever the big blind is.
Yeah, blinds are
small. 10,000.
Blinds are 10,000,
yeah,
15,000. Okay. So additional 5K, which makes sense why Stanley Choi was going to limp that. He's getting a better price.
Yeah. Open spot for Sam here. And yeah, this is probably going to be good enough. Sucks that you have to get through 4 players and that better kings will call you. You know, at least 2 of them in the King Queen and the King Jack. And Davies gets one of them. Spot of bad fortune here for Samuel Grafton.
Dominated by Davies. Would be surprised if he folds this one. Perhaps he's thinking, does he click or not? Does make the call.
Not a bounty set, you know that, right?
And Stanley Choi here has a great opportunity to take down some chips pre-flop.
As
Has
long
21
as he thinks
blinds.
that Davies' range consists of hands like this, right? Worse aces.
I think he'll make that conclusion.
Yeah, he knows.
Well done.
Good spot.
And that's actually wonderful for Sam Grafton, who's now the dominated King Queen kicked out.
Well, he hasn't folded just yet.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
So it's
The consideration.
240K more.
Got to consider it when you've already put out those 6 big blinds.
Is Stanley Choi jamming enough pairs, ace-jack, ace-tens, where he's doing okay against? Or is he just dominated?
When you're operating under a best-case scenario that is, you know, 40-60, which would be the ace-jacks and ace-tens, and then 2 different 50-50 scenarios, maybe 3 with pocket 9s, and then all the rest of the range is obliterating your king queen, and you really don't want to have to.
Oh,
wow,
he makes the
it.
call.
Good for him.
So Choi in the lead with the lion's share of the equity, 51%.
That 4 looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, the 4 is still live.
It's the whole life suit I've got there. I mean, I'm all in pre with a flush draw. Well, we go get some barbecue food if we set buses, you know. We go out together for dinner.
Stanley Choi with the best hand and the nut flush draw, which reduces the outs of Davies. They could chop it if a 10 drops.
10.
Yes, Sam will happily take that.
And no chop it is. Elimination of Sam Grafton.
I can sit for a bit.
Davies
You
cut
don't mind if I get
and sliced.
right? I'll be quiet.
I think you do have to get up, Grafton, unfortunately.
Seth called you for the bounty, so you're out.
GG.
Yeah, early days still here at Triton Montenegro for Sam Grafton, but never fun to start your series 0 for 3. That is certainly the nature of the game.
All smiles for Stanley Choi, who's now sitting on 795K, 53 big blinds. Ace 10 for Davies.
The journey back to the Millionaire Club begins now.
To get to the Millionaires Club, you do have to start out for raise. And that is 30K. Gave that King 3 suited a thought. Leon Sturm, widely regarded as one of the best online MTT players. Currently has 7 cashes and 1.4 million in Triton earnings.
Big flop for Leon here.
Top pair.
Mikita.
Davies will start with a 20K bet. Maybe Sturm is thinking about check raising. I imagine check call is standard protocol, which he does. Pairs the deuce. Maybe we see that lead board pairing turn.
Yeah, I just think that the problem with the deuce in particular is that Leon shouldn't really have a lot of deuces flatting from the big blind. But if he wants to be able to take these leads with his 9-10s and his 9-8s type hands and his diamonds, you know, the deuce pairing is better than most cards.
Well, if he thinks the 8, 9, 9, 10 might be in the range of Sturm's lead, the chance this ace-10 is actually good.
Yeah, but also you don't have the greatest hand against those perceived leads because you block with the 10 of clubs.
So the 10 not being an ideal card to hold.
Yeah, because it means that Leon has less 10-8s and 10-9s. And that's a good discipline fold, I think. You know, it's a frustrating one. You would hate to get exploited when you find out later your opponent had 8-9 or something, or, you know, 9-6 of diamonds. But you just don't have the advantage there, and it's okay to let your opponent take you down.
Hi.
Well, guys, Davies under 1 million chips. Do want to say, we do see you in the chat on YouTube, so do say hi, show some support, like and subscribe, of course. Also see a Wolf King Poker in the chat. What up? Deuce suited for Choi going into the muck. Don't think ace-4 is going to hit it on the button for Badziakowski. $30 is the price. Fedor in the big blind. Queen 7 of clubs.
C3.
Predictable call. Connection for Badziakowski, bottom pair. Not much for Fedor. Is going to sprinkle.
Going for a little protection here instead of pot control. Two players that are going to respect each other a great deal, and maybe Mikita likes the idea of just taking it down there instead of giving a free card to the very capable Fedor Holtz.
Well, this table has gotten even tougher as we are joined by Punat Punsri and Brian Kim.
Oh, wow, the legend.
Kim lost to Moneymaker. Heads up. In event number 1, had multiple chances of taking him out. He's looking for vengeance.
Yeah, I might even say Moneymaker robbed him of that title with the way a few of those showdowns went. Really climactic rivers against Moneymaker. Some ambitious shoves and calls. Really not being too interested in ICM was Chris Moneymaker, and it really burned Brian Kim, who was looking for the title.
Punat Punsri is one of those household names, one of the best players from Thailand. He's got 12 million in Triton earnings. He won the 50K in JG for $2 million bucks. And then he also won that event in Cyprus, the 100K main, for 2.6 million. And of course, plenty of other scores. He's got one of those Jacob and Co watches that we will be giving out to the main event winners later this week. Don't know if you've gotten the chance to watch him, but he's good.
I haven't. And as this is my, first Triton in the booth, it's always exciting to me when I hear about a player like this that I haven't heard of before, and then getting the opportunity to see them play against some of the best in the world. I mean, what a treat.
Yeah, really nice guy, and really just loves the game so much. Just came in, so this is his first event. Missed the first 2. Was at a wedding over in Bangkok. Stanley Choi opens with the ace-10 into the Davies big blind, who's holding king-9. Let's see 3 once again. No connection for either player.
Wo die dann von meinten, that we were only allowed to play today because the beach was empty. But yeah, just one
Troy raised from undergun.
So immediately quit.
Puts in 25K.
Play tennis, but no court. So neither, not even that.
Yep.
Knock down those tower chips, Davies. Careful.
Triton people to clear the grass, or
would be nice.
Troy continuing
because John
climb up the mountain.
Damaging the grass a little bit. I think it's true, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Currently in 10th place with 57 big blinds.
No, we can. I mean,
actually,
we can pay
the
them.
tournament chip leader is now Morton Klein. As I look at the Triton Poker Plus
nice.
app, yeah, Morton Klein. He final tabled
looks like shit afterwards.
the event the other day.
Great series so far.
Just knocked out Benjamin Tolerane with pocket jacks against Ace Jack, held for a massive pot. Good to see him make another
Ben
deep run.
86.
Ben 86, that's right. Here comes Fedor. Stanley Choi with 6-4 offsuit. See if he wants to tangle with Fedor Holtz. Does not. Don't blame him. Do you really want to play out of position with an inferior hand like that against a man who's known to be hyper aggressive?
Yeah, I just think as a rule when it's close against players like Fedor,
No, after time.
He's just gonna wanna
Regular games?
fight another day.
Just stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Regular, yeah.
Find a better spot.
It needs to be taken into consideration. I mean, we all have our ranges in certain spots, but
It's still,
you know, if you're gonna maybe be a bit looser against an opponent that you think is, you know, not that strong, which is hard to find here at Triton, then you need to be also tighter against the ones you consider extremely skilled, and Fedor fits that bill.
100%. Do have pocket fives for Fedor Holtz. Gonna open up once more. Kulev with Queen 10 offsuit, sitting on a very shallow stack of 9 big blinds, and some of those blinds are deposited as the big blind ante.
Yeah, gonna be real nice to just complete here. Try to flop some equity against whatever Fedor has. It's a good start with a jacket on the board. There's the 10.
Not too shabby. Does Fedor bet small on this type of texture with 2 5s?
Yeah, maybe you do just want to fold out some equity, like a king 6 or something.
I guess Kulev shouldn't be able to mess around with you, right, off of that stack.
No room. He has less than pot left. But I guess also the argument in checking is that you don't end up bet folding against a hand like 8-9 that might check shove.
Good point.
You know, and then you've already put in so much of Kulev's remaining stack.
King does overcard Kulev's pair, but does give him an open-ended straight draw. However, Fedor might think the 5s has some showdown value, unless he wants to turn it into a bluff.
Yeah, the problem is he's just not really expecting
Oh, he is
to
going to
fold
stab.
out. Yeah, to fold out a 10.
So this bet is never designed to fold out a pair. It's more so to just deny equity.
Yeah, I mean, you would hate for, you know, a 9-6 to get a free card here, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
But obviously now for both of us, it's slam dunk.
So 15K called, the min bet on the turn. The queen is a very interesting card. It gives Kulev 2 pair, but it brings Broadway.
So like for us at soccer, I think team sports
Feels like an all-in to me.
Yeah, the first thought I had is Kulev shouldn't have too many ace-X's, given that he will rejam a lot of those pre-flop
He really
off
shouldn't
of this stack.
have much of any, right? And also could have some 9s, but only ones that are already connected with the board. As we discussed, the 9-6s, you know, maybe 9-7s double-gutted on the turn, so maybe you would call.
But more like the 10-9, Jack-9s.
We also have to talk, yeah, I mean, we also have to talk about what Fedor Holtz's range looks like here, right? What ace does Fedor have taking this line? Would he check back this flop with like an ace-5? Maybe. Would probably,
Possible.
if he's prepared to bet the turn here, you know, with pocket 5s, could certainly be doing it with ace-5. So it is reasonable, you know. How does ace-queen play this flop? Does ace-queen ever check back? Does ace-king? And wow.
Kulev
Believes the story.
lays down the best hand, and Fedor Holtz goes to show you why. He's one of the best and very fearful to play against, especially when you're out of position against him.
That was really nice. You know, that was just surgical. You know, we're kind of trying to get in the head of one of the greatest minds the game has ever seen, and it's fun because, you know, while we see the check on the flop, we're like, okay, how does he react on this king? And to see him bet, and, you know, even get value from his bluff with the turn bet and then the shove on river, it's just really nice play.
Yeah, that was really phenomenal. Fedor's just one of those guys that always pushes those small edges. And that's why usually when you see him at the end of the tournament. He's got the big stack. Time for Sturm to open up ace-9 offsuit, +1. Jack-8 offsuit for Punsri. Punsri plays the highest buy-ins at Triton. You know, fun fact for you, in our invitational tournaments, came in as the VIP about 2 times. Did amazingly well. Then they were like, all right, he was like, you know what? I want to play on the pro side next time. And that he did. No joke. Top 2 for Sturm.
That's great. Now, for the viewers that might not know what the difference between those two sides are.
VIP and the pros?
Yeah, in that context.
We don't have an invitational tournament this stop.
No.
But normally, the pros are pros, as expected. But the VIPs are players who don't play professionally, to have a passion for the game. And
they have to sort of bring each VIP gets to bring a pro kind of thing.
Correct. Right? And if you want to, the best way to indulge in that content is to subscribe to the channels, YouTube. You can watch all the content there, the 200K. You can see the big scores. I won't spoil who won those, although you could find out with the player profiles in the Triton Poker Plus app. But just download and subscribe everything, and you're in good hands.
Yeah.
Couple 4s. It's an alright hand. Into hijack.
More creative chip stacking from Brian Kim. Always like to see that.
Hold on, I missed it. I want to see.
Oh, it'll be back.
Is it like what, the London Bridge or something?
No. It's just the way you'll see it. Hey, listen, okay, you'll see.
I mean,
it's not that special. I just don't want to blow, your expectations.
Eiffel
to get blown out
Tower,
of proportion
Statue of Liberty.
Here.
Like, what does
I
it look
just
like?
Mix things up aesthetically. It's cool.
I feel like I'm going to be very disappointed.
I think you might be. Yes. Advantage Razor. Davies with the 4s.
Did you say Razor?
Yeah, you raised Razor. No?
Oh, I was thinking about like a razor blade.
I
was like, oh, those 4s do look sharp on that corner. 5-3-3-7. 2 diamonds. No bet on flop.
And look at the respect that Seth Davies gives Makita, not allowing him the opportunity to check raise a board that would better favor the big blind's range, and does induce a bet, quite a significant one.
That's a big bet, 50K. And the idea is that he expects a lot of checkbacks to be king, queen highs, some ace highs, stuff like this, right?
Yep.
Maybe follow through once more if necessary. You can see that the 2 4s with that gut shot and pair value isn't going to fold. The deuce of diamonds is interesting because it brings in some of those semi-bluffs, right?
Yeah, and I have a feeling that Badziakowski wouldn't have bet this turn without a diamond in his hand. And so when the diamonds come in, I feel like it's going to be part of how he constructs his actions here, is that when the diamond comes, I need to be bluffing this a decent percentage of the time, but doesn't fall for it, as I think that Seth would have picked this off.
Nice from Seth Davies. Got extra value with that check back on the flop, induced from Bad Zikowski's King 9. Bet ACR. It's a great place to get your sporting bet fix on. You can bet on the Triton events. Get up to 15% up. 15% free play, up to $250. So good experience in case you're not into sports betting that much, but might as well get your feet wet when you can bet on your favorite horses. Personally for me, I'd be betting on Ivy. And now, Davies, Ace-7 of hearts. Just won that last pot with pocket 4s. Pricing it at 35K.
Oh, poor Kulev. Just 4 big blinds, but takes these 4s from the cutoff. Probably hoping to just go heads up. But it looks like Punsri is considering action, whether it's in the form of a call or a raise. That looks like more than the 60,000.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Because if he called, Davies would be priced in, and they'll take it 3 ways. But now he can actually kick out Davies' hand, which in this case is actually the same hand.
Yeah, it actually gives Davies more than one option. Had Punat just called, you know, Davies could have seen it as weakness and come over the top, and then you've sort of burned a 60,000 because it technically is, you know, a big enough raise from 35 to 60.
Davies hasn't given up. Did throw in a time bank. But now he's done. So what a great spot for Kulev. Same hand folded.
Yep.
He's coin flipping, but actually it's weighted more towards his side as 2 outs are gone for Punsri.
Good fold.
Eyes will be on Punsri for making that isolation of Ace-7 suited as well. And an ace on the flop, followed by the 10 and the 4. Acceptable for Kulev. And officially, more than double up, actually a triple up due to Davies. Oh, quad 4s, why not? Shall we raise the stakes, Griffin?
Let's do it.
10K, 20K? Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about, but that's just Brian Kim putting in like 4 or 5 stacks so it's easier to count. It's not architecture.
I think it looks beautiful.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You're going to like, I don't know, like a not so nice art gallery, I suppose. Kulev, pocket 3, into Fedor Holt, snapping him off with ace queen. We've got another coin flip. Kulev had 4s last time. Now 3s.
This is more connected though.
He can double up. He can get to 420.
564.
564?
Greedy.
Well, Kulev.
We'll give you 566. How about that?
What about King 10-7? Let's give all the outs to Fedor Holtz as he looks for an ace, a queen, or a jack. And a jack on the turn is going to give him the nuts. And that is the end
Oh, and
of Bulgaria's Alex Kulev.
Rubs it in a little bit with the same board as him folding the queen 10.
Yes.
You know?
The 10 jack,
A
queen, king.
little bit of a callback. The poker gods with their sense of humor.
How many days a week?
Don't think
Fedor,
Kulev's
that
going to think
big
that's
bluff.
funny.
Yeah, Fedor with the big bluff on that similar texture. Against Kulev, finishes him off here.
And he will have to wait for tomorrow for that 40K mystery bounty. An exciting one, which we'll catch coverage of after we finish this event tomorrow to eventual champion.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Escalating buy-ins. No surprise to see Fedor with a big stack. 47 big blinds, 940K.
So with the nature of the escalating buy-ins that you just brought up.
What do you mean?
Of Triton, of the series.
Yeah, you told him the buy-ins going bigger.
Yes. My question is, so are there like some people that like only come for the biggest ones?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of
Cool.
course.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like,
hey, it's my first Triton, man. Just
why are you
listen,
why are you
that's exciting to
eyebrowing me
I
at the same time?
I'm not eyebrowing you. I'm like, I'm excited about it. I just want to hear about it. So like, even though there are like big dogs here, like there might be
normally
a few bigger dogs.
We do have players when we run our invitational tournaments, the
Right.
200Ks. They
Yeah.
show up for that one event and they bounce. You know.
Okay.
Certainly there are guys that only want to play the highest stakes.
The 6-figure plus.
You know, 25Ks they're big, right? But some just only want to play the juiciest
Yeah.
and highest buy-ins. You know, like don't be surprised to see guys like Elton Sang joining in.
Yeah,
you know.
nice.
That's crazy, right?
KCG if he's around.
I don't know what your wife looks like, but I know what
We'll see. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
It's a good hand or what?
Pocket rockets.
Comes the Rocketeer.
Forever all day.
Oh no. Ouch.
This is really too bad.
Bazikowski's just thinking, how can I get all the chips in?
Yeah, and this is the way these things go.
Oh no, Brian Kim.
Sometimes, Brian, no.
He wakes up with ace king, sees a raise and a 3-bet in front of him. He's playing a 24 big blind stack, and he's up against
Brian,
aggressive
no.
players. He's going to think this is good.
I feel like I'm Matthew McConaughey in that Interstellar meme. No, no, no.
Yes, I think I know what scene you're talking about. And he is going to have to travel to another dimension if he wants a chance to win this pot with ace king against aces and queens. The dream. A 3-bet, a cold 4-bet jam in front of you. And you've got aces.
And this is going to be a very tight range from Poonsri here.
All in.
And you can see that Makita kind of knows he has to call, but now he really needs to think about it. But, oh, it's just rough. You know, if you imagine Brian Kim's range is Jacks Ace King plus, maybe 10s, and you think Poonsi's range is actually a notch better than that if it's Jacks Ace King plus. You know, you have to beat both of these opponents. I mean, so often you are going to be seeing one of the two of them with kings or aces.
This would be an absolute sick fold. He started the hand with 555K. That's less than 30 big blinds. To 3-bet and fold
Gotta
would
be impossible. But if anyone can maybe find it, maybe it's...
The big question
it's
here is
Makita?
Brian Kim jams, which is strong, but Poontree still comes in despite putting in just 2 big blinds.
Yeah, Poontri's not putting in 10s here. He's really giving it more thought with jacks, maybe folding.
But what if it's 2 ace kings?
Yeah, I know, but do you want to hang your hat on the fact that these two players have the exact same hand that you still have to hold against, when you might have one of the biggest edges in the entire tournament compared to anyone else. It's something Makita has to consider.
That is true.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem too, as he counts the amount of chips, what he's already put in there, the pot odds. They're probably going to feel too good. In this pocket queens he has, what we're talking about here is, 30, no, not even 30 bigs.
His hunch is right. He's
not
onto
even
something.
24, not even 25 more to call. What is it, 22 and a half more to call?
But if he's up against the overpair, he wants to fold,
And
but he
the
can't.
smirking is this thing too. It's this energy of like, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not ready to die. And maybe he can find a way to just kick down the wall and get out of this hand. I don't know. It's just, it might be too much of an ask.
Multiple time banks thrown in. Warranted.
And I've seen a lot of pretty incredible hands so far in these 3 days at Triton. This would be the best fold.
What level we played tonight?
These ranges of his opponents just so strong given the situation. You think about the positions too, Randy. Like, we're not talking about, cutoff, button, small blind. We're talking about early position, hijack, small blind. I think that even eliminates pocket tens from Brian Kim's range. So if we're talking about Kim being jacks plus, and if we move him up one notch, maybe we move Punat up one notch, and he's queens plus. Queens aren't doing great against queens plus, right? Like, you're hoping about the ace kings.
It would not surprise me if Badzikowski uses all of his time banks in this hand.
Yeah. What's your best case scenario here, right? Ace, king, ace, king.
Oh, he was so close to folding. He sees the aces. Just couldn't lay it down.
Kudos for even coming close to a fold.
Almost did it. Now, close to being out of this tournament. The Grim Reaper awaits to take down two opponents. If ace, king, or queens can't get there. And it's a queen on the flop.
And pretty good flop for Brian Kim as well. The backdoor clubs and the improbable, yeah, he should feel great. The improbable Broadway draw as well. Punat is just destroyed.
And that's a full house. Brian Kim officially drawing dead. Punat Puntry. He's got one out.
You need that ace of diamonds.
He can't get there. Badzikowski almost laid down the queens correctly.
Nice
makes
call,
the call. And now he's got the massive 1.6 million in chips. Punat Puntry down 360K. Oh my.
And there's a lesson in that as well, is that even when the very best in the world aren't able to get away from a cooler, they can also just get lucky. And now Makita is going to be very, very dangerous with this stack.
You said I was on 7.
Yes,
I'm going to sprinkle some salt on that wound. I'm pretty sure a queen was folded as well.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
Who do you think had the queen?
I don't know who it was.
You just have a vague memory?
I'm pretty sure, but who cares?
There are the new chip counts. Makita blasting past everyone suddenly out of nowhere, all the way up to over 1.6 million chips. Good for 82 big blinds. Must be amongst the leaders. Matter of fact, he is number one. Jumping past Morton Klein. And we saw it here on the feature table.
Yeah. Makita Badzikowski the 5-time Triton champ, just under 20 million in Triton earnings, is the tournament chip leader.
Yeah, Poonsri unfortunately left with just 18 big blinds. Still plenty to work with. This is the nature of the game. Sometimes you're going to be in massive three-way coolers and, you know, get unlucky. But he's going to be ready for what comes for sure.
I mean, yeah, but it still
Yeah,
hurts.
but
I mean,
let the men hurt, Griffin.
I could have 2 million in chips had I held and not have to throw up. I feel for you, Punat. But he doesn't seem too
No, I think
shaken.
Queens is close and Jacks always fold.
Fedor saying queens plus always. Jacks
I
always
would've
folding.
Well, no, he said queen's always
it's
close.
like, you know,
Important distinction.
Sorry.
Jacks fold, Queens always call.
Yeah, Jacks always fold, queens
Always call. He said-
Always call.
I thought he said always. Thought he did. But what is clear, Jacks always fold. What's unclear is how Fedor's going to play ace-7 clubs. Plays it as a flat.
Bit of an interesting spot here for Seth Davies. Not a hand I think you would ever elect to flat, but maybe consider putting in a 3-bet. The problem is that Leon Sturm should have a pretty strong range from the cutoff on this stack, and it's just not that. It's not that nice.
I guess it kind of hurts a 3-bet fold.
Yeah, you're gonna put in what 140 and then fold for 320. No, that's why
It doesn't seem right.
Yeah, you have to think about it because you've just been dealt a quite an above-average hand in late position, seeing 2 late position opens, but yeah, good fold.
Fedor connecting best with the pair of 7s and 8s on board.
I am getting confirmation from the YouTube chat.
About?
From someone, I can't say, you know, I won't say that this is canon or anything, but they have said that he said queens is always close.
Well, I'm also
Jacks always
getting
fold.
confirmation from the YouTube chat that Fedor folded a queen of spades.
There we go, from the same man. Okay, Ivan, you know what? You're hired. You've confirmed both of our suspicions on different cases.
I just want.
Would
to
you
know
like
how
a job?
I want to know how disgusting it was. You wanted to know what was the right play. You know, different priorities. Sturm is going to continuation bet 35K into 2 opponents.
Only on the beach.
Never know what Fedor's thinking. Does flat.
On the beach,
Troy with the gut shot. No backdoor hearts though.
Yeah, curious about this bet from Leon. Maybe expecting that this doesn't connect with Fedor's range very often. So if he can get Fedor out of the pot when Fedor has, you know, your king jack of spades type hands, and then he can just deal with Stanley. But doesn't get past either of them because not only does Fedor have the unlikely ace-7 here, but Stanley with the gut shot prepared to call as well.
Slightly interesting that the 4 diamonds comes in, which brings in 5, 6, and a flush from the front.
Yeah, we do have a turn card here, not listed right this second. It is the 4 diamonds.
Stanley is involved. Oh, he did fold, actually, on flop.
Oh, okay. My mistake. Yeah, would have been a bit of a loose call. The 9-5 on 8-8-7.
Agree. That's why he's out. Fedor is it equity denial time. Seems like it. So he drops in 50K. 20% pot. Is the winner.
Oh, was that
What did you see?
some sort of a Finnish mountain of a man over there that snuck into this table?
Are you talking about Patrick Antonius?
Oh, yeah.
The man who eats multiple plates of protein daily. Lamb chops over in Cyprus. Seen him munching down plenty of salmon as well. And I heard he's pretty damn good at tennis as well, right?
Oh, I've heard he's more than pretty damn
phenomenal.
Good. Yeah.
So well, let's go tell Patrick there's a clay court tennis game next door where the likes of Seth Davies, Brian Kim, and
oh, I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he's
already defeated
scoured. He's scoured the very best, found the very best tennis players here.
Maybe he's like play for money, and they're saying no.
Yeah, probably. Well, no, but that's the interesting thing about making little prop bets in sports in general is you can give lines, right?
True. Spot some points
as
well.
You just have to get 1 point per game or whatever. There's ways to do it. I'm sure he's done it plenty of times.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know the scoring system of tennis, so we'll let you handle that department. Jack 10 deuce.
Do you want me to explain it to you? Or
No.
focus on the poker?
No. That was a closing
we'll
thought.
We'll have a whole.
I didn't really
I
want
read the
you
room, you're right.
to add any more thoughts to it.
So basically, if you get a point, you get 15.
No.
And then if you get a point.
No. Match point. Game's over. Jack 10 deuce. Rainbow. Open-ended for Patrick Antonius. Middle pair for Sturm, which is best.
And a pretty big pot here. You can see that
it is four
Leon's
ways.
Open, yeah. Create this four-way flop because of the particular hand values.
Jack on a turn is going to give Stanley Choi the nut flush draw. Sturm's 10s looking better. Maybe Choi is thinking about representing that Jack. Didn't see anyone bet.
40.
Maybe also setting the price himself. Doesn't have to deposit anymore if he checks and someone does want to charge his flush draw.
Yeah, the player actually that would be most likely to have a jack here, if anyone were, would be Patrick Antonius.
And that's because why?
Well, just because as the pre-flop aggressor, Leon Sturm would have presumably continued on Jack 10 deuce with a jack or better, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Fedor wouldn't check back a jack. So we can discount those two from probably not having a jack. So once he bets from the small blind here, as long as he can get past Antonius, I mean, he's really the one that can represent the jack. Now what happens with, Leon Sturm with this 10?
It's tough, right? A bet and a call in front of you, you might be drawing dead.
I think it's okay as a call here because it's only two big blinds, and there are diamonds, there are certain draws that can be in play here.
But had it been more, he probably would have
hitting two people in there, maybe, yeah. But maybe not because again, Stanley Choi can just have a diamond draw, and Antonius can just have a worse 10. You have the best 10 that's probably available in this hand, right?
Right.
With the queen 10. So there's a lot of moving parts to this hand. It's rare we get 3-4-way pots, and it's fun to sort of analyze what we can expect their ranges to be.
Queen 10 is good. Two players with high card breaking. Can Choi follow through, repping the jack? Or does he fear that Antonius and Sturm got a hand that can call with?
Well, he knows he's at least up against 110. So he recognizes, I think, that he needs to make a bet big enough that could fold that out. That would probably be in the form of something that would put Patrick all in for the 225 with 300 in the pot.
Might as well put them both all in
Well,
at that
pardon
point,
me,
I
actually.
suppose.
Sorry, they both have. So you kind of have to go all in against two opponents and hope that in this day and age when we're seeing a lot of big calls that a 10 might just end up calling anyway.
So with your logic, if he thinks that Sturm would bet a jack a lot, he really only has to get through Patrick.
As far as the top of the range, yeah, a jack, yeah. But the other problem is, Well, I guess this isn't. No, he doesn't. Wow, it's a complicated hit.
It's murky.
Yeah,
it's unclear.
Murky, it's murky.
But he has gone through the marshes and found a bet of 115K. Sturm's got a big decision here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's getting milked a little bit too, doesn't it?
I mean, how likely is it that Stanley Choi just has a pure bluff here into 2 players, right?
Into 1, he certainly would be calling rather quickly, but into 2.
Yeah, and also, frankly, you know, the small blind overcall, it's a lot of Jack X type hands.
So Queen Jack,
so Queen
Jack,
Jack
10s,
suited,
King Jack.
maybe some King Jack off, some Jack 9 suited. So he's on base here, right? This is his playground, the Jack 10 board.
Isn't it
with the
also
small blind.
the chance that he's outkicked in this spot? Like, can Stanley Choi value bet like an ace 10, king 10 possibly?
I think you're onto something there, certainly.
Small bet
That's
on a
really-
term to
that's
probe,
really-
right?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I guess you also have to decide, am I dealing with the kind of man that will value bet a king 10 or an ace 10 here? Is this part of how he imagines he can get value from, you know? Because not everyone is going to go for value here with king 10 into 2 players, right? So that's another consideration. How wide are his value bets here? This is a big moment in the Germans' 30K Triton event here. You call and you're wrong. You're left with 5 big blinds. You call and you're right. You're up to 30. You know, another big consideration that we failed to discuss, Randy, is that queen blocker blocking some straight draws that Stanley might have, like a queen 9 suited, maybe a king queen overcall in the small blind, also reasonable, not always just going to be a squeeze pre.
Very relevant.
Does Stanley also overcall queen 8 suited in the small, like queen 8 of diamonds, for instance, right? So but 9-8 of diamonds also in play.
This bet slightly north of half of Leon Sturm's remaining stack.
But not a particularly big pot in relation, a big bet, pardon me, in relation to the pot, right? It was 115 to 300. So it looks kind of value-y, right? It's very,
oh my, Stanley Choi.
Beautiful bluff.
Perfect sizing. Didn't have to risk too much as well. Steals that from Leon Sturm.
That's some nice. That's a nice little hand of poker.
I told you he was a legend.
That's a nice little hand of poker right there. And Leon Sturm almost got to the right answer, but found the fold. Still in here with 10 bit blinds though.
That's gonna hurt when he finds out he got bluffed.
What a rush that is, eh? When you find that little intricate bet into 2 people on the river, like not big, like
Not
just
a lot
finding
of guys,
it.
Yeah, not a lot of guys can do it, right?
And then getting Patrick Antonius and a strong Leon Sturm with a strong hand and a 2 pair to fold.
I feel like his sizing really out-leveled Sturm in that spot. He was like, man,
This
maybe he is
just stinks
milking
like
me.
Jack 9 of clubs or something.
Yeah, or like an ace 10 that's just like
or that
setting the price himself. That was world class from Stanley Choi. Now he's got 2 9s, which is flatting in position. Punch-3, King Jack offsuit, option in the big blind.
Yeah, probably just a flick in. I think.
Standard is the
Maybe.
flick in.
Yeah, I will say, you know, we are just 7-handed. Makita has a ton of chips. Maybe sometimes you want to consider maybe a little bit better than King Jack, but might make for a nice shove with something like King Queen.
How about Jack Jack 5 for Punat Punsri? And it's also going to give Stanley Choi some trouble as 2 9s is looking rather nice. Backdoor spades from Makita.
Yeah, don't judge Makita here if we see a bet, because he happens to be betting into 2 really high up in the range boards for these 2 guys.
He is probing.
Yeah, you know, the times that Stanley has, say, King 10 of diamonds will be folding, and then Poonsri has the 7-8 in the big. So this is why you bet this, especially with the backdoor spades. Now, what does Poonsri do here?
It feels like if he wants to represent a bluff,
yeah,
he'd have to check raise, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he check calls, it would just smell like a jack to me.
Yeah, and you're never seeing a bet on the turn either. You're
Right,
just,
they will be
everyone's
worried.
checking it through, and then you're not getting your max value. You just kind of have to play this as a raise. And it'll really put Stanley in an unfavorable position.
So he is contemplating what is the best line. Is it check raise small? Is it check jam?
90.
Check raise small, 3x to 90K. Now what does Stanley do? Feels like the bet sizing is the biggest part of this story. What does it mean?
Jack.
Smells like it a bit.
Jack, yeah, Jack, some flush draws. Hard to really have pure bluffs here.
Wants to see Punat stack in case he wants to put him in to see how much he'll be risking.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about a lot of chips here, is the thing too. It's just 15 big blinds to start the hand for Poonsri, so you might just be too high up in your range here. You know, Poonsri could be check raising and then calling it off with something like King 10 of clubs too that you're flipping against. And then sometimes maybe he's going to be bluffing and you just take down this 90K.
That's a bad card for Stanley Choi, because if he thought the 2 9s were good on the flop, might feel the same on the turn.
Running out of runway, though, as far as betting. Gonna have to probably just shove here, but maybe just thinking, oh, can I just maybe bet another 60 and then 150 on the river? You know, it's like the way we see these players.
How creative can you get?
Yeah, and almost all of it. And Stanley reaching for chips right away, like, okay, my plan was to call on a brick. I would hate to fold here, and then Punat just has like 7-8 of clubs, you know?
It's interesting that you point out 7-8 of clubs, because he does hold the 9 of clubs, which would block some of those flush draws.
Yeah.
Made the right play last hand when he bluffed. Can he find a fold in this spot?
Time bank activated.
In a flush draw, does still have reasonable equity against him, and when he's up against a jack, he's only got 5%.
Yeah, at this stage, it's going to be at least one over if Punat has a flush draw or something that now has maybe more straight possibilities. So it's not just clean club outs. And that has to do with the interaction of the 9 of clubs too, because it means he can't have 9, 8 of clubs, 9, 7 of clubs, 9, 10 of clubs. These club combos that don't have as much
extra
equity.
pair outs.
Yeah.
Stanley trying to put all that information together.
No rest for the wicked, huh? Just makes this amazing bluff 3 ways, and it's just the next hand. He's
Great
yes,
laydown,
Stanley.
You go.
Way to go,
We have a pretty
Stanley
solid
Choi.
average time per hand here.
The legend grows.
The legend grows.
Good,
That's right.
Good 7-8 minutes.
Stanley actually
Would
played
they not
our
count in the
£1,000,000
hands
Triton million in 2019.
might have to play about
No
6.
stranger to high stakes.
Lines up now.
It's
That's
in
a good way.
threesome.
That's a nice way to finish a level, isn't it? Let's have a hand like that. Just like closes a chapter of the book.
And
that
we
we're
open the
reading.
next chapter.
Yeah.
And that chapter is 10K, 25K.
There you go.
Just saying we're playing so slow. It's our first and last hand of the level.
To be fair, maybe they are playing slow, but the hands warrant it.
Yeah.
Big decisions all around.
And important to note, just 43 remain, 27 pay. So we're getting, getting down there.
That's true. Top 27 do cash, which would be 46,000. Metro Champion will win just about 1 million, just north of that. Leon Sturm up to 11 big blinds with that jam and take. Ace-9 for Davies. Deems it enough to make it 60K. And Choi's got Cowboys.
Howdy.
How do you want to play this one? What sizing is fair?
165.
160. Right about. So close. Almost on point. Trying to lasso in Davies. What about this? Sturm, ace-10 suited. It's normally a good hand for the stack size, but with raising a 3-bet in front of you off of +1 and hijack, it's
You're hating this.
You don't love it, do you?
Nah. Nope.
Maybe something like an ace-queen. More reasonable.
More reasonable, but also hating it. I just
can't do it.
Stanley is doing a lot of things well, but is he just messing around with ace-6 suited there? I don't know.
Smiles on Stanley's face.
Don't know his game quite well enough yet, but it just didn't feel good. It felt strong. Helps when you can see the cards though.
Felt strong. I'm the guy who just bluffed into 2 people. Ace-5. I mean, clearly he's got game.
Oh yeah.
And that
Take a
will
look at
be
the trophy.
the
Beautiful.
3rd trophy that we'll award. Bet number 3 to 30K. Ajax.
Apple juice.
You like Apple Jacks? Used to be one of my favorite cereals. Drink the milk after too. Oh, nice and sugary.
Yeah, that was probably the best part in my memory.
Do have Jack 10 of Hearts. I want to think of more cereal brands.
Frosted Flakes.
Frosted Flakes.
Fruit Loops. Corn Pops.
You know them all. How about the
Lucky Charms?
What's the one with the Count Chocula, dude? You know what I'm talking about?
I think it was just called Count Chocula. No?
You
Help us
tell
out,
me.
chat. Was the Count Chocula cereal called Count Chocula?
Hold on, let me get right back to the action.
No,
Top
no, no.
two
This
pair.
is a little more important than this, to be honest.
No, I don't want to take that path anymore. Jack 10 does have middle pair. Could get him in some trouble as he does flop enough to pay off if Punat bets the flop. 40K.
Yeah, start small. You have the board so destroyed here with the ace-jack, but going to be a lot of continues here from Makita, so you want to give him that price, whether it's, you know, a hand like king-queen, king-10, queen-10.
I guess
all
if you're
other
sharing
ace
the
and
jack,
X.
you don't mind if he two pairs up as well.
No. Yeah, you desperately need him to continue.
King of Diamonds is actually one of the bad cards for Punat because it brings in the flush. Queen 10 got there. You're out of position. Tricky.
Yeah, there are a handful of diamond and queen 10 combinations that have just somehow jumped in front of your ace-jack after flopping two pair. Queen 10 and queen 9 of diamonds, 9-8 of diamonds. There's not a lot of combos, right? I don't think Nikita is doing a lot of flatting with, you know, maybe 7-8 of diamonds, maybe 9-7 of diamonds, but not that many. And then there are all the queen 10 combos, but most of, ooh,
How did Makita find a winner? He had, what, 2% on the flop? Runner straight?
Yeah.
Ouch.
And definitely a bit of a narrative developing between Makita and Punat Punsri. I mean,
He's got his
aces
number.
to queens. Now this, you flop aces up with ace-jack, and it comes this back door. Get out of town.
Might be merit for a block, but it does go for a check.
Yeah, I don't think Punsri is going to be highly motivated to call a bet here because Makita really shouldn't have any bluffs. I will say, based on the sizing, Punat might want to call because, no, see, against that sizing, I don't see Punsri calling. But if it were something quite a bit smaller, like 2 or 3 big blinds, maybe he thinks so. Maybe he's trying to value bet me with a worse 2 pair. But, you know, 75% pot. Hard to really figure out what Makita could have that makes any sense. I could say that Jack 9 suited would probably find some flats pre and then have to bluff the river.
Yeah,
But
it is hard
only
to
a few
find
combos of
bluffs.
that, yeah.
Unless it's an ace X suited that thinks there's more merit of trying to bluff off a 2 pair like this.
That's
but
a-
now
that's
we're
a good
getting
point as well.
ambitious.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to find some other flop floats, and it's very, very difficult. You know, does King 9 of spades call the flop? Probably not, right? So
I
that
don't
would
think
be
so.
Another bluff by the river.
I think Ponsri is confused to why Bozikowski is going big. He didn't bet the turn, so he's discounting flushes a bit. And his hand looks face up, yet he's going meaty. So he's not getting milked. This is very confusing to put up on 3. He's
Good
not
fold.
pleased.
Yeah.
But makes the right laydown.
And a visibly frustrated Boonsbury. I think he has every right to be. You know, could have had the chip lead in the tournament, getting it in aces against queens against this very player.
Well, guys, Poker Stake, the official staking partner of Triton, get the opportunity to stake some players. I'm pretty sure some of them are selling action to these Triton events, so check out the schedule, find your favorite players, buy a little action. Maybe if me or Griffin decides to play one of these Triton events, probably have to sell him some Poker Stake, so check it out.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Randy. I've been studying these guys for days.
I'm not saying you wouldn't be able to hang your own. I'm just saying you probably want to sell a little bit of action to me.
But it's, thank you. So,
and we can use Poker Stake to do so.
There you go.
Until somebody like opens the pot, you only get 10 seconds. But like these are an extra 10 each time. But as soon as somebody like either raises or limps, it's back to the
it hurt.
Kind of literally.
Just when I thought you had set the
Just the
fashion
first
bar
action.
too high with your
So
shirts and sweaters, Randy.
people can't stall on the first action.
The enigmatic, incomparable Jason Coons
Extra
sits
10.
down with this
And then if
glorious,
use, like all these, then you
flashy
have
shirt.
2.5 hands.
It's just kind
That
of
was
like,
quite the description.
if you do have a tough, it's
Call him like I see him, Randy.
Jason Kuhn is joining the table.
Wait, really? Has every pot just been big or something?
Not necessarily. I mean, 10 minutes per hand.
It's just taking your time?
Big pots. Confusing pots.
I think in the orbit, there were like 20 timings.
minimum.
And I don't know if you caught it.
3 hands where people use 7 or more times.
I missed nothing, so I probably caught it, but you can just remind me.
Well, I'm more reminding the chat, but Seth Davies was explaining to, I believe, Stanley Choi what the fast action clock or time banks means. So those red time banks are worth 10 seconds additional time for unopened pots. So they only work when it's unopened, not when someone is acted and someone does get the full time bank after that. And the reason this was introduced was because it speeds up the play. A lot of players like to take full time bank and stall when they approach the bubble during pay jumps, things like this. And there's been evidence by statistical data by our tournament directors that this actually does speed up play. So let's move on. Bazikowski, 9 8 of hearts, Fedor in the small king queen, and JK, ace 8.
Yeah, I would say actually the most interesting spot of the three of them here was Jason Kuhn in the big blind. It's not exactly a desirable scenario to have ace 8 on 13 big blinds with an early position raise and then, pardon me, a cutoff raise and then a small blind flat. But Kuhn deduces that Makita is not always going to have a better ace at the cutoff. Fedor, don't expect really to have many traps. Probably a lot of hands like the one that he has. And deciding that this ace 8 is probably live enough and technically the best hand some of the time. And here is still the best hand on the flop. I would really love to see how Jason Kuhn reacts to 40K on the flop if Fedor gets out of the way with, you know, failing to have a backdoor flush draw here and having no pair.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Certainly with the backdoor flush draw, he would definitely be calling. Still might come along, hard to say.
Yeah, it is such an inviting bet of just 40,000,
Let's
not even
fold.
2 big blinds. And this is the moment that I'm really excited about. How is Jason, you know, such a capped range in the big blind here, but you see how much the range advantage affects things. Even if he is good, what am I going to do when the turn's a queen and Makita bets, or even a 5 and he bets? So that's the power of perception of having the lead, of having the range be open like that.
Mm-hmm. That does make a lot of sense. Jason does end up preserving his remaining
Are you gonna go 3 in a row in the money?
40K or
That's
so.
right, dude. I'm going for first.
Going for first place? I mean, hey, if you just like min cash every tournament this trip, that'd be a pretty sick trip, I think.
It's pretty much right.
Not if you're 2 bullets in each of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was
Imagine
good.
cash at every tournament and leaving a loser. That'd be sick.
Min cash every tournament and still lose because you re-entered every tournament.
$1,000. That's funny.
Antonius jamming the rest of his chips with ace-7 of clubs.
Give me aces.
Give you jack-8.
Nope, that ain't it.
Coon's out.
15. Can't do that.
As will be Davies.
Maybe. Do 15.
Are you? Would you
Good
say
luck
we're
to you,
getting
Mr.
to that
Shirley.
stage of the
Good
tournament
luck,
where
good luck.
play will change with 37 remaining?
Yeah, as what we alluded to earlier, you know, we see when it comes sort of around that 10 from the money, people are recognizing that, you know, you're still having about 4 tables left, that there's going to be some movement, there's going to be some eliminations, and you got to keep your eye on it. Because, you know, just as they were talking and sort of joking about min cashes, these are very, very important. They are in a lot of ways the lifeblood of continuing to do this, is to getting some of that money back and then, you know, bullets to fire in the next event.
Right. Sometimes the circumstances mean making into money and others playing for that win.
Yeah.
That min cash is 46,200. Folded to Davies in the small blind. Antonius is the short stack with 11 big blinds.
Yeah. This going to be playing itself here.
All in.
Anyone could take the wheel here.
That's what he does. Not much of a calling hand for Antonius is Jack-7. Folds it. Yeah, I think the reality is starting to come in that
One is a winning ring?
they're getting close.
They were both actually were. She got me this.
Both like winning.
Yeah, she got me this to change it up, but my left ring finger is smaller than my right, so this thing would fall off my left, so it fit my right somehow. So I just wore both because I like.
Oh.
Yeah, I like this one.
I do too. It's really cool. This it's. I was telling you the lady that makes Bianca jewelry in San Diego. She made this. Really cool.
So 2 wedding bands, Jason Kuhn.
Leon Sturm, 8 big blinds. King 7 suited going to be a bit too weak as we get closer and closer to the money.
Snowman for Fedor. Doubles the price of the big blind. Now Punat Punsray suited queen.
Don't get
Why not?
Oh, going for it.
Lots of playability this queen 6
try
suited.
not to,
Good price.
I was laughing my ass off watching that video last night. It's so
King 4 to 1, just north.
Yeah. I used to watch that all the time.
Dude, it's still funny. I think it was one of those things. It's not.
Makes the call as expected.
Yeah. That was like kind of peak timing for TV in America. Like, there's so much funny shit, like early 2000s.
Ace 10 5 rainbow, not the ideal board. For Fedor holds his 2 8s.
Really funny. Peak King of the Hill. Chappelle Show. Chappelle Show, yeah, dude. You're right.
South Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a little easier, though, for Fedor to be clearing out some equity even from hands like Queen 6 that can just get lucky on the turn. You're also going to get some value sometimes from some Broadway combos that have to call facing a small bet like this.
Probably also expects Punat to reshove a lot of aces, so maybe we can discount that a little bit.
That show episode last night.
It's just range is so important, as we sort of talked about in the last hand as well.
they did?
In a situation like that, even though you haven't gotten the flop you're looking for with 8s, you're still the ones that has the aces and the big aces. Let's tell the story. It's going to make things easier for us, however it goes down. And if we want to, we can just put our opponent all in the river and, you know, get them to fold a 10 or maybe even a weak ace, depending on the rollout.
Yeah, it's important to know how to maneuver the flops that
Yeah,
always fall in your favor.
It seems like a nothing hand to really, maybe not much to talk about, but it is, I think, an important lesson in how you as a poker player watching this right now might approach these situations where if you have pocket 8s and it comes 2 overs, you're like, oh, well, I'll check and hope to get to showdown and win. And, you know, you got to be really aware of
range
the
versus
value
range.
of the value of your where you're playing these hands from.
8s again for Fedor. This time, there's a jam in front of him from Leon Sturm under the gun, shoving 8 big blinds.
Yeah, this is tough for Leon because, you know, ace 10 is such an obvious shove and he hates to see that call. Ace 9 is also like right there and you're probably shoving. Ace 8, you're just like, I kinda should do this, but we're like 9, 10 from the money.
It hurts.
And to get called is just so annoying here. You know that there's no universe where you're not behind, right? Maybe king queen suited calls.
Well, Sturm's got 30% chance to hang around.
Big slick.
Looking for the ace. Unable to find one on the flop. 3 outs twice.
Yeah. German on German.
Ace on the turn. Now Fedor only has 1 out as 1-8 is busy in Sturm's hand. Can't find it.
There it is.
There it is. It's not a player you want to double up.
No. But I'm sure there are worse players to double up. You can double up your countrymen, you know. And get a
Next
little
featured
peek.
table.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Who do we got here? Mario Mosbach, Ramin Hajiev, Morton Klein. Oh, I like that getup. This will be a good one. Look, Dean Biao as well. Will be our
Yes,
next
Asian tacos.
Kind of, yeah.
featured table. I heard Asian tacos. I don't even know what that means. Did someone say Asian taco? I don't know if you heard, but gosh, I'm hungry now. Just leave me hanging, Griffin. Jeez.
Mexican food is really funny when they make it in other parts of the world. It's hilarious. Like, I feel like in our neck of the woods, they do it pretty good, even if it is kind of like a Tex-Mex kind of style. But if you go to like, yeah, exactly. Whereas the rest of the world, you make Mexican food, it's just like very weird. It's like kind of like Italian.
Nikita probably a little annoyed he
it's
has to
fine.
fold
It's
his
just a
hand
very different flavor.
for
Not
9 big
nearly as
blinds.
Spicy.
Equity's so nice. You can see he's just like, yeah, but I just want to run it.
Just
I think we all do, don't we?
Gamble.
You know what, dealer? Run it out anyways. Let's see.
sorry.
You strike me as a rabbit hunter.
Yeah,
I don't know why,
yeah,
but you do.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. When it's folded to you in the big blind, do you look?
I always look.
Yeah, I always look too.
Yeah.
And I have no regrets about looking at anything good.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Really?
When you get a walk, right?
Yeah.
And you're the big blind. Would you say that every single poker player that looks at it will always show if they have aces?
That is.
It's not supposed to be a deep question.
Maybe that is the most important question anyone's ever asked me. Because you're making me think about the kind of people that are in the world.
Okay.
I would say not at 100% frequency, because there's situations that.
You're getting way too GTO on me on this one.
You're right. You're right.
Use your
I'm gonna say
library.
they always show. Yes. Yes. I think it's a weird.
Yeah, it is.
But I don't know. It'd be like a weird, dirty little secret to have. Maybe
Follow-up
someone
question.
Place is cool.
What if?
You don't want to. You don't want to swim around in my mind, baby.
What if? Fold it to your big blind.
Yes, 'kay.
You get a walk,
Mhm.
and now you get 7 deuce offsuit. Do you always show?
I would say most of the time, but I feel like there's a thing like when you show that you had a bad hand. I don't want to do that because I want them to keep doing it. I want them to think that I'm only getting good ones. So like I'll look at it and be like, ooh, this was a good one, and just fold pretty much every time I have a bad one. Like I'll lie to everyone.
So, with those 2 questions, I completely missed what just happened.
Oh my gosh.
So,
We're not doing our job.
Just kidding. I saw it. It was
Okay,
Puna
okay.
Punstri took it down against the 2 blinds.
Are people watching this right now?
I'm going to think of more relevant questions.
I feel like this is how you create your psych profile for me. Is this something you do normally? Did he do this to Ali?
No, I don't. Normally he throws these curveballs at me. Okay, back to the action. 35 remaining. So
Really? As
we're
the IPA?
8 from the money.
Yes.
That's a nice one.
Glad you caught. I was doing the mathematics on that.
17, dude. That's you're doing it.
26 suited for Sturm.
Leon on borrowed time after
you know,
that
it's a modest,
lovely
it's a
suck
modest
out
living.
against Federholtz. And now he just needs to
What did
raise
you do with
into
your
just a couple of bums, right? Who is it?
I gave them all away, man.
Federholtz and Jason Kuhn.
Couple bums. You're
Is it
serious?
just- Is it just
borrow a couple back?
maybe those top 10 ever kind of tournament players in the blinds?
You're talking about this bum that has 10 Triton titles and
That's the one.
27 million
That's the
Triton
one.
earnings.
Yeah. Yeah. I just got 600K of whites in my pocket.
Great result for Leon Sturm.
That'd be strong.
Start picking them out one by one.
200K. I'm just on like a million, like second orbit. People are like, "What the fuck? What had just happened?"
Or do you have black chips?
Yeah. Yeah. I got plaques.
Fucking min win over here.
Yeah.
They reported it wrong again. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens. Come around and gets fast. Put the heat on.
They're catching up to us. Oh yeah, I guess our hands were before the. Okay, I was gonna.
What'd you say?
How does it keep loving you?
Dude.
Okay,
loving
so
it. Loving it. We got
action
this
is
crib, they're
stalled
just obsessed with it. It's so nice.
because some other
A little
tables
indoor-outdoor pool and
are behind and they're
Yeah.
playing a little catch up.
it's like 5-minute walk up the hill. It's really nice. Yeah, they're loving it. It's so cool too. Going dinner break and see them down at the beach, whatever. Glad they're here. Bianca's loving it. Her mom's loving it. Good life. Yeah, you saw us out there having a good time. My
Keep
little
talking,
10-month-old
Jason.
is like
Thank you.
ferocious.
Okay, so 1.7 million for Mikita Badziakowski. Jason on the short stack, but we know he can spin that one up. Does have 7 big blinds.
He doesn't look concerned.
He does not look concerned. He's just chilling. Really just performs the best when there's a lot of pressure on him and when the stakes get a little bit larger.
Yeah.
Tough competition, of course, at this featured table.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest level for Seth Davies as far as peak is concerned. Started with 1.2, lost that massive all-in against Stanley Choi. But he's still floating around there with 30 big blinds, 29 big blinds. Should be a favorite, big favorite to cash and add to his Triton totals. 26 total cashes for Seth Davies, no title to his name, so he is far past due, and I'm sure he wants to add one to his collection.
Of course he does. Yeah, Seth Davies actually had a dry spell for a very long time. Not so anymore. Outer table action that is catching up. Involved is Andrew Chen with the black cap against Stanley Choi. Picking up action on the turn where it appears to be Queen 9, Queen 5. 3 spades. There is the bet in front of Choi for 60K. Andrew actually checked raised the flop. Got called and now check calls the turn. Now a 4 on the river.
I don't know. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are we not on break? They said not a break. That's what they were saying as we were walking away.
So the flush has come in here. Again, it's Queen 9, Queen 5, 4, 3 spades. We do see cards on their back.
Yeah,
now.
did check. And Andrew shows an ace queen for trip queens. Check raised the flop. Got trappy by checking the turn, but couldn't get Stanley Choi to bet once more. What else is out there? Is that Michael Soiza? Sirzat Hisu? Kiat Lee? Kiat Lee's actually tournament chip leader right now. Yeah,
okay.
He's sitting on 3.3 million. Look at all those white towers. Perfect pillars.
Of course, Ding Biao is second in chips for the boss.
Ding Biao, yeah. Well, this table is still playing catch up. Looks like we're gonna watch another hand as main event champion San folds. Action to the small blind of Chuck Chu. Giving Moneymaker the walk. Come on, show the aces or 7 deuce. Oh, come on. Come on, Money. Oh yeah, Chidwick. Remember him making all those big calls? Are we playing one more hand over here?
Might be.
How slow is this table? Okay. Let's play another one. Camera guy doing overtime. All right, so holding the Chidwick, who lays it down as well pre-flop.
Great day for Dylan Weissman there.
Yeah, this was a fun table. Weissman and Moneymaker.
Yeah, of course, did get lucky against Sam Grafton, but has been playing quite well since then, all the way up to 1.3 million, which is good for 6th in chips.
Okay.
Dealers on all tables.
The rates and take.
Dealers on all tables. One more hand, then all players will be on a 15-minute break.
Back to our feature table. Albeit briefly, I assume, before this level ends.
Yeah, you
Unless
heard
Makita
the
gets queens again.
tournament director say, let's steal
Then
one
we're gonna be
more.
done tonight.
What do you bust, like 3 people?
2. They're just like
Patrick folds 7-6 hearts. Gonna get an early break for
Big
him.
three-way all.
Put out Poon straight, King Queen. And using the fast action clock right there. 10 extra seconds.
Oh.
Rips it in. In +1.
Yeah, pretty aggressive. More standard I think we've seen would be a min raise off this stack size.
I have queen 4.
The concern, of course, being better hands will call you and worse hands will fold, but gets it through. Last hand before the break.
Yeah.
Yep.
20 big blinds.
You can see the leaderboard there. Nikita, 1.7 million. That massive hand queens against aces and ace king. Fedor in second with 26 bigs. Starting to see players getting a bit short. Jason Kuhn definitely in the danger zone. Antonius right behind him. And yeah, an action-packed level. It's
Yeah,
good.
I mean, like the first frame play was pretty epic with all the big calls. Even more nice plays. Stanley Choi stand out with that bluff against 2 opponents, getting Sturm to fold. Players are going to go on break. We will be coming back, but we will be joined
Yeah, a
with
little surprise.
a surprise.
You can
poker
reveal
player,
it now.
Jonathan Jaffe will be joining us in the booth shortly after we come back from the break. So we'll see you guys soon for a trio.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
tried to value bet 7 high. You had a great.
I thought I had a straight flush.
You had a great bluffing. It's like the best one. Literally, it's like the best one.
I like mine one.
I think it's good. It's hard when Stevie's like when his mustache is picking up on signals. It's kind of hard to beat, but like.
Call with 6-5 might be a signal.
That was disgusting.
That's a great joke, suggesting that his mustache is like an antenna, a BS antenna.
King Jack blind versus blind for Chidwick. Looking at the short stack. Ponikov, who's got 150K, does jam into him. King 10 offsuit.
Bad
Uh-oh.
news. Yeah, Ponikovs knows it. He's like, oh, I just was getting comfortable here. Oh, you have the old King Jack, do you?
Tough one.
Thought he had the best hand, made the call.
Hearts.
2 hearts.
Asking ye shall receive.
Backdoor possibilities. Ideally looking for the 10. Uh-oh. 7 of hearts.
What a card.
It's becoming real.
3 chop outs too.
Should be 138.
Non-heart 5.
Where's your ante?
Chop this up.
There.
Oh,
For the 150.
does not get there. And that reminds me of GameStop. Up and then down
Fatten them up.
to nothing.
Nothing with 1,000.
Fatten them up and then take
them
it.
up and then took one. That's next, actually. I was memeing, but Stevie's like
So
actually.
Chidwick,
I meant it
nice
was
chip
Sam.
lead.
Then they took them
Flip
away.
one.
Open spot for Sam here. And yeah, this is probably going to be good enough. Sucks that you have to get through 4 players and that better kings will call you. You know, at least 2 of them in the King Queen and the King Jack. And Davies gets one of them. Spot of bad fortune here for Samuel Grafton.
Dominated by Davies. Would be surprised if he folds this one. Perhaps he's thinking, does he click or not? Does make
It's
the
not
call.
a bounty set, you know that, right?
And Stanley Choi here has a great opportunity to take down some chips pre-flop.
As
Has
long as
21
he thinks
blinds.
that Davies' range consists of hands like this, right? Worse aces.
I think he'll make that conclusion.
Yeah, he knows.
Well done.
Good spot.
And that's actually wonderful for Sam Grafton, who's now the dominated King Queen kicked out.
Well, he hasn't folded just yet.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
So it's
The consideration.
240K more.
Got to consider it when you've already put out those 6 big blinds.
Is Stanley Choi jamming enough pairs, ace jack, ace tens, where he's doing okay against? Or is he just dominated?
When you're operating under a best case scenario that is, 40-60, which would be the ace jacks and ace tens, and then 2 different 50-50 scenarios, maybe 3 with pocket nines, and then all the rest of the range is obliterating your king queen, and you really don't want to have to.
Oh,
wow,
he makes
does
the
it.
call.
Good for him.
So Choi in the lead with the lion's share of the equity, 51%.
That 4 looks looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, the 4 is still live.
It's a whole life suit I've got there.
I mean,
I'm all in pre with a flush draw. Well, we go
All
get
in
some
pre with a
barbecue
flush
food if we set buses, We go out together for dinner.
Stanley Choi with the best hand and the nut flush draw, which reduces the outs of Davies. They could chop it if if a 10 drops.
10.
Yes, Hem will happily take that.
And no chop it is. Elimination of Sam Grafton.
I can sit for a bit.
Davies
Sip my coffee. You don't
cut
mind if I get
and
guys
sliced.
over, right? I'll be quiet.
I think you do have to get up, Grafton,
Pleasure.
unfortunately.
Seth called you for the bounty, so you're out.
GG.
Yeah, early days still here at Triton Montenegro.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about, but that's just Brian Kim putting in like 4 or 5 stacks, so it's easier to count. It's not architecture.
I think it looks beautiful.
All right.
Oh, wait.
you're going to like, I don't know, like a not so nice art gallery, I suppose. Kulev, pocket 3 into Fedor Holt, snapping him off with ace queen. We've got another coin flip. Kulev had 4s last time. Now 3s.
This is more connected though.
He can double up. He can get to 420.
564.
564?
Greedy.
Well, Kulev.
We'll give you 566. How about
What
that?
about King 10-7? Let's give all the outs to Fedor Holtz as he looks for an ace, a queen, or a jack. And a jack on a turn is going to give him the nuts. And that is the end
Oh, and
of Bulgaria's Alex
rubs it
Kulev.
in a little bit with the same board as him folding the queen 10.
Yes,
you know,
the 10 jack,
a little
queen,
bit of a
king.
little bit of a callback. The poker gods with their sense of humor.
Don't think
Fedor,
Kulev's
that
going to think
big
that's
bluff.
funny.
Yeah, Fedor with the big bluff on that similar texture. Against Kulev, finishes him off here.
And he will have to wait for tomorrow. And welcome back to the 30K event number 3, where it's Randy Liu, Griffin Benger, and holy, what the, Jonathan Jaffe.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the booth. There's 3 of us. A triangle. Well, not really a triangle, a straight line, but you know what I'm saying.
Triumvirate. It's one of my favorite words.
I don't even know that word, but that's okay. Yeah, so thanks for joining us. We are 8 from the money, $1 million up top, approaching the money bubble. I know you did play this one. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well for you. But what is to be expected at this stage of the tournament?
Yeah, so how many off the money are we? 7? 8. Okay. 8, and it's 27 cash. So, yeah, it's tight zone for the shorties, the mid stacks. You know, interestingly enough, if you have a really big stack and you find a good enough spot, it's excusable to bubble. It's really those guys sitting around 15, 20 big blinds that just have to get, you know, hammered here. They have to play so tight because cashing is so important. Their stack and their double up is not worth so much relative to the prize pool.
That makes sense. So why don't we look at the Triton Poker Plus app to kind of look at these stacks that first, let's look at the table cam. It's Kiat Lee, someone who's clearly very experienced, a massive lead on Ding Biao, about 1 million chips on him. But if we look at those 15 blinds that you were talking about that needs to be a little bit careful, that is around Leon Sturm, Ramin Hajiev, Surzat Hisu. The shortest stack is 10-time Triton champ Jason Kuhn with just 6 big blinds. I guess for him, there's no waiting. It's just go time, right?
Yeah, Jason's ranges aren't going to be super changed. You know, he knows 6 big blinds isn't going to get him in there. That would be, you know, a real heroic effort. But I think when you look at Mario on down, I think he was in 27th, and there might have been a couple people ahead of him. They're the guys who just really have to snug up. You know, they're looking at 1 or 2 positions too tight in a lot of situations. Unless the guys to their left are some of the guys below them, then they can kind of push them around a bit.
Yeah, of course. And of course, I think table draw must be one of the most important things at this point, right? Because if you got the big stacks that are willing to raise every single hand, well, those 15 blinds just have to just fold around all day.
Yeah, absolutely, and in your position on the table. This is the kind of stage of the tournament where the offsuit Ace-X and King-X hands really step up in importance. Hands that have blockers that aren't going to get 3-bet as often because they're pulling big cards out of the deck.
Well, let's go to these tables. There is some outer table faces I recognize. Dylan Lind, right there in between those players.
got the shaved head Leon Sturm looking fresh.
Okay, yeah, that's right. He does look very fresh. Who else do you spy?
Ramin down about 60 pounds from a couple stops ago.
Oh, did not know. I see a Mateos over
Orpin.
there.
There's Orpin.
Orpin
spotted.
David Yan.
Yep.
But this is going to be our featured table. Ding Biao sitting on 2.1 million chips. Morton Klein already has a final table under his belt with 1.6. Damir Jurgalin of Kazakhstan, 855K. Also joined by Justin Saliba, Mario Mosbach, Ramin Hajiev.
Very notable separation between second and third there. And hell of a 12 hours for Morton. Final table and now second in chips in this, coming up on the bubble.
This guy's got too many chips. He hasn't unracked yet.
Yeah.
Come on, Ding.
Ding has been killing it at Tritons. I don't think he's had a bad stop.
No, he's and he hasn't played all of them. He did show up to, I believe, Vietnam first, but when he did, he came second to Dalman Fu immediately for like $1 million. That was in 50K in 2023. Had amazing Jeju, right? He won the 50K PLO for 1.1, and then he got second in the 150K for 2.87 million.
Think we're going to see some action here. I think Wang's got a pretty good spot to shove. And Ramin had a really interesting decision on the button. 15 bigs, small blind covers, but he covers the big blind sitting with, what is this, 11, 12 bigs. Really, really tricky whether to shove or open, and Ramin opts to open.
Whoa, what about this 3-bet from Wang Yang?
Yeah, I'm out of there. That scares the hell out of me if I'm Ramin.
Is it a little bit interesting that he chose to not 3-bet jam, rather 3-bet half?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen Wang employ this play before, actually. I opened from early position, and he made a move like this with sevens. I wasn't loving my life with ace-queen, but I wasn't going anywhere.
Right, and obviously experience helps, data points. I think we're all in the same camp that this ace-7 should be hitting the muck.
Yeah, I want to know, Griffin, what would you go with here? What's the worst hand you see yourself shoving over this?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the tournament, probably this. I think I would maybe just find more calls with the king-9 suiteds. You know, the queen-10 suited, I think you can certainly consider shoving, but yeah, I like the way that this sort of the king blocker interacts as a way to shove as well. Problem with something like queen 10 is, you know, you will get, you know, snap called from the dominating ace 10s, ace queens, and the like.
Makes sense.
Interesting at the bubble. I mean, you know.
I will see on TV.
Nice pickup for Yang. He's got to be pretty thrilled.
I'm actually, I don't know if you know this, but I believe he used to drive like some race cars or something like this. Yeah,
really?
Someone my wife Selena is more familiar with, but I don't know much about sports. But just a fun fact for you to know.
So
wasn't a professional poker player for all his life.
Gotcha. That's a great fact because I've been interviewing a lot of the guys as Saliba picks up the Rockets. And one of the questions on my list, this was for some content, is which Triton player would make the best getaway driver if we're looking to execute the perfect bank
Wang
heist?
Yang
It's Wang Yang.
for sure. No questions asked.
I thought it was Soiza after I interviewed him and found out he has a racing simulator in his house. That's pretty badass.
So it's like that Gran Turismo movie. Did you watch that one?
No.
They have a racing. He's like a video gamer, and then they take him to go, drive real race cars or whatever. But
it's loosely based on a true story about how
really?
they took like, hey, you should check it out. It wasn't bad. It was
surprisily entertaining.
Yeah, it was a pretty good movie. Not bad for what it was.
You know the game. You've heard of the game.
Yeah.
So it's a true story of how they literally held a competition for people that are the best Gran Turismo players.
Video
and then
game
whoever
players,
won that, they would teach them to become an actual racer. Wow. And then they became actual F1 racers.
Oh my gosh, this is like
a really pretty amazing story.
The guys playing Guitar Heroes are now Guitar Hero front man for a rock band. The guys playing Call of Duty are in the SEALs now.
Yeah.
Man.
No, it's a unique story, and it's cool to read up about it after you watch the movie too, to see what was maybe just stretched a little bit or what was really true. It's,
could be some trouble for Mosbach, who defends the big blind Queen Jack offsuit, going to turn that sweater into
makeshift
a scarf.
Yeah.
You got to be quick, man. Pulse is seen.
All right, trouble averted.
Trouble averted. King 7 deuce.
I love what it did to the air.
Yeah, it messed it up a little bit, didn't it? Is this always a C-bet for Saliba?
King 7-2 Rain seems pretty tricky to be playing any kind of checks. The only situation where I could imagine finding a check is facing a covering stack where they have extreme pressure on you. But even then, aces has to be like the lowest candidate to check back. But it's funny you asked that because I played a spot with Nick Petrangelo maybe 8 months back, and he skipped a C-bet where I thought it was a range bet, and we talked about the hand after, and I really learned a lot. It was a King 9-2 Rain, and it was also the bubble. It was a 50K poker go. And he checked back low jack versus my big blind, and that really surprised me, and we discussed the hand afterwards, and he explained, hey, I've got 45 bigs. There's significant pressure on me with a couple of 15 big blind stacks, and your check raises just put me in a hell of a tough spot. So looking for a lot more 2 streets.
Well, yeah, obviously Petrangelo is one of those minds that studies the game in all the different intricacies of the game tree.
It's also a sign of pretty deep respect of your game to recognize you're the kind of player that, you know, if you feel inclined, would put him in that coffin, right?
Sure. Sometimes I don't even know I feel inclined until my hand reaches for the chips.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
I hear ya. I also see Ace King taking down those blinds.
Yeah, you did have 7-6 off, but who knows what would have happened had he bet.
That's true.
Wait a minute.
Nice day for Morton.
Been a nice trip for him so far.
Yeah, father-daughter poker. He's got Julie Klein out in the field playing too. Played a little with her.
See their names deep in the tournaments. Klein did finish 8th in the 25K event number 1 for 110K. Eventually won by Moneymaker.
Okay, I was confused. I didn't realize. I thought he had final tabled the one that played today. So it was the one before.
The one, the Andy Nee one?
Yeah.
Man,
Andy was so chill. So I'm playing with him like right after he wins the tournament, and I had no idea. We're playing like 6 orbits. He's just chilling, playing. And then I look, I'm like, who won the 30K or the second 25K? Andy, you won the tournament? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, congrats, dude. No one at the table knew. We were all just like, hey, we're in our tournament.
That's great.
Don't want the FOMO looking over.
yeah, Andy actually was interviewed in Spanish. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, we thought we had it translated into Chinese, but he wanted to speak in Spanish.
Boss.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun facts about the players that come to these stops.
If I ship one of these, will you interview me in Pig Latin?
I'll interview you in American English.
Okay.
I'll interview in Dolphin. I know you speak that.
How about Canadian? We could do Canadian.
Are you serious? Dolphin guys? That's a real language? Is that echolocation or is that something else?
Ask the former trainer.
10-4 offsuit for Ding Biao. What's going on here?
Yeah, he's attacking Justin. Got the limp. Very reasonable hand to limp, and this is kind of putting the stack pressure in play.
Justin's I guess Saliba's not supposed to limp call too much. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, he's still got a limp call range for sure. This is right on the border to, like, you know, we see him calling, and I genuinely wasn't sure what we would see.
It's got to be one of the worst hands. You know, all the Jack X types of this nature, you know, be like worse than pretty much Jack 7, Jack 8 are going to fold. And then you think maybe Queen Deuce, Queen 3 probably fold, Queen 4 fold a fair bit of the time, but decided to call.
Yeah, I think this was the exact border. I feel confident Justin was mucking Queen 2 suited, and I didn't know about this hand.
Does come monotone, king high, no diamond in both players' hands.
But to answer your question, I think there is a decent amount of limp calling. You know, he's going to be limp calling your king 9 offs and most of your king X suited as well. So, yeah, this is just the part of his range that really is very cuspy and getting a board here that he's not really going to be able to continue.
Yeah, everything just pushes a little more towards fold. So he takes the bottom of his limp fold range and pushes it into fold. Bottom of his, you know, limp call turns into limp fold. some of those raises convert into limp shoves, limp call.
Yeah. Well put.
Makes a lot of sense.
And Ding's just, leveraging the situation.
Yeah, he made that deep run in the other event too, and he was just relentless. Like, he just never backs down. Knows how to use that big stack.
This is the part of the tournament that we are all very grateful for the shot clock.
Yes. And the fast action clock as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it was introduced, right? Because normally we don't have time shot clocks in general. People just max tank.
Yep. Yeah, nobody does it better than Triton. I'll never stop saying it, but every stop we're just very grateful how well they run the tournaments, and there's never, I think, the spot where my gratitude maxes out is as we come up to the bubble. It's just excruciating. No matter how much fun I'm having playing poker, when I get to the bubble at a place that's not run well, it's just awful.
Oh, yeah.
Completely understand. Players' feedback always important. As you already know, Triton Poker Plus app is always very helpful knowing the stack sizes of your opponents.
Pretty interesting bubble spot here for Mario, and he doesn't even hesitate.
Re-shove.
We are just 7 from the money. This is sort of a, on average, maybe even just a break-even shove over an open, playing seven-handed. Just the timing's nice.
Yep.
And gets the likely chop to fold, of course, for the 13 big blinds.
Mosbach up to 530K with that. Now, I don't know about you guys, but sportsbet.io, great place to get your sports betting needs. It's great. And, they also got opportunities to bet on poker, I'm pretty sure.
What do you think, Griffin? You're going to put some money on the neon greens?
The neon, is that a team?
Is it
No,
fast?
I just see a blank neon green jersey.
Is it fair? As long as it's fair, I'm in.
Well, check out
Fun, fast, and fair?
Yeah, you might be able to go to sportsbet.io and search neon greens and see if it is a team you can bet on. If not, find a real team.
Producer James, did we just kill that promo?
No, sorry. He didn't warn me ahead of time.
Crushed it.
I'm not going to lie.
Here's Wang Yang with the ace-10 of clubs. And he says, yeah, let's play for it all.
Dust jam about 13 big blinds.
Yeah, tricky spot. Could definitely open, but can understand the jam.
Klein's got king 10 suited in the small blind.
Yeah, doesn't feel close, but I think Morton's been feeling good. Hey, are those 2 tennis rackets on Ramin's shirt?
No, it's a
like
brand. It's a brand.
Showing my lack of understanding.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe
What's the brand?
Like the Eiffel Tower heart or a heart.
I'm not going to. I know the brand. I'm not going to say anymore.
Have a heart.
It's two
maybe?
tennis rackets. You're right. You're right.
It sounds like it's a very common brand that I should know.
No, you shouldn't.
Ramin was a tennis player. That's what I thought. He was repping.
That's right. That's right.
But now he's a paddle player. Paddle's taken Europe by storm. And South America.
Will you be ashamed of me if I say I prefer pickleball?
No, I like pickleball too. I think they're both respectable, though. I do see, people kind of moving off into camps. There seems to be a paddle camp and a pickle camp, and they don't seem to get along.
Okay, got it. I just play because it's easier. Just because I'm not really the most athletically talented.
I heard Ramin on the Jeff Gross podcast recently, and they were discussing it. Jeff is a pickle player, and Ramin is advocating for a padel. I think that's how they say it, padel?
Padel, I've heard that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to keep saying paddle.
I like paddle
So
better.
it's like
And Jeff was making diplomatic overtures, but Ramin was not having it. And he was like, I've seen pickleball. I'm not interested.
He's like, not real sport, huh?
Yeah. I know. He was all right about it, but...
What about 4-3 suited for the button? Maybe a time to attack?
Yeah, I mean, he's got them both covered. He's given it some thought. You know, Ramin especially there with, what is this, 10 blinds now, under a lot of pressure.
Oh, but this is the hand, right?
Yeah, not going to get pressure out of the ace-jack facing the button. All right, ask Griffin. What do we like for a shove range from the small blind here? What's your bottom?
I would say that my bottom here, we're 7 from the money. 10 big blinds exactly, or 10
big stack
11.
Opening into a 25 big blinder.
I think I would shove ace 8 off plus. It's hard for me to fold any suited ace if I think there's just like the amount of raised folds I'm expecting. So maybe all of them. I can revisit that. I'd probably shove king jack off plus, king 10 suited plus.
Can I ask you the same question, Jeffy?
Yeah, I think I'm a little looser, but I'm pretty much in the same zone. I like the suited ace, ace 2 plus.
I think probably
pocket
king 9
twos.
suited plus maybe, yeah, and probably any pair.
Yeah. I think, Ramin's got that stack. I might drop the offsuit ace a little bit.
Yeah, I was just thinking, well, when you said that, I was like, if I have ace 7, actually, ace 6 is just so ugly, but probably maybe still. Yeah.
Sure. Kind of a nice spot for the suited 10s as well, thinking might get a king 10-0 fold.
Yeah. 10 jack suited for sure. 10-9 suited is... Yeah,
Too fast, guys.
Flying.
I'm the only one who is using full 10 seconds. Like folding.
I think also Morton, despite having a big stack, will be calling probably tighter than he should. And I think that maybe if you shove all the offsuit aces, I think you can probably get folds from aces all the way up to
No
ace
point to
8,
lie now. It's up to you.
maybe even ace 9 from Morton, which
Gotcha.
is obviously very tight. But if you're going to get those better hands to fold, then So take a look at the leaderboard.
Tell me about it, Griffin.
Well, Ding Biao doing his thing. Just incredible. Morton Klein, 51 big blinds with 1.5 million. Saliba, a couple good runs here. Another deep run in the first event. Mario floating around with the 18 big blinds. Pretty interesting table. Not necessarily the crazy names we saw at the last one, but that's what's so great about these is we get to see everything that the Triton Tour has to offer. Some new stars like Ding Biao.
So, hands aren't being dealt, and I believe the reason is because at our table, some hands are playing slower and need to play catch up, and this is one of those tables where Soiza has cards in front of him against China's Xin Chao Shin, as you can see in the foreground. Flop is ace 10-8 2 spades and a 40K bet for Xin Chao. There's the call. Turn is to 9. Connectivity. Xin Chao double checking his whole cards. In case you didn't catch the pre-flop action, Xin Chao did open into the big blind of Soiza for a min raise. Okay, check around. That looks to be the 3. Looks like Soiza's thinking about whether he can bet his hand. Does check. So board right now is ace 8-10-9-3.
Spades have bricked. Queen Jack has filled.
See a king queen. And Xin Chao does win that pot with 2 kings. So it was an ace-high board. Got a little bet in.
No.
Not sure if you got to play with him before, Jaffe.
Did not.
No?
Give me the lowdown. I'll always take free reads.
Yeah. Let's watch it. Looks like we are going to play another hand at this table. Definitely playing some catch-up. See Mike Watson on the left.
Sir, Mad Dog took me out of this one.
He did?
He did.
With what?
It was a early position Mike open, UTG 7, and I was next to act with the King Jack suited and 21 big blinds that I no longer wanted to play with. So.
Yeah, but what did you run into?
Well, I ran into 2 jacks. It was 1 jack. I couldn't see the other card, but I knew it could not be good when he called.
Any sweats?
No, not at all.
Wow.
I was, no.
It just came king
Eject.
on. Oh no, it just came jack on the flop.
Just,
I don't think that's
just
possible.
Low cards. Low cards, none of my suit. Sayonara.
All right, so it looks like
you're
Watson.
one of us now.
Right?
Stay here. You stay right here.
Blessing in disguise.
If you ever need a job, there's always a third seat here now.
I love that. I was telling producer James that I flew over. I was sat next to Rast on the flight over from Istanbul, and we were talking. He was saying we got to get a third. We got to get a trio for commentating.
There we go. Well, I'm gonna try to make some arrangements whenever you have your downtime, so you can get in the booth with Rast. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
I'll sign off on that personally. Raise and take for Watson.
I'm a big chips guy. I want to get in. So the tricky part is, like, you know, even if I bust early, I'm still in for all the chip stuff. But I love watching, you know, Alex Kulev bluff 180 big blinds off. I love watching that deep stack play with none of the ICM effect. This is great too.
But the early levels is your thing.
I love the blasty. I love seeing who's firing, who's in there, you know, squeezing 5-4 suited out of the big. I like to watch the little cards get some action.
Well, it's kind of funny that you mentioned the 5-4 suited, because I remember the very first event, the 25K, I believe, it was Brian Kim who 3-bet a 5-4 suited, Nacho 4-bet kings, and he called with 5-4 suited. Obviously, they were like, what, 200 or 300 big blinds deep, and he ended up running 4s, and he stacked Nacho, and of course Nacho went on a little rant, but you know.
That's Nachito.
Nachito. So yeah, I agree with you. It's really fun watching the early stages, but of course the tension when the prizes are big. A little different. Looks like we're still waiting for another hand to be played. And it's this table. Tournament chip leader.
Yeah, Lee got a nice stack there.
Very nice.
3.3.
Yeah.
The next closest at his table, Mateos has a third of his stack.
Yeah, that is a crazy difference. Yeah, 3.3 for Kiat Lee. Nobody else has more than 700. Pretty remarkable lead, not just on this table, but on the entire field. Ding Biao on our feature table, which we'll come back to, second in chips with 2.2 million. So 30% more than anyone in the field. Pretty crazy stuff.
We got a full run out of ace, 9, 7, 10, 8. So a 4-liner. Just need a jack to make a straight. A bet from David Yan on the river for 120K. Gets the fold from Kiatley.
Yeah, the Australian.
He's not Australian.
He's not Australian?
Buddy. New Zealand.
Oh.
They're 2 different countries.
You're absolutely right.
Do not disrespect.
Well, better be hitting that dusty trail, guys. I feel like I've done enough. Yeah, always great to see David Yan. I've played a fair bit with online to very little success on my end.
Miss Oracle, legend.
Yeah.
Let's get back to our featured table where Mario Masbach opens King-Queen offsuit.
Orton looks like he's in witness protection.
don't think that's the case, but I see where you're coming from. Nine-six offsuit for Wang Yang.
Getting some naughty ideas.
Could get involved if he wants to. Although offsuit.
UTG. I'm not messing with that. Good discipline.
Yeah, no naughty thoughts. Does lay it down.
Yeah, raise and take it for Mario.
Loving Saliba with the long hair. It's great.
Yeah, that's new, right?
Yeah, looks sharp.
Yeah, speaking of hair, I did see a comment saying that you should get Mario a comb, but I resent that. I like having a guy that has a looks like a DBZ character at your table, you know?
We're talking
Get
about
a set
Dragon
of-
Ball Z?
Oh, yeah.
Goku?
Oh, yeah, let's get this guy, you know, get it blonded up a little bit. We got ourselves our whole little Austrian Goku.
I'm too much of
He is Austrian, right? You want to correct me on that?
Yeah, I was,
hope so.
I was thinking about that. Good read. Good read.
Like, I'm very extreme to the opposite. Sure. Like, most, the highest ROI spots I shot and the other way around down.
You played some short deck there, Jaffe. Short deck.
Have I? No.
Yeah. No?
Don't even know the rules.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm a one-trick pony. They got rid of my game. Heads up. That's it's a dead animal. Kind of had a second life, and if you go to Phil Hellmuth, you can kind of get in there and play a little bit.
Nice, nice.
I don't have that kind of section.
Ding Biao opening ace-5 and +1.
Well,
this is because of stack or what's going on?
Yeah, having an ace, you know, it's just so important. Interestingly enough, this is, you know, a better candidate at this stage to raise than, let's say, a 6-7 suited.
Can you tell me why?
2s, 3s. Yeah, you're going to get through more often. There's going to be less defends, less flats. You know, if say a Ramin or a Wang Yang does put it in, very often they're going to have an ace or a king, more likely an ace in their hand, facing the early position raise. So it just reduces the chances that you're going to face that pressure. And you've got, yeah, say
Blocker
a
reasons.
Saliba, you know, in the small blind with a queen 10 suited, or Button, was he? You know, you're just going to see a lot of folds when people don't have real premiums. So the blocker is paramount.
Top American young guys.
You mean like young?
If it makes you feel better, Jaffe. Chat seems to love you in the chat.
Hey, I'll take praise.
You'll take it? What about these two queens? You think Ding Biao will take it?
Yeah, and with the rep, you know, that he's got to have from ISOing Saliba's limp, raising UTG1, now UTG. You know, that said, they still can't really fight back with too much, but...
Back-to-back opens.
CIA operative Klein. That's what it is. Brad Pitt in, what's the movie I'm thinking of?
I feel like I know this image, too.
Yeah.
I don't know what movie it is.
I had this DVD when I was a kid. Robert Redford. Come on, Griffin.
Oh,
Let's go, Randy.
Oh, gosh, I know this film. Yeah.
This is where producer James is supposed to jump on it, but he's off in a different world.
Fears, maybe? No,
So the opening scene, Brad Pitt is in a Chinese prison, and Redford gets him out. They're like CIA boys.
Yeah.
Hey, chat, help me out so I can sound smart.
No, nothing changes.
Yeah, and Redford's like his mentor.
Yeah,
and he, like, gets in a little trouble, and then Redford has to rescue him.
Yeah, I don't want the spoiler. I just want
Boy
the movie
Scout.
title.
That's not the title, but I think Boy Scout was Brad Pitt's like code name.
Right.
Yeah,
Something like that.
What is the movie title, not the plot?
Yeah, I mean, we can put Brad Pitt, Robert Redford, and come up with it, but
It's the one where they both die at the end, right?
No, I don't think so. They never used to do that.
Chat, come on, help me out. Can we just get an action hand so I don't have to listen to this anymore?
Spy game.
Spy game. Nice. Nice.
That is the
Are
chat.
you guys going to high five each other now? Or
Yeah,
what?
okay, why not? Oh, yeah, that was good. Ooh, that one stings.
Sorry, my hand's pretty sweaty.
Oh, now the chat says spy game. Thank you. Delayed.
Oh, no, I saw the chat. It wasn't me.
Oh, you saw the chat.
But I wanted the high five anyway.
All right.
Ramin's got one of those sneaky good open hands.
Ace 4 suited.
Yeah, don't want to be putting, 15 bigs in with this, but you got to have raises. I think one of the things at this stage of the tournament that people not as experienced with ICM tend to neglect is the raise fold port. Wow, Ramin folded it, yeah.
Shocking.
I was expecting a raise there, but I think a lot of people get too much in the fit or fold camp. Hey, is this good enough to shove? No, so I should fold. But you still need to be raising it up with aces, with kings, with queens, with jacks from there, ace-king suited certainly. From early position, I wouldn't even have any shoves with 15. But even from something like the cutoff or button.
And I think that's something we see, especially at final tables now. People raise folding off of like 10, 11 big blind stacks. They were back in the day, it's like, well, with 10 big blinds, you can only jam or fold.
Yep. So we see the spot again. Justin with not too dissimilar hand.
Wow.
And he gets punished.
Ding Biao instead
Push right
of
out.
opens the 3 or 4x, it's like, yeah, let's just rip it in.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter how many blinds you got.
It's a real interesting spot for Ding there. I might have checked, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just a lot of playability. Justin's not calling with worse. Justin's not folding better. Might have been that kind of happy zone in that like ace-6 to ace-8 or ace-9 Griffin, maybe. Find the checks.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that you'd be torching money if you raise folded the hand, and you don't really want to be raised calling. So, between the two options, I think I agree. I think a check is quite interesting at the bubble here, but also, with the amount of chips he has, he wants to punish. He doesn't want to just allow these, 9-7, 9-8, like whatever hands. Just say like, you know what, you're not going to be able to do this. Here we go, and technically has a good enough hand to do that with. But I agree with what you said. The limp calls, the limp traps are just, ace-8's in a lot of trouble, and then suddenly you're losing a 7-figure pot with ace-8. Not ideal.
Yeah. Wang Yang taking the aggressive route here. I thought pretty good candidate for a raise fold, but he goes for the shove, and that's going to get a lot of folds.
I think something interesting actually about the last hand that we didn't sort of spot was the fact that, Ramin's folding the ace-4 suited must have had a lot to do with the fact that, the table chip leader was in the big blind in Ding Biao. And Ding actually ended up having ace-8. So while it did feel a bit too tight, it might go to show that that was part of the strategy of like, I don't really want to open into the chip leader here on this stack size, even though I have this blocker, even though it's suited. Yeah.
You're exactly right, and I think even if, Solver would tell you to open an ace-4 suited there, I'll bet you it tells you to fold ace-3 suited. I think it was so cuspy that it's
and
pretty...
It's into this man that I think is getting a lot of respect from these players with how well he's been playing lately.
And he can defend wide because Ramin's not in a situation where he wants to bluff it off all that often. So you can defend a 10-7-0 there. You can be pretty wide.
Ace-9 of clubs for Mario.
One of the things to consider, and I think some of the players don't spend enough time looking at what the min cash is. Many of the Tritons, you're looking at, what is this? It's probably less than 2 times the buy-in,
Min
right?
cash is 46K. This is a 30K buy-in, so 1.5x.
Yeah, that's not the same as, looking at a 65K cash. And so I think, you do have to calibrate your game to, not all min caches are the same. And keeping an eye on how valuable is it to actually acquire chips.
Interesting that Ding Biao opting to flatten position with King Queen suited.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's nice.
Not a great 3-bet call it off against Mossbach here, and
a brutal 3-bet fold. Not not
after.
So,
yep.
And is inviting in a worse king for Ramin here, which is nice as well, and a lot of clubs already out there.
Yeah, clubs are smothered.
Really tricky spot for Ramin here, given what what these two ranges look like.
Very dry texture. Jack, deuce, deuce, rainbow. Action on Mario.
Now, how do you work with if you're Ramin here pre-flop, how do you work with your King X suited hands? Do you find yourself flicking it in? or would you maybe start considering folding these because of the way
I think
the opens
now
and
that
flats?
it's 31, I'm folding. At 34, I'm calling. I think he's just edging closer and closer to the cash, and
Yeah.
And what these ranges look like, you know, it's pretty tricky.
Look at this. Checked over to Ding Biao, who bets 50K.
Yeah, love it.
Expecting them to play fit or fold?
Certainly Ramin's got a pretty straightforward decision. I think he's just taking his time here with 4 off the money. But Mario's got a tricky one. Typically going to see a call for this size, especially with the wide range from the button. But they might play it more conservative. I don't think he would fold ace-10 of clubs here, but ace-9 of clubs seems like the exact border.
And there's no version of this hand where he makes it 120K just to make proceedings.
I think he's got so many candidates naturally in the wheel suited aces with the backdoor, the queen 10 suited, king 10 suited, but you know, I've seen Mario get creative in these spots. It's just
difficult, not a lot of room for
he's going
money.
for it.
Yeah.
Griffin.
Exactly what you said. Oh, 135, but yeah.
Exactly what you said. Check raise. What a play.
Yeah, and without the backdoor, it's going to be very tough for Ning to proceed here.
I mean, just kind of has to fold everything but a jack, you know. Could have 2 7s here, 2 8s. Even those hands, it's just, oh my God.
Wow.
What is going on here, fellas?
Even though he has the worst hand, you still credit the instincts because, you know, this is him realizing Mario is coming around with a lot. Ooh, that's going to make things real interesting.
Yeah, he does pick up the pair of 9s on a turn, giving Ding Biao an inside straight draw now.
So cool.
0.7
recognizing,
SPR.
yeah, that check raise is just going to fold out his entire range that isn't a jack. So let's just pretend I have the jack and see if Mario has the stones to shove it in on the turn, or it really has it, right?
Such a tough spot for Mario here. You don't anticipate that you're seeing many of the low to mid pocket pairs bet the flop in Ding's spot, so you really do assume this is a jack a lot. Certainly not a 2. Not an overpair. But there's not too many hands that just kind of bet call the flop.
But Ding doesn't have much maneuverability here either, right? There is 495 in the middle, 335 for Mario. But because of that, picking up that equity.
Wow, Ding Biao jamming. What does Mario do in this spot?
I mean, if you're Mario, the bluffs you're putting Ding on are probably going to be a floated queen 10 suited, king 10 suited.
Yeah.
Those make a lot of sense. But just this is what he would do with a jack. I don't see why he wouldn't. So hell of a tough spot.
This
4
is
off
awesome,
the money.
man.
What
Great
a cool
poker.
hand.
This is some spy game stuff.
What is Boy Scout going to do? Oh.
Gonna fold, apparently.
Don't blame him.
Ding
Great
Biao.
hand.
2.7 million. I agree. That was a fancy one.
That's a dangerous man right there, Jonathan Jaffe. Right there, that's a dangerous man.
He is. I think when Mario looks back at that one,
so
he's going to
good.
see, you know, if he check calls flop too, I bet he probably doesn't fold turn.
Stack those chips, Ding.
Just bluffed the Austrian. Was great.
Nah, he's just... I just love watching him play, like you said. He just has had tremendous results over and over again.
I think he's got a very good feel for his opponents. I think he's a guy who watches the stream, understands that different people play differently, and adjusts his game. I've seen him get very hood against people, and I've seen it be very successful.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's very fun to watch. You know, doesn't talk too much, but just comes in and does his damage and collects all the money.
Yep.
Looks like play is paused for a second. Must mean that outer table has got more action, and this is the action where Kiat Lee, Adrian Mateos, Daniel Rizai
Wow, Kiat's
are
up to
involved.
4.6.
You can count fast.
Looks like he knocked someone out.
There's a bet on the flop. 8772 diamonds.
got the
Daniel,
table
65K.
Let me tell you what a stand-up guy Daniel is. The break after dinner break, I had the most chips at my table. And not a brag, I'm gone now. And Daniel offered to do the color up because he saw I wanted to go on break. That's a stand-up move.
Wow.
I was thrilled. No one wants to do the color up.
Well, what about the 10 on the turn after Mateo's check called? 87710. 2 flush draws present. Daniel bet the flop. And that's stare down from Mateos. I don't think I could handle it. Announces 175K.
Yeah, post-flop, we can see some lower SPRs going to the river with, the risk premium in play. There's these spots, and now Mateos does cover Daniel, so.
Yeah, Daniel only has about 250K back after betting 175. Gets called. That's the 6 of diamonds.
Wow.
Brings in a flush and a straight. Paired board.
This looks like maybe SPR 0.5.
Pot has 690K.
So what is interesting about Adrian Mateos' range here is this was a button open from Kiat Lee. And Adrian flatted the small blind. Daniel called in the big blind. And then Daniel was the one who led on the 8-7-7-2 diamonds. So if you think about the kind of range Adrian should have.
Oh, looks like Daniel's
looks
got
like
it.
He's run into a boat.
Oh, Mateos
Flush, yeah.
at Jack 9 of diamonds. Rizai rivered the full house with 7-6. What a brutal river card for him.
Yep. That was not Conquistador's River.
No. Was not. Oh, Daniel has a very playable stack now. 1.2 million. Mateos down to 450K.
Boys are on the move. Nobody wants Kiat.
How many racks does he need?
Let's say 3.
Thinking 4.
But like online
Not going to bet on it, though. What am I going to bet on is Ding Biao, who's got a lot of chips. 2.65 million after bluffing against Mario, who's sitting on 11 big blinds. We are 31 remaining. Top 27 pay. You imagine play is going to tighten up, especially at the bottom.
Yeah.
Ding Biao just going to keep doing his thing.
Oh, yeah. Pressure poker.
Yeah, a lot of short stacks on this table. Something you can probably expect on more than a couple of these tables here as we reach the bubble. But the difference between Ding Biao and the rest of the table, it's just going to be a feeding frenzy for him if he'd like.
You've got some really different approaches. You think about the table. You've got Ramin folding the ace-4 suited, playing pretty snug. He opened and then folded to the raise with the ace-7-0. And you've got Wang Yang ripping 13 blinds from the hijack with the ace-9-0. And Saliba just getting kind of tortured by Ding Biao.
Yeah, and you had Mario, take his shot at the king, right?
Yeah.
He had that moment where he's like, okay, maybe I can get away with this one. But Ding Biao is just playing on a level right now that is difficult to keep up with, especially when he has so many chips where he can afford to get creative.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what we saw in that big hand.
Ding looked down the barrel, said, "You best not miss."
Yeah. Morton Klein just sort of in the cut there with 49 big blinds. We haven't seen any action from him now, but he got he was able to acquire all these chips, and it makes him a big favorite to get deep in this event, well past the money breaking.
Be pretty sweet for him if he can make another final table out of just 3 events played here in the 30K.
Justin Saliba, another nice deep run.
I mean,
American on the
is
table.
Is it a deep run yet if you haven't cashed?
It's good point.
Hard
Good
to
point.
say, right? Like, you don't want to be the guy that gets 28th for 0.
That's a dig for
Can't do
Kennedy.
anything.
All right, let's get back to it. Kiat Lee moving to our featured table.
Ooh.
Position on.
Look at them. They're just
big.
having a chuckle like, okay, we've got all the chips and we're just next to each other. Are we going to play for it all?
Yeah, and those two love to drive the action.
Come on, one time I want to see the 8 million chip pot on the bubble.
You ask for blood?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we'll get it.
We need it to be Adamo and Kulev. That's how you get the 8 million bubble chip pot.
Saliba with the king queen.
Yep. Quick fold in the cutoff from Kiat's queen jack. Pretty understandable even with all those chips. Saliba's going to be really crisp in these spots. He's, very well-studied player. This is where technical proficiency really, shines.
How much you play?
I have 540 behind.
400? It was okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, 440 behind.
445. Thank you.
Interesting spot for Zamir. This is a situation you never really find folds for chips with ace-8-0 in the big. But with Saliba's stack here, there's not many lower aces, and such a large portion of Justin's opens are bigger ace.
Yeah.
Green one.
At the same time, there are 3-bet folds in Damir's spot. Yep. Very reasonable fold. Something you never see for chips play. And I don't think you would have seen it, say, 3 players ago, 34.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but a great example of how things change as we get closer and closer to the bubble. And like you said, the difference between, say, 34 players left and the 31 we're dealing with now.
Starts to feel very real.
Yeah.
Will be really nice if you can win one of our main events and win that Jacob and Co. watch. Plenty of diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. Don't know if you know about the functioning roulette wheel in the Astronomia casino piece. Have you seen it, Jaffe?
It looks like there's tiny little worlds. Is this like Gulliver's Travels inside a watch?
Gulliver's Travels.
Better believe it, only the best.
Jaffe, are you going to win one of these when you play the Triton main event? Or what? I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, if I win the main event, as you say, and I don't win one, Triton's going to have a problem, let me say.
All right, crap. I should have worded that differently. All right.
So the
You're a
answer
tough
is
cookie.
yes. When I win one, I will win one.
How about this? If you win one, are you going to wear it at our Triton stops? But I see Chidwick sporting it. Also Hecklin
interesting.
sporting it.
Okay. Unlike Chidwick and Hecklin, I like my hand more, and I'm a little scared of getting chopped off for that beautiful watch and somebody on a motorbike flying off with my hand.
I've
and
heard those
whatever
rumors.
those are worth watches.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But it'll be in your trophy case, I guess, then.
Yeah, it'll be on eBay the next day.
Okay, moving on.
So, yeah, 20K, 40K here, guys. Blinds are up, and that means Mario is, begrudgingly, but very fairly all in for under 10 with the king-queen under the gun. It's only 6-handed, though. 5-handed? No. No, we are in full ring there. I was just looking at the previous hand on the other table. So Mario gets it through. Nice to get back over
top-notch
10.
posture there.
Yeah.
It's tough to be like 6 inches above Saliba at a table. Justin's, what, 6'4"?
I'm trying to translate that into what is the whatever other metric system it is.
Oh, about 2 meters and a bunch of centimeters.
Okay. Yeah. Need a tape measure. I am shortest amongst us 3, right? I assume.
I think I am, I would imagine.
Really? What?
5'6".
You're 5'6".
Yeah.
5'7".
All right.
I'm guessing.
Got me.
I don't know.
I'm like 6'2".
I'm glad that I didn't. Yeah, not you, Griffin.
Oh, okay. I thought we were.
Not you, Griffin.
Thought we were talking about my height.
Really good recap spot here.
I'm just glad I beat you in something, Jaffe.
Oh, we got a spot here.
King Queen suited.
Yeah.
Is
a lot of
this-
options.
What
Well,
kind of
two.
option kind of speaks to you?
Yeah, I think I'm playing flat here. It really sucks to 3-bet fold this, and Kiat can 4-bet a lot of the low ace. You're doing so well against Kiat. You know, it's a +2 range, but it's not a real +2 range. For chips, this looks more like maybe a hijack to cutoff range, you would imagine. I don't know exactly who's in the blind. But King Queen suited's doing fantastic there. You can kind of imagine if you're Morton, with a little bit of variables not taken into account in this statement, it's kind of like flatting the button against a hijack open, and King Queen suited does fantastic there.
He does make that call with those reasons in mind.
Sorry, can you give me pardon, please?
Yeah, and if you think of actually the King X and Queen X combinations that Kiat Lee is going to be opening with this 155 big blind stack, you know, reaching very close to the money. So many dominated combos. I would say all the suited kings are opening, maybe even all the suited queens at this stage. So it's nice to have all those in there against you.
Yeah. This is a spot where if you're Morton, you know, you already have a pretty close decision even for chips, but I think in an ICM situation, this looks like a pure check back. This is just, yeah, great. He's got a lot of 2-street hands, very few 3-street. Even if you're looking at his pocket 3s, pocket 4s, they're not sure they want to play for it all. So a lot of good checkbacks for Morton there. And I think Kiat knows that and doesn't just see the check as weakness and something I need to fire. I don't think the King 9 of diamonds is going to find itself putting money in the pot with so many natural bluffs in Kiat's range.
Well, they both are on the same page as you, Jaffe. This time, Morton is going to bet.
Yeah, very reasonable. It's pretty understandable to think your hand is worth 2 streets of value there. Pretty unlikely that Kiat, with all those chips in the image as a bully in this situation, is going to check a better hand twice there.
Right, maybe the first time, but definitely not the second.
Yep.
Morton gonna stack some chips. $10-7 offsuit for Kiat Lee, good enough to open from +1. Bad timing though, as 2 kings for Morton Klein right behind him.
Yeah, this open just very reflective of how wide Lee is prepared to open right now.
Yeah. Kiat has a heck of a table to make wide opens. The 10-7-0 is definitely screaming his game plan is get out of line.
310K is the
no
price.
Reservations. Sad fold for Ramin, holding those 7s up for an extra second before he parts with them.
Yeah, he's like, I finally get a hand, and then this action. Just a little thought to make sure.
Yeah.
Now, are you shoving those for sure if Morton is out of the way?
No, I think they're ditching that too.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree. That's why.
Certainly, if I had the understanding that Kiat was opening as wide as 10-7-0,
That'd be
yeah,
different,
my ducks are flying in, let alone 7s. But
Yeah.
but I would not have anticipated Kiat was making this open. I think he's just really attacking that Saliba stack, that Mario, Ramin, and Wang Yang.
Currently, 3 players from the money. Jason Kuhn busted in 31st, Soiza in 32nd. Short stack duties belong to Punat Punsri with 8 blinds, as well as Mario Mosbach with 8 blinds. But there's plenty of short stacks. Ramin's on 9, Adrian on 9, Wang Yong on
那如果没
10.
人反抗你啊？
Not much for Hajiev.
Sorry.
But a little something for Jugerlin. Ace Jack. Open raise size.
Yeah, hijack, definitely. Just putting in 80 looks good to me. Got a snug enough
80.
range. Oh, a little late on the verbal.
Okay.
Oh, so he said 80, but he put the 100 in first, so the 100 is binding.
There was a good 2-second pause. I think it's just late at night. He had a brain freeze. Look at the smirk. Says, yeah, that's what I intended, guys. Sure.
Let's see how that changes things.
Looks like probably not at all, as we see a deuce for Ding. Misclick will not hurt.
So, worth mentioning, 3 of the 4 top stacks in the tournament are on this table between Kiat Lee, Ding Biao, and Morton Klein.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, yeah, you heard me calling for blood earlier. I wanted to see the 2 gladiators at the top, Kiat and Kiat and Ding go at it. But it is crazy, some of the situations where you could see them like flatting kings against each other's opens. It's just the clash is it's pretty negative.
Yeah. There's also value in trying to get those shorter stacks behind you to kind of splash in when you flat like a king's, right? No?
Well,
you seem...
Okay. Sure, if they have something.
They have something.
Yeah, I don't know that many people want to tangle with the 2 of them.
Flash.
It's getting late.
8 or 9 of diamonds was flash.
Back-to-back blunders for Demir. He's having a moment.
Yeah, just taking a rotation.
No, it's okay.
Mario Mosbach.